The green flag has been displayed and the race is underway. Tight corners going down the backstretch into a series of S-corners known as Madness right there. That corner has a nice bank on it, but with the new surface here at Mid-Ohio this year, the drivers can't really use the banking that much. They actually go through about 4 or 5 S-corners. You see the field beginning to fall into single file. There is one other straightaway on this racetrack in addition to the backstretch and the front stretch, which we've already described. There is Andretti out front going through Madness. There's also a jump in there. This is actually a 16-turn racetrack. Some will call it 14. And Steve Chassis is already off course, as is John Morton. Steve Chassis getting in trouble with one of his former rides, and Chassis looks like he's stalled. He's waving to the safety crewman. He's asking for help. Chassis in the Genesee beer wagon is the first victim of an incident here on the road course at Mid-Ohio.
I know Steve's had some trouble on the road courses this year, Larry, and he's not a road course racer by definition, but he's given it a good try, and he's done pretty well up until this point. I think his best finish was a 5th at Watkins Glen, his best road race finish, and we feel sorry to see Steve off it so early in the race.
Mario Andretti, the Newman Haas Budweiser Lola, that chassis that has been so successful in recent weeks on the IndyCar trail. Not only have they been fastest qualifiers on a regular basis, Andretti, remember, is undefeated in road course qualifying runs this year, but the chassis has also been winning. That's the race car chassis, not the Steve chassis we were talking about a couple minutes ago. Mario Andretti and Danny Sullivan have combined for 5 wins in a row, and 6 of the last 7 races, that chassis has come to victory lane first.
You know, Larry, anytime that Mario's near the front row, he hates to miss not leading the first lap or leading into the first turn, and today's no exception.
John Morton, who was involved in that incident with Steve Chassis on lap number 1, actually about the first half of this race, first half lap of this race, has pulled into the pit area. We have not seen Steve Chassis come around yet. There is John Morton, the Bob and Kathy Soltos Jet Engineering race car. John, one of the California drivers. Many people come out of the sunshine golden state of California to come to automobile racing here in the Midwest. And of course, many of them have been successful in graduating up to really the pinnacle of open wheel racing in America, Indianapolis type car racing. That little curve there in the top of the screen, that's the chicane leading right into the keyhole. Here is Ed Pym. Now, we mentioned Ed earlier. Ed started at the very tail of this pack in 28th position. However, he was the 9th fastest qualifier. You see Pym making his way through the field, moving around some of the other slower cars in the back. Pym was the 9th fastest qualifier here this weekend when we qualified on Friday. Yesterday, in a heavy rainstorm, he and his team manager and car owner Dan Gurney went out to do some practicing. And they made an adjustment on the rear wing, which was illegal. There was an extra tab on the wing, was giving him a little more downforce. But the point was, it was heavy rain, and Dan Gurney felt as though that the session should have been interpreted just as a testing session and not necessarily an official qualifying or practice run. There wasn't a disagreement with officials, but the rule book stood. And the fact of the matter was, the car was illegal by the rule book standards, and even though we had the unusual circumstances of the heavy rain, and Gurney contended they were not trying to improve their position in the qualifying run, the time was disallowed in the car to that point in the weekend disqualified. But he was added to the field on the end as a promoter's option. Ed Pym, 9th fastest and trying to move to the front. There you see him working on Dick Ferguson, one of the few Eagles that have qualified for the race here this weekend. But Steve Chassis has pulled into the pit area. You can see it was a quick stop. They checked the suspension and the wheels, and Gary Lee was there. Gary?
Indeed, they checked only the suspension components and the tires, no flat spots. On the radio, Steve said that John Morton had run into him and knocked him off course. The car apparently is okay, and Chassis is back in the fray.
Well, so far, this is beginning to look like a carbon copy of recent races. There we're looking at Pete Halsmer, who qualified in the top 10 here this week, and he continues to run in the top 10. An instant replay of the last few races because Andretti and Alola continues to lead this race. We'll be back to see if he can hold on. The green and white car going into Madness on the inside. That is Corrado Fabi, the brother of Teo Fabi, who won this race a year ago. In an almost of an honoring of a contract that was supposed to take place next year, Corrado Fabi has jumped into the Forsythe Skoal Bandit. He qualified in the 7th row here this weekend, and right now he runs in 16th position right in front of Gordy Johncock and Jose Garza. Teo Fabi did fly across the Atlantic from his Formula One duties and is here watching his brother perform this weekend. You know, Larry, I know that the Forsythe crew want to say hello to Kevin Kogan this weekend. He's in the hospital recovering from his injuries at Pocono a few weeks ago. Corrado Fabi, his first ever American appearance, and Jerry Forsythe was telling me earlier this weekend that Corrado was very happy and excited about having this ride in an American in an Indianapolis car. Corrado Fabi was brought English Leather as one of the associate sponsors to this particular team. Obviously an experienced road racer. He's been running the Formula One circuit as a substitute driver for his brother Teo for this year. Corrado's best finish on the Formula One circuit ironically happened here in the States at Dallas when he finished 7th driving the Brabham car. But Corrado Fabi runs 16th right now. That's 16th, 17th, and 18th. Johncock following Corrado Fabi. And there's Bobby Rahal. Chip, I would imagine if you talked to a lot of competitors before this race began, a lot would say this guy has got to be one of the real favorites here at Mid-Ohio. Without a doubt. Their team does all their testing here at Mid-Ohio. His car owner, Jim Truman, is also the owner of Mid-Ohio. And I'll tell you, although Bobby is apparently out of contention at the moment, I wouldn't count him out before the end of the race. Well, fuel so often has been a factor in these IndyCar races, as it has been in Grand National stock car races, and fuel has been a problem for the Jim Truman Red Roof Inns team in this number 5 car of Bobby Rahal. This is their home track. If you pull outside the track, you'll see a sign that says 70 miles to Cleveland and 70 miles to Columbus, Ohio. We're midway between those two cities, and Bobby Rahal was born about 50 or 60 miles north of here, and now he lives in Columbus. So you can see that this is definitely Bobby Rahal's home track. There is Pete Halsmer, the Frank Arciero Levi number 11. Halsmer had a minor collision with John Paul Jr. earlier in the race. We had a report that the engine was off on the racetrack, so apparently Pete Halsmer has had a problem in the engine compartment. And this team that has struggled so hard in 1984 looks like they're having problems again. Now we're getting a report that it may be a spark box problem, but once again a tough blow for Pete Halsmer, who finished 2nd in an IndyCar race on a road course a year ago. Meanwhile, there's Bobby Rahal running comfortably. He's logged thousands of test miles on this racetrack, and believe you me, I got a feeling, Chip, they know exactly where they are in terms of this fuel consumption race and how fast they should be going right now. Exactly, and I know Bobby was, although he's not up there with Mario right now, this is one of the first races that he wasn't on the pole this race, and this is one of his first professional races at Mid-Ohio here that he hasn't sat on the pole. Mario Andretti continues to set the pace. Andretti is not only undefeated in road course qualifying for 1984 season, but he still stands as the only active Indianapolis car driver to have set fast time on radial tires. They debuted radial tires a couple months ago in this division, and Andretti has been the fastest man on those tires ever since they debuted. There you saw the interval between 1st and 2nd place. Bobby Rahal coming through the chicane. That's turn number 2 on this track. Turn number 3, this is the keyhole. This is the tightest hairpin on the racetrack. You come out of the keyhole, the car has a tendency to slide to the outside of the racetrack. It's reverse camber. Now you are on the inside of the racetrack, darting down the long backstretch, 160, 165, 170, almost 180 miles an hour. And meanwhile, about 2 football fields ahead, there is Mario Andretti. He really has that Lola working today, Larry, as he goes up into the chute area of the circuit. The Lola comes down, and the car looks very neutral in respect. The front wheels are adhering just as much as the rear wheels. Anytime the car slides, it's in a neutral position, not the front or the rear moving first. The car looks super on the track today. Mario, I think Bobby's starting to run him down, though. See if you can get Alan. Mario Andretti on that last lap, you may have caught a quick glimpse. As we look now at Al Unser, I was about to say you may have caught a quick glimpse of Mario darting off the course just a second, getting those outside tires off. There's the number 59 car of Peter Kuhn. Peter Kuhn is like Corrado Fabi in his first ever Indianapolis car race here today. This is the car that we have seen a number of drivers in throughout the 1984 season. But Peter, a Super V champion from the past, a man who once won 4 Super V races in a row, has got his first Indy ride today.
Peter's been looking for a good IndyCar ride for a few years now, and I think he finally has got his foot in the door here. And I look to see good things out of him today if he finishes the race, Larry.
Chip, you know, the interesting thing about Peter is that he always seems to be better in the race than he is in qualifying. And right now, he has got the heat turned up on Dick Simon. He makes a move going into the right-hander, and Peter Kuhn definitely is beginning to move up. Well, as we mentioned, Peter's in his first ever IndyCar race. It's a day that he has looked forward to for a long, long time. Our Gary Lee checked with Peter about his feelings regarding his first ever Indianapolis car race.
Do you have one word that describes your feelings going into your first IndyCar race? Is it fear, anticipation, and trepidation? Is there one?
I think it's elated is probably the word for it. Frankly, I'm excited as hell. It's really a real big, chance for me to show people my stuff, if you will, and I'm just looking forward to doing it.
Well, Peter has improved his position. He started back in the number 23rd slot, and we have him, the graphic says 22nd. We've got him about 20th position right now in the AGFA number 59 race car. This car has been on the circuit for most of the year. It's a car and team that has struggled really to get into the races, but I would imagine they're a little excited about their opportunity and their chances here today.
Peter is more than qualified as a driver for that car, and he's done very well in his Super V here at Mid-Ohio. I look to see good things out of him today.
Chip, you've been in both a Super V and an Indianapolis car within the last 4 years. Is that application from a Super V to an Indy car direct? Is it that big of an advantage to have driven them last before coming to Indy cars?
I think it is, Larry, because the mini Indy cars, or Super Vs as you call them, they have the same aerodynamics as Indy cars. They have front wings, they have rear wings, they have ground effects, and other than the pit stops, I would say it's a very good indication of what IndyCar racing would be like to be in the Super Vs.
You're looking at the bright red yellow Pennzoil of Rick Mears. Rick Mears right now runs in 3rd position. He's got a little bit of distance between himself and the 4th running Danny Sullivan, who just keeps creeping into the picture every once in a while. One of Mears' finest qualifying runs of the 1984 season. He was 2nd on the grid to that fast Lola of Mario Andretti. Mears qualified at better than 102 miles per hour. Incidentally, Andretti was a full 2 miles per hour, almost 3 miles per hour faster than the entirety of the rest of the field. But Rick Mears was the best of everybody else outside of Mario, and he runs in 3rd position right now. Ray Hall outsnookered him on the first couple of laps of this race, but Mears is holding on.
I know Sullivan was looking at the back of Rick Mears' car a few weeks ago at the Pocono 500, and he managed to get around him. I'm sure the same thoughts are going through Sullivan's head right now as he sees Rick just in front of him.
You see them put a lap on Herm Johnson, the man who used to be a painter, and a very artistic painter at that. The next time you're at an Indianapolis car race, check out Herm Johnson's helmet. It's one of the most spectacular on the field. You see the graphic, 10 laps completed here. The race will go 84 laps, and if you're wondering about pit stops, they should start coming up after lap number 25. And the number to keep in mind, Chip, on the pit stops as far as fuel consumption goes is 28. You don't make 28 laps, you could be in trouble.
Well, anytime, if you don't make 28 laps, that means you're getting less than 1.8 miles to the gallon. If you're getting less than 1.8 miles to the gallon, you're going to have to do it on 3 stops.
Well, the man who will be watching this with an eagle eye is our Gary Lee. Gary?
Larry, to touch on that, Jim Truman, the owner of Bobby Rahall's car, says they're going to try to go to lap 30 before they make their stop. However, the Budweiser crew of Andretti says about lap 25, but he'll stay out as long as possible.
Well, obviously, if they pit on lap 25, that means they anticipate getting better than that gauge that you have to have, that 1.8 miles per gallon. 28, lap number 28 is the point. That is 1/3 of the way through the race. And if you can get that far, theoretically at least, as long as things don't change for the rest of the race, Chip, you stop once more on lap 56, and then you're home free.
That should be it. And I'll tell you, if somebody can wait till lap 30, they're getting over 2 miles to the gallon in these cars, and that is a lot.
It's beginning to heat up for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. There is Rick Mears, Danny Sullivan. Right behind them, Derek Daly, Emerson Fittipaldi, Al Unser Jr., and Michael Andretti. And Al Unser Jr. has made quite a climb to the top. He was running in 8th position after lap number 1, and now he has closed in on the first 6 cars, at least 2nd through 6th. As we look at Danny Sullivan has had his first 2 wins ever in his Indianapolis car career here in the 1984 season, and one of those Lolas.
You know, Larry, when the cars are running close like this, what's interesting is they tend to run a lot hotter, especially on a road course like this where you don't get as much air as when you're on one of the high-speed ovals. When the cars are bunched up like you see Mears and Sullivan here, a group of cars behind them, it could mean overheating for the engine.
Sullivan makes his move, going into madness. That banked right-hander, and Sullivan slips underneath. Danny Sullivan takes over the number 3 position. So now it's Lola, march of Ray Hall, Lola, and then march of Rick Mears. Danny Sullivan begins to make his move as you see the car rock back and forth as it goes right and left through that series of S's at the north end of the racetrack. There is a straightaway down there. There's a north stretch that has a couple of kinks in it. Right now they're still in a series of S's as they come out under the Budweiser Bridge. There is the final straightaway that leads to the carousel, the last corner on this racetrack. We are at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course near Mansfield, Ohio. We're in the middle of the triangle of Cleveland, Toledo, and Columbus, Ohio. And today's race is the first of 5 in a row on ESPN. 5 Indianapolis car races. The next one will be the Cart Molson Indy. It'll be aired Sunday, September the 9th at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time from the San Air Speedway outside of Montreal, the San Air Superspeedway. It's a mile race course. The Indy cars have already tested there, and the speeds have been well over 140 miles an hour. So it's fast, even though it's a short oval, Chip.
It is, Larry, and we do want to mention that Pete Halsmer has re-entered the track, and his car does sound good. It doesn't sound like it had that miss like it did earlier, and Pete driving, of course, that Frank Arciero march.
Well, except for one minor moment, which we happen to catch on live television here for Mario Andretti when he slipped off the racetrack. He has been on the racetrack since the green flag dropped, not only been on the track, but on the gas. And Andretti, at least to this point, is knocking him dead again. Mario Andretti, certainly one of the world's most famous race drivers, is having one of his finest IndyCar seasons ever. He has a very comfortable lead, and I think most would agree that if this guy can go the race without any problems, he certainly will be the one to beat. Chip, you and I talked before the broadcast. It looked like Andretti and Ray Hall's experience here. What would you be doing if you were Mario Andretti right now? Looking to get off the pace?
No, I don't think I would be, Larry. I'd be trying to be building up as much of a lead as I could. You can never slow up this early in the race. You want to build up as much a lead as you can. You never know what's going to happen. Anything can happen once those cars start to come into the pits. Once our pit stops begin, anything can happen. You can stall the car in the pits. You can run low on fuel. Right now, Mario's team has no idea what his fuel mileage is. They won't know his fuel mileage until the first pit stop.
There are 6 races remaining on the schedule. Andretti is in the thick of the points race, and Gary Lee has a comment.
Well, Steve Chassie is standing by right now, not because he wants to be, but because of an early race altercation. What happened out there, Steve?
Well, it was a first lap deal where everyone was scrambling for a spot, and we went down the back stretch and went through a couple of turns and got into, I think it's turn 5, the off-camber left hand. And at the bottom of the hill, I had the line entering the corner, and just as I turned in, out of my peripheral vision in my right eye, I saw John Morton coming right at me with the tires were locked up, and he was trying to turn right as best he could, but he slid down far enough that his left front and my right rear got tangled up, and the car jumped up in the air, and I have a feeling that that broke a radiator or a oil cooler or something because the temperatures went sky high.
So an early afternoon for Steve Chassie.
You can see Steve is also showing the signs of the heat here today. In one respect, it's a minor advantage for Steve Chassie. He will be leaving immediately now, flying to DuQuoin, Illinois to participate in the USAC Silver Crown race, the dirt cars there, as we take a look at Howdy Holmes. Al Unser Sr. also leading this pack through the chicane. That's turn number 2. There's Jose Garza, a man who has run very well on road courses. Tom Stephen, the man who won the 1983 Indianapolis 500-mile race and the current PPG IndyCar World Series points leader. Garza, then Tom Steva coming out of the keyhole. That's that hairpin again. You saw Corrado Fabi's nose up there. These guys are running back between 10th and 15th position right now. Matter of fact, data speed is showing Jose at 15, so they're between 15th and 20th, as we still have 19 cars on the lead lap, with Andretti having about a 15-second advantage over second place Bobby Rahal.
You know, Jose Garza, Larry, is quite an established road racer. I'm surprised he's so far back in the pack this week in his Schaefer Machinist March. I think Jose was unhappy with his performance in qualifying, and I'm sure he wants to be up at the front near the end.
We also have a report as we watch Jose Garza that the kart officials are observing the number 45 car of Dale Coyne. Dale, another one of the young drivers struggling to make a name for himself in IndyCar racing. He's in a 1982 Eagle with a Chevy Power, and we are told that The kart officials are observing that car, perhaps something leaking from it. There's Jose Garza, the young Mexican who so electrified the Indianapolis crowd a few years ago when he was a rookie on the trail. It's really been a struggle for Jose since then. A lot of people thought that he was certainly one of the next big stars in this type of racing. It came so easy the first year he was in the league.
I'll tell you, you can't say his problems have been from a lack of trying, Gary. Jose is quite a trier, and even if you can just see him here, car is sliding, slipping, sliding. He's driving it very, very hard.
Jose Garza trying to make the most out of a situation that he is in here today. They have been basically satisfied with the performance of that team this year, but of course the idea is to try and get as close to the front as you possibly can. That is Al Hobart. I think I may have called that Al Unser Sr. a couple minutes ago. That's Al Hobart in the CRC Chemicals car, and then Howdy Holmes following them, and Garza trying to turn the wick up on those two guys. Experienced road racers all here, so this is a real study in road racing techniques. The average speed of the race up to this point better than 101 miles per hour, and that is faster than more than half the field qualified. 101.36, and that as a qualifying speed would have put you in 9th starting position. So Chip Andretti, you might say, is burying him them up to this point.
He is really burying them, and I'm sure what he's doing is trying to get out to as big a lead as possible before that first pit stop. Getting back to Al Hobart, he's quite an established racer, and I'll tell you, more than once this year, he's driven in 2 races on one weekend, Larry. He's a private pilot, and he's flown his own plane between 2 racetracks, qualified 2 cars and raced 2 cars on the same weekend. I know once was in that broadcast, an ESPN broadcast at Cleveland, where he was going back and forth to Watkins Glen all weekend.
Well, Hobart's best finish has been a 4th in this year's Indianapolis 500. That's his high watermark for the 1984 season, although he was 5th at the Meadowlands in the rain and also 7th at Cleveland. A man who also has a lot of miles on this racetrack, and that is always a tremendous advantage. Unless you've driven race cars, you just can't get a grasp of how much of an advantage it is to have experience on a particular speedway or road course. And on a road course, I think it's a little more of an advantage than even on a speedway, because there are so many little tiny places on a road course where you can pick up just a little bit more momentum, and that really is the name of the game, is keeping the momentum up.
Being a road racer, Larry, I can't say that I agree with you a whole lot. I think oval track drivers find the oval tracks, there are little nooks and crannies there that they all find, believe me.
Particularly at Pocono, right?
Exactly.
Nooks and crannies and valleys. Al Hobart continues to run up in the top 20. He has held on to the lead lap to this point. The keyhole is one of the real tricky places on this racetrack. And Chip, what about the keyhole? How do you get through there?
After the start-finish line, you go through the left-hand turn and approach the keyhole area of the track. The keyhole is the most important area of the circuit because it leads on the longest straightaway. You're entering the keyhole in 4th gear. You approach it. It's a right-hand turn. You downshift to 3rd gear and then to 2nd again. Once you're in the middle of the turn, your car wants to drift to the outside, but you have to hug the inside. Keep that car down at the apex. If it starts to go toward the exit, you're drifting to the outside of the track. You grab 3rd gear and you're on the straightaway. Away you go.
The story so far has been red, white numeral 3, Andretti, and that says it all. Pit stops will be coming up in less than 10 laps, and that's where the real drama of any race always begins to unfold. We'll be back with that. This is Mario Andretti coming down the long backstretch. You know, when you watch a race on television, if it's an oval, it's pretty easy to dial into where the corners are. They're very distinct and succinct. There's turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and turn 4. But on a road course, some of the cameras on the inside, some of the cameras on the outside, and it's a little difficult to get a hold of it. As we watch Andretti come around, he's about halfway around in this particular lap here, more than 21, 22 laps now complete. The next lap around, we're going to have Chip take you on a lap around the Meadowhall Sports Car Course. It's 2.4 miles. There are 4 left-hander corners here and 12 right-hand turns. There are 3 straightaways, and as the field comes down the front stretch this time, we'll pick up on the leader who's just getting ready to lap Gordon Johncock. This is the final set of corners. It's known as the carousel that they are entering in just a second here. Turn 15, turn 16. Here they come down the front stretch past the pits.
You know, Mario and Gordy are ex-teammates, and I know Mario said one time, Larry, that he never had a better teammate than Gordon Johncock. Johncock, of course, in the STP Special. Mario coming up, approaching the keyhole area. Is a very fast section of the track, very hard to drive on. The car ends up on one side of the track, but you want to be on the other side. That's how the keyhole is, and it's one of the slowest parts of the track, and as I said earlier, very important because it leads on to the back straightaway. The back straightaway, of course, you're seeing speeds of 180 miles an hour.
You get to relax, right, at 180 miles an hour.
Believe it or not, at Mid-Ohio, that is a relaxing area because you're going on the straightaway. It gives you a chance to look at your gauges, look at your temperatures, look at your oil pressure, make sure everything, the car is working well. You don't have much time to do that once you enter these S's down here. In the S's, right where Mario is right now, the car gets very light, wants to slide to the outside of the track. Coming down, braking hard and shifting.
Well, we are going to go back to the pits and interrupt our description of the track here as one of the leaders, Al Unser, has pulled into the pits for what we believe to be the first of the routine pit stops, but it comes only on his lap number 21.
I think they're going to have trouble there, Larry, because it's only lap 22 or 21, and Al, I question whether he'll be able to go the distance on 2 stops here, go the 84-lap distance. I'm sure Roger Penske has a good idea now how much mileage they're getting.
Well, Chip, you know, he qualified 3rd quick, his finest qualifying run of the year on a road course. As we go back up front and look at Mario, again completing another pass by the start-finish line here. But he slipped back significantly. Maybe they felt their tire problems or setup problem was so bad they had to run the risk of stopping.
I'll tell you one thing, though. Tires, fuel, talk about what you want. Don't ever count out Al Unser. He's made a career of just being a steady, consistent driver and being there when the checkered flag falls, and I would not count him out today in the Miller Special.
Just again, a reminder, it's going to go 84 laps, and our estimate is that 28 laps, 2 laps either side of that mark, are when most of the pit stops should take place. A race for 6th and 7th position down the front stretch. The bright red number 40 carries the banners of Old Milwaukee, a name familiar to Chip Ganassi. This week, the pilot Emerson Fittipaldi. That's how they pronounce it in his homeland, but here in the States, we call it Fittipaldi. And speaking of problems, Chip,
there's Al Unser off the track. Hard to believe, you know. He does not slide off too often. Apparently, I see something in the back there on the right rear tire. Might be flat, apparently. And there's John Paul Jr. also off the track. And he's back on and running again.
It looks like a little bit of damage to the front end. I think that was reported earlier, but John Paul may be operating with a race car that's not sticking to the racetrack because of the wing damage up front. And there is Al Unser just outside of the keyhole. Now, that close to a racing surface on a right-hand corner oftentimes would be a very dangerous situation, but here at the keyhole the speeds drop down to maybe 50 miles per hour, so that's not that dangerous of a position here at this racetrack. And there is Corrado Fabi coming in slow, but he is at the front end of the pits. He is in one of those pit areas that is very close to the entrance off the racetrack, so if it looked like he was going slower than most, that is a factor of where he is pitted.
Also, Larry, the reason is we find a lot of the drivers coming into kart from Europe, they're so used to coming in the pits slow in Formula One because the pits are so crowded in Formula One. They don't know how to quite make up time in the pits like the Americans have had years of practice at. That could be one of the reasons.
They got a problem because they're gesturing at Corrado. He speaks good English, so the English, or rather the lack of it, is not a problem, but there is something wrong with that race car. They're a little frustrated as to figuring out what to do. Mario Andretti continues to set the pace here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We're actually in a little community called Lexington, one of the most beautiful sections of the state of Ohio. There are actually 2 areas in Ohio where there are rolling hills that you might call somewhat of a fairyland as far as sightseeing goes. One is east of Columbus, Ohio. This is the other one, and it's a nice area of the country and one of the best manicured racetracks I think I've ever seen, Chip, and it may be one of the finest looking facilities in the world.
It really is. You know, a few years ago, Jim Truman took this facility over. He's put up new garages, a new timing stand, a new tower.
Chip, our leaders coming into the pits. We'll want to watch this one carefully. Mario Andretti comes in on lap number 25. Now, that's a little early, but if they're getting good mileage, it could be enough. So far, the stop looks very routine, and Gary Lee is standing by.
It is indeed the routine pit stop. They had planned to stop on lap 25. No change of rubber. They topped off the 40 gallons of alcohol. A very fast stop. But let's see how much ground he's lost to second place.
Well, he was stopped for 15 seconds. That means it probably took him about 30 seconds by the time you add in the slowdown time and the speed up. Andretti comes out. It looks like he is still the man to beat. The first series of pit stops coming up. Stay with us. It could be exciting. There you see the top 5 finishers from the Escort Radar Warning 200 of a year ago. Teo Fabi, whose brother Corrado has just retired from this race with gearbox problems, won the event in that 33 car. Andretti was second. Ray Hall, whom you're looking at in the background, was third. Ellenser Sr. fourth. And Danny Angayas, in one of his few trips to the road courses of America's IndyCar circuit, came home in 5th position. That's Bobby Rahal. This is his home course. The track is owned by the car owner Jim Truman, who incidentally participated in a celebrity race this morning here. Rahal has been very fast of recent. In the last 3 road course events, for instance, he has qualified 2, 2, and 3 in that France Weiss VDS engine. And in the last 5 races, every one of his qualifying runs has been in the top 5. Bobby Rahal, certainly a top contender here today. Rahal is also the highest ranked driver in terms of points and dollars won among the non-finishers, or rather among the non-winners on the 1984 CART PPG trail.
We see Danny Sullivan just snuck into the pits there.
There is Danny Sullivan, lap number 26. So as we indicated to you, between laps 26 and 30 is when most of the stops would occur. Something unusual going on, some adjustments being made to Danny around the collar there. You think, Chip, just a warm day and they're trying to get some more cool air in there?
That's a good question, Larry. I think it looked like he was having some sort of problem with the collar he wears to keep his neck upright during the race. I know Danny, driving that Domino's Pizza Team Shearson Lola, was in and out fairly quick, even though he looked like his crew chief was doing something with his neck collar brace there.
Yeah, the car's number is 30, and that has significance for the sponsor. It refers to 30-minute delivery, and it's also called the Domino's Pizza Hot One, and we do have a hot one here today. Perhaps not quite as warm as down in Darlington, South Carolina, where the Grand National Stock Cars competed on this same day, but the temperature here is 88 degrees. Now, there's a nice breeze for the spectators. All of the flags are standing erect, but for the drivers down inside the cockpit, when there's a wind outside, the only time you notice is when it blows you off the racetrack. Isn't that right, Chip?
That's right. I know we're coming up on lap 28 here. We might see some of the Patrick teams starting to do their pit stops here. And we see on the track there's Sullivan driving that Lola, getting sideways down in the S's area of the circuit. I'm sure Danny is remembering his win a few weeks ago at Pocono, and he would sure like to repeat again here today, I'll tell you.
Danny Sullivan in the chute, one of the 3 straightaways on this race course. There's a front stretch that goes by the pits, also that long back stretch, and then that short chute that is actually right in the middle of a series of corners. Down at the north end of this racetrack, there are about 10 turns, right, left, right, left. The first one of those is called Madness. Danny has just come out of what is known as the Carousel, turns 15 and 16. Now he moves to the inside, coming down the front stretch, the home stretch, putting a lap on Dick Simon. Just some pit notes, and Sullivan sliding a little bit, coming out of turn number 2 that time. He sets up for the chicane. There is the Kentuckian in the upper right-hand side of your screen. A right-left flick of the wrist through the chicane, and now to the hard right-hander. Again, the slowest point on the racetrack. And now you sit back and hunker down and just tromp on that throttle and get as quickly as you can up to top speed. Danny Sullivan in 5 starts in the road course has 1 win.
You know, I think it's interesting, Larry. In the pit action we see here across from us, some of the teams change 1 tire, some change 2, some change 3, some change all 4.
Al Jr. is out on the course. We might also remind you as we watch Al Jr. coming around, he runs in 4th place. Bobby Rahal has pitted, so apparently none of those fuel problems that he has experienced so many times in the last couple of years. Rahal comes in on lap number 29, and there he is. The Red Roof Inns crew gets him out in fine position. Bobby Rahal, that's got to be a tremendous sigh of relief for Rahal. They've had fuel problems so many times, and here he is, right on course for a change in the fuel consumption race.
You know, apparently Rahal must be getting better mileage than Mario. Rahal stayed out a few more laps than Mario did.
And he has the lead, I believe. Or is that Halsmer? No, I guess that's Pete Halsmer. Looked like the red 3, Chip.
It did, and I think 5 laps later, that might prove interesting at the end of the race. If in fact, Bobby Rahal and Mario Andretti are fighting it out for the lead, that our first pit stop could dictate the end of the race.
Well, most of the front runners have now completed without incident their first series of pit stops. Just some pit notes as we again watch Rahal moving into madness, going underneath Ed Pym, and we believe that is Pete Halsmer trailing that duo. The number 21 car of Al Hobart, the number 41 car of Howdy Holmes, apparently leaking something, being observed and watched carefully. Dick Ferguson has reported to his crew on the radio he has lost second and third gears, and the car will be retired. And I think we commented earlier, just to reconfirm, that the number 33 car of Corrado Bobby, the man who came with brother Teo and sister Christina, also on hand this weekend. Teo and Christina flying across the Atlantic to watch Corrado race. They have retired from this race, and it'll be another day and another time for the young Italian. The carousel, the final turns before coming uphill to the home stretch. The rocket ship down a very short, less than a quarter of a mile front stretch past the pit area. As we complete lap number 30 of 84, you get a quick glimpse at your crew member on the outside or right side of your race car with a signboard up there telling you either how fast you're going or what position you're in. And if you're Bobby Rahal, you know that you're running in second position. Gary Lee continues to roam the pit area up and down following all these stories. Gary, now that the first series of pit stops are over, you have a guest.
Well, actually, this is not a bad spot to watch the race from under the umbrella at the scoring table here in the Skull Bandit pit area.
Racetrack. Dick Simon with a serious fire very close to the cockpit. Dick Simon pulling off the course. At this point, we cannot tell exactly where it is, but the flames were very close to the back shoulders of Dick Simon in car number 22. Dick is out in the series of S's. Dick Simon in the break-free special. It's another March race car. Remember that spectacular crash that Simon had at the Riverside International Raceway a couple of years ago on ESPN. That looks like, Chip, the first serious left-hander. It's uphill right after the first right-hander going into the Madness section.
You know, that's an interesting part of the track there, and as we saw, the kart crew was on the scene very quickly.
Tom Sneva getting a refreshment for himself and also a drink of fuel for the race car. Sneva got tremendous mileage, pitting for the first time on lap number 30. Tom Sneva going further than all of the other leaders. We will continue to watch that incident involving Dick Simon. The safety crew members were not moving around frantically, so I'm guessing, Chip, there was no driver injury involved there. Of course, the driver's inside the race car. There's the gadget on the inside that you can hit and fill the cockpit with foam. Also, of course, the fireproof suit. So I think Dick is probably okay.
Let's hope so, Larry. I think we, you know, looking back on these pit stops, I think we have a change of strategy here. Mario Andretti has usually stayed out the longest of all the drivers throughout every race this season. This is the first race I can remember him coming in so early. It's very unlike him to come in early on his first pit stop. He usually stays out the longest. Here we had Tom Sneva stay out the longest.
Word from the kart radios, Dick Simon A-OK. So good news from that incident up there in the S's. And there's Herm Johnson's mount being dismantled in the pit area. The Pace Electronics car that we have seen Chuck Siprich in earlier this year, as well as Graham McClay. Herm stays in the race car, so apparently they feel they've got a problem that they can fix. There is Michael Andretti in the blue and yellow number 99. Earlier in this year, Michael Andretti and the Craco people, they were thinking championship. They started this year out with a house of fire. Andretti finishing 10th, 3rd, 5th, and 4th in the first 4 races, and that included the Indianapolis 500. He expected to do very well as his father, Mario Andretti, zips by on the high side. With each passing week, Michael's hopes for a championship continues to slip further and further back. There is Mario Andretti, the leader, going by. We're going to show you the interval between first and second. You just saw Roberto Guerrero go by, and here comes the second running Bobby Rahal. It's about a 10-second difference as we look up through or up past the keyhole into the chicane. 10 seconds between first and second, Andretti and Rahal as the number 45, the two-tone green and white car of Dale Coyne, the Plainfield, Illinois driver who is qualified for an Indianapolis car race here this year in a 2-year-old Chevy. Quite an accomplishment in itself.
I'll tell you, Larry, it'll be interesting to see. I saw Michael Andretti move over and let his father go right by. We'll see how cordial he is when Bobby Rahal comes up on him about to put a lap on him. See if he does the same thing with Bobby.
Well, for Mario Andretti and for everybody for that matter, it's been a very uneventful race with the one exception of Dick Simon's fire, which apparently was a fuel line fire. That's just a guess, or maybe something near the pop-off valve. There was a lot of flame just to the back of Dick's neck, but the driver was able to escape without any injuries. But that's been the only incident of the race, and Mario Andretti has made it look easy in this bright red Bud number 3. There is the long backstretch up to 180 miles an hour. Rick Mears, who qualified so well here this weekend, right now runs in the number 5 position. He's about 58, almost a minute, 58 seconds, almost a minute behind the leader, Mario Andretti. And right behind Mears, just a few tenths of a second ticks, that is, behind Rick, is the international star, Brazil's Emerson Fittipaldi.
Although Rick started up in the front row there, Larry, he's dropped back a little bit, but once again on the Penske team, I wouldn't count him out as Fittipaldi's closing in on him.
Chip, more road course races than not have turned out to be not exactly endurance contests, but almost chess matches. We have seen so much happen with this fuel situation. Driver fatigue to a minor degree begins to figure in. Chassis fatigue on the race cars. A lot of things can happen. And I think over the last 3 years on the road races that we have been covering on ESPN, we've seen Rick Mears and Roger Penske win more using their heads rather than Rick's right foot than anybody.
Without a doubt. That's been the Penske trademark over the years. And Rick Mears is especially good at being in the car and being able to tell when to really turn on the speed, when to lay low and wait for an opportunity. Rick has much experience in the desert racing and the off-road racing, and I think that's where he got that experience as we see him try to go by John Paul here and Jose Legarza.
Rick in heavy traffic as they enter Madness. He gets underneath Jose Legarza. He'll now go to work on John Paul. He would have liked to have gone high going through Madness and gotten around both of them, but they were too abreast going down the backstretch. So Rick, there you see him, will have to set up John Paul on his own now as they work left, now right. They're going to go back left over a little bit of a hill, and there's a jump right there, and it's quite a thrill when you're behind the wheel of a race car when you come up from underneath that tunnel. Rick Mears, a 3-time car PPG Series champion.
You know, once again, Larry, that's why the drivers cannot afford to take it easy at any time, really. Once you're off of that back straightaway in the S's section of the track, in the chute, all the way up past the carousel, until you get back to the front straightaway, you can't pass. That is why you cannot afford to relax or to slow down. You never know when you're going to get in traffic, get behind somebody. It's mid-Ohio. It's very narrow in certain spots and very hard to pass.
Well, Chip, Bobby Rahal tells me that it's at least 2 abreast all the way around, that there's at least 2 abreast in the carousel. You can pass anywhere on the racetrack unless the guy in front of you doesn't want you to.
That's exactly right.
And I've not known too many race drivers who did not want to hold the guy behind him back.
Exactly.
We're watching Rick Mears. Rick Mears continues to motor in 5th position. Remember, the leader, Mario Andretti, has about a minute advantage on him. Rick is now going to work on John Paul, who incidentally is 1 lap down and runs in 14th position. John has made his pit stop. We have completed 38 of 84 laps, so we are coming up to the halfway point. That'll be at lap 42, of course, in this 200-mile race. And Rick Mears, maybe he's biding his time. Maybe he's struggling. You don't really know at this point. You never know what's going on in the brain trust there in the Pennzoil Z7 Specials crew. They have been in control of so many races, and the rest of the drivers and crews weren't even aware of it in a couple of instances. But I have a feeling that with the performance of the Lolas so far this year, with Andretti and Sullivan near the front, I have a feeling they're the ones in control. Rick Mears continues to trail our leader, Mario Andretti. We are approaching the halfway point in the race, and we'll be back after this. Mario Andretti at about the halfway point in this race, now completing lap number 40. Actually, 2 laps to go before we're halfway through. 41 laps down now, I stand corrected, as he completes another lap as he streams down the front stretch. Jose Legarza is trailing Mario. Mario has just put another lap on him, and Andretti just continues to make everybody else look not only at his heels but also in their mirrors, because he's lapping just about everybody in the field. Only 7 cars now remain on the lead lap. Mario plus 6 others. Gary Lee down in the pits has been monitoring the situation, also watching the fuel. He's just gone through the first series of pit stops. And Gary, what are your thoughts at this moment?
Well, first of all, on Mario, it was interesting to note that all season long, as these drivers make their pit stops, they take on some type of liquid refreshment. However, Andretti has not taken 1 drink during a pit stop this season. Obviously very calm, cool, and collected in the cockpit. Also, you were talking about John Paul Jr., the car perhaps not handling because of that missing right front stabilizer bar. We talked with Paul Diatlovich, the chief mechanic on the California Cooler March. He said actually right now his driver John Paul is racing faster than he did when he qualified. So apparently the car is handling okay. Chip, a question for you. For the layman at home, exactly what does that front stabilizer bar do?
Well, the front stabilizer bar, Gary, keeps the front end of the car from rolling. In other words, keeps the car level at all times. In other words, what the left side of the car does, the right side does because of that stabilizer bar.
There was a final practice session yesterday afternoon, and several people, including John Paul Jr., made significant gains in terms of their on-track speed. Derek Daly was the fastest one yesterday. Jose Garza, incidentally, has pulled into the pits as we talk about Derek Daly. Daly was the fastest one yesterday and has been able to hold on to the lead lap. There is Jose Garza coming in to make a pit stop on lap number 41, which is really out of sync from just about everything we would have predicted before the race began. I think Jose has sensed some type of problem with the machine. It's a long, slow pit stop, a lot of conversation, and when there's a lot of talk like that, Chip, it's seldom routine.
Very seldom routine like that. He didn't even take on fuel there. What happened? Jose's had a rough weekend. He crashed in practice, took off the front end of the car. He was thwarted, of course, in qualifying by the rates of rain we've had. It's been a tough weekend for him.
Well, there's John Paul Jr. You can see the damage to the front of the car, a tire mark on the nose, the right front wing and stabilizer missing. And John Paul, he has only been in 4 races this year so far, wandering around looking for a ride. He's been successful in recent months. He has been on in one road course race prior to this. Matter of fact, he did quite well when he performed at Elkhart Lake. And at the top of the screen, you can see a couple of cars coming very close together that time in the background as we watch John Paul Jr. and Scott Dixon work their way through the chicane, actually there to slow the cars down to set them up for the keyhole. This racetrack would be incredibly fast on that particular section of the racetrack if it were not for that chicane, but you have to back out of the throttle a little bit. I don't think you touch the brakes going through there, do you, Chip? You just get out of it.
You don't touch the brakes, Larry, but what's interesting is it's flat and it's very hard to see the turns up there. The asphalt is flat. There are no trees or pylons or any type of marker as you go up through the chicane there. It's a hard thing to spot when you're approaching it at over 100 miles an hour.
John Paul Jr., of course, who started the year out, and there is John Paul, or rather Al Unser Jr. Al Unser Jr., who was running in 4th position. He had managed to cling to the lead lap with the pace setter Mario Andretti, and Unser Jr. is in a position he has been so many times in his young career as an IndyCar driver, out of the race after running competitively near the top. Gary Lee is with Roger Penske, the man who manages the team and the cars for Al Unser Sr. and Rick Mears.
Roger, Rick has fallen out of the top 5. Is this strategy or is there a problem in the engine?
Well, no, I just talked to Rick and asked him. He just said he's backing off the pace. You know, we've got to finish this race with the points, and we know that the road racers are going to be a little stronger than we are, but there's a long way to go. I understand that little Al just dropped out that little soft spot, so it's a long race to go, and we've got to finish.
So it's just a matter of conserving the point situation.
Well, it's a matter of running as fast as we can without getting into trouble, and that's what Rick's doing.
All right, nothing wrong with car number 6.
You know, people who aren't aware of IndyCar racing or perhaps professional automobile racing might think, well, it's easy to say that the son of a famous racing driver, talking to Al Unser Jr., the man on your screen, oh, he's going to be a star someday. And there are those who might say, well, he's there only because of his dad. But I'll tell you, Chip, this guy is an incredible racing driver. We have seen him in ASA stock cars, raced against him in go-karts, seen him in Super Vs. Whenever he gets in a sprint car on dirt, he's right up at the front.
Well, you know, he's quite the man off the track also, Larry. During our accident at the Michigan 500, the medics rushed to him, they rushed to me, and the medics that were on me, I guess, apparently called for some help. Al Jr., his ankle only hurting, said, look, he said, go help Chip. Let's help him, get him, make sure he's okay. He brushed off any medical help so they could get with me, and I want to thank him for that.
Well, there is Rick Mears, now running in 6th position. He's still on the lead lap, but I'll tell you, Mario is closing in on him. We're showing Rick now about 80 seconds behind Mario, and that's pushing close to a full lap here around Mid-Ohio. So Rick will be checking the mirrors with the radio. He probably has an idea that Andretti is closing in, and he may kick up the speed just a little bit. As you heard Roger Penske mention, he probably would like to stay on the lead lap, even though at this point they're kind of conceding the fact that if Andretti and Sullivan and Rahal finish, they're going to be difficult to beat. They probably would like to be in a position to be on the lead lap. Al Unser Jr., by the way, just to put a period on that story, he does have one victory this year, that win coming at Portland, an ESPN broadcast. He has led so many races in the past 2 seasons or run in the top 5, only to be without luck. And I'll tell you, if he ever starts having good luck, Katie bar the door, because that guy's going to be one tough customer. There is Rick Mears, a former champion, a 2-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. a man who qualified second here today and perhaps would have liked to have run a little closer to the front, but the pace that the Lola contingent, and primarily the red Lola contingent of Andretti and Sullivan, have been setting for the past 2 months has just been incredible. So Rick and Roger Penske have made the decision to run their own race here today and hope for a good finish, as they are right up there in the point standings. Well, there is the main man. As we told you, the main man was beginning to reel in Rick Mears, and now Rick can not only see him, Chip, but he can hear him, he can smell him, and he can feel him. He's right there.
It's got to be a tough feeling for Rick to be getting a lap put on him. I can tell you there aren't many races we go to where Rick Mears gets a lap put on him this early in the race. Well, at the midway point especially.
Andretti not only going fast, but putting on a tremendous display of driving. Unless you've ever driven a Formula or an open wheel car on a road course, you just can't imagine how much work is going on. Let's watch Mario as he goes to work on Rick Mears. We'll pick up the explanation on driving in a second.
You know, I think what's interesting is we see Mears' car, the back end of his car seems to be oversteering a little bit. If you watch him through the S's here, he seems to be getting a little loose at the back of the car. That could be affecting his overall speed.
And really, in a race like this on a road course, when there are seldom any overall yellows, you're just about stuck with that unless you can get real lucky in a split second during pit stop, aren't you, Chip?
Exactly. Or if you have a pit stop where it's something easily you can change. A wing, sometimes they can do it on a normal pit stop, but you see Derek Daly oversteering that a little bit. And look at that tire mark on the side of his car.
I'll tell you, he's been close to somebody, hasn't he? And it wasn't one of his own crew, one of his own tires in the pit area. You saw Derek just wrestling that car. Looked like coming out of turn number 14, which is really not that sharp of a corner, just before he went into the carousel. But Derek Daly is doing well here. He qualified well up into the top 10 this week. Derek was 7th fastest on the grid during Friday's qualifying. He was the fastest, remember, on the full loads of fuel in yesterday afternoon session. And Daly right now runs in 5th position, and he's beginning to challenge Emerson Fittipaldi for 4th position. That's Fittipaldi in 4th and Derek Daly in 5th. Gary Lee?
Well, first, to address your comments about Derek Daly, he was very pumped up before this race, very optimistic, and he's not superstitious at all because he's wearing a green T-shirt. He said the car was handling well, he was doing what he had to do, and it should be a very good day for Pravimi Veal.
One of those guys whom you can identify by the helmet. It's black with a yellow arrow on the top, and it also has his birth sign, the Pisces, on the side of the helmet. So if you're ever wondering what car Derek Daly is in, just watch for the black helmet with the yellow arrow, and Daly has just moved up a position. Derek Daly, an expert road racer, has now moved to 4th position.
You know, he and Fittipaldi have driven with each other before in the Formula One series the past few years, and I had dinner with Emerson last night, and he was telling me about Derek, and he's driven with him before, so I'm sure this is not an unfamiliar sight for Emerson.
And the two of them, Chip, really point out the international flavor of IndyCar racing in 1984. 13 different states were represented, and Derek is off into the grass here on the front stretch. A tense moment, not only for Derek, but Emerson Fittipaldi. A momentary lapse of concentration. I'm guessing he was watching the pit board, Chip, as he came down the front stretch.
I would think, you know, here at Mid-Ohio, they have the pit boards on the opposite side of the track, which they don't have too often, and Derek went off on the outside of the track, but apparently didn't lose any time. He kept it together. I have to commend him. A fine piece of driving.
Can you imagine Fittipaldi's eyes? They must have been as big as saucers at that moment.
He probably almost came out of his helmet there, hoping to not see Derek come across in front of him.
I'm not sure, but I think I may have just seen Derek kind of give a wave to Emerson as they came down the backstretch. If indeed that's what happened, he was saying, Emerson, I'm sorry, I'll be better the next time around, I promise.
We'll keep an eye on him and see.
Derek Daly, the man who represents the country of Ireland. Emerson Fittipaldi, we mentioned earlier, from Brazil. 5 foreign countries in all were in today's race, and there have been as many as 8 represented in individual IndyCar races in 1984, and apparently more in 1985. Chip, we've got to make mention, part of the news of the week was the new driver officially for 1985 behind the wheel of your car, at least up to this point, the red number 40.
No doubt about it. Emerson Fittipaldi is going to drive for Patrick next year in the number 40 car. Emerson has talked to me. I told him I wish him good luck driving with the team, and it looks like I'll be on to another team.
And Daly is in trouble. Derek Daly is coasting, coming down the front stretch. There is nowhere to hide. He's in a very narrow straightaway, He has passed the pit entrance. He'll try to coast to a grassy area. There is one coming up about 1/8 of a mile ahead of where he is now. But Derek Daly has problems. There you see him pulling off in a finger area that's right in the middle of the keyhole, if you will. He finds himself a dirt road and pulls behind a wall.
I think he's cutting the track, Larry. I think he's going to cut the track and get back on it. I think he took a shortcut.
Well, Jim, I don't know about that, but that's a ruling that will have to be made. As long as he doesn't improve his position, I think at this point he's hoping to be able to coast all the way around and get back to the pit area. But I believe that as long as you don't improve your position by shortcutting the racetrack, you're not going to be penalized. But the 31-year-old driver, he's got power, Chip. He's definitely got power. He couldn't coast that far, particularly uphill.
I'm sure that's going to give Emerson Fittipaldi quite a sight if he hasn't gone around him already.
That's a good
come around and see Derek again in front of him.
Reminds me of Wilbur Shaw about 40 years ago at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. In his rookie year, he went over the wall, and most of the other drivers thought that he had been killed or at least mortally wounded. And about 8 laps later, he got in the team car, and as other drivers saw him, they were pulling in thinking he had seen a ghost. Derek Daly will be trying to make repairs on the Provimiville March. Mario Andretti continues to lead the race with Ray Hall running in second position.
We are back at Mid-Ohio in the pit area of the Provimiville, number 16, Derek Daly. His Irish eyes are not smiling right now. He has indicated to the crew there is a problem with the gear shift linkage. They topped off the fuel in the car. Right now they're going to work on the shifter, trying to get this number 16 back in the race.
We have been all green so far here at the Escort. Radar warning 200. There is Al Unser Jr., one of the drivers out of the race. He dropped out on lap 43 with an engine problem. Here are the others: Jesse Ferguson, Morton, Corrado Fabi, Dick Simon, Jeff Brabham, and Peter Kuhn running in his first race. And by the way, happy birthday, Mom Kuhn. This was Peter Kuhn's mom's birthday, and I'm sure she's sad that her son dropped out, but he made it, Mom. He made his first IndyCar race ever in his career, and I guarantee you had a good weekend. Al Unser Sr., or rather Al Unser Jr., there you see him again, reconfirmation on him being out of the race. There is Roberto Guerrero. Roberto runs in 8th position in the Master Mechanic number 9. This is a car that has undergone some changes in terms of team personnel over the last month. Guerrero has been very fast from time to time. In the 1984 season, he had a tremendous performance at the Indianapolis 500 this year when he finished second. And right now, Roberto runs in 8th position.
He does, Larry, and I'll tell you, we're on working lap 53 here. You know, it might be time for Mario Andretti to come back in the pits soon again. He was in on lap 25. When he does come in, we'll get a good indication of what kind of mileage Mario is getting on his second stop. What the teams do, they calculate their mileage by how much fuel they have to put in on the first stop. They can tell what mileage exactly they're getting by how much goes in the car.
Chip, having stopped at lap 25, I think he's got to go at least to lap 55 to be able to make the distance, unless they've got some real trick mileage situation going on. I think he's got to go to lap 55 or 56.
I'll tell you, the next few laps will tell the story.
Well, we've completed 53. We expected most of the drivers to pit around lap number 60, maybe lap 58 to 60. Guerrero now slowing as he comes into the pit area. Roberto Guerrero coming in for his second pit stop. He'll need fuel. They'll check the tires to see what they wear, although these radial Goodyear tires have been wearing quite well. Now Roberto asking for a conversation. Roberto Guerrero signaling to his crew members. Phil Casey, the man heading up this crew now. George Bignati standing in the wings. In an advisory capacity now, the man who started out as the chief mechanic on this crew when the year began. 54 laps now down as Emerson Fittipaldi in 4th position. He also makes a pit stop. The clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen is for Guerrero, 25.3 tenths, and that's about 10 seconds slower than most of the other front runners have been stopping, but Guerrero is not necessarily in the hunt right now for victory. There is Emerson Fittipaldi. Boy, remember that bright pink race car and pink driving suit he had at Indianapolis? Well, Chippy told me this weekend that it's definitely permanently retired, but I noticed he's still got that Spider-Man helmet. It's a real deep metallic blue with bright orange trim.
He seems to be playing with his helmet right there. Must have some sort of problem with it. I think it's interesting to note that Fittipaldi took on 3 new tires that stop. Not 4, not 2. An interesting tactic here at this point in the race.
Well, we are anticipating the stops of our main drivers as we look at Emerson Fittipaldi going down the backstretch, the fastest place on this racetrack. What about it, Chip Ganassi, the backstretch?
As you exit the tricky keyhole section of the circuit, you enter the back straightaway. It's a very fast downhill straightaway with a kink in the middle of it. You exit the keyhole in approximately third gear. You're up into fourth and fifth before you even get to the kink in the straightaway. By the time you're at the kink, you're approaching 175 to 180 miles an hour. After the kink, the car drifts back over to the left side of the circuit, and at that point you look for a break in the asphalt, which indicates you'll have to be braking and downshifting for the next right-hand turn.
Chip, I would imagine the first couple of times you go down that backstretch and go into madness, it must be a thrill.
It is quite a thrill, Larry. I can relate a situation one time in 1978. I was here in a Formula 4 tonight. Went down the end of the back straightaway there and was racing with a man. I locked up my wheels underneath him and I slid straight into the woods there. So we don't want to see that happen to anyone today.
It wasn't even enough that the banking could catch you there, eh?
Not enough.
Well, Mario Andretti continues to turn in an average speed better than 2/3 of this field qualified at for this race. Andretti has been smooth, he's been fast, the race car has been flawless. That's one section of the racetrack right there underneath the Budweiser Bridge. We've seen Mario drop the right side tires off a couple of times, and at first I thought it was a mistake, and now I'm convinced that's his line. That's where he wants to be.
Apparently that car is working very well over the bumps. If he can afford to drive over the speed bumps like that, his shocks, they're doing a good job, and it doesn't seem to upset the attitude of the car. Believe me, it's not like Mario to drive over something like that if he doesn't have to, or if he doesn't want to.
Now there is the leader, Andretti, through the chicane, setting up again turn 3. The beginning of the keyhole, you hunker the car down low on the inside of the racetrack. And then up to turn 4 as you come out of the keyhole. We now have a report from the pit area that the number 16 car of Derek Daly, the engine has finally been shut off. They are unable to engage the gears, so there are more problems in the Probimi Veal pit. And Derek Daly, whose first victory, I believe, is imminent, looks like will not come today. There is Rick Mears, one of our leaders. Mears runs in 4th position, 1 lap down to the leader, and not only refueling the race car, but some cool water being poured into the cockpit.
I'll tell you, Larry, it must be very hot out there for them to be pouring water on Mears. It looks like he's apparently stalled it.
Rick Mears has stalled the car, exiting the pit area, and this will cost him dearly. He was racing on the track with Emerson Fittipaldi, Michael Andretti, and Howdy Holmes. All of those drivers were 1 lap down and within 20 seconds. And now Danny Sullivan, the 3rd running car, comes into the pits. You see Danny going by Rick, and they're having a hard time getting the Pennzoil Z7 Special refired.
Could mean trouble here, Larry. I saw Mario get the inboard on his last lap. We might see him coming in, and he is entering the pits. Here comes Mario.
Andretti charging in the pit area. There you see him at the top, now the middle of the screen, coming in behind Al Hobart. It is lap number 57, so we guessed he had to go at least 55, maybe 56. I think they got it, Chip. I think they're getting the fuel consumption that they need. He stopped on lap 25. He has gone 32 laps. Is that right? He's gone 32 laps since stopping?
32 laps, Larry, and that will for sure get him. 32 and 57 is well over 84 laps. I think he'll be able to go the distance.
Tremendous gas mileage. Make that methanol alcohol mileage for Mario Andretti as he drag strips out of the course. Ray Hall takes the lead, but it's only temporary. Ray Hall will have to stop. So Andretti and Sullivan have made their final pit stops. Gary Lee?
That time, as we had said earlier, Andretti never wanted something to drink, but apparently this time he's getting hot in the cockpit. He said, have something ready for me to drink. He came in, he took the liquid refreshment. They changed 4 tires this time. They asked him if he wanted a change of the chassis or the front wings. He said no, everything was fine, and he's back out on the racetrack.
Andretti out on the course. Ray Hall will be making his final pit stop momentarily. Can Andretti hold on to this tremendous pace which he has set so far? Mario Andretti coming to the pits there. That happened moments ago, but he's the leader. We've had our second incident involving fire. You're looking at Michael Andretti scurrying out of the cockpit, the water bottle in hand, Chip. He's got a fire.
It's a very dangerous situation, Larry. I'm sure most of the drivers would rather go off the track than experience a fire in the pits.
Well, both cart officials and crew officials from the Krakow people getting a dousing of water on Michael. If there was a fire on the uniform, it was put out almost immediately. There is Michael taking a drink of water. He's the one without the helmet. The other helmeted individuals are crew members of the Krakow Electrolux team. Bobby Rahal, the leader, is in the pit area. This is a routine pit stop. There you see Bobby live now. Bobby Rahal making his final pit stop. He'd like to be able to catch Mario Andretti and Danny Sullivan, but at this moment it's beginning to look bleak. There's Michael Andretti turning around saying, I'm all right, I'm all right. Hi, everybody back in Nazareth, PA, and all my old friends back in Super B's. We're out of the race. I'm disappointed, but I'm okay. Now, in addition to Michael, here is a list of others out of the race. Steve Chassie in one of the stock blocks. Dick Ferguson, another stock block. John Morton, Corrado Fabi, didn't last very long in his American debut. Dick Simon, the other victim of fire. Jeff Brabham, who's done so well on the road courses this year. And Peter Kuhn, who was in also his maiden voyage behind the wheel of an Indianapolis car. Al Unser Jr. dropping out on lap 43. Derek Daly on lap 49. And the most recent retiree, Michael Andretti. It continues to be Mario Andretti. Can he be beaten?
The excitement has started to die down here in the Michael Andretti pit. In retrospect, Michael, what happened?
It just caught a fire and it started to get to me, so I had to jump out of the car and put it out.
You're okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Car apparently was not damaged.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even look at it yet.
Most importantly, Michael Andretti is okay.
Michael Andretti, I tell you, there's definitely an Andretti in those jeans, isn't there? There's a lot of Mario in the way he reacts, responds to situations. I have a feeling he's probably going to be around a couple years, don't you think, Chip?
He sure will be, Larry. And I think it's also one of the first times in this season that we've seen both of the Craco Wolf Systems cars out of the race. They've had a very good record for running a two-car team all season, and I'm surprised to see both cars out of the race.
Oh, they really have. They've been strong on both the types of racetracks, the ovals as well as the road courses. Maybe a little stronger on the road courses. Howdy Holmes, there he is coming at you, going into the keyhole, the white 84 March with the blue trim, the Jiffy Mixes car, the number 41 car of Howdy Holmes' teammate to Tom Sneva. Howdy's having a right respectable day. He's only lost one lap to the leader, Mario Andretti, and I'll tell you, that's saying a lot today here at Mid-Ohio because Andretti has just, in a word, been fast. Howdy Holmes right now runs in 7th position. He's one lap down to the leader, as we mentioned, and really running close to both Rick Mears and the number 4 car of Tom Sneva. Those guys are in contention for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
You know, Howdy had a rough year last year driving for Doug Shearson, and I think he redeemed himself when he showed he can qualify very well anyway. He was on the front row at Indianapolis, qualified 2nd next to his teammate Tom Sneva at Indy this year. And we look to see Howdy's back on the rebound again, I can tell you.
Well, his best road, and look at here, another disappointment among our potential front runners, Roberto Guerrero, who was running in 9th, or make that 10th position at this point. He had been in 8th through 12th throughout the entirety of the race. Roberto Guerrero is going back behind the wall. Problems in the Master Mechanic number 9 car. Guerrero, who has been so strong, particularly on the road courses this year. Another one of the international and exciting rookies in IndyCar racing. Will have to wait also for another day.
I'll tell you, Guerrero, I don't think we've seen the last of him before the season is out. We're going to see something good out of Guerrero in his Browning Master Mechanic car. He's been very, very fast, Larry, a lot this year. He's very fast at Long Beach, very fast at Indianapolis, of course. Where he's had problems, he's always been running at the front. This is one of the few weekends he hasn't been running at the front all season.
There's Howdy again. You know, Chip, Howdy has been surprisingly fast on the ovals this year. Most of his early racing background is on road courses, but on all the oval races, or in all the oval races this year, he's qualified in the top 10 every time.
I think the other important thing to point out is Tom Sneva's done well on the road courses. It shows a lot of teamwork. Sneva apparently helping Howdy on the oval tracks, Howdy helping Tom Sneva in the Texaco Star on the road courses.
His best finish has been a 2nd. I think that was at Phoenix earlier this year. The Teddy Mayer, Tyler Alexander team, a very experienced duo. As you see, the leader, Andretti, going by Holmes, and Howdy's got to just be shaking his head and saying, well, there he goes again. Now I'm 2 laps down. I was going to try and set this one out, or at least get myself to the finish and get as good a finish as I possibly can. So as Andretti once again puts another lap onto Howdy Holmes continues to trail, but Howdy runs in 7th position. It's Andretti, Rahal, Sullivan, Fittipaldi, and Mears. Of course, you're looking at Rick Mears, a man who has won just about every race on the trail at one time or another, but it's unlikely that Rick will win today. We've got 20 laps to go, and he is one of 3 drivers who is 1 lap down to the leader. The 3 drivers 1 lap down are Emerson Fittipaldi, Rick Mears, and the number 4 car of Tom Sneva. The 3 drivers on the lead lap, In third position, Danny Sullivan. It's, guess what, a Lola. The number 5 car in his home track, Bobby Rahal. And if you've been watching and you don't know who the leader is, you just haven't been paying attention.
Mario Andretti. And I'll tell you one thing, Larry, this reminds me of Cleveland. You had 3 cars pull out and put an extensive lead on the rest of the field. Although I finished second in that race, I was a lap and 3/4 down.
Well, there is the third running number 30, the Domino's Pizza Hot One of Danny Sullivan, fielded by Doug Scherson. They started the year out with the DSR. It was a chassis that the team wanted to put together and put on the racetrack on its own, but it just didn't work. They were standing in the right place at the right time in the line of people wanting chassis. They were able to get a Lola that was just before the running of this year's Indianapolis 500. It was obvious that the Lola was going to be very fast from the moment, and Danny way out of shape coming out of that downhill corner. You saw him dirt tracking it, but he gathered it up, and I'm sure with the hot, slippery conditions we have here today, that's happened more times than just the laps that we have seen it. But from the moment they put this Lola on the racetrack, it has been very fast. Gary Lee is in the pit area and has this comment.
Well, Larry, part of the drama at any racetrack is played out in the pit area. We're here with Roberto Guerrero, his wife, Katie, and obviously you're totally worn out at this point. What was the problem with car number 9?
Well, I don't really know. The rear end was just bouncing. I don't know if there was a broken shock absorber or something. You know, just my head just kept hitting against the thing, and at the end, you know, I was making so many mistakes that I just decided to stop.
Obviously, it was the physical abuse that you were taking that forced you to stop.
Yes, I guess, you know, whether there was something wrong with the car or not, I don't know, but I was just that. I mean, I've been doing all the talking of how fit I am, and then I go out for a race like this, so I don't know, we'll find out.
You're okay now?
Yeah, I feel okay.
Well, as we come down to the final stages of today's race, there were a couple of people who were here who were non-qualifiers. We certainly want to cite their efforts. Steve Hostetler was here in his own Esteban-sponsored Mexican food restaurant place. That's what Esteban's is, but Steve Hostetler did not make the field. Chet Phillip was also here. He crashed in practice on Friday and did try to work up the speed yesterday, Saturday, but was unsuccessful in doing so. There were a lot of other active drivers who were in the pit area or here at the grounds who did not participate in practice or qualifying. Johnny Rutherford, we mentioned Teo Fabi. Phil Kruger was a mechanic on the Hostetler car, and the guy sitting next to me, Chip Ganassi. Chip, is there an estimate as to when you might be back?
Well, hopefully, right now I'm working on the last 3 races of the season: Phoenix, Laguna Seca, and Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. By the report, but the doctor says I'm 99% recovered, and they just don't want to let me go back until I'm 100%.
A lot of talk about the dominance of the Lola race car. We asked Rick Mears earlier this week if that was the direction the Penske team was going to go in 1985, and certainly nothing is certain at this juncture in any racing season. Just ask Chip Ganassi about rides, but at any rate, nothing is certain. But one thing that Rick did say is that they have their 1985 marches on order. So the Penske team, at least at this moment, is thinking March for 1985. The Lola people indicate that maybe they won't sell the cars in the wholesale fashion that the March factory has. They may be looking at only 5 or 6 teams and maybe as few as 12 Lolas being rolled out of the shops, at least the distribution shops of car houses up in suburban Chicago. Andretti has set a blistering pace here all day. Again, we're looking at Rick Mears, who runs in 5th position. Andretti's pace is so fast that he is beginning to close in on the 3rd running. There is the 2nd place car, Bobby Rahal. Andretti is beginning to move in on the 3rd running, Danny Sullivan. Gary Lee right now is with the team owner and manager of Bobby Rahal and the man who is the proprietor of this racetrack, Jim Truman.
We always enjoy coming to Mid-Ohio, a beautiful facility. Right now you've got the wick cranked up. What's the strategy?
We don't have any left. Bobby's driving as fast as he qualified, and missing some time yesterday in the rain. I think we're just a little bit slower than we could have been. But Mario's got about a 15-second lead on us, and he's trying like whatever to catch up.
Obviously, all season long, the Marches have been chasing the Lolas. What's on the drawing board for True Sports next year? Another March or perhaps a Lola?
Well, we feel we have a March that's, we've changed it enough that we know the car is, at many racetracks, just as good as the Lola. We're going to stay with March for next year.
So keep the boost cranked up. Good luck.
It's all the way.
Jim Truman.
Bobby Rahal flat out trying to catch the high-flying Mario Andretti. We have completed 69 of 84 laps, 15 laps to go, and Rahal really has his work cut out for him.
A hot, humid afternoon here at Mid-Ohio. One of the drivers now a spectator is Al Unser Jr. Before we talk about what prompted your departure, just exactly how warm is it in the cockpit?
It's pretty hot out there. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the hottest or anything like that, but it is hot out there, and I can see a couple guys with their shields up out there and trying to get some air to them.
And why now are we talking to you and not watching you on the race course?
Well, I came off of turn 4, I believe it is, and onto the long backstretch back there, and the car just started backfiring and missing, and then pretty soon it just quit running, and that was it.
Now you can stand and watch your dad, and I understand now he's in the pit area.
Yeah, but I want him to go.
One answer out, one answer still in the race.
Well, Al Unser Sr. curiously making a pit stop here on lap number 71. All the leaders had made their routine pit stops between lap 55 and 60, but Sr. makes a quick duck into the pits. Maybe he was checking on Junior. I don't know, Chip, but that was an unusual time to stop, and they didn't spend very much time there. From my location, I couldn't tell exactly what they did.
I think it's interesting to point out that Al Sr. is running in 8th place at the moment, according to CART, and we saw him off the track earlier. He's doing a heck of a job out there.
He really has rebounded from that brief rest that he had in the grass. You know, Al Sr. has been one of the focus of attention this week here at Mid-Ohio. All of us got together for a roast with Al Unser Sr. a couple of nights ago, and Gary Lee talked with Sr. about Junior and Sr.
This is about the time of the year when we start hearing rumors. And 2 years ago, we said, Al, is it true you're going to Penske? And Al said, well, I don't know. And I said, you're a free agent. He said, yeah, I'm going to be a free agent, but I don't know exactly where I'm going. Now there's an interesting rumor that I'd like for you to comment about, and that is that an Al Unser Jr. might be replacing Al Unser Sr. in the Penske camp for 85. Would you address that rumor?
I've heard it.
We've heard rumor that you're going to Formula One, to this team or to that team. And one great rumor we've heard, and I just asked your dad about it, was that Al Jr. was replacing Al Sr. in the Penske camp. Now, what do you know about that?
Oh, I don't know.
Rick Gallis is a supercar owner, and he puts everything that I've ever asked for, and so I kind of enjoy the rumors.
My favorite line from the roast the other night, Chip, was Al Jr. stood up and says, you know, I love my dad a lot. I would never do anything to him. I would never take a ride from him unless the price was right.
Unless the price was right is what he said. And I'll tell you what's interesting about both of their interviews. I didn't hear either one of them say no, Larry.
You know, that's true. Good point, Chip. And I've always thought that racing drivers, once they retire, would make great politicians because you all become masters of the non-answer answer, you know?
We saw two masters right there.
Yeah, I'll tell you, two masters maybe of conversation, but also behind the wheel. Al Unser Sr., the only man to win the Triple Crown, all three 500s in 1 year, a three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, and I would go on record predicting that Al Unser Jr. will win the Indianapolis 500 someday in the future. There's a man who's won the Indianapolis 500, and a lot of people thought that he might win 4, 5, or 6 of them, but Lady Luck has just not been on his side, but he does have one of those victories within his many laurels behind the wheel of a race car. But he has done something that only one other driver racing here at Mid-Ohio this weekend has done, and that is become a World Formula One driving champion. Truly a remarkable achievement for any man in his racing career.
You know, Larry, when I first came into IndyCar racing, Mario was very, very helpful to me. He kind of took me under his wing and showed me around at the Speedway in 1982. And I was driving back the car that he drove in 1981 in Indianapolis for a team by the name of Jack Rhodes. And I'll tell you, I have a soft spot in my heart all the time for Mario.
Mario Andretti, a classy man on the racetrack and a classy man off the racetrack. Our Gary Lee is in the pits, and he has a comment on strategy. Gary?
Right now, the strategy for both first and second place is very simple. The boost is turned up as far as it will go. They're very happy, both Andretti and Rahal, with fuel consumption. They feel confident they can keep the boost cranked up and go the distance without running out of fuel.
Chip, I'm going to make a prediction. I'm looking at the pit stop charts. Emerson Fittipaldi, who right now runs in 4th position, stopped on lap 53. They really haven't shown the ability to go more than 26 laps. He's going to fall short. I think Fittipaldi is going to have to come in. We'll watch for that, and that could shuffle the standings in the top 5, because right now it is Andretti. They're the leader, with Bobby Rahal 24 seconds back. Then 1 lap down, Danny Sullivan, Emerson Fittipaldi, Rick Mears, Howdy Holmes, and Tom Sneva in that order.
Very, very interesting down at the end here. You know, like I said, it just reminds me of Cleveland here. You've had 1 or 2 fellas, and they've lapped the entire field. That's really a feat.
Well, maybe the slowest car in the race is Dale Coyne, but you know something? He got in the race, and he's doing what a lot of people only talk about or maybe dream about, and that is getting into an IndyCar race. This is Dale Coyne. This is a 1982 Eagle with a Chevy. He's working from 2 extreme disadvantages. You can see Dale signaling to Howdy Holmes, giving plenty of room. He knows exactly what his position is in the race, and Dale Coyne is making sure that he does not disrupt anybody else's progress. Less than 10 laps to go now. 75 of 84 laps have been completed as we continue to monitor the progress of the Plainfield, Illinois driver Dale Coyne, who started this race from row number 13. He qualified at 93 miles per hour average speed around this 2.4-mile course, and that compares to the 105 mile per hour average that Mario Andretti had. Andretti, remember, however, was 2 1/2 miles per hour faster than the entire field. There's Dale Coyne getting into an IndyCar race. Andretti was so much faster than everybody, they were all shaking their heads after Thursday's practice session. Mario Andretti has been fast since Thursday morning, throughout Friday, Saturday, and certainly today. Bobby Rahal today has been the only man who seems to be even within reach of at least pretending to the throne of Andretti for today.
I'll tell you, 25 seconds back is Rahal in second place, and it's going to take a miracle for him to win the race. Although we did see a similar miracle at Cleveland when Bobby Rahal was out in the lead by a wide margin, and he fell out, and the win went to Danny Sullivan. We might see something similar today. That's what it's going to take when you're that far back.
And not only is Rahal, Chip, about 25 seconds behind, there's Rahal getting ready to put a lap on the 3rd running Danny Sullivan. So Bobby Rahal has just, you know, we should have put money on this race. We said Andretti and Rahal before it went. But Rahal is having a great day, too. And can you imagine lapping the 3rd place car and still not winning the race?
I'll tell you, I don't think Rahal will be too sad about second place today.
Bobby Rahal there in the white, red, and blue trim, number 5. Danny Sullivan there in the red, white, and blue Domino's Pizza, the number 30-minute car, Hot One. Danny Sullivan, the driver out of Louisville, Kentucky, who runs in 3rd place with Formula One experience. 2 times this year he has graced victory lanes in that Team Scherson Lola. Sullivan, I don't know if he moved over or what, but I suggest that perhaps he may have, knowing that Bobby was coming and knowing how late in the race we were. Rahal continues to motor in 2nd place, but boy, I tell you, it is Mount Everest that he has to climb if he wants to catch Andretti. Incidentally, Chip, as we talk about Sullivan, as we watch Bobby Rahal, where those Lolas might be going next year, here seems to be the inside line on those 10 or 12 Lolas that will go out. Obviously, Newman and Haas will have one for Andretti and whatever. Team Scherson will probably have a renewal. Team Forsythe was the 3rd team. They are already active with a Lola. Team BDS may get 3, and one of those might go to Chet Phillip. Wouldn't that be an interesting situation? Crakel is also apparently on the list, as is maybe the Primus racing team.
What's interesting, Larry, is the fact that Lola is not quite the factory that March is. I think I've heard rumors that Lola can only build 15 or 16 cars.
There's Josele Garza. Boy, he's had a tough day. Josele has been in the pits on a number of occasions. Right now, Josele is listed in 11th position. He's lost 7 laps. He's been competitive when he's been on the racetrack. We still have about 13 cars on the track. Pete Halsmer is running last among those 13 left, but remember, Pete also lost a considerable amount of time in the pits earlier when he had some spark and ignition problems. Gordy Johncock continues to race. Scott Brayton looks like he's going to survive another race, and John Paul Jr.
You know, we see Garza here. It's a very hot day, obviously, but, you know, he takes that Schaefer name into off-road racing, does some off-road racing in the truck, in a Ford truck of some sort. I know he does some off-road racing. He ought to be used to this heat, Larry.
Yeah, and he's done very well. He wins races in that off-road stuff. He's also been running Mickey Thompson's indoor series. He's very good at that type of racing. His best finish in the road course this year so far has been 7th. And there's a familiar name, Gordy Johncock in the STP Dayglow Orange. And Johncock, or is that Petty, or is that Patrick Light Blue? Which is it?
I'll tell you, from the STP people, they say it's Petty Blue. Yeah. When you talk to Patrick, he says it's Patrick Blue.
And you talk to Gordy Johncock, and he says
STP Blue.
Oh, he said STP Blue. That's a new angle to it. Whatever the case, Gordy Johncock has used a powder baby blue helmet long before he got this ride, and it's kind of become the unofficial color scheme of the Patrick Racing Team, this light blue, and it's been very convenient for his sponsor STP because it happens to make the car look very reminiscent of Richard Petty's car. By the way, speaking about Richard Petty, in the little town where we spent the weekend at the hotel, the sheriff there was Richard H. Petty. How about that?
The interesting thing there, you know, we've seen STP for years on the Johncock car and on the Petty car. You wonder sometime where racing would be without someone like a STP.
Gordy Johncock right now running in 10th position. He's lost 3 laps to the leader, Mario Andretti, but then again, who hasn't? Johncock has had a rough weekend here. They've lost 2 engines. They lost an engine in an overheating oversight earlier this week, and then they just flat lost one at speed yesterday. He's number 4 in miles completed. As we go back up front looking at Mario Andretti, Gordy Johncock is number 4 in miles completed. So in the category of perseverance, Gordy Johncock is ranked at least 4th, and consider the fact he hadn't won yet. That's a lot of guts.
That is a lot of guts, Larry. You know, at Long Beach, he drove over 3/4 of the race with only 1 gear in the car, and that takes some tenacity.
You recognize this guy? He runs Trans Am, I think, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I think he's done some work on TV also.
Yeah, but the verdict is out still on his driving. Now, obviously, we're talking about Paul Newman, in case some of you men out there in the crowd didn't recognize him. Obviously, all the ladies have probably just swooned and hit the living room floor or maybe the patio. By the way, we hope that you're having an opportunity to watch this race from a nice, comfortable position. This is an awful nice day here in the rolling hills of north central Ohio, and I hope it's a nice day wherever you are this holiday weekend. You know, the drivers were suggesting that the track was much more slippery this year. There was sealant that was put on as Andretti goes around Johncock. Put on it since the last time when they were here, and they called it an ice skating rink, but we haven't seen much evidence of that out there today, Chip. The drivers have been handling it very well, and I'm also told that whereas last year a lot of the corners were 3rd and 4th gear, this year they're 2nd and 3rd gears. They had to gear down.
Without a doubt, what they've done, although the track is not, we saw last year the track was breaking up too, and in many parts of the circuit it was 1 lane going through. I can attest to that. I was here. But now the track, it seemed to stay together all day, although they probably, because of the slippery situation, had to gear down. It's important to point out that for as much as it hinders Mario Andretti, it hinders the man in last place also. So it's kind of relative throughout the whole field what it does to you.
Andretti will be looking for the white flag the next time around. Earlier in the broadcast, we mentioned Kevin Kogan, and there are some others who are laid up but no doubt watching. We want to let them know that we're looking forward to their return to the IndyCar circuit. Michael Chandler, Jacques Villeneuve, Rich Vogler injured in a sprint car accident about a week ago at the Terre Haute Action Track. And a very close friend of ours, Jeff Knuckles, injured in a midget crash about 2 weeks ago, convalescing in nearby Columbus, Ohio. And of course, Jim Gardner from the INDYCAR Racing Team down in the Deep South had a heart attack a few weeks back. And we understand that Jim is getting along fine. We know all those people watch, and we want all of you to know that we miss you and look forward to your return to the speedways.
You know, Larry, I talked to Kevin Kogan the other day, and we might see him back here sooner than most people think. I'll tell you, I look forward to having him around. He's a good driver.
Here comes Andretti out of the carousel, uphill to the front stretch, the start-finish line. Well, not quite out of the carousel, yes. I guess I pushed him around a little too soon. Turns 15, turns 16. The road on the right is the entrance to the pits, uphill. Here's the start-finish line, the white flag from Nick Panoro as Andretti begins his last lap here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. He is looking for victory in the Escort Radar Warning 200. The pit crew, you can see Darrell Salvi, the crew chief. Boy, they're really uptight about this one, aren't they? Boy, when things go well, after you've worked all year or all month or all week, it's a good feeling.
You know, it's about this time in the car that Mario Andretti, I'm sure, is hearing little noises and wondering, he's just got 1 lap to go, and I'm sure that he's hearing all the little innuendos and noises in the car.
Does that really happen?
I'll tell you, Larry, it happens.
You think a guy like Mario, with all those wins, he's won in sprint cars, he's won in dirt cars, winner of the Hoosier 100, he's won races at the high-banked half-mile dirt at Eldora, Grand Prix, Formula 1 wins, he's won in midgets, all those years of experience, stock cars, he won the Daytona 500. You think they'd go away?
You would think it, but I know Mario can tell you he still hears them each and every time around the track, and it's interesting because it's important also to drive just as hard on the last lap as you have all other 83 laps, because if you start to slow down, you might make a mistake then. That's what you have to be careful of. Stay in your rhythm.
You can see the great support that this Nazareth, Pennsylvania driver, originally out of Trieste, Italy, long time ago, he and the family migrated to Nazareth, Pennsylvania, and the people here in Ohio and central Ohio are supporting this man. Checkered flag out, and Andretti and the Lola have won again, the 6th win in a row for the Lola chassis, and the 7th in the last 8 races, and Andretti leads the league with 5 victories.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
The following is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
For IndyCar points leader Jimmy Vasser, those objects are the 3 drivers chasing him in the championship. Christian Fittipaldi, 4th in points. Consistent, always scores on road courses. Gilles de Ferran, 3rd in points. The best on a road course this year. Al Unser Jr., 2nd in points. 25 of his 31 wins have been on a road course. With 4 road races left and a 1-point championship lead, Vasser knows. The Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. The Indy cars have just roared into life, and we're ready for the Miller 200 right in the middle of an incredibly tight points fight right now for the championship. Look at those points. Now, with Jimmy Vasser only a point ahead and all of those on that page, all competent road racers, we virtually have a blank page to run the 4 races to the end of the season. So this is a pivotal race. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Paul, this is the separation between Team Ganassi's 2 pits. On my left, you will find the pit for Alex Zanardi. On my right, for Jimmy Vasser. But here's the problem. That 1 point that Zanardi took, well, it could be the difference in that chase for the championship. Vasser was on the pole before he gained a point. He didn't get it this time. Some people say by the time we get to Laguna Seca, the possibility exists that points difference could make the difference in the championship. This team has done incredibly well. They've started on the front row before. We'll have to see if one can come home the victor.
Gary? Jack, let's check in now on the Al Unser situation. Here's a man who's won this race the last 2 years. 2 years ago, he won it from the pole. Last year, he won it from 8th starting position. Today, he's all the way back in 15th position, so he's got a major task in front of him. He hasn't won this year, nor has the Penske team. They desperately want to win. They desperately want a championship. But if they're going to do it today, they may have to tactically do it through their pit stops. That'll be interesting to watch. Keep in mind, Tom Sneva, 1978, nearly 20 years ago, the last man to win one of these championships without winning a race event. Paul?
Well, so with that key fight in the championship here today, stretching to the end of the season, what do they have to do, Danny?
Well, really what everybody in that hunt has to do is they have to score the maximum amount of points that they can. They cannot falter. They don't need any accidents, anything. They have to get the most points, because if they don't, they can possibly drop back 3, 4, even 5 positions in the championship.
For us, that means great racing. Now, there are a couple of new faces here. We call them rookies, but they're champions from their own series. First of all, Max Pappas is now in the RCR Wells car, number 25.
And Jan Magnussen, he comes over from Formula One test driver, where he drives for McLaren, Marlboro, Penske, if you like, over there with Mercedes power and in the touring cars. It's a natural for him to be in that seat.
They're rolling on the parade lap right now. Let's go back to the Michigan 500 and think about Emerson Fittipaldi. He had an accident, of course, right on the very first lap, got against the wall hard. They operated on him this week. He'll recover fine. But the real question now is, what about his future and retirement?
I think the most looks like I'm not going to race again. I will not race again. I'm not 100% sure because I need some more reflection, but I got a very strong message from the Lord.
We've got a couple of different answers since then from Emerson, including that it might not have been an absolute order. What do you think he'll do?
Well, I tell you, having been in his position where I've had a serious accident, your initial reaction is, you know, I don't want to go back to that. Emerson's won so much over his career. But as you start thinking about it, then you say, you know, I don't really want to go out of racing on that note. I'd really like to have another championship run. So he's got a tough decision in front of him.
And don't forget, Emerson's sitting down in Miami. He's watching this show right now. We'll talk to him a little later. Now, let's take a look at the starting grid. The pole sitter is Alex Zanardi, his third pole of the year, and it comes with a new track record. Alongside his teammate, Jimmy Vasser, the points leader, made his sixth front row start of the year. In the second row, Brian Herta, second place at Michigan, equaled his best career finish. And Michael Andretti, a back-to-back winner here in 1990 and 91. In row 3, Christian Fittipaldi and Scott Pruitt. The fourth row, Greg Moore and Adrian Fernandez. In the fifth row, Bobby Rahal, a two-time winner here, 85 and 86. Andre Ribeiro is outside. His second win of the year came 2 weeks ago at Michigan. In row 6, Raul Boisel, a seventh at Michigan, equaled his best finish of the year. And Mauricio Gugelmin, his first career start was here in 93. In row 7, Mark Blundell and Jill DeFerrin, one of only 4 drivers in this year's race to have led here. In row 8, Alan Tur Jr., who won the last 2 races here, and Parker Johnstone. The 9th row, Robbie Gordon and Jan Magnussen making his first career start, substituting for Paul Tracy. Row 10, Max Pappas, also his first career start in an IndyCar. Stefan Johansson is outside. In the 11th row, Roberto Moreno and Juan Fangio. The 12th row, Davy Jones and PJ Jones. And row 13, Hiro Matsushita and Eliseo Salazar. And as we look over the top of Michael Andretti, there are the points for the rookies. So not only is there a battle for the championship, but look at the 1 point difference between Alex Zanardi and Greg Moore in the rookies points, and that's because Zanardi was able to earn a point for getting on the pole here. And then here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, 2.25 miles, 13 turns, 83 laps, 185.8 miles. That's the distance. Now, one of the interesting things about this track, too, is that they will start over on what is really the backside of the race course. That's because the pit straight's a little too short to safely do it. And so they start in one place, they finish in another. There are your passing zones and your trouble zones. As we're ready now to roll to the start at the Mid-Ohio 200, the Miller 200 here in Mid-Ohio. There is the starting area. You saw it there. This is turn 1. They'll move into formation after they get through this corner, and then we'll be ready to go. The 2 Target Ganassi cars on the front row.
Well, and everybody's jockeying right now. They're trying to warm up their tires. They got to get them a lot of heat on them because they go into the S's, a lot of tight corners right there. The reason they start on the back straightaway is because that front straightaway is so short. They want to give everybody plenty of room to sort themselves out and have a good, clean start.
Boy, there's a great view as now downhill. Green flag should lie just ahead. Zanardi surges way ahead. And they go green. So Zanardi pulls way ahead right at the start. And now into the first corner. Puff of brake smoke. DeFerrin gets in trouble, goes off course. And that's a very dangerous section. Fortunately, he wasn't up to top speed, but getting that car out of there is going to be very difficult for Jill DeFerrin. And remember, he's one of the key people in that points fight.
Well, that really cost him right there. Like I said in the beginning of the show, you got to get maximum amount of points. You can't have any problems go. He's not going to do a very good job in here. That sand's supposed to get in there, and he'll lose too much ground.
If he doesn't dig in, he might get out of there. Here's what happened. Coming down into the green, look way over to the right there.
At the back of your screen, that black, see, he locks up. He just locks up, and he taps the car in front of him. That looks like it was one of the Pac West cars.
Gruselman.
And he just locked it up. He just got in there too deep.
And the course marshals are reporting that Mark Blundell has a flat tire. We've gone to full course caution right here on the start. That's going to help Gil DeFerrin. They'll be able to get him out of the sand trap, and hopefully he will be back into the race. Well, they try to get with DeFerrin in the cockpit. Never seen that before. They're trying to get him out to the edge of the course. And Mauricio Guzman, by the way, was the one with flatted tires. They are under full course caution, and it looks like they're doing a little more work than just that.
Well, I think he got hit pretty hard there by Gil DeFerrin. See, we're in the screen. They're not in it yet. Here comes Mauricio. You'll see him come in there. The red, boom! He just rams him right in the back hard. That probably cut his tire, but it might have done some suspension damage. That's why he's still in the pit if it was just a tire. And the reason they're taking DeFerrin, see, they're going to try to get him off there, pull him. He'll jump start the engine. See, his nose is all black down there. That's where I think he hit Mauricio. And then what will happen is they'll give him a tow start. He'll go in and get new tires and try to get back out. But I got to tell you, Paul, unless everybody else has a problem, his race in terms of the points today are over because he'll be 3-4 laps behind by the time he gets out.
Yeah, it looks that way. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Well, we're just standing by with the crew down here, and they've gone over the wall, and they've got fresh Goodyears out there, and they're hoping that they will see their car very shortly. He can get in here, and they're anxious. Obviously, great disappointment because everybody's so pumped, so primed. They know the critical importance of this race, and now they've been deflated with this incident right after the green flag. So a very, very tough break for Gil DeFerrin. We'll just wait with the crew and see what happens. Paul?
Well, the crew sits there. They wait. They have no idea what might be occurring on that race car, what damage there might be. And Guzman continues to sit in the pits as well. Jack?
Well, let's update you on Mauricio Guzman. They changed the tire. Now they want to check through with the luxury of this full course yellow, all of the suspension pieces, make sure that they don't miss something. Let's update you on a couple of issues. Number one, Jimmy Vasser, before the start of the race, was on the radio complaining about his teammate. He said Alex Zanardi wasn't giving him the proper room. He said he's going to try and jump me on the start. Nobody answered him. There's also been a major change in Alex Zanardi's pit crew today. You see, earlier today, Rick Davis, who changes the inside rear tire, they think he may have suffered a broken foot while he was pushing a big toolbox out here to the pits. So the team has had to scramble. They've added Simon Hodgson to the inside front tire changing position, moved Rob Hill. Remember Rob? He was the guy that came down with Lyme disease. He's moved to the inside rear, replacing Davis. And Philby will stay right where he's been.
And green flag comes out as Zanardi leads him down. Look at Ray Hall and Ribeiro as they both jumped underneath of Greg Moore.
Greg Moore's got some kind of a problem. Everybody went by him. He was getting past. He was that bright blue and white car that you saw on the outside of your screen. He was getting smoked.
Michael Andretti chases Brian Herta back to the front. The 4 cars, the pole sitter Alex Zanardi. There is Moore, and he's in trouble. Remember that rookie points battle we were telling you about. 1 point separates Zanardi and Moore. Another story. DeFerrin is in problems in terms of trying to catch up. Now Moore, some sort of mechanical problem that's going to affect that fight.
Now Jimmy Vasser was complaining about his teammate not giving him room. I think his teammate's pulling away from him at a pretty steady move right there.
And it looked there like Jimmy was very loose coming over the top of that one hill.
Paul, what happens here a lot of times too, if you don't get your tires up to temperature on those yellows when you're moving them around, this first laps around here, he might be conservative on them, trying to hold those tires together for as long as he can, so he's got them at the end of the run.
Brian Herta, Michael Andretti in pursuit. DeFerrin coming out of the pits. So they've got him back underway, but he's well back. That's just brake smoke ahead as somebody jammed down on the brakes hard. This is the keyhole.
Well, that's Michael Andretti. He's chasing Brian Herta. And of course, he's got Scott Pruitt in your screen right there, right behind him.
Pruitt, then Christian Fittipaldi. On board, Christian Fittipaldi now.
Now, Paul, what you'll really see here is watch his hands and how physical this track is. And see, they've got no brake. He turned right, now he's left. He's up over the sharp hill, gets a little light there. Down out here, he's got a brake. The car wants to go left, up over that hill again. Off there, now he comes up through this corner here. Now he's got a sharp left-hander, a short, just a squirt on the throttle, brake hard. This is a tricky corner, the carousel. Around this, very important to come off here with the power, left-hander. See how much his hands are moving? He's going to be doing that all day long. Now a fast left-hander through here. This is quick. This is in fourth gear, almost flat out, and up to what we know is the keyhole.
Now, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, in the past we have run positioning throughout the field and the laps to go down across the bottom of the screen. Here's something else we're going to try. It might be a little more convenient if it's up in this section, especially on a road race. Let's see how this works. Seems to be working very well thus far. Gary Gerald, Greg Moore, what's the problem?
Apparently lost boost, Paul, for a moment, maybe more than a moment. Dropped all the way back to the end of the single file procession. Now they're checking the computers and the telemetry, and it looks like the boost is coming back. Meanwhile, they've got all the spare electronic parts poised just behind pit wall in case they have to bring him in and make changes. But right now, it looks like he's back up to power. But boy, what frustration.
Greg Moore right in the middle of that rookie fight. Kind of surprised me that he has not yet won a race. I really thought he was going to score in his first season, but still 4 races to go. He's a road racing expert. Maybe it happens here. Andre Ribeiro. Honda power, there he is, the Ducati car now on board the Miller car.
Paul
Ribeiro, and I meant Fernandez.
Right. Paul, interesting here, though, that you bring up that he could win his first race. Of course, he's dropped back off that, but no driver has ever won his first race at this race.
And we're riding with the guy who probably has the most experience. That's Bobby Rahal, currently 8th. And Rahal, this is his home track. He lives not all that far from here in a Columbus suburb as he comes in to challenge Fernandez.
You know, it's interesting. We just saw him down there at the end of the straight following Fernandez in that Honda powered car, Bobby being Mercedes. Mercedes found that here at this place at the end of the straightaway, they had the fastest trap speeds of any of the cars out there, the Mercedes powered cars. So I think we're going to see those guys a lot closer to the Hondas than we've seen in some of the races previously.
Now the report from the pits is that Mauricio Gugelmin is out with suspension problems, so he's the first retirement of the day. Al Unser Jr., look at this, starts 15th, up in 9th. So Jr. very much aware of the championship, the 2-time defending champion at this track. While a rookie may never have won it here, Al Unser Jr. certainly knows his way around, the winner the past 2 years. So 7 laps are now complete. The pole sitter Alex Zanardi jumped out to a good start on both the green and then on the restart. His teammate, the points leader Jimmy Vasser, is following. Back at the Miller 200, the beautiful Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Lexington, Ohio. The battle is for 3rd place. Michael Andretti, the black Kmart car there, is chasing that yellow, black and white shell car of Brian Herta. He's been right on the top of Herta a couple of times in what's developed into a pretty good fight, but has also brought Scott Pruitt and Christian Fittipaldi down where they're very close to getting into this battle as well. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Paul, you're looking at the nose piece from Gil de Ferran's car. Now, where did it end up? It ended up in the tire that was deflated of this man, Mauricio Gugelmin. He didn't hit you, he speared you.
Oh, it was incredible. I made a good start. I saw nobody behind. I went around the outside. I was close to passing Ribeiro. Next thing, this bang on my back. I think he missed his braking point by 200 yards or something.
Well, he missed his braking point, and we told you they were going to check around Gary Gerald. What they found were the wishbones were bent and broken as well. So he's out of the race. Gary?
And Jack, here's the other part. This is what's left of Gil de Ferran's nose. And you can see how all of this carbon fiber, Kevlar type of stuff that's so strong has just been twisted and chewed away. That's what happens when you rear end or make contact with somebody at this great speeds and with all that energy.
I think the point there, too, is that that's not fiberglass. Carbon fiber construction is very, very strong. To do that kind of damage, you're talking some severe energy.
Well, as we saw in that shot, I mean, I think Big Mo's right. Gilles just loused up his braking. I don't think it was too hard, 200 yards, but he loused it up by a lot and just rammed him right in the back.
Blundell has been reported with an off and on. Split off the course, got right back on at turn 2. Zanardi, Vassar, Herta, Andretti. There's the top 4. And we are watching as Michael continues to try and work on Bryan Herta. That's the pit straight. That's where the finish line is. Under this bridge. Nice sweeping fast turn.
That's a really fun corner. That's the fastest corner on the track. You take that in 4th gear. It's almost flat out. But what we're seeing here really is that the 2 Chip Ganassi cars are gone. They've checked out. They've gone down. See, they're down the straightaway. You get a visual right there. Now here comes 3rd place. That's quite a distance with this much, with only having gone, what, 11 laps. But see that battle in there, if you like. Look at this. Bobby Rahal taking a look to get around Adrian Fernandez.
Looks to the outside of Fernandez. Not quite enough room there, but very definitely Bobby's on the prowl. This one has closed in to be a little tighter battle than that one we were watching up front. Look at Rahal right there.
And look who is right behind him, who's benefiting from this. Al Unser Jr., Gilles de Ferran, but I think he's about 3 or 4 laps down.
So de Ferran in the middle there, Ribeiro right behind him, and got a problem with P.J. Jones, a fire at the back of that Toyota-powered car. So the Castrol car pulls to the side. There is the IndyCar safety team right there.
There's a smart guy. He knew exactly where the fire station was, if you like. His car is on fire. He knew it. He could feel it. That's why he locked up the brakes. But he pulled in right where the fire truck was.
That's one of the things that they tell you back in driver's school, and it's a rule that never changes, is it?
Well, they tell you, and you know where these guys were. Saw how he bailed out. He could feel that heat.
So P.J. Jones out of the race. Lon Bromley is there, the fellow with his back to us right now. He is the director of these safety teams, does a terrific job. Some of the best in the world at getting down on top of a car and doing what is necessary to keep that driver safe despite what may have happened. And by the way, for PJ's only his 3rd DNF of the year on a team that is with Dan Gurney working developmentally on that engine. You can bet when they get to the winter season, there's going to be a lot of work done, a lot of drawing. They're going to come back next year very powerful. Let's go to the pits and Gary.
Well, we're just checking in on the progress of Al Unser Jr. We had speculated that perhaps they might incorporate some unusual pit strategy, meaning that they might take an early pit stop and make it a 3-stop race, a short fill, which is a quicker stop, and then get back out so that he might cycle into the lead factor. But because Junior's been so good in the early laps and it vaulted from 15th up to 9th, it looks like now they're going to plan on a 2-stop race. They think they're within sight of the leaders and can run with them. Let's go to Jack.
Well, as we take a look at the onboard telemetry for Scott Pruitt, is currently posted in 5th place. It's not changing, folks. Why? The onboard telemetry's gone away. They're not getting anything back here in the pits. Add to that, they had a real brief scare in the first lap when the dashboard went out, Danny Sullivan. But Scott Pruitt changed the battery, made a change. The dashboard's back up, but they have to work the radio to find out what the car's doing.
Well, I got to tell you, though, once that race starts and as busy as Mid-Ohio is, and you want that dashboard, it's not critical around here. They've, because of the practice, as many laps as he's run around here, he knows his shift points. What he's focusing on right now is that car in front of him and the car behind him. He'll just take any warning lights for anything else.
What about that decision by Al Unser Jr.'s crew? You think that's going to play out?
Well, I do, but I think what's great about racing, and particularly IndyCar racing, is you got to think on your feet when something happens. And with him moving up from 15th to 9th, Roger made the decision, hey, we're in a good spot. We're going to go with 2. If he had still been back in 15th, they might have decided on a 3-stop race.
The aerial footage for this weekend's Miller 200 is being provided by the Miller Eagle airplane. There it is. Hi, guys. How you doing? Thanks for the great shots. It's its inaugural broadcast test flight. Give us some rather unique aerial footage for the fans. So that is the plane up above. Here is Max Pappas. That's the 25 car, and that's way too early.
And you know what? Those guys aren't walking around there with any urgency. They got a big problem. Nobody seems to be anxious. He's just sitting in the car hoping they can fix it. That's an unfortunate thing for his first IndyCar race.
A lot of long-distance sports car experience. They call him Mad Max. Great guy to talk to and chum around with. We go back up now to the front of the field. That is Jimmy Vasser. You're on board, and we look ahead to try to find his teammate. Well, there he is, Alex Zanardi, and it looks like he's spread it out even more.
Paul, one of the things, though, that Jimmy's probably thinking about here is that Zanardi's out there in front. He's a little bit quicker. You can't catch him. He's pulled out. He's got to think championship. Sit there, drive the car as comfortably but as hard as you can. Don't lose too much ground for another yellow or something like that, or to take advantage of something that goes wrong, but to get away from those other guys and score the maximum points.
Well, Gary, Max Pappas started 19th. He was able to move up to 18th and then into the pits.
Apparently a clutch problem, Paul. That's what they've been chasing. They've tried to look through some of the linkage that they can get to, and it looks like maybe they've had some success, because now the starter is poised under the rear wing, and they may be trying to fire it up again in a moment. We're just hanging on to see. He started to unbuckle, then got decided no. They're making a wing adjustment, and I think they're going to try to fire it up and get him back on course. Oh, no. They just had a problem there as he began to spin the starter. The clutch wasn't engaged, and the car lurched forward about 6 feet. No problem. Everybody got back.
Well, there is a reason, of course, that we call them rookies. They are new to the series. It's very hard to learn. There is Jan Magnussen. Look at his run up from 18th to 14th. Now he'll move over to Emerson Fittipaldi's car. After this, Paul Tracy will come back into that car, and then we're going to see him over really in the Hogan car for the remainder of the season. Then what? What is his background? What is he about?
Well, he's been a test driver for the McLaren Formula One team and for Mercedes. He drives touring cars, but he's got a lot of single-seat experience. They're very high on him. They think he's very quick. He's done a good job. And who knows? I'm not 100% sure that the Hogan Penske team knows what their plans are for the next year, what's going to happen, but I think this is a good testing ground for him. I think it's very positive. And who knows? He may shine in this car, and they might not take him for next year, but somebody else might decide to pick him up.
Yeah, exactly. This is a time when everybody seems to be looking for who their drivers will be in the future. 16 laps complete. Alex Zanardi is the leader. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations. Bobby Rahal being chased by Al Unser Jr. Next Sunday at 3 Eastern, 2 Central and Pacific, the Indy Racing League will kick off their 1996-97 season. The Indy 500 winner, Buddy Lazier, and the drivers of the IRL head to New Hampshire for the True Value 200. That's next Sunday here on ABC Sports. And Bobby Rahal, Al Unser Jr., they are battling. Rahal currently occupies 8th place. Junior, very conscious of the points fight, certainly wants to get around him. And just behind the two of them, the yellow Pennzoil car is Jill DeFerrin. You see him from time to time. Remember, he's 2 laps off of the pace here, but Danny, he's looked fairly desperate in trying to get around these guys.
Well, that's true. I mean, I think he wants to show that he can drive the car. He's feeling a little bad about the mistake that he made, or real bad about it. But the problem is these guys in front, particularly Al Unser Jr., are battling for a championship. And now Junior is going to get a little bit more anxious right now because Bobby Rahal is losing a little bit of touch to Adrian Fernandez, who's just at the top of your screen there in that red and green car. He doesn't want to lose too much ground to him because he wants to pick up those spots, especially with Jimmy Vasser running in second.
Looking down on the long straight from the Honda Helicam. Down there is the start line, the finish line, of course, over on the pit straight, and Bobby Rahal continues to have Al Unser Jr. right there. DeFerrin is still a bit closed in. Jack Arute, are we getting anywhere close to stops?
Yes, we are, Paul. Tom Anderson radioed to the current point leader, Jimmy Vasser, who runs in second. Let's come in on lap 30. That's what they're planning to do. But Alex Zanardi is being cautioned right now to remember about overtaking traffic. Let's not forget, out at Michigan in the Michigan 500, the wide line and the push condition that puts Zanardi in the wall while leading, Gary Gerald.
Couple of updates here, Jack, as we look ahead to the first stop. I think some of the Goodyear teams, which include Christian Fittipaldi, Michael Andretti, Brian Herta, Bobby Rahal down at our end, qualified on option tires, a softer, stickier compound. You have to start the race in what you qualify. Now, when they get to the first pit stop, many of those tires are going to go to the primary version, which is a little harder compound. So a tire change for many of these teams. And a quick follow-up poll on Pappas. He thought it was a clutch problem. Actually, it was the dead pedal, a footrest, if you will, down in the box that apparently broke. So they refueled him and sent him back on his way.
And Pappas is out. He is 3 laps behind the race, along with DeFerrin. Actually, Pappas now flashes as 2 behind, and then DeFerrin 3 behind, watching for the leaders as they make that move through 13. And you can see already Davy Jones is being caught by Zanardi, and now we look back through a couple of other cars, Salazar, Mashushta, and then the second place Jimmy Vasser. The interval was at about 3.9 seconds, now expanded out as they get into traffic to 4.3.
Well, something you have to be very careful about at Mid-Ohio is traffic, because there's really only one good passing spot at the end of the straightaway that Jimmy Vasser is just coming on to. But then you get frustrated in those tight corners because there's some openings, but if you take them, you're in trouble. For about 5 years when I was racing, the race was lost by just moves like that right there, where the guy would chop him and he'd knock the leader out of the race.
Jimmy Vasser trying to make his way around Eliseo Salazar, but doing it very carefully. Report from the racetrack now regarding Robbie Gordon. As he came past the pits a few moments ago, they said the engine was running rough. Here's a way to find out.
Paul, I don't hear it that bad. I don't hear it as clean as you'd like it, but it's hard to say from a driver's point of view. Don't forget, if it's not super crisp, you can just feel it going off a little bit, and that could be what he's talking about, if he's talking about it. But if the observers are listening, it just could be the way that the engine's picking up.
We do have his radio open, and Al Unser Jr. hits the pits. So Al Unser Jr. in, and this looks like it would be plenty early for Little Al, especially if they were planning that strategy, or is it?
Well, it could be that he made that, he couldn't get by Bobby Rahal, and he felt that he was quicker, so maybe Roger decided, let's stop out of step with everybody else, but maybe it's going to be a 3-stop race now. They've gone back to a 3-stop race possibly.
And Magnuson comes in right behind Little Al. Jackaroo?
Well, Danny, consider this fact, too. One thing that Roger Penske knows very well down here is how important track position, how difficult it is to pass. We've already had one full course yellow. Looking and examining a 3-stop race, not out of the realm of possibility, especially with the leaders pulling away the way they are. If you're in the back, you need to come in early just for track position.
Max Pappas, the 25 MCI car there. Now they're reporting that he is running very rough as well. He certainly was off-song as he came through the final corner there, the carousel, or the keyhole corner. Here come the leaders past. And now Christian Fittipaldi makes his stop. Before we get too far away from Robbie Gordon, he did start 17th and is now running in 12th.
Paul, let me tell you something, too, about these pits. You notice that it looked like he was going uphill. They are going uphill, so you really got to be careful when you leave. You got to give a little bit more RPM to get that thing moving up the hill, because it's just that little bit steeper than the normal pit.
Stefan Johansson and Roberto Moreno. Moreno in that data control car as they come up to the fastest section of the course. And we got a glimpse, too, of Greg Moore. There he is, in fact, closing on this. So we're obviously in the middle of a pit stop window, some a little bit early. The others really expected in about 5 more laps. So some considerable time on this long course before we see the rest of the field coming in. That is assuming that they run exactly on the game plan. Zanardi has led right from the green flag. On board now with Michael Andretti at the Miller 200 from Mid-Ohio. He just went into the pit, so did Scott Pruitt. So 2 Ford Cosworth cars have pitted a little ahead of what you anticipated. And we still have not seen, though, they look like they're on their game plan. The Honda cars, most notably Zanardi and Vassar, are probably due in a lap or two.
What I'm also seeing here, Paul, is I think people are getting more tire wear than we thought. And I know I talked with some of the Penske crew, particularly Richard Buck, right before the stop. They're worried about how long these tires are going to last.
Right in the middle now of some of the stops, Jackaroo.
The reason for Alex Zanardi coming in as early as he is, he was planned to come in on lap 29. He was bottled up in traffic, guys. The crew talked to him, said, rather than battle with the traffic, let's just come in here, make the tire change now. The crew goes to work. Now remember, this crew has been changed just a little bit. The rear tire changer, well, he's making the change, no problems. Just waiting on the fuel. They're talking to Zanardi right now, saying, take it easy. And there's the word, 14.1 seconds, he's off and away.
So as Zanardi joins back onto the race course, Vassar, of course, did stay out, and that will not give him the official record lead for a lap, because as Zanardi came into the pits, he actually crossed the finish line ahead of Jimmy Vassar. But Jimmy Vassar is the physical leader on the track right now, but he's due in at the end of this lap.
That's right. It'll take him for a second for all this to kind of get scrambled out and find out. We'll have to wait for a few minutes just to see who got the better stops and how it played out on the track.
So Jimmy Vassar due in. And the stops here are, of course, the time due in but not coming in.
He's going to lead a lap. He now crosses the finish line. He's the official leader at that point. So he got a lap under his belt. Now, if this was NASCAR, of course, he'd get 5 points for that.
And we mentioned that Joe DeFerrin looked like he was giving it a very hard ride. Apparently, he did get together on the circuit with Hero, and there is some right side damage being reported now to DeFerrin's car. We have not seen him head for the pits. In fact, he just flashed down the pit straight. There he is. We'll look for that. Nothing obvious at first glance on the right side of the car. But Hero does come into the pit. So does Raul Boyce. I'll tell you what, DeFerrin is driving this thing for all it's worth. And they are waiting too for Brian Herta, who is currently second. So if Vassar and Herta come in together, we're going to see a race between those two crews. Plus, where is Zanardi going to be as they join over in the first turn? This is going to be good. Going back on board, Jimmy Vassar now.
Here's where he'd come in.
Carousel.
Here's where he'd come in. Yes, he's coming into the pits.
So Jimmy Vassar makes his turn for the pits, and Jack Arut's there.
Already Tom Anderson is telling Jimmy Vassar to be nice and easy. Watch for the traffic coming in. He hits his marks. Now he's already radioed in that he does not want any changes, just a full tank of fuel. They radio over to him to make sure he resets the fuel button. Jimmy Vassar, now knowing that he's got a drag race on his hands, trying to beat out. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Brian Herta in for his first service. They're going to stay with the option tire. Michael Andretti on his stop moments ago changed to the primary. Al Unser Jr. put primaries on the front, stayed option on the back. Herta 13.8 seconds. Bobby Rahal also in behind him getting his service. A problem on the right rear wheel. Now they get it in shape and Rahal starts to move.
Well, for Herta, you couldn't ask for a much better stop. That was good work by the crew. You may have noticed from the aerial that Zanardi did come across the line and well ahead of Vassar when Vassar came out. So Zanardi reassumes the lead. And then Vassar chased out, and then Herta. So the order should not change when they come around to be scored at the start-finish line again.
We'll have to see as well whether that early stop by Al Unser Jr. actually puts him in front of Bobby Rahal on the track.
And continuing to track DeFerrin, if he has a problem, his crew certainly has not yet reacted to it. And he's gone down the front straight, the pit straight actually here one more time. So he's apparently comfortable with that car. Bobby Rahal, 11th. Robbie Gordon just behind him.
Bobby, of course, stopped after Robbie, so Robbie's got a little lighter fuel load and a little more heat in his tires. He's going to try to get back by him as quick as possible, but I think Bobby's going to be pretty tough. I think he was the fastest guy down the back straightaway during practice.
And Raul Boisel, there he is. One of the rumors for the end of this season. Where is he going to go? Team Green is probably going to change drivers, and Raul Boisel, with quite a bit of money in his pocket, we understand he can take his sponsor Brahma Beer with him, and when he does, he'll be able to find hopefully a good ride. Still seeking his first IndyCar victory. And following up too on the Emerson Fittipaldi story, you know, he's watching down in Miami, and we're going to place a telephone call to him very shortly here. Find out what at least he thinks today, if not what he really thinks about his future.
I'm going to look forward to talking to him because his line's been so busy since his accident. I haven't been able to actually get through to him, just leave messages. So Emerson, if you're listening, we're looking forward to talking to you. Hope you're well.
Oh, he didn't give you the private number, huh? Hey, we have the private number. Christian Fittipaldi and Little Al, and this is a battle for the 7th position between those two cars, and it's the best fight on the course right now.
According to the scoring right now, it looks like that Al Unser Jr.'s early stop actually helped him a couple of spots. It looks like he moved up in front of Fernandez and Bobby Rahal.
Zanardi is still the leader, followed by Vassar, Michael Andretti, Scott Pruitt, Brian Herta, and that's the order. Riding now with Christian Fittipaldi, currently 6th, and on the telephone from Miami with us is Emerson Fittipaldi, watching Christian. Emerson, this has got to be tough for you.
Well, Paul, it's very tough to be here. I would like to be racing there, and I'm very, very happy to be watching the race anyway, and being recovering physically from all the damage I had in Michigan. I would like to thank all the racing fans and the friends that give me a lot of motivation for recovery.
Well, Emerson, in that accident, which was very frightening, what exactly happened to you, and how are you now?
Well, I had the worst was the 7th vertebra that broke down, and I had a surgery by Terry Trummer, Dr. Terry Trummer, and Dr. Green, who is head of the Miami project. And I was very lucky that I have all my movements. I full recover my senses, and I'm sure it's going to be just a question of time. And if physically I'll be apt to drive again, I would like to drive again, but it's still too soon to make any decision, Paul.
Okay, there's another addition then, Emerson. It seems like in a week it's gone from Emo saying that he's probably not going to drive again, and now are you telling us you are and soon, or what are you saying?
I think I saw Danny comment in the beginning, and Danny was exactly right. When you just after you have a crash, you say, I'm not going to drive, and then you start recovering, you feel better, you feel you can physically be ready again to race, and you wish to race again. But at this time, I think I'm very emotionally involved. There's been a lot of mental stress, a lot of physical stress, and I need another 4 or 5 weeks to make up my mind.
Hey, Emerson, this is Danny.
Danny, hi, Danny.
How are you? We really miss you, and you know, I went out of had my crash at Michigan at the same time last year, and I know how you feel.
Thank you, Danny.
Just, you know, watch these races and take your time. You've got plenty of time to make that decision. I know it's going to be a tough one for you.
I know that you called the other day. I was asleep when you called, and you're right. I mean, I need time to recover, and there's a lot of mental stress, and I think being with the family here, the kids, my wife Teresa, is great. But I miss the racing track.
Well, I know what you feel, and Jack Arute, I'm sure, would offer one of his Legends cars for us, and we'll have a match race between all of us guys that are all banged up.
Okay.
And while we're watching Christian here, by the way, Emerson, nothing's changed on the course, so we've been following Christian here. How's he doing?
I think Christian is doing a fantastic job. It's his second season. He's much more mature, and he knows all the track now, and he's charging. He's a tough driver. I mean, he just is not to win in Detroit, and I think any time now he can win a race.
Emerson, one last question from me, and then we'll let you go. What do you think of Al's chances to win the championship?
You know, Dan, you know that Al is always run very strong at the end of the race, and he's there. He's already 7th place in this race, and he's going to get points, and he finished every race. I think Al has a good chance of winning the championship. For sure, Jim Vasser potentially is the most likely can win and be the new champion, but Junior will be there. I mean, the pressure will be there, and Marlboro Team Penske could be running very strong in the next few races.
Emerson, thank you very much. I look forward to talking to you soon.
We miss you, Emo. We hope you get back real quick.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, my friend.
Bye-bye.
And now, just moments ago, take a look at the leader back there in the back as he comes up behind Moreno and locks the brakes up big time.
See, Paul, that's what I'm talking about. You always have to watch the traffic around here. It's so tight, and the traffic has taken out so many leaders in this race in the past. He's really got to be careful.
So this is second place Vasser, who is 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Jack.
Well, here's what's going on with Chip Ganassi talking directly to Alex Zanardi, the leader. He's counseling him about passing that traffic, as Danny Sullivan talked about, but they are in a fuel conservation mode. They have tried to cut back on the fuel consumption, hoping that they can run with a little less fuel on the last pit stop. Not because they need to save fuel, but because it'll take less time for the pit stop. But what they've told Zanardi now, after having that problem, is don't be afraid to go to full fuel if you've got to make a pass in traffic. Guys?
Interesting piece of advice.
I wonder if he'd go to full fuel or if he'd hit that magic button, Jack, that you discovered what it was for, because if it's for 10 seconds and gives it more fuel and more RPM, that would give him enough just to pass the car down that straightaway.
Well, listening to Chip Ganassi talk back and forth, hasn't said a word this week about the button, but he is saying go to position 6 if you need to. Go to position 6. What is position 6? That's full fuel mapping. As soon as they make the pass, Chip gets on and says, now back to position 4. That's conserving a little bit fuel. You know, there's 6 different fuel maps on board these Hondas.
And of course, what that also means why he's going, if they're watching the telemetry in the pits, they can tell when it went to full rich. If they're trying to conserve full fuel, then they'll just turn it back down immediately.
And of course, ever since, well, look at him smoke the brakes up ahead there. So now it's still Zanardi leading, and Vasser's closing in just a little bit. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations. Roberto Moreno has now fallen by the wayside with a gearbox problem, so he is out of the run. We have 40 laps to go here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and you ride on with Bobby Rahal. He is 9th place. Just ahead, that is Fernandez, and the two of them have been battling rather constantly for the past 5 or 10 laps.
He's close going down that back straight, but I don't know if it's close enough to actually make a move, but he's looking at him. Not quite enough.
It's still not close enough. He's almost got to be back under that rear wing. You saw him fall out a little bit earlier, P.J. Jones, and now he's with Gary.
P.J., what was the story on that fire? What caused it?
Well, we were in the hot seat a little bit there. I was just going down the back straightaway. We were getting better and better with the car, and started smoking a little bit, and I looked in the rearview mirrors and saw some flames. I thought, well, I better get out of this thing before it catches on fire. And stopped the safety crew did a great job getting the fire out.
We've talked so many times about this Toyota developmental program. You've stepped up. It looks like you've had more power the last couple of events, even from when you tested here.
Right. I mean, we gained about 2 seconds from when we tested here. And, you know, the car's working better. The motor's a lot better. You know, we really need the off-season to get our car better and get our motor. The off-season comes, I think we'll make great strides.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think a lot of people expect that.
Bobby just making an attempt right there. He wants to stay as close as he can, but see, Fernandez just pulled out a little bit.
Good comparison.
Here we go. Now Bobby's going to take a look. He's going down the outside. Fernandez is blocking to the inside. Bobby does a great pass right around the outside.
There's where experience on this track really pays off. You wouldn't think that was possible, especially considering after the first of those turns, it's off camber. You can fall right off the racetrack.
This one track, though, you can go around the outside there because then you're on the inside for that left-hander up over the hill, the second part of the S's, and it is banked there. And like you said, Bobby's got a lot of experience around there. He's probably done that move a couple times before.
Absolutely beautiful move by Bobby Rahal as he makes the pass on Fernandez.
That Alenter Jr., he seemed to close on him very fastly. See Al's car moving there a lot, but Bobby seemed to close in on him incredibly quickly right there.
And he closes again under braking.
I don't know, that kind of looks like Al Jr.'s having a little bit of problem getting into that corner. Bobby's going to go by him, I believe, right here on the straightaway. Al's going to try to hold him off, but he doesn't have quite enough. I'm watching Al. I think he's using a lot of road here. He's being conservative. I see the car wiggling around a lot. I've got a feeling that his tires are going off a little bit here.
Yeah, there's got to be something going on there because now here is Fernandez, and Rahal just got him so quick and got around him.
And just pulled away. And Al had been out there comfortably in front of him. I've got a feeling that his tires are going on, so he's probably trying to conserve it as much as he can. Don't forget, Al Jr. stopped earlier than most everybody else did by 3 or 4 laps, so his tires are probably going away a little bit faster.
Tires a little close to the end of their life. Roberto Moreno, we reported him out, Gary Gerald.
Yeah, we thought maybe it was a clutch problem. Roberto, I understand that was not the case. What was the problem?
Yeah, well, the data control Firestone car was running fine. It was running very strong, stronger than in qualifying. We made a very good setup. The tires were lasting fantastic. We just had a good pit stop. Unfortunately, changing gears, it's like something broke on the gear shift, and it got stuck in one gear. You moved the linkage backwards and forwards, and nothing happened. So it was the end of the day for us, unfortunately. We'll be back the next race next weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Paul.
Mexico's Adrian Fernandez all over the back of Little Al now.
Boy, that was some close racing in there. I mean, Little Al might have some problems, but he is not going to give up. Jack, you have something?
Yeah, it's exactly what you thought, Danny, and it's exactly what I thought about the early pit stop. He's got 3 more laps on those tires, and according to Richard Buck, this is his quote, this is the price you got to pay when you gamble on track position. The tires are going away.
So Alenter Jr. now has to fight the race course and his tires.
What he has to be careful of too, though, Paul, when he's that close wheel to wheel, if he takes a chance and touches, don't forget Jimmy Vasser's up in 2nd place right now. Al Jr. has dropped back to 8th spot. He does not want to lose those points.
Fight is for 8th. It looks like Fernandez may take it here as he comes inside a Little Al under braking and slides past Robbie Gordon just behind him there. Now, will Gordon be able to overhaul Little Al? Now, look in the upper left-hand corner there. If the race were to end now we know it's not going to end right now, but as we continue to track the championship, well, Vasser, by nature of his position, and Little Al, as a result of the struggling he's going through now, Vasser would surge ahead in the points.
I think that's right now, but I still think there's a lot of racing to go.
Just something to think about. Just a little something for the future.
Well, but the thing is interesting, while you're thinking about that, so are the teams, but so are the drivers. They're actually out there analyzing where they are. They know what position they're in, and they know how important those points are. I believe that's also, as I mentioned earlier, why Jimmy Vasser's probably being fairly conservative.
Now lining up behind Little Al is not only Robbie Gordon, but here's the LCI car, Andrew Ribeiro. And Raul Boisel, apparently a problem. Not yet off the course, finally takes a dart off. Here comes Ribeiro moving inside of Robbie Gordon. And they touch as they come through the corner. Here comes Magnuson, looks like he got him too.
I don't think that Robbie actually touched. I think he had to hit the brakes so that he didn't hit him.
Geez, I thought I saw that. We'll listen here.
Magnuson hit me.
But he...
I'm going to come in, push it back down. Push the steering rod back down. I'm going to come in and pit. Take tires, guys. Be ready.
See, he said that Magnuson hit.
The steering rod into fuel.
Well, it looked like
back down. It doesn't have a big crease. Just push the steering rod back down. That's what. Steady, steady, steady. Easy now.
You heard Derek Walker and Robbie.
Push it down.
Push that steering rod down.
Okay, go, go, go.
They went for the right front. That was where the hit occurred. It looked, he said it was certainly Magnuson. I saw Magnuson get him. I wondered if he didn't have contact earlier.
Let's run it. It looks fine. It looks okay.
So Derek Walker says it looks okay, Danny, but here it is.
All right, Ribeiro comes around him. He's on the outside. He knows he's got that bank corner there. He stays on the outside, stays right there. No, he touched it. Boy, he went way off, but look here. Now there's Magnuson. That's where he touches. I think that he just ran off the track with Ribeiro. Okay, they're on the inside. Very close racing here. No, it looked like some contact on that.
It looked
right
like Ribeiro's left rear got his right front.
And then he hits him again.
There's no question that Magnuson got him.
I think maybe he got tapped twice, but at least their tires touched on that first one. I don't know if that did the steering column.
All right, now look at this, Danny, and tell me, what do you think about the car? Is he fighting it?
Well, if Derek's guys looked at that right front and they said it looks okay, then I don't think it was a big bend.
On board now, Bobby Rahal. He comes right up alongside Christian. Heavy braking, he hangs on to it. Whoa, almost overstepped it there as he came up to battle the sixth place Christian Fittipaldi.
But you know what I'm seeing here? Bobby's really picked up the pace. Pascal Jr. we know has a problem, but he just moved right to the front and caught Christian.
And not to totally ignore what's going on at the front, it's no contest right now. Alex Zanardi is almost 10 seconds ahead of Jimmy Vasser. And Michael Andretti's another 8 seconds back from that. Back at the Miller 200, Lexington, Ohio, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. You're on the nose of Bobby Rahal's car as he battles with sixth place Christian Fittipaldi. We should see pit stops very quickly here by the leaders, as 53 laps are complete by the leader of the race, Alex Zanardi. This has been the hottest battle on the circuit. And we've been talking back and forth while we were away about that contact between first the one car coming up on
Andre Ribeiro.
Andre Ribeiro got next to Robbie Gordon, and then Jan Magnuson. And we looked at it a couple more times as Rahal tries to move here.
He's going to try around the outside, but not enough.
And what I think we've decided is that the smoke you see is from him locking the brakes. So Danny Sullivan had it dead on. The touch came from Magnuson. This is the Honda Helicam looking down on that ongoing battle, Fittipaldi, Rahal.
Paul, we also had some help from our back in the trucks, didn't we, on that one? They kind of played it back, and we had some opinions from Steve Bynum.
We had the benefit of replay, and everybody got into it.
Everybody got an opinion.
Whoa!
No, that was Bobby just going around the outside to have a dash into the pits.
Oh.
Boy, did that scare.
Oh, boy. Gary, you there?
Rahal is here, and so are we. And we just watch and listen with the crew. This should be the final service, but they've got to make sure they get the full 40-gallon complement. I've got him at 14 seconds flat. And we'll check tire wear as they come back to the wall, and I don't see anything out of the ordinary here, Paul. A little tire rubber buildup, perhaps.
He gets the award for staying out to the last possible foot, I'll tell you that. He was right up behind Christian and then swept into the pits. So Ray Hall makes his service. There's his tires as they come up. They look pretty good. Goodyear, by the way, has a new tire they've been working on, and they feel like they're getting in much better shape in that battle with Firestone. Here's your leader at Zanardi. Michael Andretti, who is running third place, heads for the pits as many of the teams now make their stop. Here's Michael.
Michael's been pretty quiet all day, but he's just stayed right there. He's moved himself up to third spot.
Gary?
Engine may have stalled. They're on a hill, may have engaged the clutch. Now it fires. Here he goes, but he lost a couple of extra seconds, Paul.
And there is Scott Pruitt, who assumed third place and then came into the pits himself. Leaders have not yet stopped. What a unique view. Isn't that great? Here comes Alex Zanardi. He's been the leader all the way here, save one lap, and Jack's waiting for him.
And Paul, here is a great story unfolding on pit road for Alex Zanardi. Look to the left rear tire changer. That's Rick Davis. He has a suspected broken foot. He didn't want to make the crew changes, said it's too important. He limps back over to grab the starter. He has been icing his foot down, the left foot. He just wants to say, go to victory lane. 15.1. Hey, the Olympics and the gymnasts, they don't have anything on Team Ganassi.
And Rick is one of the great veterans from the pits and the wars that go on in the pits in IndyCar racing. That shows your perseverance right there. He wants that man out and heading for a championship if he can. Scott Pruitt suddenly off course just after his stop. Drove it off. Just drove it off the track.
See him moving his hand right there. He was moving his hand forward and backward like something was wrong. When those guys bend down, they ask you what your problem is so that they know what to do. He was obviously telling them something. He just left the pits, but I don't know what he has broken.
Well, whatever it is, it doesn't seem to have him in peril. That smoke, that probably really, that's just heating up under the cowling there and not really an issue. Oh, they've gone for... they're going to put him up on the record. Jack Arute.
Well, here's what's happened to Scott Pruitt. When he went out of the pits, all the gears worked, but he said he lost the drive from the gearbox back to the wheels. He's not sure what it is. He says, but all the gears seem to be working properly. As we prepare for Jimmy Vasser to make his appearance on pit road, Vasser currently posted in second, gentlemen.
Well, Jimmy Vasser assumed the lead of the race, and as he came across the line, Zanardi was in second, 20.4 seconds behind, still coming up to speed. But what that tells us is that we're probably going to find a very close meeting between Zanardi and Vasser when they come out of the pits, when Vasser comes out of the pits in pursuit of Zanardi. Battle for the lead. Remember we mentioned Rick Davis, the fellow with a broken foot. Let's go back to, there he is. Did his work for the day, puts it back in the water. Nice going, guy. I'm fine.
Don't forget, though, in this pit stop, they take about 13 seconds, 14 seconds, but you still have to get into the pits as we see him coming in right now. He's got to slow down. He'll go on the speed control button so he doesn't go too fast. Make that stop, 13, 14 seconds, and then out again.
And Jack, here comes Vasser.
Jimmy Vasser has come to a stop. It's a nominal stop. They don't anticipate making any change.
The whoa was for Fangio, who cut off at the end of that long straight too. And there is a bit of a fire showing at the back of the car. And now we're included with all that sand and gravel that they put down there to help slow the car down.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with your TVs. That's just the smoke from the sand.
And he's safe. There is a fire very definitely burning there. And Juan saying, get over here and put this out. Here's Fangio's coming down the hill.
Brakes in there, locks him up. I don't know what that was, why he would lock him up just because of the fire unless something had burned through there, but I don't think that was the case. He probably got a hot seat. He stopped right there where his teammate, P.J. Jones, is just at the next corner.
Jack, sorry to interrupt you in the middle of a critical stop. Can you get us back up to speed?
Yeah, it was a nominal stop except for one small injury, and it wasn't anybody on the crew. If I can give you a picture of this gun here, the outside tire changer takes this gun and he throws it across the bow of the car. I was standing calling the stop. Guess where it landed? Right on my foot. So now, like Rick Davis, I'm going to the ice, guys.
I was going to say, you better just stick your foot in that ice right there with Rick. You guys can talk, and you can give us a report for that next pit stop.
And give me that list of guys who want to be pit reporters. Let's go down that one. Jimmy Vasser, you're on board with him now. Came out behind Alex Zanardi, now positioned 11 seconds back from Zanardi in second place, followed by Ribeiro, and then Michael Andretti and Brian Herta, Bobby Rahal. 59 laps complete. Second round of stops done as well. Alex Zanardi is leading the run here. He has been the power of the day. His teammate Jimmy Vasser, who came in here as the points leader, is 10, almost 11 seconds back in second place, followed by Michael Andretti, Brian Herta, Bobby Rahal, and Christian Fittipaldi. No changes since we've been away.
But you know what's interesting? Look right there on your screen. Adrian Fernandez in that red and green car, and right behind him is Greg Moore, who had all that problem at the beginning and dropped all the way to the back, and now he's up to 8th spot.
Greg Moore moving up through the field, trying to get those points for the Rookie of the Year award. Gary Gerald, another rookie. Mad Max.
Mad Max is out of the race. It was a small fitting on a piece of plumbing that put you out. But Max, tell us about your IndyCar debut. Did you enjoy yourself today?
And actually, we were really doing well. You know, the car was really performing very well. And, you know, we had some small problem. You know, we are on a development program, and we are working for the future. We will be there in the future for sure.
I think he's excited about a chance to get back in that seat at the next opportunity. Wish you well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Zanardi, Vasser, Andretti, the top three. No contest at the front, but here's Fernandez and Christian at it again. And this, of course, is for 6th.
And, of course, right behind him, as I said, is Greg Moore, poised for some points. And he's battling Zanardi, don't forget, for that rookie championship that we mentioned at the top of the show. But the other interesting one is Al Unser Jr., who's dropped down to 13th. And that sure doesn't help him with Jimmy Vasser in second spot.
And that points fight, that's going to take him way back. Today's Miller 200 aerial shots are being provided by the Miller Eagle, a red Cessna 337 Skymaster airplane. And there it is. Here are the guys on board. It's being tested to provide these aerial shots.
That shot we just saw right before that, look, Fernandez got by him at the end of the straightaway. Greg Moore is trying to take advantage of it too.
So Fernandez around Fittipaldi. Here comes Moore. Don't worry, we'll have that on tape. We'll give it to you. And we'll go back. Here was Fernandez working Fittipaldi. Davy Jones ahead.
Oh, good move there. He just, and look, he tries to come back, but Fernandez is on the inside.
And Moore comes charging right up in there as well. So now on board with Christian. And Fernandez now beginning to move a little bit further forward. Pulling away.
Greg Moore wants to have some of that too. He doesn't want Fernandez to get away. He wants to move up that spot as well.
Fernandez kicked the back end out as he came around the keyhole. Now Moore working hard on Fittipaldi.
He's going to take a look, but look, Fittipaldi goes to the inside like he did with Rahal, but Moore's going to go right around the outside. What a great move.
So Moore makes his move on Christian Fittipaldi, and Magnussen, replacing Paul Tracy at the wheel for this race, was up to 11th and is in trouble. Here's what happened, Danny.
Coming up to the keyhole, he goes in there with Mark Blundell. Looked like he passed him, and Mark came back on the inside, but he's in a dangerous spot, so I think we're going to have a full course yellow.
Exactly what we have. Cross-checkered flags at the finish line, and that will slow the field, bunch everybody up, put Vasser right behind Zanardi on the race course. Coming up, After this, just 3 to go, all on road courses. The coverage will be on ESPN. And there they are next week, and then in Vancouver, and finally at Laguna Seca in Monterey. Well, the crossed yellow flags at the finish line tell everybody to slow down, get in race order, because they have a full course caution. They'll come back with everybody lined up just as they are in position. You watch Jan Magnussen, Jack Arute.
Well, Jan Magnussen's biggest problem, guys, was he had never learned how to bump start a car. So what they basically had to do is Chuck actually radioed out to him and told him exactly how to get it done. They brought him in, checked the suspension, everything was fine. But this caution flag was a big break for current point leader Jimmy Vasser. Vasser's team was very concerned about his fuel consumption. In fact, they had really tried to get the fuel mix down, running it as lean as possible to save fuel. With this full course yellow, they've been allowed now to go back up when they go to green to go to position 6, Gary Gerald.
Well, Jack, it's interesting. The crews get on the radios and they talk to their drivers and they get them in a new mindset, because everybody's getting used to this new rule, the way they line up, because it puts all the leaders together. No lap cars to contend with. The crew telling Brian Herta, in fact, get in behind Michael Andretti, and Bobby Rahal is right behind you, and they're telling him Rahal is fast. Remember, you're racing Michael and you're racing Rahal. So that instruction's being passed along here as everybody gets set for this wild dash to the checkered.
Now there is Stefan Johansson, and he invited all of our television crew to his new go-kart track in Indianapolis, where I went head-to-head in open-wheel racing with my colleague Gary Gerald. And as usual, the scoring monitor isn't exactly correct. I don't know why they had me so far down in the order.
Well, Paul, I think it actually had something to do with the fact that you were slower than everybody else.
The lights are flashing. Gary's on the line. Yes, Gary.
Paul, I don't know. I can get to see the video, so I don't know what kind of tales you have distorted here. But I think maybe we ought to do that again. That was a lot of fun.
It's indoors, and it's really great. It's Stefan Johansson's idea. He's there almost every night, and a lot of racers, many of them, Zanardi, DeFerrin, they all live in the Indianapolis area, and they go by. Rubber in the keyhole.
That's a shot up there. See, that's concrete. There's asphalt on the inside. Then it goes to concrete. Look at the rubber laid down in there. That's got to be fairly grippy.
And coming into this championship day, 17 different cars had a shot at the championship, at least mathematically. We're back green for a final sprint now to the end of the run. And Zanardi led them back. Vasser was right there, but Zanardi had the advantage of rhythm back to the green, and he's pulling away. Still, they're lined up as they come into the keyhole.
Zanardi, for a rookie, has really learned how to do restarts. He has been great on restarts every time he's been in the lead.
Zanardi, Vasser, Michael Andretti, Brian Herta, his teammate Bobby Rahal. There's Brian as he works on Michael, looking for third place. No, too far on the outside, but he's in good position now. He might be able to get him coming off of here.
But look at that, right behind him is his boss.
Well, that explains it. You got your boss watching you, Bobby Rahal. You're going to have to go as fast as you can.
Not only that, his boss is running very quickly right now, and I don't know if there's team orders here. What do you think of that one? Could you imagine the boss radioed over and told you to move over for himself?
I'd move over. I'd move over right away. You know, you might get the ride in the future years. You have to play it careful. But I'm not a championship racing driver.
There again, I think I'd have radio problems.
And you are a championship driver. Zanardi, Vasser, they're both across the line. Michael Andretti holds on to his third place, despite the challenge from Brian Herta. Bobby Rahal down working on his teammate Herta. Fernandez behind Rahal. First three are static. Herta's trying to close in. Here's the rest of the field. Greg Moore tries for a move on Christian Fittipaldi.
He did that once before. I don't know if Christian's going to go for it twice, but he's dropped a spot because he was in front of Christian at the restart.
Robbie Gordon closed on Ribeiro as they came into the corner. These four are right together. 70 laps are complete.
When you're behind, that's the one great thing about having a full course yellow. It gives you a chance because it bunches the field back up, and you got a chance to race with those guys again.
Danny, there's a lot of talk about the full course yellow and the putting them back in race order. How do you come down on it?
Well, I think it's great because I think the disadvantage, the number of times you get disadvantaged at it is a lot slimmer than the times that you actually get an advantage of it. And I think that the guys who have been working to get their position should hold on to that position.
Well, they're all tight now coming off of that full course yellow with Zanardi, the leader, and he hasn't pulled out all that much. He's only 1.1 seconds ahead of Jimmy Vasser. Back at the Miller 200, 10 to go as you take a look back from Ribeiro's car. Blundell trying to close in on Ribeiro. Has been all over the place in the past lap or so.
I don't know what's happened to him. He locked up. He could have gotten off and gotten on to the marbles and all that pickup, and he hadn't had a chance to clean up his tires from that, but he's sliding all over the place and has dropped back.
No changes at the front. Zanardi, Jimmy Vasser still just over a second separating them. The two teammates. Zanardi has been the dominant power throughout this run here today, starting on the pole and jumping off to a lead and then keeping it through the pit stops. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, we've documented Scott Pruitt's problem. He's back in his civvies. But take an assessment of the guys that were in front of you, Scott. Who do you think has really got the muscle today?
Well, it's clearly, you know, both the target cars were really clearly the ones that were showing the way for us. Michael and myself and Herta, we all seem to be about the same speed. Just depends on who was in front.
How difficult is this racetrack for someone like you?
Physically, it's very demanding. You know, but these days the guys are in great shape. You see a lot of those tubes coming out. Instead of taking water during a pit stop, we take it during the race. So that's really not going to be a problem. The biggest thing, just like something happened to us, there's little things that might happen. You know, for us, it was a drive shaft or something. The Patrick guys did a great job on pit stops. But for the most part, everything's got to be clicking. It's got to be good and consistent for the whole race.
Remember, this was the guy that first lost his dash, got it back, lost the telemetry. Now he lost the drive. Not a good day for Patrick and the Firestone crew.
Difficult day for Scott Pruitt, his 4th DNF of the year. And Jimmy Vasser coming into that area just covered with extra rubber that has been sprayed off the sides of those cars. Very soft compound. 8 laps to go now for the leader and for Jimmy Vasser. First and second, right there they are.
You know, I'm watching Jimmy on here. He's sliding that car around. He's certainly not giving up the fight for this thing. He definitely wants to get up to the front.
Leaders have separated out just a bit. Here comes Fernandez, Christian, Robbie Gordon, and there is Greg Moore, Gary Gerald.
And Greg Moore continues to have the same kind of a problem that haunted him early. He started 7th. The motor almost totally shut down. He lost power.
And Robbie Gordon slides off on that corner.
Robbie Gordon's gotten off at the keyhole. He's stuck in the same place at Magnuson. That's going to probably be a,
and also Hero off course. So those marbles we showed you a minute ago, definitely a factor. Gary, we interrupted you. Both these drivers appear to be okay. Can you, as they go to full course yellow again, can you finish up?
Well, it's more of that same kind of a gremlin. Tony Brunetti and this crew very, very frustrated because he'd worked his way all the way back up into the top 10 and 7, and now they're encountering the same kind of a problem. Intermittent loss of power. Really frustrating day for Moore and his crew.
5 to go, but now they have seen the yellow flags all around the course. Pace car will come out. They'll bunch him up again. And now it very definitely will be a sprint to the finish. 7 laps to go in the Miller 200. What has been an interesting day in the fight for the championship. Back at Mid-Ohio, still under the full course caution. And we were probably a little too quick to jump on Robbie for sliding off into the gravel pit. Not exactly what happened. Here he is on the pit straight. There's through turn 1.
When he comes out of turn 1, everything's okay. Doesn't go up into any of the marbles. Accelerating up, checking there. Listen to that. That's either a motor or gearbox. Something broke.
And this was when he climbed out.
And he just drove off and he parked it in a pretty good spot.
Frustrating for a guy like Robbie Gordon, but at least he's safely out. They still have to get Harrow's car off the edge of the race course. They already have Robbie Gordon's car off of the course. So now this flag should go green very shortly. When we come back, we'll catch the restart and we'll run right to the checkered flag. Caution flags still fly all around the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. They cycle around behind the pace car. Look there, if the race ended now, well, Alex Zanardi would be the big benefactor with his theoretical victory at the moment, moving up into third place. But still, that points battle staying very, very tight. 4 laps to go as they move down the pit straight, and we'll see a green flag at the end of this lap, and it'll be a very short run to the checkered.
Well, they're only going to have a real quick dash, as you say, but in that point situation, the guy that Vassar's got to be very pleased, Zanardi's got to be very pleased, Chip Ganassi's got to be very pleased. The disappointed guy's got to be Alex Jr., who's in there with 1 point at the moment, and he's going to try to probably make the most of it with this restart when they go. They'll have 3 laps because everybody will be bunched together, but he's got some pretty tough guys in front of him.
Again, under the new rules, the field is in race order. The 12th car back is Al Unser Jr. That position is only worth 1 point. Look at him poke his nose out there, let everybody know that he's right there. Gary Gerald?
Follow up on Robbie Gordon. It was engine related. The engine just expired. That's what pushed him out of the competition. Michael Andretti, who is third in the leaders serial, expressing concern to his crew on the radio. He's worried about the horsepower the Mercedes may have right behind him in Brian Herta and Bobby Rahal. So Michael's hoping that he can hang on to that third spot on the podium. Jack?
Gary, what does a car owner say to the driver of the lead car? Quite simply, Chip Ganassi said, Alex, next time by, don't lay down on me. Stay out front.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of guys going right now with all this stuff because it's come down to the last 3 laps.
And here is some high-tech race fans. They have their generator, they have their television, they have their little DSS dish. They're having a great day. They got the best all coverage. How you doing out there?
And they're sitting at the first corner so they can watch them up that short chute, out of the keyhole and down the back, and then pick them up on television.
Portable satellite coverage. Who would have ever thought? So now it's going to be a sprint. A mere 3 to go when they come back to the finish line and the green flag already. Tim Quintal, the starter, is anticipating the cars coming off of the carousel through 13 and heading toward him. And this restart could mean so much. Zanardi fires it up. He moves. There comes the green flag. A critical 3 laps for the entire IndyCar season. Al Unser Jr. doesn't make a move as he comes through 1, stays in line. Zanardi again gets a great start, but Michael Andretti is up challenging Vassar.
See his hands turn there. He had a little back end coming out, had to correct it. But look at this. Brian Herta's looking for a way around him.
Brian Herta wants Andretti. Vassar sweeps way to the outside. Herta's alongside Michael. Michael's going to stay right there with him. Battle for third. It looks like they got together there.
Boy, they had their wheels interlocked there. That is some close racing. And of course, his boss was sitting there watching the whole show.
So Bobby Rahal still lined up behind Brian Herta, then Michael Andretti ahead. The leader is still Zanardi. Vassar's right behind him. Zanardi with another good start is able to pull the momentum away. As they come around now, 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. No change in the order. Still keeping an eye on Little Al. Still 12th. Now that graphic in the upper left-hand corner, it takes a little bit for the computer to process it and update it to 2 laps to go. It's now done that. Little Al working on Parker Johnstone. Battle for 11th. Battle for a point. Ribeiro working on Greg Moore. Little Al can't contest Johnstone coming off that corner. Johnstone comes a little wide, keeps his momentum going.
But look who's all over him is Johansson. If he passes him, Little Al gets no points.
With Jan Magnussen right behind him and pushing Johansson. 1.5 seconds, the separation first to second at the point. No contest there between first and second place. We watch for the white flag. Here it is. 2.25 miles to go. Zanardi, then Vassar, then Michael, then Herta, Bobby Rahal, Fernandez, Christian, Ribeiro, Greg Moore, Lundell. That's the way they come across the line. No changes yet. Who's going to make the move to try and grab that extra point? Doesn't seem like it. But Moore is in fact the one. Moore gets into the barrier. That's going to be very costly in terms of the rookie fight. So Greg Moore jumps out, and that brings everybody behind him. Blundell, Johnstone, Unser Jr. forward. So they're all going to pick up better points than they would have. Greg Moore appears to be okay. Sure, he takes off the wheel. And two other cars, Parker Johnstone and Magnussen.
No, that's
Al.
Jr.
That's Al. Junior and Parker Johnstone get together. That's going to be costly. Ribeiro's in trouble. What a final lap this has become. So Zanardi will head for the checkered flag and take the win just ahead of Jimmy Vassar. Alex Zanardi with the win on a very action-packed and somewhat confusing final lap. Nice job, Guy. You really helped your guy do it today. Al out of the car. Boy, about 4 simultaneous occurrences there that all had an effect on the point standing at the end of the run. Let's take a look at what some of those incidents were. Watch Ribeiro here with Moore.
So Moore put him out, spun Ribeiro around.
That got him out.
Now coming down the back, Al's making his move on Johnstone. Parker comes across. They knock the front wing on. Both of them spin off.
Boy, that surprised me. That's so unlike Little Al.
Well, in a sense, he had to try to get some more points. He had to try to get by. He just picked up, you know, from Moore and Ribeiro. Here's was his other opportunity to try to get through there.
Well, normally you tend to see him when he comes in on that kind of thing so clean, but desperation makes for desperate acts. Going to the winner's circle. A little hopping, a little help from your friends.
Great job, guys. I don't think he's going to miss that winner's circle.
So Alex Zanardi has taken the win here. And there is Jimmy Vassar right there with him as well, as they're on the cool-down lap. 6th win of the year for the Target Chip Ganassi Racing Team. Of course, Zanardi's 2nd win. And the final standings, there they are, unofficial, of course, at the moment, with some substantive changes down in the bottom 6. And there they are, of course, with that incident. It put Little Al out of the points. Oh, that's too bad. Al Unser Jr. really never had a handle on it today, and he came into this event 2nd in the point standing. So he's still there, but take a look. He started just 1 point back. Now he is well back from Jimmy Vassar, and Alex Zanardi takes a pretty good move forward. Jack?
Well, it's pandemonium down here, and you want to know why? It's the first time for a 1-2 finish for Ganassi in racing history. Alex Zanardi, congratulations. A victory that could be so very important in the points chase.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I don't know where I am at the moment in the points, but that's great for the team. 1 and 2, I mean, we can't do that better than that. I'm so happy for Target, for all the people, for all the guys, for Brad. It's his birthday today.
It's a great day down here, Paul Page.
So congratulations to Alex Zanardi, who takes the win here today. Jimmy Vassar remains in the points lead. The fight moves on to the final 3 races of the season, and Chip Ganassi has a 1-2 finish. at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. I'm Paul Page, thanking for joining us here at Mid-Ohio.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Beyond in the Kart FedEx Championship point standings, Michael Andretti has a one-race lead over Roberto Moreno. Mathematically, anybody in the field can win the championship. Realistically, the top 13 in points all have a very good chance at taking the championship. In qualifying, we had a most unusual circumstance. Gilles de Ferran, during the final qualifying, lost control through the gravel pit and flipped upside down. He, though, still has the pole. His teammate, Elio Castroneves, is outside of the front row. In row 2, it's Dario Franchitti and rookie Kenny Breck to the outside. Row number 3 is Christian Fittipaldi, who is back, and Max Pappas outside. In the 4th row, our latest winner, Cristiano D'Amata, and the points leader, Michael Andretti. Patrick Carpentier and Juan Montoya make up row number 5. Montoya slipped to 8th in the points, but he is the defending champ at Mid-Ohio. In row 6, his teammate, Jimmy Vasser, and Adrian Fernandez. Fernandez, the 98 winner, is one of 3 former Mid-Ohio winners in today's field. In row 7, Mauricio Guzman and Paul Tracy on the outside. Now, Tracy is hoping to rebound from Chicago, where he crashed with his teammate. In row 8, it's Roberto Moreno and Alex Tagliani. The 9th row, rookie Oriol Servia and veteran Mark Blundell. In row 10, Tony Kanaan. Shinji Nakano is on the outside of 10. The 11th row, Gualter Salez and Tarso Marquez. Mimo Gidley is inside of row 12 with Michel Jourdain Jr. outside and Luis Garcia Jr. alone in the 13th row. And in the competitive world of kart racing, the real key to all of this information is right down there in the fuel range. When do you stop for fuel?
Well, you've got to go at least 28 laps to make this a 2-stop race, and that's what everyone's looking at.
Here the track, very interesting, as we suggested, very challenging.
The initial start will occur just past the kink going down the back straightaway. Primary passing area at Mid-Ohio is going down into turn 4. We've seen fireworks there before. This section is known as madness, and it is maddening because it just punishes the driver with the elevation changes. We've seen a lot of accidents over in turn 9. The other passing area we'll see is heading up into turn 2. Both places the cars reach a top speed of just over 190 miles an hour. But look at the elevation changes. From turn 1, the drivers climb 87 feet up into turn number 2. Then it's a long downhill of 103 feet down into that primary passing area of turn 4. Then it's up 12, down 20, up 12, down 10 until finally another change of up 12 coming into Thunder Valley. Finally it dips down 10, and then this corner is a flat left-hander that's blind to the drivers. Sometimes drivers will try to take advantage of the hump coming into the top of the carousel to put together that final corner. 320 feet total elevation change.
So the drivers here fight not only the lateral G's, but the change in G-force from the elevations. On board with Mark Blundell. Up a little further, there's Juan with not his best qualifying start. He'll start 10th. Max Pappas up, starting in 6th. Now there's a story, a number of them brewing because of silly season. All the driver changes are now underway. One of them we have for you, Gary Gerald.
Well, Michael Andretti, as Jan said, calls himself a free agent now and is bargaining with other teams for next year. Jimmy Vasser allegedly may be in the same boat. We have reports that he and Chip Ganassi have decided to part company for next season, but that is not confirmed by the team. The team tells us that they will have an announcement relating to their future and specifically Jimmy Vasser's future next Friday at Elkhart Lake. So a lot of things are swirling away from the racetrack as we prepare to go green at Mid-Ohio.
Part of the track that they call the keyhole. They start on the straightaway just out of the keyhole. They finish over on the pit straight. The Penske front row looks the green flag, and here we go. Castroneves makes a move early. The rest of the field slows down for a turn that has been very difficult in the past. Everyone through safely there. Penske cars leading as Kenny Breck slots into third. Look at Christian Fittipaldi as he gets very racy. Cristiano Romano right behind him, and then Michael.
And we saw Montoya and Andretti side by side all the way through 4 and 5 and almost into 6. Coming in at Thunder Valley, we've seen a number of incidents here during the course of the weekend. The cars are very light. Difficult to get that 900 horsepower down coming over the top, but look at the 2 Penske cars. They have been phenomenal all weekend long.
Round the carousel, onto the pit straight. There's the full field for you as they slam down into the first turn again.
And as they passed our position, it sounded like one of the engines had already experienced a problem. One of the motors off-on. We'll see if we can nail that down.
Mark Blundell and Mauricio Guzman, the Pac West teammates, battle with one another.
That's Tony Kanaan back behind Mark Blundell. Both powered by Mercedes. It might be Blundell that's got the problem if he can drive by him going down the back straightaway. And he does.
So Mercedes power for Tony Kanaan on the move. Mercedes 2. That blue and red car, Mark Blundell, back to the front.
These 2 team cars 2 months ago here at a test, significantly faster than anyone else. Keep in mind, the Penske cars have not qualified worse than third on any of the temporary or permanent road courses so far this year. All weekend long, you hardly ever see these cars slide, get out of shape. Everybody else working extremely hard. DeFerrin, Castroneves, very well within themselves and being able to pull away from the rest of the field.
First lap and a half turned at 113.3 miles an hour. Jill DeFerrin leads it. Now remember, DeFerrin had that flip upside down, a very gentle flip. In fact, he jumped right on the radio and said, "I'm fine, don't worry about me, everything's okay." He came, in fact, and viewed a videotape of the flip and said, "Yeah, it was just about as lazy as I expected it." He is, though, in his backup car now. They didn't want to risk, even though there was very little damage to the primary car, they didn't want to risk taking it out with just an overnight opportunity to inspect the car. After all, the Penske team points out, the backup car and the primary are truly identical.
This is going to be a difficult weekend for both teammates. DeFerrin having to make sure that his primary car the backup car has the same settings as the primary car. Looks like he's got a lot of confidence. That doesn't seem to be a problem, but trailing him right behind Castroneves has been recovering from the flu. He said yesterday during qualifying, literally held his breath for a lap, trying to get the most out of himself so that he could qualify in the front row.
DeFerrin and Castroneves, the Penske cars, stretch out from the remainder of the field. There is Kenny Breck, and that's Dario Franchitti. Breck got around Franchitti during the start and dropped into third place, but now Franchitti, and for that matter, Max Pappas and Christian Fittipaldi are all closing.
Looks like everyone's stacked up behind Kenny. This is a difficult place to pass. If you're going to do it, you've got to get off the keyhole well, right underneath the rear wing of the car in front of you, and try to draft out down this section and pull to the inside of turn number 4. Franchitti trying exactly that.
Franchitti moves to the inside of Kenny Breck. Kenny Breck gives him some room. Now he cuts him back to the left. Pappas comes in on Breck. Christian Fittipaldi tries to follow Pappas through. Pappas tries to grab the inside. Breck shuts the door there. Franchitti begins now to pull away. Leaders pull away for the remainder of the field. Gary Gerald, what about Franchitti?
Dario Franchitti told me just before the start of this race today, Paul, that he thinks that for the first time in a long time, he's got to set up on a race car that he can manhandle it. We may have just seen the first evidence of that with that pass against Kenny Breck. Dario with a lot of confidence, but a huge challenge with those 2 Penske cars way out in front of him.
There's the Scotsman Dario Franchitti as now he begins his pursuit of first and second Jill DeFerrin and Elio Castroneves. In fact, he's closing.
And DeFerrin and Castroneves had pulled out a 3.2-second advantage, but on that lap, even with the pass of Breck, Dario was able to stabilize it. I expect he'll be able to start running these 2 down, but look at everyone stacked up behind Kenny now. We've watched Kenny all weekend long, driving this car absolutely to the limit, often dropping wheels off just on the outside. There's no doubt he's driving as hard as he can. He just may not have the package to get the most out of the car with the current conditions. It's getting hotter, a little bit more humid. tires will become a question as this run goes on. We'll see what happens with Kenny Breck.
Kenny Breck with a large group lined up behind him now. Gary, what's up there?
Couple of
Whoa! Mauricio Guzman off course. Go ahead, Gary.
Just a couple of quick updates on Kenny Breck. One that report that he wasn't feeling well, and they were concerned about that. Also, he had problems earlier today in the shift without lift mechanism on his race car, and they were telling him to keep one hand on the shift lever, one on the wheel when he can. But when you're constantly turning, Parker, at this place, that would seem like an impossible task.
Well, the other problem you've got there, Gary, is if you have to lift off in between the shifts, it also upsets the balance of the car more than it would if you just use the shift cut. That is, you leave your foot flat to the floor and just pull up on the shift lever. So it's going to cost you a few tenths per lap in time, but also the balance of the car and the workload will also be a problem.
Here was Mauricio Guzman's problem. They're going to get a tow on him and get him back. Again, one of the advantages of these big open circuits.
You can see coming off of turn 4, we don't know if he had contact with the trailing car there, or he just got it loose under acceleration coming off the corner.
It put Guzman all the way back to last place. Tony Kanaan just got around Oriol Servia, and in doing so has moved to 16th place. There's Roberto Moreno.
Just an update, the engine that we heard that was off song earlier was Luis Garcia Jr., not Mark Lindell. Mark is still continuing.
Back at the front of the field, Gilda Fair and Elio Castroneves continue to battle one another. This is an all-Penske battle, but Dario Franchitti is now only 3.5 seconds back. Once he got around Kenny Breck, he was able to really pick up his pace, and he is in fact closing. So there it is, 3 Hondas at the top of the field. Look out, because the Ford are very definitely coming. The first lap of the Miller Lite 200 underway. We'll go back and show you some of the first moments. Back at Lexington, Ohio, the Penske cars, when we left you, were sitting about 3.5 seconds ahead of third place Dario Franchitti, but Parker, now they're widening that gap.
They've pulled it out to 4.3 seconds now, so that even though Dario was able to stabilize it for a lap or two after he passed Kenny Breck, the Penskes now are just pulling away. It doesn't surprise me. The talk in the paddock is that these Penske Renard chassis, Penske's, or we call them Penards or Renskis, however you want to refer to them, they've got something figured out that just gives them a little extra downforce, a little extra speed down the straightaway, a little extra braking capability. The other teams don't know what they've done, but it's definitely given them an advantage. And even the smallest advantage on this field is worth its weight in gold.
And in fact, we're making up all those different names for these two chassis because they start as a Renard, but of course Penske has a very large operation over in Poole, England, where they constantly rework parts for them, so they are becoming with each weekend less and less of a Renard and more of a Penske.
And keep in mind, even 13 races into the season, Renard itself has already made over 100 different changes to their chassis and gearbox. So Penske well ahead of that on a different development curve. The Renard guys trying to figure out what they've done so they can match that Penske performance.
Nobody has really been able to move on Kenny Breck. Pappas, Christian Fittipaldi, Michael Andretti has gotten around D'Amata, and there is some concern that they may from time to time, they saw it right there, there's concern about that little puff of smoke that Cristiano D'Amata is showing.
And what that could be right now is they're on full tanks, the cars are very heavy, they're going to be as low to the ground as they ever run, and it could be just a little bit of bottoming. We're seeing dust off the skid blocks from the bottom of the car coming up, but we'll keep track of that.
From time to time, too, you'll see a puff of smoke at the edge of the course. It's dust where the cars are using every inch plus some, and that's one of the other advantages of natural terrain. Drivers get a little braver.
Well, certainly most of this year they've been surrounded by concrete, the only exception being at Portland this year, so the guys can push a little harder, use up every bit of the track, as you said, and then a little bit, and still have a little bit of room not to run into something.
On board Juan Montoya with Cristiano D'Amata just ahead. Let's ride here for a while. Starting in 10th, he's really only moved up one slot, currently in 9th. And the team this weekend reporting that they're just having a lot of trouble with mechanical grip. They just don't have it figured out. They said it was the same problem we had on the other natural terrain road circuit this year at Portland.
As we ride along with Juan Montoya, watch as he gets down to turn 4. Every one of these corners has a large concrete patch at the apex, but there's a small asphalt strip right there that gives a lot more grip than the concrete does. So the drivers hook these inside wheels right along the curb. right. Watch the right front tire. Bridle low. He used up the asphalt and the curb there. But they're trying to get every bit of grip that they can from this track.
Look down from above. There's another big puff of smoke out of Cristiano D'Amato. There's the Honda Helican view, which on these circuits too gives you a great sense of the interval. Gary Gerald.
Regarding Cristiano D'Amato, just checked with Cal Wells, the owner of the PPI team, and he said, it's nothing. I said, so you're not worried? He said, no, not at all. But he didn't identify what it was. I asked him if he thought it was bottoming, and he just said, it's nothing, we're not worried about it.
Parker, didn't look to me like bottoming.
Well, every time I've seen it so far is when they're either just about at full compression, about ready to go over one of the jumps, or under braking. So I'm going to stick with that story for now until we see it down on a medium speed straightaway where we don't get any bottoming. And this last lap, Paul, was his fastest race lap.
Cal Wells may have it dead on. And you may have it as the car gets lighter. That condition should improve, if not totally go away. Of course, many of you have the pleasure of watching us. I got to tell you, that to me looks more and more like something off the exhaust.
Well, my backup story is they get the fastest just before they blow up. So that's my backup story.
Engine gets looser and looser, and then all of a sudden, kaboom. Back at the front of the field, Gil de Ferran, Elio Castro Neves. Then now a 4.6-second interval back to Dario Franchitti. And Franchitti's running all alone. It's another 5 seconds back to fourth place, Kenny Breck. And then everybody's lined up behind Breck. There you can see the intervals as they come down the hill.
Dario Franchitti now 4.6 seconds behind Castro Neves.
Now, for the most part, they've gone single file where they were bunched on top of Kenny Breck earlier. So now you're looking for a good opportunity for...
Well, what's happened is the drivers have gotten into their rhythm now, and I think what they're doing is trying to make sure they're making the fuel numbers so they can make this a two-stop race. The other concern are tires, because as Max comes up onto Thunder Valley, the problem here is first it flies the front. The front end gets slight. You lose downforce at the front of the car. The front doesn't want to turn. Puts a lot of side load onto that tire. It drains the front tires. Then as the front hits, it digs in, develops downforce, mechanical grip. As they're trying to put 900 horsepower to the ground, it snaps the back end loose. So tire wear is a big concern. I think the guys are pushing as hard as they think they can while still getting 28 to 30 laps out of a set of tires.
How about a lap with fourth place, fifth place, Max Pappas? Because from this nose cam, you really get a pretty good idea of the elevation changes.
Up over the hill here in turn 2. Some drivers in second, some in third. Upshift to fourth, then fifth, then sixth coming down here. They drop 103 feet. The top speeds reach just before braking, just over 195 miles an hour. Almost 3 G's of braking, down to third gear. 90 miles an hour through turn 4. They climb this hill. It's a 12-foot increase up over the rise. Once again, puts a lot of load on the tires, slamming the driver from side to side through this section known as Madness.
Mark Blundell there is Carson Marquez, the Swift, the yellow and blue car, as he makes a move on Blundell. Tarso has been driving very, very hard in this car. Admittedly, the Swift chassis is undergoing a lot of development, and many think it's still not fully on. But Tarso, watch him, he will use every inch of this race course.
I mean, all the drivers are driving very hard, but notably this weekend, every single lap, the drivers that you see working their cars with their hands moving are Tarso Marquez and this one is the Montoya. But he hasn't lifted yet.
Little care here to make sure he gets back in traffic successfully. Lights the tires, clears the dust. Dusty and dirty car. The problem there too is gravel pits.
Okay?
Gravel pits have pea gravel in them, and now a lot of that gravel is bouncing around inside the side pods by the coolers, and it really causes the problem, starts bouncing into some more critical areas.
And you can see it there just as he turned in. You can see the debris going into the right cooler. The other problem is there's obviously debris in the car. If it works down into the foot box, it can interfere with the pedals using the brake, the throttle. You can see how dirty his helmet is. We saw him rip off a tear off just as he came down the end of the pit straight. And Juan Montoya being one of the the drivers who would never lift, even though he's buried in a gravel trap. And that's what saved him, because in the drivers' meeting, the consensus of opinion, if you get into a gravel trap, your weekend's over. Coming on to Thunder Valley now, turn number 9, a little opposite lock. Up 6 to 5th gear. This is a blind flat left-hander. Locks up the brakes on the entry with the back of the back wheels. Slides through the gravel trap, keeps it running. Gets it downshifted to first. You can see him pushing forward there on the shift lever. Stands on the throttle and turns this into the world's most expensive sports utility vehicle.
Not the first time he's done it this weekend. He was off in the carousel earlier in the weekend. So Montoya fighting what for him are some pretty serious problems for these cars. No problems here. Still, Jill DeFerrin, Helio Castroneves, first and second. And 4.5 seconds now, the interval from the leader back to third place. 15 laps complete for our leader, Jill DeFerrin. Was so very casual about the fact that he flipped upside down after setting the fastest laps in qualifying and retained the pole. That is your top 10 for you. Christian Fittipaldi had to sit out in Chicago. He's back today, and he is currently running very well. Don't forget that ABC Sports will present an NFL preseason special. Steve Air McNair and the Titans look to avenge last year's heartbreaking Super Bowl loss as they face the league MVP Kurt Warner and the Rams. St. Louis versus Tennessee. Back in Lexington, Ohio, Juan Montoya just quick in and out of the pits. And Dario Franchitti suddenly in the pits. Wow, what's going on here?
That one's completely unscheduled. You can see there's no hurry there. Car's not up in the air. They're not concerned about changing tires.
Now, there's two lines there. One is a communications line. One is a data line. I'm assuming that they're going to communicate.
That looked like a data line, actually, to me. They must be having some sort of an engine management problem. They're downloading data from the car to see if they can diagnose what the problem is. That would be my best guess.
Diagnose or put a new map in?
That's very well.
Maybe it lost data. Gary Gerald, what story?
Well, we just got here. We were up at Montoya's pit at pit out, and we don't know what happened with Dario, but they did get him fired up, and he's gone. I'm looking for Kim Green or someone where we can get a word here and maybe find out. We'll be right back with you.
And the thing I don't understand is I didn't see the fuel probe go in. I didn't see new tires go on. I mean, everyone else, if this stays green, is going to try to do this in 2 stops. So if you had the opportunity, you were forced to come in.
Why didn't you fuel?
Now, we know Montoya came in, topped up, because we heard his radio on the way out, and they said, hey, just go full rich, full power. You've got to make up a lot of time. But why wouldn't you do the same thing if you were forced to come in with something wrong?
Still a bit of a mystery what that connection was, and my best guess is that they had to download. Maybe they lost their whole engine management program. I'm guessing you're the expert.
Well, there is a default map that it'll go to if they do have an engine management system problem. And it's sort of a survival map that gets the car back to the pits, and that might be the best analogy, the best guess of what happened.
It have to be a pretty serious situation to force you to the pits anyway, but it looks now like Dario Franchitti is okay. But of course, that pit stop just cost him horribly. He is now 22 positions back. Gary?
Just got a word with a very frustrated Kim Green. He said they think it pertained to electronics, but they're also having some problems shifting. I said, why didn't you retire the car and refuel the car? He said, we just didn't. We should have. We panicked. He's not happy.
Well, there you have it. And you have to keep in mind that if they are having a problem with the shifting system or the shift cut system, once again, that's part of the engine management system. If it's not an actual piece of hardware, something that, once again, they have to download the map if for some reason they've had a software problem with the car.
You know, you talk in the NBA, the NFL, the kind of things that make the difference between a championship team and one that is almost there. In racing, right there is the kind of little thing that can make the world of difference on that one race where the points might have counted and might have been a championship.
But the NBA doesn't play with $1 million, very sophisticated piece of technology, and I think that's the big difference.
Car on a court 2¼ miles long, and they don't have the whole league playing in every game. Further back now, Michael Andretti. This is 6th place and 7th place Cristiano D'Amata, with no recent repeats of heavy display of some smoke or vapor at the back of his car. Jan Bikas on Andretti.
Yes, for Michael Andretti, he has been on the radio, and his exact quote is, "The tires are gone." And Parker was talking earlier on in the race that one of the key issues here is being consistent and not wearing down your tires. Well, it appears as though that is the problem for Michael Andretti. So my guess would be he would pit earlier than he might do normally to try and get some fresh rubber.
Now the difference between today, when we have one mark of tire and Firestone, and a few years back, some drivers may have gone to a harder compound, a softer compound, or with a different tire manufacturer altogether. But everyone's in the same boat. It's just the difference on chassis setup, whether you're running a Lola chassis, or a Renard chassis, or a Renski chassis. And Michael may just, with his setup, although it may have been quick for a lap in qualifying, is just using the tires at a greater rate than the people around it.
One thing that the harder compound has done is eliminated to a large degree some of that marble buildup, that rubber that comes off the tires at the edge of the race course, and therefore keeps a nice wide groove available for the racers. And so we get a little better racing toward the end of the show. Let's go take a look at Dario Franchitti now, who just turned the fastest lap of the day. So whatever it was, it's fixed. But he's got a long way to go. Still 22nd place. DeFerrin, Castroneves, Penske cars, they are the leader. There you go. Look up the hill behind Dario Franchitti. A few laps ago, he was just behind those two by 4 seconds. Now he's just ahead of them by about the same interval. But it's a 1-lap difference.
And what Dario needs now is a full course yellow, not to come in at that point so everyone else does. That would put him back in the lead of the race. And then he just has to hope for the right combination of yellows as this race unfolds to get back into the thick of things. But he has to push extremely hard at this point. But keep in mind, he does not have fresh tires. And he's got the same fuel situation now as everyone else.
The 23 laps complete. Joe DeFerrin, the pole sitter, has led every one of those laps. His teammate Helio Castroneves. You can see the interval as they work their way through the carousel and on to the pit straight. Very shortly, we should see the teams start to think about their first pit stops on what's a very critical race for putting the pit stops right dead on time. We'll be back. Welcome back to Lexington, Ohio. The Kart FedEx Championship Series, Miller Lite 200. Nothing's changed since we left you. Joe DeFerrin is first. Helio Castroneves. There's one little thing that hasn't affected much, but it was Montoya. Montoya got himself in trouble.
Coming down into turn 1. Remember, Alex Zanardi went off in the same place a few years back with about the same results. The difference is Alex was able to charge back up through the field. I don't think Juan Montoya's got the car underneath him today. Look at that thing buck.
Wow. How did that look on board? We're going to show you.
But just like Alex, it looks like he got away with it without any substantial damage. If I had gone off there, I would have done multiple barrel rolls and been on fire. Watch this. He's 3-4 feet up in the air at some points here. The world's fastest Humvee, I think, is what it is.
Nice plow job, too, in the countryside of Ohio. And that just kept him in the same lap down that he has been all along. Franchitti back to the pits once again. So whatever they thought they solved, and this time at least they fuel it, they put some tires on, and I don't see any other moves. So this becomes an even greater mystery. One of the power plant engineers.
Main speed number, switch your rain light off.
Heard him tell him to shut his rain light off and saw the red light in the back of the car between the uprights and the pillar of the rear wing go out. Gary, what's going on with Cristiano D'Amata? We had reports earlier.
Yeah, he's got a report that he's lost apparently the numbers on his dash. And of course, you get all kinds of information there. I'm sure Parker can address what's happened now to take Cristiano out of his comfort zone if he doesn't have that information there.
Cristiano D'Amata currently 7th, and we are going to keep track of what's going on with Dario Franchitti. Jan and Gary are running back and forth in the pits. A lot of action early.
Well, the numbers that'll be missing on the dash are things like segment times, speed at the end of the straights, fuel targets, but that information can be relayed to the pits. Really, the critical thing that he needs are the LEDs that run across the top of the steering wheel that tell him when he's just getting to the point that he needs to shift. As soon as those start working, you can see Dario now, big problem, just pulling offline. He knows that he's out of it, letting the people on the lead lap through. But after a driver's driven a course for just a short amount of time, you know where you need to shift, you know what the sound of the engine is when you need to pull the handle.
And with the problem where the two green cars got together at Chicago, and now this problem here for Dario today, this is becoming a critical situation for Dario Franchitti. Gary, what's the latest?
Well, the crew is about to go over the wall for Franchitti, who continues to have shift problems. I believe he's having to shift manually, doesn't have the shift without lift. We also heard a convoluted report that there might be a problem for Paul Tracy. We haven't pinpointed that. We eyeball his crew on the other side of the split. They stay on this side of the wall looking up track. So a lot of things happening all at once. We get more information, we'll try to bring you up to speed.
We got a glimpse or two of Paul Tracy just ahead. He is an 11th. We're watching Roberto Moreno right now, and we want to kind of look at Moreno's wing assembly. We want to look at the whole car, really. We had a report that the left front nose wing had some damage on it. There's something there left front.
Yeah, you can
apparently
see
contact when Mauricio Guzman.
Yeah, and I think that was the cause of Mauricio Guzman's off going down into turn 4. You can see the left front end plate is broken just on top of the main plane there. He's going to lose a little bit of downforce, maybe pick up a little bit of drag, but that was the cause of Mauricio Guzman's problem. And Paul, according to my fuel calculations, we've got about 3 to 5 laps before the round of pit stops should start, and that's when all the action and all the passing should occur, because right now, as we see on the track, some of the drivers are getting quite loose and are having tire problems.
Michael Andretti just comes through one, heads for the keyhole. Jan Bikas.
Yes, and Michael Andretti has been on the radio, and we believe he may be in trouble. He says he is losing power. The team feels it may be a boost-related problem. Meanwhile, Gilles de Ferran, our leader, the tires are out on pit road. Any moment, he'll be here for his first service.
God, there's a problem further up the pit road as Franchitti has stopped at the crest of the hill. And the fact that there is a hill
Stay
in the
in the
pits
car, Dario,
compounds
till we
things.
tell you to get out. Stay in the car till we tell you to get out.
Kim Green talking to him as the crew is there to try to push him back toward home. Other cars going in and out of the pit, John.
And Gary, our leader, is here. He has his tires. It's off the jacks. It's simply waiting for fuel. He has his eyes focused on Roger Penske. He's turned 12.65 seconds. That is a good number. Now his teammate is going to try and beat it.
Dario Franchitti's crew finally gets him pushed up and over to the edge of the pit. Pretty dangerous when the rest of the cars are pitting. Leader has been announced. Helio Castroneves now takes the lead. Gilles de Ferran pitted on the 29th lap. Here's Cristiano D'Amata, 29. What do you think of that number?
Well, they only have to go 28 to do it in 2 stops. What they're looking for, obviously, is a full course yellow to try to take advantage of that and gain track position with the pace car.
Nice overhead view from the PPI pits. Cristiano D'Amata, latest winner in the series, goes back into the action. I didn't see anything that would indicate they were too concerned about the car in those reports earlier. Jan Bikas.
Helio Castroneves slides a little bit coming to the marks, but he was close enough to where the fuel is going to reach.
Watch Prix.
Oh, that seems quicker than the Ferran. It was. That was 11.7. That's nearly a second faster than the Ferran.
And the pass for the lead could have happened right here. We'll monitor Castroneves as the Ferran comes up Thunder Valley into the carousel.
Kenny Brack, who comes into the pits in 3rd place. While he tried to race here in Barber Dodge, he really didn't have a chance to do it. So he's making his first pit stop in his career at Mid-Ohio. Gary?
We expect that they'll take out a half turn of front wing after they complete the tire changes. Helmet cam right front. There's the return. Out of the way. He finally gets out of here. Just over 13 seconds on my clock, and a thunderous exit it was.
We could see the graining on Kenny's front tires. We don't know what the wear pattern looked on the rear, but obviously he had gotten as much as he could have out of the Firestones.
Christian Fittipaldi through the keyhole right behind Kenny Brack. 31 laps now complete. Helio Castroneves. time, we'll have a clear understanding of how he and Gil de Ferran sit to the rest of the field. Through the carousel.
And all I have to do is look out the window. Castroneves has taken control of the race in the pit stops. De Ferran now 5 seconds behind Castroneves.
Michael Andretti and Max Pappas both in, Jan.
Yes, and Michael Andretti is pitted on a slope here, so they're going to change the 4 tires. And then Mike Solis, who changed the left front.
Watch Timmy. Wait a minute, watch Timmy.
Gary, 11.5.
Watching now as we await Michael going by. Pappas being held, waiting for the fueling. His reps are up. He goes 12.5. He's in front of Michael by a car length as they exit the pits.
Oh, good call. Pappas gets out just ahead of Michael Andretti as they come back up to speed in the action. Course has been full course green all the way for the 32 laps that we have run. First pit stop now coming to a conclusion. Helio Castroneves on the pit stop assumes the lead of the race from his teammate. Gil de Ferran does so with just a blindingly fast pit stop.
Just before we cut away, you saw Max Pappas' hand come up in the air. He wasn't signaling to Michael, simply taking a tear off. Distracts the driver behind you if he throws it at exactly the right time in the right place.
Here the battle for 10th place. Christian Fittipaldi is all over the back of Penny Brett. And for the moment, Christian backs off. Jan, Adrian Fernandez in.
Yes, again, he gets that good fuel economy. This may help you near the end of the race. You have more fuel to use. We see 2 turns on the front wing, and he's out here. That's a good one. 11.5 on my watch.
Oh, we're seeing some great stops. There's Patrick Carpentier coming out as well. That's on the 32nd lap, their 32nd lap of the race as they come out. So Helio Castroneves, easily the leader of the race. Here's Walter Solis, who now replaces for the remainder of the year Takuya Kurosawa in the car. Takuya Kurosawa had a little more problem with his back than they originally thought and had to undergo some surgery in Japan and being reported out for the season. Castroneves, that's the name at the top of the order with the first round of pit stops. Not any problems at all, complete, and boy, were they fast. Back in Lexington, Ohio, you're taking a look back at the leader of the race, Helio Castroneves. He's working hard on Juan Montoya, who at the stop got back on the lead lap and is trying very hard to stay there.
Montoya's going to fight for all he's worth to stay on this lead lap. Just because the leader's just behind him, he doesn't care. He's waiting for a yellow so he can bunch back up to the back and get back in this race.
On the key players during the pit stop, you see quite clearly that it was that stop that worked out. For Helio Castroneves, his team did what he could not, and he put him in the lead.
But I tell you, watching this onboard, we can tell where the Penske advantage is. Coming down the straightaways are pretty evenly matched, but watch under braking. Watch the Penske chassis just suck up on the Lola. Well, that's about as good as it gets, but Montoya's not giving up, but he finally has to.
Oh, there's a lot of fight in that guy as Montoya drops now a lap behind the lead once again. Second time today he's been there. Castroneves, leader of the race, and knows it and has a very, very good sense that he can put that car anywhere he wants. It's almost like he's playing look and slide through there.
And I tell you, that was a very good measure of that Rinsky chassis because Montoya breaks as deep as anyone, and Castroneves was able to just pull up, get side by side, in fact, another half a car length on him. We can see the difference between that, the way the Penske's handling and the way the Lola's handling as they came onto Thunder Valley. You can see Montoya opposite lock, leading 2 long black streaks like a top fuel dragster at 140 miles an hour coming onto that back stretch.
They're almost 4 seconds back at Gil de Ferran. I should tell you that nothing happened while we were away in commercial. Field remains the same. And when we came back, you saw Montoya and Helio Castroneves. That was the action.
Castroneves now about 3.9 seconds ahead of de Ferran. But Paul, I've got to think these 2 Penske drivers are pretty much playing with the rest of the field. But the guys behind them, their next competition, Kenny Breck, is almost 30 seconds behind Gil de Ferran.
Here is Roberto Moreno. We mentioned the damage to the left front wing. With the stop, they didn't do anything with it. What's the story there?
Well, the story, Paul, is that he came onto pit road. He was one of the last to pit, right behind Adrian Fernandez. he ran out of fuel as he approached the pit box. They had to refire it. It took a long time, so unfortunately, he was one of the few guys that we saw that had problems during that first round of pit stops. For Michael Andretti, he still has boost problems. They're telling him use the button every lap to try and make up the deficit.
And on that list of pit stops that we did show you, now looking a little deeper in the field, Patrick Carpentier came into the pits in 8th with great work out of his team. He went out in 6th, getting around both Michael Andretti and Cristiano D'Amata on the stop.
A lot of pressure on Patrick Carpentier this weekend and next. His contract's under review. Very personable young man, excellent driver, but he's really got to perform at his best today at Mid-Ohio and next week at Elkhart Lake in order to get re-upped for next year.
So the battle for 7th, Michael Andretti, Cristiano D'Amata, Adrian Fernandez, just a little bit there. He comes over the top of the hill, and right behind him is Paul Tracy, then Jimmy Vasser.
We just monitored a radio conversation to Adrian Fernandez and his teammate Roberto Moreno. Normally you hear this on the super speedways, on the 500-mile races, but they told them to turn on the oil pumps. What's happened is that these engines have huge clearances and in order to try to minimize frictional losses to get the most horsepower out of them as they're turning over 16,000 RPM, they consume a lot of oil. So they have an extra reservoir, and at some point during the race, they turn on a pump and transfer that oil back into the engine.
Helio Castroneves now working some slower traffic. Walter Salas just ahead of him. Gary, I would assume that in the Penske pits, they're feeling pretty good.
Well, it's interesting, Paul. We've told this story before, how when there's a situation where the Penske drivers are trying to get around lap traffic, they usually send big, tall Pete Twitty up pit road to try to lobby with other teams. Well, the Penske team is at pit entrance. Montoya, who was trying to stay on the lead lap, is at pit exit. Twitty went all the way up the hill, clear to the pit exit, to talk to the Chip Ganassi team and see if they could get by. Helio and Gilles both get by Montoya. I said, did you have any luck? He got a big grin in his face, nodded his head yes, and went off toward Walter Salas' team.
And Pete's a great, big, imposing guy.
That is Pete. He was just over at Walter Salas' team. That's a negotiator.
Yeah, he's about 6 foot 1,000, and he can walk right up to the owners while they're sitting in their pit boxes and be eye to eye with them.
I represent Roger Penske and his team, and I was just wondering if it would be possible that you could move over.
Well, right now, Castroneves and DeFerrin, it's really their race to lose, either on the track or in the pits. These guys are in excellent command of this race. You can see they're driving hard, but leaving small margins coming off of the corners, so not locking up brakes. They're taking care of their tires, driving very neat, very tidily. You see there's no opposite lock from the drivers coming off the corners.
Looks like the negotiator got his work done, and you know, that is part of it. There's a lot that goes on in the pits, and that is a reasonable request to make.
Castroneves now 5.2 seconds ahead of DeFerrin. They're 30 seconds ahead of Kenny Breck and the rest of the field.
The Penske car is now really beginning to outdistance the remainder of the field. Helio Castroneves works on 39 laps, 83 the scheduled distance, but with Kenny Breck, Ford has now moved into the top 3 behind the 200.
Our mobile update today deals with the Indy Lights Championship action in the Dayton Indy Lights Series that was run a little bit earlier today. It was an action-packed day on this 2.25-mile layout at Mid-Ohio. Big crowd, ideal weather conditions, starting the second half of the championship season. There were incidents throughout the 34-lap event, and when all was said and done, it was Townsend Bell from Southern California adding his name to the list of those who've won in the past at Mid-Ohio. 10 years the Lights have run here, 10 different winners. You can see all the action of the Indy Lights Series from Mid-Ohio tonight on ESPN2 at 11:30 Eastern. Paul?
As the Cars FedEx Championship Series continues with 43 laps complete for Helio Castroneves, Gilles DeFerrin is still about 11 seconds back. The Penske cars continue to dominate. 14 laps since the last stop for most of the leaders, so about halfway to what should be the second and final pit stop. We've had no major off-course excursions that required a full course caution, so we've been clean and green the entire way, with Castroneves last time around turning the lap at 118.428 miles an hour. Some of the key players in the points battle in trouble. Juan Montoya, Dario Franchitti, Michael Andretti, all suffering some little problems. In some cases, like Montoya and Franchitti, big problems that have kept them from being anywhere near the top 10 of this action. Right now, Michael Andretti in 7th place. And now with 45 actually done on the track, but we're going to look at the recap of 44. 19 miles an hour for an average. It's pretty spectacular here. Montoya once again. Almost seems to be very, very big this time, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know where he is, Paul. You could identify the spot on the course perhaps, but we are told he has run out of fuel. And even if he was close to pit road, it's an uphill climb. No way you could coast to the pits. This could end it here today for Ron.
It looks like he's off the outside of turn 6. Driver's left, and that's a long haul back up to the pit lane.
28.5 laps since his last stop.
And if he doesn't make it, this could be his 8th DNF of the season.
Exactly. He is not going to make it. He's climbing out of the car right now, Gary. That takes us back up to the front of the field. This is second place to Farron. Michel Jourdain Jr. just ahead of him. Jourdain Jr. is a lap down.
Even though Castro Neves hasn't been feeling well, he is steadily pulling away. I think at the opening stages of the race, he was just biding his time behind DeFerrin. Was glad to pace himself there, but now that he's leading this race, he's extended it now to just over 14 seconds on that lap. Even with the flu, with not feeling well, and this is the worst place in the world to have some sort of physical ailment because this track just beats the bejeebers out of it.
Battle for 12th. That's Tagliani, the blue and white car. They had Tony Kanaan working on him pretty hard. Mid-Ohio is usually the ceremonial start of what in racing they call the silly season. That's the time when they begin talking about the trades for next year. And it is so rampant here this weekend that it's not even worth going into half of them. We mentioned what we know to be fact, that Jimmy Vasser, in fact, has been told that he will not be back at Target 50 Ganassi next year. Watches Castro Neves works his way around Roberto Moreno as the leader runs in traffic. But there's so much going on, you almost have to put a 15-minute date light on it to see where that rumor came from.
And the rumors started about a month ago regarding drivers, engine manufacturer movements, and also chassis. But it seems traditionally that Mid-Ohio is where finally you start to be able to confirm one or two rumors. You talked about the fact that Jimmy Vasser being released from his contract. Once one domino moves, then everything starts to happen. But today, in particular, from the PR people, hospitality, the crew guys, and I can only say...
More patience. He's not our friend, okay? That guy's not our friend.
No one's your friend in this business when you're on the racetrack. But we've come into the 13th race on August 13th. It is a full moon, and I don't know if those were contributing factors, but today it has been absolutely spectacular to hear the
Here
rumors.
comes Sanan back working on Tagliani. He's been working at the back end for some time. Closest closure that we've seen in a couple of laps. Tagliani 12. Kanan trying to get there. Almost had him that time. And the places you can pass here somewhat limited. You work a lap to get up to that one place where you may be able to pass.
Well, it's really limited by your imagination, but realistically, with two cars that are pretty much equal in all performance areas, what you have to do is you've got to set the guy coming up off of turn 2, get right up underneath his wing, as we saw Dario Franchitti do right in the beginning stages of the race. Hopefully draft him all the way down the long back straightaway into turn 4 and then pop out. So Kanaan really has to concentrate on getting a good exit off of 1 and now stay right behind him up into 2 and coming off this corner get absolutely as close as he can.
Yeah, but there's one of the other keys.
And he made a mistake. Look at that. Tagliani made a mistake.
Cost him, but look at Serbia coming into the fight too, and Serbia not close enough. Let's see if Tagliani can come back.
Well, it's a twofold problem for Tagliani as he got off in the marbles. He's going to pick up some of the rubber, plus he just didn't have the exit speed. But that's a good comparison of Ford versus Mercedes, but instead we're still able to draft up behind Kanaan.
Yeah, but here was the key. This just had to do with not being in the right place.
He came up over the rise, locked up the inside front tire, lost directional control, swung out wide. Kanaan right on the inside. Serbia tucked in behind Kanaan, and then it's just a drag race down to turn 4.
And Gualter Salas, the same area we just were showing to you at turn 2, often in the gravel pit. Front of the field, nothing changes. There's the car way up off at turn 1. Look at that crowd. Big campground off to the right.
And we've seen a lot of drivers off in this area in turn 2 have this same problem. We almost saw it with Tagliani. Unfortunately, it just got solved.
Farmland around Lexington, Ohio, and we take a look at the leaders of this race for you. Helio Castroneves got past his teammate on their pit stop. From the Honda Helicam, nothing has changed since we left you. It is still Helio Castroneves, who is working on his 53rd lap as the leader, 16 seconds ahead of his teammate, Gilles de Ferran. So while the team may have gotten him into the lead, Castroneves has certainly taken great advantage of it on the racetrack and begins now to pull away. 22 laps since his last stop, so what do you think, Parker? 6, maybe 7 laps till the last stop.
Well, we saw 28 to 33, so that gives you anywhere from 56 up to 66 laps. They only have to go to lap 56 in order to get to the next to the checkered flag. As we watch Castroneves, you can see how good this car is, particularly in the difficult sections of the course where you're up and over these steep rises. TV tends to flatten everything out, but trust me, it's like coming up over the top of a mountain in San Francisco over the top of Nob Hill. This car hardly ever moves, and yet he's able to continue to pull away at the stripe that time, 16.467 ahead of de Ferran, who is now waiting for Kenny Breck to come across the line, pulling away from Kenny Breck, Fittipaldi, Pappas, Carpentier, and the rest of the field. Now 35.3 seconds back to this man, Kenny Breck.
Kenny Breck, rookie to the series, an absolute rookie to this racetrack. We were sitting up on one of the hills watching one of the practice sessions from the many other races that are here throughout the weekend. And Kenny was saying that while he had an opportunity to race here, mechanical problems kept him out. And then he went away and has run ovals with the IRL for the past several years and was really excited about getting back to the circuit. But he said, you know, I don't have one really fast lap on this circuit at all. Montoya, out of fuel, out of the race. Here's Gary.
Juan, 8 DNFs this year. How tough is it to accept this as a defending champion of this series?
But you know, things happen with the car. You know, we couldn't really get the hands with the car through all the weekend. In qualifying, you know, I thought, I couldn't run that pace. In the race, actually, beginning of the run, I was getting very good mileage, and I thought it was going to be good. But you know, as the run went on, just the car, even though it was really turned down, the car started sliding and suddenly just stepped out of me. You know, then I ran out of fuel.
Do you get frustrated when things like this go on? I mean, we see you smiling here. It looks like you're getting used to it, but it's got to hurt, doesn't it?
Well, it hurts, but you know, that's racing. And you know, it's not the first time that it happened, you know, and you know, it's a shame because for the championship is really bad. You know, it really hurt us because we're not really scoring any points. You know, we score points in 3 races or something like that.
Thank you.
Juan Montoya with much speculation about where he will be next year, and the best guess appears to be in Formula One.
Now, there's been no confirmation of that, but the reason I think that's already happened. Oh, look at this.
Jimmy Vasser.
Look at the left front suspension damage on Paul Tracy's car. No, that's Dario Franchitti's car.
And here comes Gilles de Ferran from second place into the Penske pit. Jan?
Yes, this was a scheduled stop. Now, of course, everyone up and down pit road is wondering if this will bring out a full course caution. He's not going to pass his teammate here unless Castroneves has a problem during his pit stop. 11.4 seconds, a great stop, but now it's going to be up to Castroneves. Can he have a clean pit stop?
Oh, and the real key, too, is whether or not they decide that they're going to go to a full course caution. They haven't made that decision yet. If they do, that could have a major effect on the outcome of this event.
Coming up into turn 2, we've seen the problems all weekend long. Franchitti tries to go down the inside of Vasser. He does not have the corner. Jimmy turns in for the inside. They make contact, heavy damage to the left front of Dario's car. Jimmy slides off. And this will change the outcome if they do go for full course yellow, because it's all about track position. That means de Ferran would inherit the lead of the race. Everyone else would come in and line up behind him once they go green. De Ferran now being able to go to the checkered flag. We're just seeing a safety flag displayed at start finish, but no indication of a full course yellow yet.
Safety flag just tells you that those emergency vehicles from the kart safety team are out on the circuit in an exposed position. And since they have not gone to full course caution,
Local yellow, white local yellow.
My best guess is that they're going to stay that way, covering with that local yellow.
If they haven't made the decision by don't
They're
think
going
they
to stay
will.
that way, absolutely. Chief steward of the race, Kirk Russell, keeps track, of course, with communication, everybody on the corner.
Okay, let's watch the event again. Watch Jimmy Vasser and Dara Franchitti as they come up into the second corner. Now there's a big lip here, a big rise they come over. Franchitti comes to the inside, and you can see he thinks he's got position here, but Jimmy has still got about a third of a car length, and Dario's really got to get it done. He can't get up side by side with Jimmy. Jimmy turns in for the corner. You could argue that Jimmy knew that he was coming up at the inside and should have given the corner to him. But once a driver does that, then he knows that his number's up for the rest of his career in this series. He has to turn in order to get respect. Dario just wasn't up far enough in order to get that pass done.
What a terribly frustrating mid-season this has been for Dario Franchitti. Can't seem to put anything whatsoever together. They now have all of the pit equipment ready for Elio Castronettis, the 3-car, to head into the pits and make his stop. He will do it on his 59th lap of the race. Kenny Breck is in. He comes in from 3rd. Obeys the pit speed limit enforced right at the start of the pits. Gary?
Watching this crew go into work for a second time today, Kenny Breck was complaining that the car was a little bit loose. That's fairly normal after the brakes were gone off. If he gets the revs up and he's on that limiter so hard, we have to back away from the rear of the car. That's about a 16-second stop. Man, it's thundering again back here. John.
And Gary, our leader, is here with a 39-second lead. I don't think there's too much pressure on the crew here. They're pretty much going to make sure they make no mistakes. And they didn't make any. 11.9, and he's on easy street right now.
And Jan, I didn't see any indication there was any concern about the car either. I didn't see any moves on the machine at all, like they're very satisfied with that.
Yeah, that's the case of both the Penske machines. Obviously, they rolled out the truck, and these cars are right where they wanted to be.
So Team Penske, both cars have made their stop. With the stop, so Gil DeFerrin has come back out into 4th place, and Christian Fittipaldi has moved up into 2nd. Then Kenny Breck came in. That moved DeFerrin up to 3rd. Vasser, Franchitti, that very long walk.
I'd like to have a microphone in on that conversation as they come back. So they're all pretty even-tempered guys. Probably will actually have a pretty calm discussion.
Back in Lexington, Ohio, here is Michael Andretti. He was with Cristiano D'Amato on the course. Cristiano pulled off. This should be routine service from the PPI team for Cristiano D'Amato.
They've tried to stretch this fuel stop just as long as possible because this means from here on out they'll have an advantage on the track. They don't have to put as much fuel in now, but they can run full wrench all the way to the checkered flag.
No major changes since we left you. Castroneves is the leader. Gil DeFerrin sits in 2nd. Max Pappas up in 3rd, followed by Michael Andretti and Adrian Fernandez. Walter Salles, we mentioned, replacing Takuya Kurosawa, and he has an early exit from this race as well, Gary.
It's going to been a year since Walter had been on a road course.
Shinji Nakano, excuse me, Gary, that's Shinji Nakano off course. Doesn't appear to be a big issue. Go ahead, Gary.
All right. Walter, it's been a year since you've been on a road course. How was it today until this incident that put you out?
It was going okay. The car was getting better as the fuel was going down. I had just set my quickest lap in the race. We were moving forward. I was getting a little tired, to be honest, after like, I don't know, 50 laps without a yellow. You know, it's been a while since I driven. But hopefully next week in Elkhart, we're going to do the job all weekend long.
Thank you very much. We go to Jan. Andretti's in, Jan?
Yes, he is. Michael has the tires.
Watch to me. Wait a minute. Watch to me.
Mike Sullivan.
Go ahead. Go.
11.8 seconds, but now we're going full course yellow. That's not good timing for Michael. I think he's one of the last guys. Maybe Adrian Fernandez will be the guy who picks up an advantage here.
Well, exactly, and he may have been totally caught. I guess it's Shinji Nakano that is the concern. Roberto Moreno comes in the pits as well. Patrick team lays out for Adrian Fernandez, but just all of a sudden they came out with a full course caution which will slow the field and put them lined up behind the pace car. Patty Hughes, the driver there from right here in the Columbus, Ohio area. But it's kind of strange if you didn't go full course on the other. You just have to assume that Nakano was in a far more dangerous position.
And if you're this driver, Helio Castroneves, this is the worst possible nightmare you could have. He had pulled out nearly a 20-second lead on his teammate DeFerrin, and to have that all evaporate under a full course yellow can be heartbreaking.
Helpful for Max Pappas, who comes in from third, Gary.
Yeah, we're going to say if there's a beneficiary to this, it may be this man, Max Pappas, who gets his final service now. He had been listed in third place. See how much ground he can make up under the bottom of the yellow. Let's go back down to Jan.
Adrian Fernandez, wow! That was under 10 seconds for Fernandez. Beautiful stuff.
Adrian Fernandez came in from fourth place. So with that sudden display of the full course yellow and the bottling out that will occur behind the pace car, the complexion of this race changes drastically. We'll be back. Now, Shinji Nakano was the reason that we went under the full course caution. Over in the carousel, he got off the circuit, and that's a pretty dangerous place to leave car and driver. So the safety team came out. They hooked him up. But one of the things you don't want is for the strap to get caught around the wheels.
What you have to do as a driver is keep braking with your left foot to make sure that you keep tension on that toe strap. He let a lot of slack get into the line, went underneath the left wheel, underneath the wings and the body.
And while he didn't have damage from the off-course excursion, the toe pretty much ended the day for Shinji Nakano. At the same time, Tarso Marquez pulled the Swift off the edge of the course. It was him 13th. But now his day is done as well. So we still sit under the first and only full course caution of the day, with Castroneves as the leader, followed by DeFerrin and Christian Fittipaldi. Some interesting fuel action as well. We'll talk about that when we come back. Still under that full course caution. Here is your pit summary with that. Kenny Breck suffering a little bit. And Christian Fittipaldi gets one position. Jan Bikas, where are we on the fuel now?
Well, it's kind of funny, Paul. What's happening is we're so used to people calling from pit road saying save fuel, be careful. Now the word up and down pit road is burn fuel, burn it, baby. Normally under a yellow, you hear the cars go by, you know, no revs, high gears, saving fuel. They're screaming now, full rich, trying to burn some off so the car will be lighter.
In fact, Parker, during the last stops that we were watching there, just before we went to break, we saw some short fueling on the cars.
Well, no matter how much we talk about fuel economy, fans don't like to hear it. As long as you can pit under the yellow, fuel strategy will always be part of this kind of racing, because it allows you to give short fills like we saw for some of the competitors at the very end, and that means quicker pit stops and better track position once you exit the pits.
Leo Castroneves takes the green flag, takes us back to green flag racing. Oriol Servia and Roberto Moreno separate Castroneves from his second place teammate Gilles DeFerrin, and then comes the fight. Fittipaldi, Max Pappas is next in that line, then Kenny Breck and Carpentier. They are all fighting for position, but they're trying to end with lap traffic. The high-speed stretch downhill. Remember the fight within the pit teams on the fuel stop. Here comes Fernandez battling it with Michael, trying to get up and around Carpentier.
Look at Paul Tracy on the outside of Michael Andretti.
Tracy, that's not the key position when you come off the corner. If he could have kept his nose in there, he might have been good, but it didn't work.
And you saw some side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel racing there, but those guys gave each other a car width and an edge.
Hey, this is a good group. They are all battling one another. They're all for position, running from fourth down through about 11th.
And this is the sprint. The drivers have 15 laps to go. They've got plenty of fuel. Tires are not really a concern, although they could burn them down in 15 laps. And they realize if they're going to get the pass done, they better get it done now.
Adrian Fernandez works on the gold helmeted Carpentier. Michael Andretti works on Fernandez. And there's Paul Tracy, the Tagliani trying to catch him. All those positions right together.
Now it's interesting watching him come into turn two. Fernandez a little wider in order to maximize his exit speed. Not worried about Michael going underneath. Michael protecting the inside to keep Paul Tracy from getting behind or around him, but saw that Paul got a better exit off the corner. He just couldn't draft past Michael.
Tracy comes up, tries to work on Michael, touches him.
Paul put a wing on him. He was trying the same maneuver as he did last lap to get on the outside of 5 depth, the inside of 6.
Up and over the rise now through what Parker is calling madness, heading down the turn that will take them up through Thunder Valley, back up the hill. into the carousel and onto the pit straight. Paul Tracy continuing to try to close on Michael Andretti. Jimmy Vasser involved in contact with Paul Tracy's teammate, Dario Franchitti, and now Vasser is with Gary Jarrett.
Jimmy, what can you tell us about the contact with Dario Franchitti? How did you see it?
I didn't see it, really. I think he just hit my rear tire and walking back with Dario, and he said he locked him up or something. Was sorry he hit me, but that's the way it goes. I didn't think he was going to try to make a move. I knew he was 2 laps down, and that's the way it goes.
Jimmy, we're hearing a lot of speculation about your racing future. Have you, in fact, parted company with Chip Ganassi at this point?
No, not at this point.
You think that's going to happen?
It's possible. You know, it's possible. We're gonna talk this week and maybe say something before Elkhart Lake.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, in this silly season, as we have mentioned earlier today on the RPM show on ESPN, Marlo Klein reported that in fact that had happened. We relayed that on to you now. An entirely different story comes from Jimmy Vasser, so we'll go with Jimmy Vasser's story that while it may happen, it has not yet. The battle on the track, though, is what is important now. Michael Andretti working on Carpentier, and everybody lined up behind him.
Keep working them. Good job. You're looking good.
Pretty good way to watch a road race, isn't it? Listening to communication to Paul Tracy. Up off of turn 1, they head for 2 for the keyhole. There you can see why they call it the keyhole.
Paul Tracy, once again, trying to take advantage of coming off that corner quicker. He doesn't do it that time. He needs to get it right behind Michael Andretti, but now he's got a problem of his own. Alex Tagliani looks right, looks left, looks right, then goes back to the left.
Oh! And Tagliani tags Tracy.
Oh, no!
Here comes Canon down to come head on into the side.
And where did Cristiano D'Amato go? You can see Tracy has damage on the right front wing. He was sitting up on top.
What's up with that guy?
What's up with that guy? Talking about Tagliani. Now we can go back and look at it, and you'll see what's up with those guys.
We saw Tag get a great exit coming off of turn 2. Finally decides to go down the outside. Paul blocks the inside, says, hey, if you want it on the outside, that's fine. But then he doesn't give Paul any room as he turns down into the corner. Cristiano D'Amato goes off the left. Tony Kanaan chooses outside, which is wrong. Blundell chooses to the inside. He makes it through. Watch as they come down. Tag's got to know that Paul's got to be somewhere there. And really, he's got the corner. If he would have given him just a little bit more room, he would have had the pass, would have been able to allow Paul to get through there cleanly. Poor Tony Kanaan suffers from a little bit of target fixation there following Cristiano D'Amato down into that corner.
From above, again, the conversations no doubt to continue, not only over this incident itself, but through the fact that it brings out the full course caution once again and will once again bunch the field up. And that may give Gil de Ferran an opportunity to close in and do battle with Elio Castroneves, his teammate and the leader of the race. And there's Cristiano D'Amato. He is apparently out as well. We kind of hope that he snuck around the left side, but it didn't happen. We'll be back with more. Back in Lexington, Ohio, you want to wrap up everything motorsports related. RPM tonight at the place. 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 Pacific tonight. Tomorrow, special time for RPM tonight at 6:30 Eastern. So make sure you're adjusted to that special time. Now we're under the full course caution. And the reason, of course, is contact coming down the hill.
Well, the rules change when you make a pass on the outside. Remember, it's the responsibility of the overtaking driver to pass safely. Now watch Tagliani. He looks to the right, looks to the left, goes left. You've got to assume when you're overtaking someone on the outside that the guy on the inside has gone as deep as humanly possible. You've got to leave him a lane on the inside. Tag cuts across Paul Tracy's bow, causes a spin because Paul's got his feet down on the pedals just as hard as he can trying to get this thing stopped. Cristiano D'Amato unfortunately goes off into the trap. Kanaan makes contact.
From Mark Blundell's point of view.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll take those 3 spots and I'll be on my way.
A couple of cars out. Cristiano D'Amata, Paul Tracy is out. Interestingly enough, Tagliani continued on. Tony Kanaan came in for a nose job, and he'll go back out. Gary Gerald?
With Barry Green. Barry, at Chicago, we talked about your drivers getting together out of the race. Totally different circumstances. Both men now knocked out. How do you deal with this kind of frustration?
Well, you know, it's certainly not a great weekend for Team Cool Green. You know, Dario qualified really well and was running well, and we had some little electronics glitch in the car, and that put him way back in the pack, and he was trying to make something happen, and unfortunately got together with Jimmy, which was unfortunate. Paul, we didn't qualify well, and finished up down the back when we started, and you know, he was running a good race. Got a little loose, I think, coming out of the tight turn there, leading onto the straightaway. Tagliani got a good run on us, and unfortunately they got together. But you know, just a few laps to go, we're in the points, and not a great day for us.
All right, we'll see you next week.
A lot of disappointment for team owner Barry Green under the full course caution. This is the way they are lined up. It looks like we're probably going to come back to about a 10-lap dash to the finish with the whole field bunched up together. Castro Neves, DeFerrin, Fittipaldi, Pappas, rookie Kenny Breck, and Adrian Fernandez. They'll be in line. Back in Lexington, Ohio. Look at Helio Castro Neves. He was down almost dead stop on the pit straight, then slowed down again coming down the hill. And now, as we're ready to go back to green flag racing, he picks the pace up.
Well, look at Oriol Servia. Even though he's not in this fight, he hasn't been snookered. He better be careful. He timed it just right.
Green flag just ahead. We're green. It's going to be a dash to the finish. DeFerrin's got some breathing room. Oriol Servia right behind him is a lap down. So is Roberto Moreno. His next competitor is that number 2 car. Gil DeFerrin sitting 4 places back.
And the guys know if they're going to get a pass done in the sprint to the finish, they better do it now. So there's a lot of pressure coming down this long straightaway to try to make a move on the inside of turn 4.
Behind DeFerrin, Nemo Gidley, who has a lap down, and then this car, Christian Fittipaldi, Jan Beekman.
Yes, and Christian said, if I can just get by Gidley, I know that I can go after DeFerrin. He sent one of his team representatives up to talk to the Dell Penna Motorsports and Mimo Gidley, and so far Mimo's just standing on it, not too worried about Christian behind him.
Well, the negotiations are well underway with 9 laps to go for the leader, Helio Castro Neves, and perhaps a second victory for him. Go on board Max Pappas. Lined up right behind Christian.
Coming up the hill out of Thunder Valley. Off-camber flat left-hander here. You really have to suck in close if you can through this long sweeping carousel corner. You want to place yourself in position coming off of turn 1, the end of this pit straightaway, so that you get right up underneath them under braking to try to get the draft going down the long back straightaway and make your move. You've got to set these passes up corners in advance of them actually happening.
Back through the rest of the field. There's Carpentier.
We had picked up a radio transmission. He was just behind Jourdain, who was not a factor on the lead lap. The Benhausen team said, Patrick, today's your birthday. Happy birthday. He'll pull over and give you an early birthday present.
Yeah. Michael Andretti working at the back of the car.
Parker, a quick update on Carpentier, another radio transmission. He says he's got a power problem on that car. He's very frustrated there right now. Team telling him to just try to hang on and keep going.
But now with just 8 laps to go, it's still a pretty long hanging on because this is such a big circuit. Because it is, you know, CART has the best safety team in the business with the CART safety team, but also to handle a course like this, you have an enormous volunteer organization. Most of them come from the Sports Car Club of America, and both of those come from Lake Erie Communications, Lake Erie Flagging and Com. A couple hundred of those come out, take time off for work and everything to make sure that the event goes well. And I'm proud to report I'm a member of that group now. They let me flag down on the first corner this weekend. Gave me a whole new appreciation. I always knew their job was taxing and dangerous, but much more so than I ever imagined. Look at Fittipaldi. He's cleared Gidley, and now it's just steadily closing on DeFerrin. Fittipaldi, who sat out the race at Chicago because he lost consciousness during a accident impact with the wall in practice on Friday. Now he is back with a vengeance. Jan?
Hey, Paul, you know, in yesterday's show, you were talking about Gilles de Ferran being Mr. 100, getting the 100th victory for Penske and the 100th pole for Firestone. Well, maybe today is number 50. Driver number 50, Helio Castroneves. It'll be the 50th win for Honda if he stays right where he is.
Good point there. Helio Castroneves leads it. De Ferran is in second place right now. And for Team Penske, very interesting numbers. Remember those years that we have watched Team Penske struggle after being so powerful and so dominant in the sport. This year alone, we'll take a look at that on road courses alone this season. There's any question that the Penske organization is back with their 2 new drivers. There's the evidence.
And even with the depth of their engineering and personnel departments, you would think that with a new chassis, a new engine, and 2 new drivers, it would take you some time to ramp up. These guys have done an unbelievable job, especially considering that this year is the most competitive it has ever been in history. It is so much more difficult to qualify in the top 10, even the top 15, let alone to run at the front consistently, and they've been able to do that.
77 laps into the book, 83 to left. Question about the first of those blue and white cars. Just ahead there at the Carpentier, we're watching Alex Tagliani as he works on Michael Andretti. He seems none the worse from where.
L5, Michael, L5.
None the worse for wear after having contact with Paul Tracy and continuing on, an incident that took out Tracy and D'Amata.
We'll hear the teams now coaching the drivers towards the end, because this is a very punishing marathon, not in time distance, but the fact that it just beats you up so badly. The drivers know if there's 5 laps to go, 3 laps to go, they dig even deeper to get the most out of themselves, hold their breath, and whatever they've got left, they're going to give to try to move up in the order.
In the Penske pit, specifically in the Castroneves pit. Come on, guy, just keep it going.
There's a lot of praying that goes on. We heard the fan forum that was held on Friday. A small child asked Barry Green, do you ever pray before the race? And Barry Green thought about it for a moment, and he said, son, I've got Paul Tracy and Dario Franchitti. I pray all the time.
No pressure, no pressure.
Castroneves now 4.2 seconds ahead of Gilles de Ferran, just now coming into your picture, coming off the first quarter. And Castroneves, who had built up that huge lead, has got exactly what he wants, a couple of slower cars in between himself and the second place car. Even though it's his teammate, and they are friends, they are competitors on the racetrack. It's an ideal situation. It gives you a little bit of breathing room. Just keep the interval back to Serbia, and hope that you've got enough of a gap so that if you encounter any lap traffic, really shouldn't be a problem with so few laps to go after that last restart, that you can take up any slack that occurs and comfortably get to the checkered flag.
De Ferran, Fittipaldi still there, but doesn't seem to be quite as aggressive as he was. You saw the leader come through. Serbia is not on the lead lap. Neither is Roberto Moreno, just behind him, so that provides some additional pad between Castroneves and his teammate, the second place Gilles de Ferran. But you can see De Ferran with Fittipaldi closing a little bit as they come onto the pit straight.
Still a lot of coaching going on over the radio. Drivers being told they're doing great, that they're turning the race's fastest laps, that the guy in front of him is losing his tires, that he's not handling well. Anything to encourage the guys, to keep the guys right on top of their game in the last few laps.
Interesting contrast between first and second place and the team drivers, Castroneves and De Ferran. De Ferran, longtime veteran, very steady head. Even Rogers standing pretty still as they keep track of their cars in the pits. He wondered how this one is going to come out.
There's a lot of pressure on the pit crews through those pit stops, but once the fueling and tires are changed, once the adjustments are made, at this point, everything is on the driver.
Talk about the steadfast and veteran aspects of Gilles de Ferran. While the leader of the race, Helio Castroneves, young, somewhat emotional. Runner up to Tony Kanaan in the lights in '97. Scored his first victory this year. works out 6 days a week. You can tell it. He's very, very fit. Of course, most of them do.
I would say now all the drivers are that way, Paul. They all train very, very hard, and one of the reasons they do is because of the grueling test of this particular course. They target this race in particular for their training.
2 laps to go now for Elio Castroneves. Look at there. That's 1-2 finish. 94. Tracy and Little Al.
And even though the results may be the same today, the series has changed so much. Not to diminish the accomplishments of what Team Penske was able to do then in 1994, but this is just an enormous achievement in front of this very, very competitive field.
Something pretty dire is going to have to happen for Elio Castroneves to lose this lead. The 2 cars that separate him from his teammate Gilles de Ferran occupy a good portion of the 4.7 seconds that actually separates them on the racetrack.
Don't worry about it. A little debris in 1.
More lap to go. They warn him of debris in 1. He goes through 1. It's not obvious what it is. Nevertheless, he is clear through it.
From a driver's perspective on this final lap, he couldn't be in a better position. He's 5.6 seconds ahead of de Ferran. He's got a couple of lapped cars between him and second place. You start short shifting, you make sure that you brake maybe just a little earlier. Take a bit of caution on the turn in, give yourself a little bit of room on the exit, but you don't want to break rhythm. You're still pushing. You aren't just going to lay over on this last lap, but certainly you're going to have a little bit of margin in case anything goes wrong, or you have to make a sudden movement on the racetrack because of debris or a car that's had a problem.
At this course, twice Emerson Fittipaldi has won for Roger Penske. Twice Al Unser Jr. This will be the 5th time for Roger on this circuit if, in fact, Elio can make it to the finish. It looks like he's just absolutely cruising now. Earlier, Parker Johnstone suggested, and I think rightly so, that both Elio and second place Gilles de Ferran were just playing with the rest of the field. They have this track down absolutely packed. The twin checkered flags fly ahead.
Baby, you're a hero again.
You're a hero again.
Second win of his career and this year for Elio Castroneves, who once again is almost trying to get out of the car. Look out, Roberto Moreno. That's the winner. Elio Castroneves moments ago scored the victory and started his traditional celebration after winning the Miller Lite 200. Leading the most laps, his teammate Gilles de Ferran finished second and took the extra point for the pole, and Elio celebrated with Rick Reineman, his teammate. Now he's with Gary Gerald.
Well, Elio Castroneves comes down to knee here, and I don't know if he's giving thanks, taking a deep breath, or what. We know you weren't feeling well to begin with this week. How tough physically has this day been, Elio?
Gary, I have to thank, first of all, the doctor, Steve, everybody over there to take care of this weekend. IV and everything they put me on, and they probably put something there that definitely made me finish the race. It was really tough, but what a team, our Team Penske. What a fantastic car I had. Wow, what a day. Today is just a fantastic day.
We heard Tim Cindric on the radio saying, no pressure. Were you feeling pressure?
I tell you, the last 5 laps, I said, damn, it doesn't finish. I mean, yeah, it was, oh, what a day, man, I tell you. I have to thank everybody that's really supporting me, believing me. Mom and Dad, my sister that's not here, we did it again, twice.
And I got a feeling there may be many more in the future, Paul.
So congratulations to Elio Castroneves. What's that do to the points battle? Well, now Michael Andretti still has the lead, but Gilles de Ferran has moved around Roberto Moreno into second place, 19 points, and Elio moves from 12 to 8 in the points. We'll be back. Now 6 races left in the Kart FedEx Championship Series next weekend. We're at the beautiful Road America circuit at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Make sure you join us there. Let's go down pit side once again. Jan Beacon with Gilles de Ferran.
And Gilles de Ferran is wearing the 50th win for Honda. Gilles, did you wish that was you, or are you happy with second place?
Well, you know, considering the circumstances, I think I'm pretty happy with second place. I think today is a great day for the whole Marlboro Team Penske. Also, I wanted to congratulate you here on the air, as I can hear myself speak. Hopefully you can hear too.
All right, great run for both Penske guys, and obviously it does him a whole bunch of good in the points.
Our final Toyota Spotlight of the day takes you back on what was a very pretty day in Lexington, Ohio, and full of quite a bit of unusual activity, ending up Elio Castroneves taking the win, and his teammate Bill DeFerrin in second place. Christian Fittipaldi with a very nice drive comes home in third. I'm Paul Page from Pressure Channel, from Jan Beekes and Gary Gerald. Thanks for joining us here. We'll see you next weekend. ABC Sports is online at abcsports.com.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
On a beautiful summer day in Central Ohio, for the 22nd year, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course plays host to the Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford, the Champ Car Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. Welcome everyone, live here on Speed Channel. I'm Bob Varsha along with Tommy Kendall, Derek Daly, and Calvin Fish. The championship could not be tighter. Bruno Junqueira leads Paul Tracy by just 1 point after Tracy took both championship bonus points available in first and second round qualifying for today's race. There you see the top 8 in the championship. Oriol Servia in 6th, the highest ranking driver who has yet to record a win this season. The cars are on track, warming their Ford engines and their Bridgestone tires. Let's turn to our starting grid, powered by Ford. A career-high 5th pole of the year for Paul Tracy, who starts next to the big surprise of the weekend, just 16 thousandths of a second off the pole sitter, rookie Ryan Hunter-Reay, the best performance by a Reynard in qualifying this season. Earlier today, we spoke with the rookie about having Paul Tracy alongside. Is he intimidated by the veteran? Well, to hear him tell it, not one bit.
Well, I know Paul's got a lot to lose. I really don't. I think everybody really knows that. We're going to run a nice, solid race, and I'll do whatever comes to me naturally at the beginning of the start. I'm not going to force anything, but if it's there, I'm definitely not going to back out.
To give Ryan Hunter-Reay every possible chance this afternoon, they've made a small switch in the team. They've taken the fueler from Jimmy Vasser's car and moved it over to Ryan Hunter-Reay's. Here he is, but look at this. His knee is heavily bandaged because he fell off his dirt bike 2 weeks ago. But he's a tough guy, a tough guy. You know how I know? Because his name is John Wayne.
Thanks very much, Derek. On row 2, the rookie sensation, Sebastian Bourdais, starting next to Michel Jourdain, 3rd of the championship and 3rd quick of the warm-up. On row 3, the defending race champion, Patrick Carpentier, who led every lap from pole last year, starting next to the points leader, way back in 6th, Bruno Junqueira. On row 4, Alex Tagliani will start next to Oriol Servia, the only driver to finish in the top 10 in every race thus far this year. On row 5, he spun off at the end of Saturday qualifying. Mario Dominguez will start next to former Mid-Ohio winner Adrian Fernandez. On row 6, Roberto Moreno of Brazil will start next to the quickest man in Friday's opening session of practice, Tiago Montero of Portugal. On row 7, Darren Manning will start next to Jimmy Vasser, who got no laps in second round qualifying but was the fastest man in this morning's warm-up. On row 8, Mario Haberfeld of Brazil starts next to Max Pappas. On row 9, Rodolfo Levine will be next to American Jeff Boss. And all alone on row 10 will be Boss's teammate, Walter Salas. To Calvin Fish.
Bob, this season we've seen some starts which, to be honest with you, have been quite ugly. And this weekend the kart officials have made some changes. There's no acceleration point that the drivers need to get to before they hit the gas pedal. What they're now going to do is put the responsibility on the pole sitter and the other front row man to bring the pace of the field down to the green flag. This will create a bigger window for the starter to be able to see the field forming up. Hopefully we'll get a cleaner start here this afternoon, Bob.
All right, thank you, Calvin. Of course, one of the nuances of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course is we start on the backstretch. Tommy Kendall.
And that's a key part. The start will be on the run down to turn 4. Turn 5 then goes back the other way. If Ryan Hunter-Reay can stay on the inside, he's on the inside for turn 5. On hold, there's almost no rest at the Mid-Ohio circuit. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 run together. A brief break, but you're going through the gear so quickly. 10, 11, 12, 13, very little chance to rest. Turn 4, also is the best place to pass. The only real hard braking zone on the circuit.
In 21 previous races, Mid-Ohio has been won from pole 9 times. Checking our Bridgestone keys to the race. 92 laps scheduled. Our mandatory pit window is 24 laps. You may go no farther than 24 laps without pitting for 4 fresh tires. It's a warm day, but not as warm as we've seen earlier this weekend, and thankfully the humidity is down. Now the pit window is very narrow. It will open on lap 20 and close 4 laps later. And that's basically the way it'll work for what is anticipated to be a 3-stop race, a 4-lap window from open to close. That will set up some interesting strategies. Onto the backstretch they come. Paul Tracy has led 77 career races over 3,200 laps. Ryan Hunter-Reay has neither. Oh, we got dirt off driver's right as they head for the green flag. And we are green. And Hunter-Reay immediately slots in behind Tracy, with Sebastian Bourdais and Michel Jourdain following. Whoa, off and on, Adrian Fernandez.
By getting a good jump on the start, Tracy instantly neutralized all that talk about Hunter-Reay being a threat on the inside of turn 5. Couldn't really tell where the green was relative to where Paul took off, but it didn't look any neater to me as far as I was concerned. Unless they got a really early green flag, it doesn't look like they were dead even when they took off.
A lot of sliding around on cold tires. Under the flag stand for the first time. That completes lap 1, though they haven't gone all the way around the circuit. And Paul Tracy is rapidly drawing away from Ryan Hunter-Reay. I suspect that's exactly what Michel Jourdain, Sebastian Bourdais, and especially Bruno Junqueira did not want to see.
They did not want to see that. Now the question is, can Ryan Hunter-Reay run the pace that does not hold up the guys behind him? He obviously has the speed in the car, and nobody's threatening him at this point. But Tracy really pounded it out here in the opening lap. You saw me in left turn 1, leaving a big black mark, the outside rear tire, trying to build that gap before everybody's up to speed.
Battle for 4th here. Sebastian Bourdais in the red and white car being followed by the man you ride with, Patrick Carpentier, the defending race champion.
Bourdais struggled a little bit, ran wide in turn 6, never got all the way down to the apex, never got clipped in tight there. It was about 6-8 inches off. Little oversteer wiggle from Carpentier. What you don't know is what the cold pressures were. Again, Bourdais runs wide.
Thiago Montero, flat right rear. He's got a long way to go down through Thunder Valley. Turns 10, 11, and 12 before he reaches the pit entrance. We've got balloons that were released at the green flag hanging below the bridge, and some of them getting in the car's way.
That shows you how much these cars disrupt the airflow. They're causing the air to tumble 10, 15 feet in the air. So when you talk about turbulence coming off the wings, it's hard to see it, but that gave you a little glimpse at it.
Montero, Fittipaldi Dingman team. On lap 3. They'll have to recrunch the numbers and decide what they can do with him to try to make up places on pit strategy. He was the fastest man in the opening practice here, and that raised a lot of eyebrows. To watch the pit exit during the day. The drivers have been told their right side wheels may not cross the yellow painted line that marks the pit exit. Montero's on his way. Here's Derek Daly.
Bob, have a look here. This is the result of Montero when he brought it in. This is an autograph left by Mario Haberfeld.
Contact. There's race leader Paul Tracy around the keyhole. Tough corner. Here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay. 2.5 seconds behind as they cross start finish.
Paul pulled out over a second a lap on the first 2 laps. That last lap it was only about 3 or 4 tenths over Hunter-Reay.
Meanwhile, Hunter-Reay's teammate Jimmy Vasser is on the march. He started 14th. He's up to 11th. You see these concrete patches at the apex of the corners. That'll give the drivers different grip as they cross from the asphalt to the concrete. There is Vasser. Turns 8 and 9. Roberto Moreno on the road in front of him, and Vassar's looking for a way by now. There is Darren Manning, who has already been passed by Vassar. And there, Jimmy getting a little wide.
He's just setting up for a better shot onto the straightaway, which he did not get. I can't imagine Jimmy was real happy to have some guys poached off his team. In effect, Steffen saying, we're going to put all our effort behind Ryan. And even though Jimmy is starting in the back, if you're the driver, they're poaching the good guys off your team. You kind of feel like the team's given up on you before you've even started.
Vassar was the fastest man in the morning warm-up, and considerably, by several tenths over Paul Tracy.
Yeah, Jimmy has been about 2 to 3 tenths quicker than Hunter Ray in every session this weekend, except the one that really counted. He had the input shaft in the gearbox fail in second round qualifying.
The complex of corners they call madness around here. Wait at 9 again.
Madness there when we're on board with some of the onboard shots. You'll hear the rear tires of these cars lift off the ground. The engine races for a moment as you pop up over the top of that hill.
While Vassar contemplates his next move, we'll take a quick break and return with more live from round 13 of the Bridgestone Presents the Champ Car World Series, powered by Ford. Welcome back. Beautiful overhead view of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. I'm Bob Marshall with Tommy Kendall. Calvin Fish and Derek Daly are in the pit lane, and you ride with race leader Paul Tracy coming on to the backstretch where this race began. And speaking of that, let's go back and take a couple of looks at the start. Tracy and Ryan Hunter-Reay to the left. Watches the cars accordion together. Patrick Carpentier gets the right side wheels off. And then everybody gets on the brakes. Up the hill. Contact there. I think Bruno Junqueira might have bumped the back of, it's either Michel Jourdain or his teammate Sebastian Bourdais. There's Adrian Fernandez off and on. From on board Adrian Fernandez's car.
You're going to get a good shot up ahead. The orange car right above. That's Serbia. You'll see a little chain reaction accordion effect up when they head up here into 6.
Alex Tagliani in the blue car strap just ahead. One of the Erdez cars, I believe that's Mario Dominguez, might have moved him off. Wow. Fernandez is currently back in 14th place. There's Paul Tracy, whose gap at the flag stand was 4.3 seconds as he continues to draw away from Ryan Hunter-Reay, who in turn has gapped third place Michel Jourdain by over 3 seconds. We checked with the Newman Haas team, and they say there was no contact between Bruno Junqueira and anyone, and I don't think he could have slipped a cigarette paper between the cars. So far for Ryan Hunter-Reay, just 22 years old, the rookie out of Boca Raton, Florida. Contender in the Toyota Atlantic Championship last year, won 3 races. There's Michel Jourdain, third in the championship, coming in and looking to move up because he's more than a full race's worth of points behind the battle between the 2 front runners. We still have balloons in the air under that bridge. Derek Daly.
Quick update on Fernandez. He was obviously incensed that his fellow Mexican put him off the road. He got on the radio and screamed to his team. Chris Finch, who is his new engineer this year, because Dave Watson has left this team, but Chris Finch got on the radio and said, relax, enjoy it, it is a long race.
We have Roberto Moreno off into the tire wall, and a full course caution has come over Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This on lap 10. We're still 10 laps short of the early fuel window. There's Moreno. His teammate Mario Dominguez was the one who edged Adrian Fernandez off the road. Before the race, Dominguez's team told him over the radio, Mario, it's a big boy track. Let's play big boy today. They have been a very pumped up Mario Dominguez that led to that contretemps with his Mexican countryman. The Simple Green safety team is on the scene. Tell how much damage there was to Roberto Moreno's car.
We're making track position. Let's keep doing it.
Vassar will grab for track position if anyone pits by staying on track. While the yellows are out and no one is pitted, we'll take a break and return live to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. Stick with Speed Channel today for great sports car action. The Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series from Watkins Glen, New York is coming your way today at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We're under a full course caution, the first of the day here in the Champ Car Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. Roberto Moreno has brought his Air Days competition team Lola into the pits. It doesn't look like there's much damage, but Calvin Fish is there eyeballing it.
Well, they gave it a quick checkup, put fuel and tires on and in the car, and now they're saying that the rear wing must be damaged. They're looking at those side plates there, and I think he must have touched something and tweaked it. And at these speeds, even on this tight road course, they're going to hit 180 miles an hour plus down the back straightaway. They have to get this thing sorted out.
You can see the right of the two wing struts has failed.
Take a look at the replay and see if we can see what he might have hit and how. Watch the top of your screen.
He's coming to the screen. He's already sideways, and then the road goes away. Even if the car's straight, the back wants to jump out when you get to the rise, but he was dead sideways before he got to it. And then he just spun around to the inside and caught the tire wall with the rear wing. You can see he broke the rear wing plate as well. So the wing took a pretty good shot. Here you can see a crack in the wing support.
Under this yellow, Tiago Montero and Adrian Fernandez pitted. Let's go to Derek Daly.
With Stefan Johansson, owner of American Spirit, you had your team set up for a stop for Vassar, then changed your mind. Why?
Because Jimmy radioed in, and the car is so good, he feels he can make up places on the track. So we didn't have to try to. We were trying to do a strategy to pit him out of sequence and make up places in the pits, by short fueling him when everybody else comes in their window.
Thanks, Stefan. Interesting. Jimmy made that call because the car was that good. So as we said at the top of the show, watch Vassar because he's flying right now.
He is driving with that little bit of anger. In our next race in Montreal 2 weeks from now, Jimmy Vassar will have career Champ Car start number 200. But that is a story to be told then. Right now, he wants to make up some places. Paul Tracy is on the race lead. He has led all 11 laps. It'll be 12 next time under the flag stand. If he can lead 34 laps today, Paul Tracy will pass Rick Mears for second on CART's all-time lap leader list behind Michael Andretti. Up to 10. Michel Jourdain in the Gigante Supermarkets car. Oh, Oriol Servia is off. He may not be the only one.
It's Bruno.
Bruno Junqueira is off as well, the points leader, and the car is damaged.
I think that all started maybe with Jourdain. Looks like Jourdain locked his front. Bourdais had to take evasive action.
The car all right. Try and get going.
That's Jim McGee talking to Oriol Servia.
The car is fine. I'm in the gravel. Yeah, you're on the grass. I can see it. Let's try and get a safety guy to get you pushed.
Full course caution is out. Only the second DNF of the season for Bruno Junqueira. The first came at Milwaukee where he crashed out on the first lap.
Bruno can't believe it.
Oh. Looks like he's going to try to strap himself back in. Here's another look.
Now watch the third car in line. I saw some tire smoke. Oh, and Servia tried to come down the inside of Bruno. Oh. Wow.
Let's go to Bruno's onboard camera. Watch the right side of your screen. Servia never got within view of the camera. Tiana, Bruno's sister. Let's organize his.
I'll tell you what, Bruno, he has run this championship perfectly. He made the one mistake at Milwaukee, but he has taken what every race would give him. And without showing any particular speed, was right in the hunt for when things came right. He blew it out at Elkhart Lake and put himself in the points lead.
haul those out. Let's join Calvin Fish.
Peter, you just watched the replay. Your thoughts? It looked like a late attack by Serbia there.
Yeah, I'd say really late, especially with us early in the race. They got to use their head a little bit there.
What are your thoughts when you got a championship contender? Should that really play into another driver's mind at all at this stage of the season? I mean, everyone's out to win, of course.
Any driver just use common sense, right? As I say, especially just 6-7 laps into the race. That's a pretty stupid move.
Okay, well, you hear the words, a lot of frustration and disappointment. This is devastating. Other than Milwaukee, Bruno Juncker has finished in the top 5 in every race.
Looks like Bruno's going to stay with that car. I don't know if he was told he has to or because he has hope against hope. You can see he might actually be able to salvage something.
Front wings are damaged. The rear wing is damaged. He's at least one, probably 2 laps down.
Sure. Well, he's got to count on attrition to try to hoist him up into the points because he'll be well behind, even if they can get it fixed. Safety crew is being very careful with it.
It's funny to see a driver sitting in the car
Well, exactly.
while they're doing that.
That's what I'm thinking. It looks so odd.
Yeah, the lower wing plate on the right rear is broken. Maybe it's not.
They might try to bump start him. While Oriol Serbia is sitting there, he has the healthier race car, it would seem. On board with Adrian Fernandez. As I said earlier, he pitted under the first of the 2 full course cautions we've had. As they passed the scene of the accident, let's go to Derek Daly.
With Chris Finch here, engineer for Adrian Fernandez. Chris, you now pitted Adrian out of sequence to try and gain what advantage?
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to extend our windows so when these guys hopefully pit under green, we'll catch that lucky yellow probably around lap 35, 36. I mean, that's what we're gambling right now.
Now, if it stays yellow, will you bring him back in again?
Probably right, depending and see how quickly they clean that up. We'll probably bring him out towards the very end of this yellow.
Okay, there's the first man who takes the gamble, boys.
This Finch, as Derek mentioned, taking over this weekend. David Watson, who has left the Fernandez team. Adrian has been very outspoken for a team owner who has the investment in that personnel. Said he was very disappointed with his team's performance last weekend at Road America, and the change came just before this weekend's race at Mid-Ohio. We'll take a break, return to Central Ohio in a moment.
Welcome back to Champ Car Racing live at Mid-Ohio. Championship leader Bruno Juncker has made his way back to the pits with the Pacific Air car. First thing they had to do was to tighten the belts back up. He had unclipped those. They're looking at the suspension. They've changed the front wing nose assembly. And I believe once they get him strapped in there again, he could be good to go, but many laps down.
2 laps down as of right now. Probably regretting that he undid the belts and stood up to gesture at Oriol Serbia, who, as you see, has also made the pit lane.
They have to refasten. They have to refasten the belts, but other than that, you know, maybe having an eyeball on what the possible damage was, you can give the team a little bit of a heads up.
Steering wheel is kind of upside down.
Let's take a look at the points in the championship as of this moment. Bruno Juncker would fall to 20 points behind Paul Tracy. Michel Jourdain would also lose ground to Tracy. Sebastian Bourdais remains the leader in the Jim Truman Rookie of the Year standings, but Darren Manning, having made the top 8 coming into this race, the race would end right now, would move up to 7. Bruno Juncker back out trying to preserve.
Let's go back, we got points.
That 2-lap deficit to the field. The Calvin Fish.
Well, Oriol Serbia has got the Bistillon car back here, but I think they're going to call it a day. Yes, they are. They're unclipping the horseshoe around his neck. Steering wheel is off. We understand steering was bent on the front end. He couldn't get full turn on both ways. So another short day for Oriol Serbia. He'd had 7 top 6s in a row, and then 3 weekends in a row. He really hasn't made it much further than the first part of the race, Bob.
That is a fact, Calvin. A tough break for the young Spaniard. Patrick team. Bruno continuing to try to catch the back of the grid. Cars just went by our announce position at start-finish. They have been given the signal, green next time by, so he has 1 whole lap to catch up to the field. This will raise an interesting circumstance. It'll be 17 laps gone once they get started again. Pit window opens at 20. Interesting to see who comes in when that pit window opens at lap 20. 6 races, well, they've got 7 races remaining, including today's race in the season. And there you see the breakdown. 3 street courses, 3 natural terrain road courses, and the big oval, California Speedway at Fontana, California, to wrap up the season. It'll be interesting to see the strengths of the 2 teams. Players Forsyth, for whom Paul Tracy drives, and Newman Haas, who have Bruno Junqueira. How those teams play off one against the other with relative strength. To Calvin Fish.
Oriole, tough racetrack to pass on. That puts a lot of pressure on you guys. Talk about the move on Bruno.
Oh yeah, you need to take advantage of any opportunity, and you know, Bruno had a bad exit in turn 1. I had a good run on him, and the new rule says you're supposed to do your racing line, and Bruno stayed on the right, was playing a little bit, and then I was committed. He closed the door, and we're both in the air. It's a shame because it was a long race, and the Visteon car looked, you know, was showing good. I had already passed 1 car at the start, so I was hoping to get up in the podium with all the Visteon folks here.
Maybe we'll see you in Montreal.
Following up on what Calvin said earlier about the problems Serbia has had of late, he was 16th 2 races ago in Vancouver, finished 18th last week at Road America. Now he looks like he's on course for another 18th place finish.
The onboard from Bruno's car bears out a little bit what Oriole was saying. You can see that Bruno did not come all the way back to the left. He stayed in about the middle of the road on the approach to the keyhole, knowing that he must have known he got a poor run off turn 1 and wanted to kind of put the squeeze on a little bit. The new rules do expressly forbid that, but at the end of the day, that was a very late move on Oriole's part.
Out of the third here, riding Michel Jourdain from Team Rahal. Interestingly, although Bobby Rahal is a winner as a driver for other teams here at Mid-Ohio on many occasions, none of his Team Rahal entries in any series have ever won here on his home track. The shops are less than 60 miles away in a suburb of Columbus, Ohio, to the south. Prix Carpentier had a notion about going up the inside of Sebastian Bourdais, thought better of it. Let's get more on Bourdais now with Calvin.
We talk about the physical nature of this racetrack, Bob. Sebastian Bourdais has radioed in to say that his water bottle is broken, and he's told the team, unless you find a way of fixing it, I don't think I can make it. That's strong words as we approach lap 20, I think.
Got 20 of 92.
Well, I mean, every year in the winner's interview, they almost pour the driver out of the car. And I've never seen an actual graph, but the percent of time spent under G-loading here has got to be higher than any other circuit.
Guess who is running 2 cars behind Patrick Carpentier? Well, if you're following the crawl across the top of the screen, you know. Jimmy Vasser up from 14th. Notice those red and white curves here and there on the corners. Those are very tall curves. Be very careful with them. Alex Tagliani with Jimmy just behind him.
Not only is the Reynard competitive, it's looking in Jimmy's hands like it might be the best tool.
Teammate remains second. Jimmy went for a tear-off there. He got onto the long backstretch. About the only place a driver can rest around this 2.5-mile circuit. Sunshine, although the clouds appear to be building to the west. The track could come under shade fairly soon. We are on lap 20. The first mandatory pit window is opening. Kara remains in 17th position, 2 laps down.
Some smoke out of the back of Walter Solis' car, the yellow car in front of Bruno. I couldn't tell from on those out laps when they were still under yellow and Bruno was trying to catch the pack. He was not charging very aggressively. It was hard to tell, you know, in that situation, you try to feel the car out and see if there's how the balance is, if anything's bent, if, you know, the front toe or alignment.
Everybody. No, not everybody.
I think he wanted to know how many cars ahead of him were going to be pitting.
And what Bruno's asking for, this sometimes frustrates the crew when he's wanting that information, but that's exactly how I was. I wanted every piece of information. Bruno's calculating championship scenarios now. And at the end of every race, on the cool-off lap, I would know what the points is. I'd calculate the points. He's trying to figure that out, to figure out exactly where he stands and how many points he can count on for today.
The gap from this man, Ryan Hunter-Reay, up to Paul Tracy is stabilized, 4.2 seconds. Hasn't changed much in the last few laps. Gonna want to pull up on Tracy if he can, with the pit stop looming. And Fernandez underneath Jeff Voss and the Dale Coyne car, the yellow machine, and takes his spot. That was 4th position. Fernandez moves up into 11th. That little bit of wheel spin. Ryan Brow here. More smoke from Walter Solis' car. Completing lap 22. Carrot came up with that big weekend. Top of the time charts, both rounds of qualifying, led every lap, won the race. He said he had a long talk with his parents. Of course, his father, Jose, was a fine racing driver in his own right. They told Bruno they thought he had lost his concentration in the previous race in Vancouver, British Columbia, and he needed to get his act together. He gave him a stern lecture, and lo and behold, he came back and took every available point the following weekend at a track that he admits he was born to race, Road America. Alex Tagliani, another great weekend at Road America. Huge crash in practice before Friday's first round of qualifying. He went over the car of Mario Haberfeld, tore his car completely to bits, did not qualify the first day, came back, qualified mid-pack, and then ran to a 3rd place for his 3rd podium finish of the year for Paul Gentilosi's
Tell me again how much swing you want.
Johnson Controls team.
Hard to tell exactly how fast Jimmy is. Whenever there's a gap, he's able to close it up to the next car immediately. He spent very little time on a clear track. Talking about Bruno Junqueira losing concentration, he'd be the first to admit that. That bizarre situation with the start when they asked him to pull over, he said just totally put him out of sorts. And he said he just, you know, he was so upset and the car just frustrated. It took him a long time before he could get the mental part back together, and then he started running quickly again.
12 of the top 13 cars will be in the pits this lap.
This is very much a
I want you to watch your speed in the pit lane. Watch your speed in the pit lane. You've got to come around the tires for Dominguez. We're all set up and ready for you. Look for Steve right under his hand, just like we've done in practice. When you leave, you are going to have to go around Patrick. He will be in his pit. Reset your fuel meter.
Paul Tracy in the pits. We may see a front wing change. A little bit of understand. Now, quick stop for Tracy. Let's go down to double D.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has a perfect stop. Vassar is to his left. Vassar also has no change on the car. Longer start for Jimmy. There he goes.
Rahal got Michel Jourdain out in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay. Another
good stop for the two-time Craftsman Pit Challenge Award winners from Team Rahal. Forward with Patrick Carpentier. Look for Adrian Fernandez to be the race leader. Now check that. We'll have to wait to see how the pit stops shake out. Low tires. Ryan Hunter got a bit of a curve there too. Remember the water bottle problem that Sebastian Bourdais was having. What's up, Calvin?
Well, they weren't able to fix the equipment inside the car, so they basically rigged this up, threw this in the cockpit during the pit stop, but just a few seconds to get that visor up, try and get a slug of water. It's going to be a long day for Sebastian Bourdais with no refreshment there inside the cockpit, Bob.
And the numbers on dehydration are staggering.
We'll get to that in just a moment. As I suspected, Adrian Fernandez assumes the race lead, but he has a pit stop coming up in 12 laps. We'll be back. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Paul Tracy going by Bruno Junqueira. Tracy currently shown in 5th, but he'll have slower traffic ahead of him. That yellow car up there is Walter Salas. Ahead of him is Rodolfo Levine. Salas qualified stone last in the field. Those cars are on an off-schedule pit strategy. Paul can keep his cool while he follows them around. They won't be pitting for about another 9 laps. They're getting smoked from the back of Salas's Lola.
Lost 7.2 on Jourdain.
Interesting leaderboard due to these off-schedule strategies. Adrian Fernandez leads, no surprise there. He's a former Mid-Ohio Champ Car winner. Then rookies Tiago Montero and Rodolfo Levine, then Salas, then Tracy, then Michel Jourdain and Ryan Hunter-Reay. This backstretch is downhill all the way to turns 3, 4, and 5. Michel Jourdain got that great pit stop and picked up a position. Runs behind Paul Tracy in 6th. Eric Daly has more on him.
Well, Bob, on a track that is so difficult to make a pass, if you can make it in the pit lane, you are going gangbusters. And again, Rahal team proved they are one of the best in the business. This is Greg Cates, who leads this team. He's from Los Angeles, but they did yeoman service for Jourdain in that last stop.
Let's take another look at those pit stops. We'll do a real-time replay side by side. The number 9 car of Jourdain and the 31 of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Right there on your left. You got it. Good job.
You saw Jourdain going by, and now you see Hunter-Reay appear at the back of Jourdain's car. That's how quickly it happens. Let's talk about some other pit stops with Calvin Fish.
Well, with these heat and conditions we have here today, Bob, we're starting to see some understeer pick up in some of these race cars. Tagliani had to go with 1.5 tons of front wing, we believe, down at that end of the pit stops. And certainly Mario Dominguez didn't have the cleanest start down here. The front of the car refused to come up in the air quick enough for the guys to get the front wheels off. We're going to try and make a slight adjustment next time, bring it in and park in a different spot in pit lane. They think there may be a dip actually in the road there that caused that delay.
Thanks, Calvin. Adrian Fernandez, his first laps led since the race at Portland, Oregon. He won here at Mid-Ohio back in 1998. In a 1-2 finish for Patrick Racing. First, Adrian Fernandez. Second, our own Scott Pruitt. Now here's a look at the pit situation. Fernandez, Montero, Levine, and Salas, the first 4 cars on the racetrack, will have to pit within the next 5 to 7 laps, depending on which driver we're talking about. At that point, Paul Tracy will assume the lead, followed by Michel Jourdain, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and Sebastian Bourdais.
Given Adrian's troubles on the first lap. The gamble by the team is a good one. He's out front running in the low 109 second range for a good number of laps. It's not just 2 or 3 laps. It's going to be like 17 laps. So it'll be interesting to see where this puts him in the order after he makes his next stop.
Right along with Adrian Fernandez, here's Derek Daly.
I'm with the project supervisor for Bridgestone Tires. Joe, people ask, how much does it cost to buy a set of these tires? And I didn't realize, but you can't buy a set of these tires. Why?
It's exactly right. We actually lease them to the teams because we want to maintain ownership of them. So at the end of the race, we can get them all back and analyze them and dispose of them properly and make sure that none of this great Bridgestone technology gets into the wrong hands.
Like, has that ever happened? Do you believe that would happen easily?
We think it's possible, but as far as we know, it hasn't happened yet. We actually keep track with a barcoding system that's on each and every tire right here. We use a scanning system so we know when these tires go out to the team, when they come back, and actually when they get scrapped as well.
If I did want to buy a set, how much would it be?
Probably more than you can afford.
Thank you, Joe. I'll tell you what, the Bridgestones are exceptional, particularly here this weekend at Mid-Ohio. Calvin?
Well, an early bar for Roberto Moreno. What happened over there in the fast left-hander, mate?
Well, it's a shame for the headaches competition team. We had a great round of warm-up and looking forward for a very good race. The car started to get a little oversteer, a bit more and more, and then when he got to the top of that hill there, he just scored them too much. Got too loose on me, I couldn't catch it back, and then that was the end of it.
I know Chris Gorn was banking on the car, working to an understeer. Did that really affect the decision with the setup? Maybe he had too much stick in the front?
He's done a great job for me, and the car was quite good this morning. Must be the temperature that changed, and we got a little oversteer, and it just caught me by surprise on the top of that hill.
Okay, mate, we'll see you in Montreal.
Tough break for Roberto Moreno. We'll take a quick break and return with more live Speed Channel coverage of the Champ Car Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. More pit stops coming up shortly for the race leaders. Along with Tommy Kendall, I'm Bob Varsha in the booth. Down in the pit lane, Calvin Fish, and right now, Derek Taylor.
With one of the most important members of Ryan Hunter-Reay's crew chief, because this young lady, who is from Toronto, Canada, just did her probably most pressure-packed pit stop ever, right, Tess?
Yeah, for sure. It was by far the worst so far.
But Tess Brelia is no stranger to pressure because you were part of championship teams in Atlantics with John Fogarty and, of course, Townsend Bell with Indy Lights. You really enjoyed this. How long have you been involved in motorsports?
It's been 5 years now.
You like it?
I wouldn't be here, would I?
Exactly. In fact, she is the mechanic on the left front of Ryan Hunter-Reay's car. Ryan Hunter-Reay was so impressed by Tess's ability, when he came to Champ Car, he asked Tess, would she come along to the team that he would drive for? And of course, she's here, so she obviously said yes.
And she was working for another team at the time. Thanks, Derek. Here's a look at the results of today's Toyota Atlantic race. We hope you saw here on Speed Channel. Michael Valiente had a first lap crash with runaway points leader A.J. Allmendinger. Valiente came out just fine. Allmendinger came out in the tire wall steaming. Valiente won over Ryan Dial and Aaron Justice to close up that championship to 20 points with 3 races remaining in the season. Another step down the driver development ladder, the Barber Dodge Pro Series also raced this weekend. Leonardo Maya already clinched the championship 2 races ago in Vancouver. But on a rainy afternoon, he mastered Mid-Ohio and won over Dan DeLeo and Antoine Bissett.
As impressive as Ryan was with Tess, I'm as impressed with Ryan Hunter-Reay. He is making some time on Jourdain, pulled him back in, and from the in-car, Hunter-Reay is just magic into the keyhole, under braking and entering the keyhole.
Remember, Ryan, next year is not for position.
We're approaching the front straightaway and then turn 1. After turn 1, watch how Hunter-Reay gathers up time under braking and entering the keyhole. This part of the track coming up here.
Long straight. Great view.
Look at that.
Fans campers.
Some accordion effect is from the car slowing down, but he is more than making up for it. If you watch the car, they brake for such a short distance, and the road falls away. Right where Bruno and Oriol made contact, the road's going away. So if you get it too deep, you've got no place to go but straight into the gravel trap. So he's pushing the edge right there. A lot of guys will pick a spot, especially in race conditions. They'll just back off a half a click to be safe. Now Jourdain's in traffic as well. That's Bruno in front of him. who's stuck behind Salas.
Race leader is in. Adrian Fernandez
Got a
will
clear
be
pit
followed.
coming in. There'll be about 7 seconds of fuel.
Derek Daly.
There are no changes for Adrian Fernandez. Obviously, the gamble to hope for a yellow did not pay off yet, but it could still pay off, even though he's out of sequence, as long as he doesn't lose too much track position.
And there goes Paul Tracy to take over the race lead. Let's see where Adrian Fernandez comes out.
I think he's going to like where he comes out.
I think he is. This is going to turn out pretty well. Well, there goes Bruno. It'll take him a little bit to get up to speed. He'll lose another couple of positions.
But that's only second and third going by right now.
So he's out right in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay, I believe.
Just behind Hunter-Reay.
Salas has pitted.
That's Bourdais right behind Adrian. I would expect Bourdais and Carpentier to get by him under braking here at the end of the straightaway. But that puts him in sixth.
Oh, Carpentier. Fernandez giving everyone lots of room.
He has 2 more chances to do the same thing on the next stop.
Well, look how the grip goes away.
When I say do the same thing, meaning run out front on a clean track to make some time. Wow. If you can keep it on the road till then.
What a difference cold tires make.
But it's so important to not lose any more spots. Once his tires are up to temp, he might be able to gather some of this distance back in. But if another car gets by him, that'll freeze him there until all these guys peel off on lap 48.
Got cloud cover over the racetrack now. That'll bring the track temperature down a few degrees. Probably make it that much more difficult to get these Bridgestones up to temperature quickly.
What that means is that Adrian Fernandez ran a long string of very quick laps relative to these guys in front of him before his stop.
Good job with P6.
He might end up thanking Mario Dominguez after this race, as well as his new...
Ah, there goes Alex Tagliani.
Here comes Vassar.
And these are for position. Again, credit to Fernandez. Oh, speaking of cold tires,
Jeff Boss comes to the keyholes. And right at that part where the road falls away, entering the keyhole.
That's one way to get him up to temperature. Another great viewing spot of many around the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
on, look for Timmy, hit your mark.
Shakira is in. Rodolfo Ruiz going to be brought in for a pit speed violation. He broke the 50-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit.
Bruno Junqueira, and you can see the energy has just gone out of this pit crew with the position they're currently in. There's certain already here. Cristiano Nevada, who came into this race with the championship lead last year and had a big problem. Same crew on Bruno's car right now.
Good point, Calvin. It was just a year ago that Cristiano Nevada came in with a full head of steam. Wound up running behind pole sitter and race leader Patrick Carpentier, and when he tried just that bit too hard, wound up in the gravel.
Not the only blot on his copybook last year.
That's right. So how quickly the car swapped ends on him.
Cristiano was just given a contract extension by Toyota, so he will be back with the Toyota Formula One team next year as well.
He's been doing a great job for them. Step for step with his teammate Olivier Panis. Sun coming back out again here at Mid-Ohio, and a big crowd enjoying the afternoon of Champ Car racing. We'll be back. Way back in 1983, Bobby Rahal sat on pole for the Mid-Ohio Champ Car race, leading fellow front row starter Teo Fabi. Current car chief steward Chris Neifel was in the race. Take a look at the Champ cars back in '83. He started 8th. Rahal led the first 18 laps till he began suffering fuel pickup problems. Here, Teo Fabi avoids a crash involving brothers Rick and Roger Mears. How embarrassing. In the end, Fabi went on to win. There he is on the podium with the Forsyth brothers, who owned his team. Jerry Forsyth, who still owns the Players Forsyth team, and his brother John. Second of 4 wins the team had that year. Teo would go on to Rookie of the Year honors. Here are the current drivers for Jerry Forsyth. This is Paul Tracy, the race leader. His teammate Patrick Carpentier runs 4th. behind Tracy, Michelle Jourdain, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. Continues to have a great race, having started on the outside of the front row. Calvin Fish.
Down here in pit lane with Jerry Forsythe. 20 years ago when Teo had that win, you still remember that? Must have been a sweet day for you.
We were talking about that a little earlier. That was our first serious year of racing in kart, and it was very memorable.
Talk about the ebbs and flows of a championship. Last week, Paul Tracy had a big weekend in terms of scoring no points. Bruno takes the lead, and then Bruno hits problems today. You've been in this business a long time. This championship's a long one.
That's how the racing luck goes. You win some, you lose some.
They'll look for another win today, and that'll be Paul's 6th, Bob.
That's right. Best season ever in the Champ Cars. Although it's been rough for Paul here, he's been knocking on the door. In 10 starts, he's had 6 top 5 finishes, 4 of them runner-up finishes. He's also had 4 DNFs and no wins here.
I remember one year he had absolutely checked out on the field. He was driving for Roger Penske and tangled with a back marker, and that was one of those big incidents. Another one at Phoenix where he was 2 laps up on the field. I think he tangled with Scott Pruitt, and those were the types of incidents that led to the reputation.
10.1 the gap from Tracy to Michelle Jourdain. Look at the interval. Here comes the Gigante driver for Team Ray Hall, followed closely by Brian Hunter-Reay.
Those were the episodes that led to the reputation that Paul Tracy would win or crash, but that he couldn't win a championship. Well, those have dogged him, at least from the championship perspective, for his whole career. And then the last couple of years, especially this year, getting out of the gate early like he did, it really seemed to settle him down. Tony Sekeli also a calming influence on him. He's 33 years old now, 34 years old, at the peak of his game, but finally starting to show the ability to weigh the risk and the reward with an eye towards the full season a little bit more accurately.
And lead a team, inspire the group around him, raise everyone's game like the great athletes always do. This is Alex Tagliani and Jimmy Vasser, 6th and 7th. Now that gives you some idea of the great sight lines for the fans around Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. There's Mario Haberfeld running in 12th spot. Let's get more on him from Derek Daly.
Well, in fact, he's in a fight on the racetrack with Max Pappas. Bit of a family feud. Family because they both have actually shared a house here in Mid-Ohio this weekend. Now they're in a battle out there. But Max Pappas last week had a great result. His owner, Kevin Calcoven, was not actually here. He was in England because his stepdad was having surgery. Well, Kevin Calcoven, you can see him up here. They called him at 1 o'clock in the morning in England, said, "We finished 4th." He said, "What?" That was such a surprise because of the struggles of late. Kevin was not supposed to be here this weekend, so he said to them, "Find me an airport near Mid-Ohio, which is Mansfield, because I'm going to fly my private jet in 2 days early. I want to see the next race."
And there is Kevin Calcoven in his first year in the series and already a player. Been involved in high-level conferences about the future of Champ Car racing. Look at our race summary. The leader is Paul Tracy, has led 32 laps. 2 more laps, and he will move past Rick Mears into 2nd place on Card's all-time laps led list. We've had 2 lead changes and 2 full course cautions. Now look at the 2 leaders, Paul Tracy and Adrian Fernandez. It'll be interesting to see what happens to Fernandez, who's currently 8th. See if he can leap up the field again when all the cars ahead of him hit. While we have a moment, we want to give a shout out to all the troops at U.S. Army Camp Stanley in South Korea, and here's why. There are 2 people here, Sue and Louie Beal, who organized the volunteer course workers at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course and have for many years. They have a son, Sergeant Jody Beal, who is at Camp Stanley. Thank all you guys and gals for looking in at 3 a.m. local time in South Korea. And here's the kicker. Sergeant Beal's full name is Jody David Beal. And his mom, Sue, tells me Jody is for 1979 world champion Jody Scheckter. David, and I'm not making this up, is for David Hobbs, Speed Channel's own.
Okay, Paul, I want you to pit this lap. Pit this lap.
Bob, we can only be glad it's not for Dave Despain.
you got against the other double D, Derek. Past halfway now. Checking the gap once again. Michel Jourdain. There's another guy who needs to get derailed just a little bit. He's had the points lead this year. He's won his first career race. He's qualifying far better than he ever has before, everywhere, including here. Walter Salas. The Brazilian is into the tire wall. Looks like he is done.
This is going to change things for Fernandez. Fernandez is going to have to duck into the pits now with everybody else.
No sign of a full course caution yet. They're going to leave him there. Cover it with all the yellow.
Paul, I want you to watch your speed in the pit lane. Watch your speed in the pit lane. You've got to come around pretty much everybody. I want you to be wary of traffic as you come out, because other people are still going to be coming in right under Steve's hand, just like we practiced. Looking good. Looking good. Reset your fuel meter. Reset the fuel meter. PLC off until you're going.
There's a wheel loose down here. The left front got loose there. They're trying to grab with some of the equipment. We expect no changes. Waiting for Patrick to come in and release Paul Tracy. Good clean stop, but it nearly went awry with that front wheel. Derek.
Jourdain just lost him at 2 seconds because he had to wait for Fernandez to come in. So Ryan Hunter-Reay has repassed Jourdain.
Wow. Watch these guys go at it when they let the speed limit off. Still no yellow out.
Well, actually, that front wheel fell well for Paul Tracy. I thought it was going to roll on out into the pit lane. Instead, it fell over, and you saw the guy trying to pull it over to the pit wall with a lollipop. You have a limited number of crewmen allowed over the wall.
You must be short fill.
Short fill for Carpentier?
That's what Team Johansson is speculating.
Watch the steering input.
And Adrian Fernandez did come in. He was, if it went full course yellow, he had to come in with everybody else. If it stays green, he just gave up all the potential advantage. But
exactly.
if it did go yellow and he didn't stop, he would have been hosed.
Well, I think I might have stayed out, but then again, this is Carpentier's stop. Waiting on fuel, and away they go. Oh, and you saw right there with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay gave way. Carpentier moved into third. Calvin Fish.
Down here with Phil Lepin. He's on the headset with Patrick this weekend. Did you guys short fill to gain positions there, Phil?
No, we just put in enough to, we wanted to beat Hunter-Reay out, so that was our main emphasis there.
Is that going to make the next one lengthy?
No, couldn't do.
Okay, well, he's playing it cagey, but they think they're in good shape, boys.
Well, that remains to be seen. Tiago Montero is now the race leader on that off-schedule pit strategy. We'll take a break and return to Mid-Ohio Live. On board, that's our shifter cam. Michel Jourdain. Sequential gearbox, none of the old H patterns. Padding on the side of the cockpit to protect his right elbow. It's interesting to walk down the pit lane and look into the cockpits and see how the drivers customize them. With pads here and bolsters there, form-fitting seats. Try to fight the G-forces, which at this racetrack run to over 3¼ Gs.
The reason they need to be padded, if there's any sort of a pressure point, at 3½ Gs, Michel Jourdain's body is thrown against the side of that car with about over 450 pounds.
Here comes turn one, very fast. Swing onto the backstretch and watch him go all the way up to top gear. shifts.
Each one of those shifts is about 35 miles an hour. So he's pulling the handle.
Pretty rapid rate.
That's Jimmy going by Bourdais. I wonder if Bourdais is starting to fade. Right before we went to break, I started saying the numbers on dehydration are absolutely staggering. If you lose like 1, 2, 3% body fat, your physical capacity goes down somewhere in the order of, I believe it's 20 to 25%. So, and when you're sweating like these guys are, even if you're drinking, at some point, you're losing it faster than you can absorb it. If you stop drinking, it's hopeless.
Well, I had to wait for a moment. I thought he might have been getting Jourdain. But it is Bourdais, so Vassar is up to 6th. After starting 14th. There is Jourdain just ahead. Ooh, he lights up the right front. A little hot going into the keyhole. Derek Daly is with his team owner.
Bobby Rahal. Bobby, they say track position is everything in Mid-Ohio, and pit position can be everything. We saw what happened when he lost that position to Fernandez, or to Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, I don't know why Fernandez pitted since he just pitted. And him coming in screwed us, you know.
The what?
So, yeah, you want to be in the right end of the pit.
What about earlier today, you reliving some old memories of an old 75 Lowell Atlantic that I understand you own personally?
Yeah, it was the first Atlantic car that I drove, and of course it's the 30th anniversary of Formula Atlantic. And unfortunately, that car's about 28 years old, so that means that I was there in the beginning. But but it was fun. It's you know, I don't drive it really. I just kind of look at it, and it's kind of neat.
Thanks, Bobby. Of course, I'd spent a year in 1979 racing throughout Europe in the European Formula 2 Championship against Bobby Rahal.
Bobby Rahal sat on pole for the first of what is now the Toyota Atlantic Championship races here at Mid-Ohio back in 1976.
Look at how quickly Vassar is closed up on the back of Jourdain. As much as Jourdain and Rahal are upset, are bummed that Fernandez pitched. Fernandez is as well. I think they just saw the shot on the TV of that car stranded. You're going to see the car, if you look on the right of the screen, right down here, far up to the right, about there is where the stranded car is. No risk of a yellow, but from the one shot on TV, Fernandez's guys thought they were going yellow and ended up making what in hindsight is not a very good call, and also cost Rahal really.
And that's because Adrian Fernandez's pit was directly ahead of Michel Jourdain, so that made his exit more difficult. According to timing and scoring, Jourdain's stop was 3 seconds slower than Ryan Hunter-Reay's and 4 seconds slower than Patrick Carpentier.
Mode 69.
3 laps to a pit stop for race leader Tiago Montero. Second lap, Montero has led. He led 4 laps on pit strategy again at St. Petersburg. A little more lockup there from Michel Jourdain. I wonder if his car's balance has gone away.
The brake balance definitely has, and that's...
Vassar down the inside. And that is for 5th as Jimmy Vassar continues his march to the front in that much unloved Reynard chassis. The next car on the road is his teammate, Ryan Hunter-Reay. We'll take a break and be right back. Stay with us.
Look at Vassar.
Just flying
out.
You see the straightaway speed he had on
Yeah.
Saturday?
He was next to him when he hit the brake.
And he's just checking out on him now.
This is awesome.
Hey, did you guys, one of you guys ask Newman Haas how Sebastian's feeling?
I spoke to him. They said there's no problem. It's like he had 2 bad laps and now he's back in the good 90s.
So it's just Jimmy checking out on everyone else.
The race is okay. You're good. Get it. The key and it's close. Head for a right front tire.
Okay. Just back to action. Welcome back live to Mid-Ohio. There is race leader Tiago Montero in the Champ Car Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. I'm Bob Barsha with Tommy Kendall. Calvin Fish and Derek Daly are in the pit lane. Montero will be pitting on this lap, and at that point, pole sitter Paul Tracy right there will take over the race leadership. Tracy has about a 4-second gap over his teammate Patrick Carpentier, and then the American Spirit Team Johansson teammates Ryan Hunter-Reay, and the story of this race thus far, Jimmy Vasser, who started 14 and is now 5th, about to become 4th.
There's actually a couple stories, because Patrick Carpentier is taking big chunks out of Paul Tracy's lead. Montero is on the strategy that Fernandez was. Fernandez was even further up the road to Montero. And then when they caught the track was going yellow, pulled him in. But Montero, it's going to be interesting to see where he shakes out after this stop. He's going to have another spin at the front right at the end of the race as well. So Carpentier ran an 8.9 on the last lap to Paul Tracy's 9.8. Took almost a full second out of his lead.
There goes the race leader toward the Fittipaldi-Dingman pits where Derek Daly is.
The car has gone too loose. They're going to take a wing adjustment at the front. Notice every crew member's helmet, just like Emerson Fittipaldi's. This is his team, the Fittipaldi-Dingman team. There's the front wing adjustment. Trying to take advantage of the same situation Fernandez could not take advantage of about 10 laps earlier.
I bet if they had it to do over, the Fernandez Racing boys would have stayed out and not pitted with the cars on schedule. Speaking of Adrian Fernandez, there he is in the Quaker State Tecate Telmex car. Boy, what an up and down season this guy's had. For the second season in a row. Last year, 2 heavy crashes and lots of broken bones. This year, he has a win, his first as an owner-driver. That came at Portland earlier this season. Here's Montero in front of Mario Dominguez. Now, these 2 drivers are on probation for incidents that took place 2 races ago in Vancouver, Canada.
Sort of. They're only on probation when they're in the same situation, which is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Meaning being a lap down.
When they're a lap down again, they're on probation and their actions will be scrutinized.
Because both men got into other cars. Tiago Montero knocked Alex Tagliani out of the race, and the same for Mario Dominguez over Patrick Carpentier to Calvin Fish.
Yeah, with Neil Nick, all right, we're seeing Jimmy and Patrick running laps in the 8s, and they're taking chunks out of Paul's lead. Any concerns?
Well, obviously we were stuck behind Montero, who, because he's out of sequence on the pit stops, was leading the race. So we were losing, you know, around about 0.8 of a second per lap with that. Montero's pitted now, so we'll see whether or not we've got the tyres to pull out a lead before the last pit stop.
I understand you had a little bit of understeer earlier in the race. Is that still there?
Yeah, pretty much, but it's not enough.
About to say that steering wheel looks pretty steady in Paul Tracy's hands, and then he had that big twitch just over the corral there at turn 9. There's a little wheel spin from that same spot on the racetrack.
That's looking out the back of Ryan Hunter-Reay's car at his teammate Jimmy Vasser, and Jimmy just turned the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.3. Absolutely flying.
Look at the rate he's catching up his teammate. Jimmy Vasser, like Paul Tracy, has never won here at Mid-Ohio. His best finish was 2nd back in 1996, the year he won the championship.
They need to tell Jimmy that they're taking the best guys off his crew every weekend. And just leave them on. He was fired up. He was really down yesterday. Felt certain he would have had the pole. Then when they robbed some guys off his team, was not real happy about that, I don't think.
The only former champion in the field. Say this about Jimmy Vasser. Every team he has ever been with, and there are a bunch, have nothing but good things to say about him. At Rahal, at Patrick, the former Ganassi team, many of whose former members are working for other teams this year in the series. Everybody loves to have Jimmy Vasser in their team. Here's a look at the fastest laps of the race. And by 0.4 of a second, Jimmy Vasser has run quicker than Patrick Carpentier, the next fastest driver. We'll take another break. We are 10 laps from our next round of pit stops. Stand by for more live from Mid-Ohio.
Okay, I'd like to do a tire update story on Ryan Hunter-Ray. They do not number their tires, they name the sets, and they're all named here. Puffy Test, Fat Boy, Cue Ball.
Whose pit is that, Derek?
Ryan Hunter-Ray.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if somebody could do that Jimmy story about, the downside of not qualifying is starting back in the pack. The upside is he has lots of fresh tires.
Yeah, I can add that end of it.
Yeah. Number 3. Is it still Lee and Ralph? Okay. Racing the leaders, though he's a lap down. Bruno in, still 2 laps down. Bruno is not in the points.
Got a problem. Hold it, jack it up. Go.
That was close. It's one of those situations like Vancouver. Promo and then Derek. Okay. Coming up tonight here on Speed Channel, Speed News NASCAR edition. 30 minutes of all the news from Watkins Glen this weekend. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Then it's Speed News Sunday. 30 minutes of all the rest of the news from the world of motorsports. And then NASCAR Victory Lane at 8 p.m. Don Roberts on NASCAR Victory Lane. Lee Diffie and Ralph Shaheen will have your speed news for you only on Speed Channel. Welcome back to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Big fluffy summertime clouds overhead. Sun peeking in and out, but no chance of rain the rest of the way. I'm Bob Varsha with Tommy Kendall, Derek Daly, and Calvin Fish. Paul Tracy is the race leader in a 1-2 for Players Foresight. Then the 2 American Spirit Team Johansson cars, Ryan Hunter-Ray and Jimmy Vasser.
But Tracy is in a bit of trouble. His last lap was a 109.3. Carpentier's was a 108.6. Took 7/10 off in that lap, and he told the crew, that is as fast as I can go. The 9.3 makes it, the 3 guys behind him are all quicker than Tracy. So whether that's just because he picked up some rubber on his tires or what have you, but he doesn't have the pace at this point.
And because every team in the scanner in the pit lane has a scanner, they're listening to what
1.3.
You heard what Tommy Kendall just said. So everybody in the field is shortly going to know that the race leader may have a problem.
Another 5/10 taken off that lap. So a number of things could be happening. One, by running stuck behind Montero and having a bit of a cushion in hand, he might not have generated as much tire temp and as much pressure on this set of tires, which would mean after this next stop, he should be in good shape again. Another
7 laps. 7 laps until we stop.
They're the 2 Players Foresight teammates. Hunter-Ray and Vasser are about 7.5 seconds behind these 2.
One thing that's also difficult to do is when you back your pace off a little bit, when you have a cushion early in the race, you have to pick it back up again. Mentally, it's difficult to do to get back into that rhythm. Whereas Carpentier has just been hammering it from the word go. He came out in front of Jourdain and Hunter-Ray on that last stop, and so he's just been running 1 lap after another, just like a qualifying session. And look at that, still 0.8 of a second. Tracy was able to answer back about the same lap time that time.
But Hunter-Ray and Vasser took about 0.5 seconds off of the race leader.
We're being told that Tiago Montero is going to be given a drive-through, which is going to negate any of the good that he's been able to do on that strategy, and that was for the squeeze we saw him put on Mario Dominguez when he was on cold tires trying to get up to speed and keep Dominguez behind him. Put Dominguez almost in the dirt on the back straightaway.
There is Montero serving his penalty. That is a very, very iffy move on the backstretch. Let's take a look at it. There's Montero, the orange and blue car, the colors of team owner Emerson Fittipaldi's helmets. There's Dominguez, tried outside, then looks inside. Now watch as Montero squeezes Dominguez over. A few years ago, I think it was P.J. Jones moved Michael Andretti over there. The result was Andretti pinwheeling into the gravel trap outside turn 3. Scary moment. Let's get more now with Derek.
With Emerson Fittipaldi, who won here 3 times, your driver has been given the penalty. You've watched it on the replay. It was quite an aggressive move. Do you have an opinion?
Well, I think Thiago defended the position, but he never tried. He moved only once, like the rules are. I think it's ridiculous what they done. I'm really upset because, you know, he's a young guy and he took all the motivation of the race for one move. He didn't make anything dangerous, just ridiculous.
Okay. Jamie Dingman, his co-team owner, just tapped Emerson on the shoulder, said, come back here. I don't think Emerson realizes you're not allowed to make that even that one move.
Exactly, Derek. That rule was changed this year. You are not allowed to move over on someone.
I was going to say 6 races ago, early at the start of the year, that's business as usual.
Old habits are hard to break, I guess. Speaking of breaks, we'll be back in just a moment after one. Here's a look at some of the highlights thus far in today's Champ Car Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. A slightly ragged start, got very wild, headed down into the first corner as all the drivers jockeyed for position in their 750 horsepower Champ cars. Adrian Fernandez taking a defensive maneuver off into the grass and back on, unharmed. Big problems for the points leader, Bruno Junqueira. Punted off the racetrack by Oriol Servia. Tried a very aggressive move up the inside. Servia was done. Junqueira was able to get back into the race, but he is running 2 laps down and out of the points. In the pit shuffle, Michel Jourdain was able to pick up a spot on Ryan Hunter-Reay with a quick stop. Patrick Carpentier did the same, while Jourdain was momentarily delayed in his spot. So we've had a number of position shifts in the 2 of an anticipated 3 pit stops in this race. And the mover, shaker, and overtaker of the race thus far has been Jimmy Vasser, who started 14th and currently runs 4th. Making a pit stop, Derek Daly.
Tires are on, there's the fuel. Jimmy said the car is great. Fill me up, let me go.
And it's interesting to note that that car was actually a Reynard that was run last year by the Players Foresight team. So for a while there, while Ryan Hunter-Reay and Jimmy Vasser were running together in 3rd and 4th, behind the current Players Foresight Lolas of Paul Tracy and Patrick Carpentier, we had 4 current or former Players Foresight chassis running in the top 4 positions of the race. Calvin Finch.
Bob, I just asked Jerry Forsyth, I said, are you sorry that you sold those 2 Reynards? He said, yes, I spoke to Stephen this morning. He said, I want them back.
Well, much like Bridgestone, he actually didn't sell them. He leased them to Stefan on a super sweetheart deal, actually, to help get the car count up for CART. So the lease payment on those is about what you'd pay for a 745 BMW or something like that. Pretty smoking deal for Stefan.
On board with race leader Paul Tracy, who's been able to carve out a little bit more of a lead again. That lead was coming down and down and down, but he's now turning laps quicker than the cars behind him, and he's opened it back out again to 2.8 seconds.
That adds some credence to the theory that it might be related to tire pressure. But say what you want, Paul Tracy is a tremendous competitor. They're saying go faster, go faster. They're taking huge chunks out of his lead, but he just would not give up. Whether it was the car coming right, the tires pressures, or him just adjusting something, he's been able to respond. Every time this year he's been challenged, and he was challenged big time with his 0-point weekend at Elkhart Lake. He's responded in a big way.
It stops coming. Oh, there's Mario Dominguez going slowly on the backstretch. He Meanwhile, race leader Paul Tracy is in the pits. Calvin Fish awaits him.
Just how we practiced.
Yeah, Neil Miller Lite once again on the radio, so PT has a nice cushion here. Patrick now moves into his pit box. Expecting no changes. The clean start, waiting for fuel. Patrick's team goes forward. Paul Tracy leads his pit lead. Well ahead of Patrick Carpentier. Good stop. Let's go to Derek.
Brand new sticker tires for Ryan Hunter-Reay. I asked Paul Burgess, his engineer, how is he physically? He said he's fine. He's in such a good rhythm.
I can't for the life of me figure out why Jimmy stopped early.
Okay, what side? Whoa, stop!
So Sebastian Bourdais, big drop the hill, boom. Fuel hose was still connected as he went to take off. That was a close one. Very similar to what happened to Bruno in his pit stop just a short while ago.
That's right, Bruno came in. They had a problem with the back of the car. They had to jack the back up again and then turn him loose. Now there's Dominguez, who has come to a dead stop on the backstretch. No sign of a full course caution. Jimmy Vasser going by.
Unlike Jeff Boss's car, or Walter Salas' car, this should win that.
I would think so. Car safety team rolled their truck to the opening in the fence where the drivers can climb through, but it's hard to believe they're going to let that car stay there on that high-speed backstretch. There is Jimmy Vasser. In my head as to what Jimmy's going to have to do pit-wise the rest of the way. 19 laps to go. He should be done. Real-time replay of Sebastian Bourdais' pit stop. Whoa! Oh. And that fuel hose does not come out. And the car starts to move. The hard jump gears broke. Bourdais. Sixth.
You can almost see the fueler saying, should I even go back to get it? Because next comes the big fire.
That's right.
He looked back and kind of wincing, but the car was still there. Sebastian got it stopped in time before it tore the hose off.
Big rear tire will be spinning right at you, too. Dominguez remains in place. The order is Tracy, Carpentier, Hunter-Reay, Vasser, Jourdain, Bourdais. There is Jimmy. Let's get more from the Johansson pits about why Jimmy stopped when he did. Derek?
Stefan, it might be a simple answer, but why did Jimmy stop so early?
We filled him a little bit short last time to get ahead of Tagliani, which worked. So, you know, it was really just to get a track position. It was held up by Tag all the time, and we just try to get him out early to, you know, to get some clean laps, which he did. And he got in a good rhythm. They had a demon stint on that last one.
With the pace he's running, is he using a lot of fuel? Are you holding your breath and biting your nails? Can he make it to the end?
Not more than normal. I mean, we can make it to the end, no problem.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always give him a second chance, Derek. Okay, there is Dominguez. He's going to have to be towed out of the way. Calvin Fish, what do we know?
Well, the only thing we do know for certain he was due in that lap, so initially the thoughts were fuel. They may have run him out, but they're not absolutely certain. They think they should have had enough to get him back to pit lane, so they're looking at the telemetry right now.
According to timing and scoring, he had one more lap before pitting. That is just a bit too fine. We'll take a break and be right back. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. We have 16 laps to go. Bob Marcia, Tommy Kendall, Calvin Fish, and Derek Daly with you. And round 13 of the Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford, the Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. It's been a beautiful day here. After strong threats of rain every day we've been here, it's been perfect.
Okay, that yellow is now going, Paul, so the track is clear, plus 3.5 to Tag.
Tracy, the race leader, now number 2 on the all-time kart lap leader list.
Paul made some good time.
Yeah, great lap time, Pat. You're doing a great job. Just keep going.
Paul made some time and built a nice gap of about 4 seconds on the cold tires. And now Carpentier is slowly starting to draw him back in again. 2/3 of a second a lap. This is the point, 14 laps to go on the toughest track on the circuit. And this is where the condition will come in, metal toughness, all those things.
Ryan Hunter-Reay and Jimmy Vasser still running 3rd and 4th. Vassar, a little wiggle off turn 9.
Whenever Jimmy needs to close a gap, he's able to, but he kind of, when he got up behind Hunter Ray, it seemed to, you know, the turbulence or what have you, he hasn't been able to mount a charge on his teammates.
There's Max Pappas getting reports of smoke from the car, although I haven't been able to spot any. Derek Daly, what can you tell us?
Well, Maurizio Gugelmin is here on the timing stand. Maurizio, we've heard a report of smoke, but you think there's something mechanical wrong with the car?
Well, basically, we had this in testing. We're not getting 100% of the throttle right now, just about 90%, and that varies. But if he twists his foot a little bit, he can help that. And his lap time is good, so hopefully we're going to finish okay.
Thank you, Mo.
How did that happen, Tommy? Throttle pedal get hung up or something?
Could be the pedal stop. If the pedal stop lines up with something that's not exactly flat, if they twist the pedal, it might offset, whether it's a stud or a screw. Something if the pedal stops on the back of the pedal, it might hit a slightly different spot. That's the only thing I can figure.
Another problem for Mad Max. 4th place a week ago in Road America. We'll take a break and be back. The laps wind down here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Welcome back live to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course and the Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford campaign. You've already heard about a taste of kart. Well, another annual feature this weekend is the big softball game between the TV crew and the kart officials. This is our engineer in charge, Travis Swenson, showing off his base running skills. Grim stuff, TK.
And watch the extension on this face plant. Watch the back arch here, and look at the extension. Tremendous.
That was Mark Clintworth with the red hat showing you what he thought of it. It was a thing of beauty. Unfortunately, the white hats from the TV crew fell for the black hats of kart officialdom, 22-20, in the pitcher's duel for all 10 innings.
Paul is using every inch of the road, up on the exit curve, out of the keyhole.
As far this year, Paul Tracy has passed Mario Andretti, Bobby Rahal, Al Unser Jr., and today Rick Mears on the all-time lap leader list. Still looking for that first championship, though. He's never had a better opportunity than he does this year.
Paul Tracy's lead just under 3 seconds right now. I just checked in with Phil LePan, who's on the radio with Patrick Carpentier. They think their car is a little bit quicker than Paul's, but in the previous stints, they said once he got to within about a second, then the turbulent air from Paul Tracy would really start to disrupt Patrick, and he couldn't make any further headway. But that makes Jimmy Vassar's progress this afternoon even the more impressive.
The Players Foresight team has never had a 1-2 finish. They had a 1-3 this year, and they had a dominant 1-2 going a couple of races ago in Vancouver, Canada. And Carpentier tangled with Mario Dominguez and fell out of the race. Today could be their day. Derek Daly.
Well, Alex Tagliani has had a somewhat quiet afternoon so far in the Johnson Controls car. Paul running 7th, hasn't been spectacular, hasn't been good or bad.
No, it's been kind of a mediocre day. And for the second time, we've come up on a car that just kind of obstructs our momentum. He's a lap down, but apparently he's too good to move over. When you're a lap down, the right thing to do is get out of the way instead of slowing down.
Saw you pointing over to race control. That was always a suggestion to say that.
Well, we've made our suggestions to race control, but apparently if you're running up front, they worry about it. When you're in 7th, they don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Oh, Jimmy Vassar is off. Is that turn 9?
That boy, you drove quite well, Jimmy. Thanks for the ride. Well, up until that spot, anyway.
Good job, Jimmy. Sorry about that. Good job, buddy.
That is in turn 9. Must have lost it under the braking design. Maybe dumped the wheel off on the entrance. And he was the deficit that he was given by having to stop a few laps earlier. He was making that back up on Hunter Ray. Got within about a second and a half of Hunter Ray, running laps until low 108.
That was Tess Brillia, the mechanic on Ryan Hunter Ray's car. One who changes his inside front tire Look and see what happened to Jimmy. There he is.
Just lost the back under braking. You come down here, and right from the apex, you start braking on an angle for the turn-in point, but the car isn't straight. So you transfer all that weight to the front wheels. The rear gets light.
Around she went, ending a great day for the 96 Champ Car champion.
Almost a fitting end to the weekend. It's been such a, frustrating weekend for Jimmy. Kind of how his season's been.
Third full course caution of the weekend. There are 8 laps to go to get down to the pits.
Stefan, it was such a good day for Jimmy. You know what happened?
Well, he hadn't said anything on the radio, but on looking on the TV, it looks just like he clipped the curb on the inside. Just got a little bit crossed up and wasn't enough time to catch it.
Does it make you think what might have happened if he made qualifying yesterday?
I think he would have been well ahead. I mean, he's been the quickest car on the track pretty much all day. But you know what? Ryan's doing a fantastic job out there. They've both done an unbelievable job today.
Thank you, Stefan.
Well, the Gale lifter is out there to get Jimmy Vasser out of the way, hopefully quickly, and we'll go back to green. We'll be back in a moment to Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. Welcome back. 7 laps remaining. Round 13 of the Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. Bob Barsha, Tommy Kendall, Derek Daly, and Calvin Fish with you. Paul Tracy is up front following the pace car. Driven this weekend by Trish Hessinger, Gail Truis directing the cars. Let's get down to the pit lane. Calvin.
Here with Neil Migger. Right, Neil, cars running 1-2. Paul's in the lead in the championship. Any thoughts of team orders today?
Well, obviously, the situation with the team and the championship that we're trying to win certainly comes into play, but at this point there's no need for any team orders. We'll see when we get going here how many laps are left to go, and if I have to make a call, I will.
You didn't really answer the question, mate.
Isn't that the point?
Well done.
All right, there's the field behind the safety car.
And when you saw
Make sure you get all that rubber off the tires as best you can, for sure.
Exactly. It's like huge chunks of buildup coming off Paul Tracy's tires when he was weaving back and forth. He was playing loudly on the radio.
You can see it on that left rear. So look at our race summary. Paul Tracy, the leader. Number 2 on the car all-time list now with 62 more laps in the book. 4 lead changes. 3 full course cautions for a total of 8 laps thus far. They're being given the 1 lap to go signal. Paul works to clean up his Bridgestones in anticipation of this important restart, which will come with 5 laps remaining in the race. The 3 leaders to date, Fernandez and Montero, on off-sequence pit strategies.
What that buildup does, I mean, there's just no grip. The chunks of rubber that have picked up and stuck to the hot rubber, and until that gets cleared off, it's hard to get any grip, but it's also hard to clear it off with no grip. So anything can happen on these restarts. If some guys are able to clean their tires better than others, I mean, Carpentier said before the start of the race he thought his car was excellent on cold tires. So, I mean, literally anything can happen. Paul being the first guy to get to every corner, he doesn't know how much grip it's going to have. Everybody kind of gauge off him. So it's the toughest to be leading in this situation. It's good to be leading, but it's also difficult.
Saw the cars out of the race. There goes a chunk off the rubber of Ryan Hunter-Ray. 4 cars are being sent to the back. Among them, Bruno Junqueira, who's taken off track and eventually 2 laps down by contact with Oriol Servia. Derek Daly.
Stefan Johansson just told Ryan Hunter-Ray, glue yourself to Carpentier's gearbox well before you get to the keyhole, or the carousel.
Montero going backwards. Adding insult to injury for Bruno Junqueira, who is still not in the points.
Hear how easily the rear tires spin with that buildup. This is going to be wild for the first half a lap or so.
5 to go when we go green.
It's about the area I would expect Paul to go.
Okay, we will be going green. Race car is in. Green, green, green.
not close enough.
Hear how little throttle they're running compared to when the tires are hot. Also, a lot of looked like Paul Tracy's car was bottoming badly from the lower ride height because of the low tire pressure. Thought it was a big wiggle from Jourdain. I thought it was smoke coming out of Tracy's car. Turns out it was just, I think, the skid plate rubbing on the ground up over turn 9 there.
Four to go. Look at the gap Paul Tracy already pulled. 1.15 over his teammate. A full 2 over the third place car. Sebastian Bourdais running 5th.
Seconds off the fast lap time, so that shows you how, it's been 2 full laps now and still not full tire pressure or temperature. Look at Hunter Ray coming up on the back of Carpentier.
So 2/10 off him in that last lap.
And the fastest lap of anyone. He's not hungry. He's on the podium right now, but second place must look pretty good.
It would be his first podium if he can hold it. That's where Vassar went off. It's the carousel. To go. Carpentier within a second now of Paul Tracy. Ryan Hunter-Reay actually lost a 10th on that lap.
Looked like it was all in the carousel.
There's Carpentier, last year's winner. For his second straight podium here at Mid-Ohio.
Kind of how it went after the last stop. Paul was able to build a gap, and then Carpentier started coming back on him. And then he ran into that wall of turbulence. It's about a second behind these cars. Sponsor's pretty happy, says Ryan on the side of his car. Ryan's probably pretty pleased with Ryan right about now.
White flag this time by. There's a twitch.
Hey Paul, white flag, bring it home.
Carpentier now 7/10 of a second, and Ryan Hunter-Reay picked up a couple of tenths. He's only got about 2 miles of race to go. Paul Tracy can hang on. He will pick up a career-high 6th victory of the season. The single-season record in Champ Car racing is 8 wins, set by Michael Andretti in 1991 and equaled by Al Unser Jr. in 1994. It'll be the 20th win for Players Forsyth Racing. And it will give Paul Tracy a 20-point lead in the championship over Bruno Junqueira.
Bruno was the first guy to sweep every available point when he was fastest on both days and led the most laps at Elkhart Lake. And now Paul has answered back. Paul foreshadowed a little bit. He says, Bruno's starting exactly where I did last weekend.
6th place. Across the line they come. First ever 1-2 finish for Players Foresight. And a 6th seasonal victory that puts Paul Tracy back into the championship lead. Team owner Jerry Forsythe,
Great job, guys.
happy for his crew.
Hey, Patrick, thanks, mate. Fantastic job. Good. Well done.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay gets his first career podium in 3rd. Let's go to Calvin Fish.
Down here with Jerry Forsythe. Jerry, you've won here before. You've never had a 1-2 in Players history. How about it today?
That's fantastic. I'm really proud of the team, Paul and Pat, for Mr. Bexon and the Players team out of Canada. I'd like to send a message to the Canadian government who's mandated that this team no longer exist after October 1st. They've represented Canada extremely well for many, many years. And it's unfortunate that they can no longer sponsor this race team. I can't wait till the elections come in Canada because the politicians up there don't give credit to the residents, and I can't wait to see them voted out of office because of this. They lost the Formula One race this last week, and I guarantee when contract negotiations come about for the kart race, they're going to lose that too.
Tell you, Porky's winning race, he'll be president anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Paul Tracy picks up what will be, I'm sure, a very sweet victory for him. In his long and glittering career, he is entering uncharted territory, seeking that championship that separates him from the other Champ Car greats. We'll be back. Welcome back. A party has broken out in Victory Lane here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. After 4 runner-up finishes here at Mid-Ohio, Paul Tracy has his first win and the first 1-2 finish for the Players Foresight team. There's his teammate Patrick Carpentier. In all honesty, it has not all been sweetness and light between those two this season, but obviously it is a very happy moment for them now. Here's a look at the top 10. Tracy and Carpentier 1-2. First career podium for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Michel Jourdain with the home team from Team Ray Hall comes home 4th, followed by Sebastian Bourdais, Alex Tagliani, Adrian Fernandez, Darren Manning, Max Pappas, and Mario Haberfeld. Let's get down to Derek Daly.
And of course, team owner Jerry Forsythe has come up here to congratulate Paul Tracy. Paul, you're gulping down the water there. Physically, a pretty tough day.
Definitely tough. I mean, I was going as quick as I could go in that middle stint, and Pat was just catching me. I had a 10-second lead, and he brought it down to 3 seconds. And then a couple laps before we pitted, I turned it up a little bit and pulled a little bit of a lead. But definitely, he was quicker than me today. But I built up such a lead that it was going to be hard for him to overcome that.
There was a couple of gambles taken during the race. One with Jimmy Vasser, who was just absolutely flying. Were you aware of how good Vasser was midway through the race?
No, because all I was concerned about was the guys that were in front of us that were out of sequence. Not to get tangled up with them and get in an incident, so I didn't try to follow too closely behind them. I just kind of let them have their time. The second time with behind Tiago, it cost me a lot of time on the racetrack. We lost about 5 or 6 seconds, but we just did what we had to do to get this points lead back.
How good does it feel with a 20-point lead going to Montreal?
Feels good. I mean, gone 2 in a row in Canada. We're going to try to go 3 in a row for Team Players, and this is Players' first 1-2 finish, so I'm very happy today.
Is there any bonuses for 3 sweeps in Canada? Is there? He's asking the boss here.
Just ask the boss.
Probably about like $1 million.
All right. I respond for prize money.
Yes, he does. Paul Tracy was physically so tired. Tommy, he has to sit down on the wall here.
Jerry can joke about $1 million bonuses. He can write that check.
And we've got the videotape. Calvin?
Well, down here with another very happy Players driver, Patrick Carpentier. 3rd year in a row you stand on the podium, first last year, but a great battle today. You had one really fast race car.
Yeah, man, that thing was fast, and I wanted to run naked on the track, and I was thinking about that, and I said, oh, I want to run, and I lost a bit of weight, and I got a suntan. I was ready for it, but couldn't do it. But, man, what a great race car. These guys had fast pit stop, and today I said, you know, I'm a bit far in the championship, so I'm going to go race by race and just give everything I have. And if I don't finish this thing, I just don't finish it. But paid off today. It was good.
The second stop was awesome. It jumped you a couple of spots, got you right into the mix.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I gained a spot on the track with Sebastien Bourdais. He said, give us a spot on the track, we'll give you a few in the pits. And that's what happened. Fantastic. I mean, I think I got the best guys in the pit, and often we struggle a bit in qualifying, but with these guys, we're always back up there.
Montreal next, coming in on a high, has to feel good.
Yeah, it feels really good. I'm going to do the same kind of race. You know, I don't care now if I finish it or not, but I want to race hard every lap, like a qualifying. It was fun.
Awesome job today for Patrick. Let's go over to Derek Daly.
With the first American rookie to finish on the podium since Eddie Cheever in 1990. Ryan, this has been such a great weekend for you. I know qualifying alone was good, but to stand on the podium, I mean, look at that smile.
Yeah, it is. It's so awesome. I was working so hard that whole race. It was so long and hot out here, and everything's paid off. The whole team did a great job. I don't even know what to say. It's totally awesome.
I mean, track position was important, but Ryan, at times, you were the fastest car on the racetrack, even faster than Tracy.
Yeah, it seemed like we had a set of tires there that just didn't work for us, and then for the other ones, I was real quick. So, you know, it's a shame that we lost it to Patrick there in the pits. Otherwise, you know, we're still here. We're on the podium. You know, it's a third place for American Spirit and Reynard. Like you say, the first Americans. You know, it's just all good news. It's excellent. I can't wait. It's awesome.
How was it physically? Any blisters? Did somebody say something on your elbow?
I just felt some stuff. Actually, it's not that bad. It was just mentally draining.
What about over? Yeah. Oh, there's the telltale, boys. There's how hard some of these drivers work. Blood all the way through his uniform from rubbing the monocoque on the inside. This is not an easy sport.
No question about that. And heck of a stat there on Eddie Cheever, Derek. Thanks for correcting me on Carpentier, Calvin. Third straight podium for Patrick Carpentier here at Mid-Ohio. The festivities are just getting underway. We'll be back with more live. It's a Canadian kind of day here at Mid-Ohio. Welcome back to a sun-dappled Mid-Ohio sports car course. Round 13 of the Bridgestone Presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford season is now in the books. Paul Tracy, 6th victory of the season. Patrick Carpentier finishes second. Ryan Hunter-Ray third. Michel Jourdain in fourth. The name you don't see up there, obviously, is Bruno Junqueira, who winds up 13th, adding insult to injury, one position outside the 12 points-paying finishing spots. Now let's take a look at what happened to Bruno Junqueira on a restart as Oriol Servia tried to come up the inside. Back of your screen, there's the orange and white Vistillon car, and off the road they go. Now in real time from on board Bruno Junqueira's car. Distraught Junqueira unbuckled himself, then got back in the car, came around, rejoined the race 2 laps down, and as you just saw, finished 13th out of the points. Calvin Fish.
Down here with Bruno. Bruno, a very tough day for you. Talk about the incident with Oriol up there in turn 2.
He just hit my back. I didn't have a good turn 1, but he's still behind me, and I think he tried to pass me, but there was no time. He wasn't even side by side with me to make a pass, and he hit my right here, and it was very frustrating because it was so early in the race. The race is so long, and I really want to finish. Even at the start, when I passed Carpentier, he tried to make a very aggressive move on me and said, okay, let's go, keep in front, but just want to finish. We didn't have maybe the best car, but we want to finish.
Oriol stated when he came into the pit lane, he thought maybe that you moved a little bit to the center of the racetrack. Is that a consequence of getting through one slowly, Bruno? I mean, did you run your normal line down there?
No, I just did turn 1. I realized that I didn't do a good exit, and I stayed inside. And I didn't move at all. I just wasn't on the proper race line, completely on the left, but I didn't move to the right or to the left. I mean, and I think he didn't analyze.
Paul had a very similar weekend last weekend to what you had here today. We've seen how he can bounce back. Is that how you have to look forward to Montreal?
Yeah, it's a long championship. Unfortunately, the 23 points that I gained him in North America, he gained here in Mid-Ohio, and we are back 20 points behind, but let's try to do a good race in Montreal.
All right, Bruno, he's putting a brave face on. I'm sure he's disappointed. Let's go over to Derek.
Indeed, there's a long debrief going on here with Craig Hampson, Sebastian's engineer. Sebastian, every driver is in a seated position right now because it was physically so difficult. But your day, long, tough, hard?
No, not so much. It's been more tough because I didn't have the drink bottles functioning. Then it's been a bit dry during the race, but the guys did a good job there. They gave me some water. They prepared the special bottle during the stint. I'm a bit disappointed because we started third and it looks like the whole weekend didn't work quite well. We've been a bit screwed during the qualifying sessions and the race has not been a bigger success, and that's life, I suppose.
Obviously, this is the first time you've raced here. Do you learn an enormous amount in the race as opposed to if you're here testing by yourself?
Not really, it's just to try to manage the balance of the car. Obviously, I had a bit too much on this year. I've been a bit too conservative for the race, which has been a mistake because I was pretty okay by my own. I think I lapped the second fastest lap of the race, but I couldn't pass anybody when I was behind because I had even more on this year. Then it's not been possible to do much during this race.
Thank you, Sebastian. Just have a look down here. Look, he was seated here just a minute ago. Look how wet the wood is. That just gives you an idea of how soaking wet these drivers' uniforms are, all from perspiration. What about his hands? How's your hands, Sebastian? How are the inside of the hands? You see the callus? Oh, look at the blisters right here. And on the other, oh, blisters all the way back here. Can you see that again? Let me see that again, Sebastian. No, this is the good one here. There you go. Is that from the steering wheel or the gear? Steering wheel, obviously.
Steering wheel, both.
Okay, you need to go water skiing and build up some calluses.
Yep, those hands get pretty gnarly over the course of a long Champ Car season. Here's a look at the championship. As you just heard Calvin telling Bruno Junqueira, 20 points down to Paul Tracy now. A huge swing in the last two races. Michel Jourdain now 47 points. That's more than 2 complete race weekends behind the battle between Paul Tracy and Bruno Junqueira for the Vanderbilt Cup, symbolic of the championship. And the Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford. We'll be back.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
And the racing continues today on NBC. We are just moments away from the green flag for round 13 of the NTT INDYCAR Series. It's the Honda Indy 200 from mid-Ohio, just north of Columbus and south of Cleveland, Ohio, and the parade lap is already underway. Just 5 races remain leading to the finale at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and 4 are very much still in play for the championship, and they all start near the front today. Josef Newgarden is the most recent winner last weekend at Iowa and has the most wins this season. And keeping with the Tour de France theme, he would have the yellow jersey as the championship leader. The 28-year-old from Tennessee, who won the title 2 years ago, leads the points and has almost all season, and it's always been tight. He'll start third. And the championship looks like this. Californian Alexander Rossi is second, well within range. Then it's Indianapolis 500 winner Simon Pagenaud and 5-time reigning champ Scott Dixon. Pagenaud also sports yellow. He's not the championship leader, but he is the reigning Indy 500 champion, and he has 3 wins, starting 4th. Will Power has 35 career wins. That's tied for 7th all time, but he hasn't won all year after winning each of the last 12 years. He starts from the pole position. And Alexander Rossi, fresh with a new contract to stay with Andretti Autosport, the winner of the 100th Indy 500, is the most recent winner here, and he's second behind Newgarden in the championship. He'll start second. 4 more. We go to pit road, and we start with Jan Bikas.
And Kevin, championship point leader Josef Newgarden will start third today. And after qualifying, he said, I just need to find one small thing on the car to make me comfortable. Well, in the final practice today, he found that. He got out of the car with a big smile on his face. and Dylan Welch, have a feeling that's not good news for his competition.
Well, Jan, for his closest championship competitor, that's Alexander Rossi. It's been a steady progression this weekend. They parlayed some trial and error in practice into an outside front row starting position. He feels like they're maybe the best car on the black tires, and good thing, no more talks of contracts, just racing today. He'll need to be on it from turn 1 if he wants to repeat as winner here.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Robin Miller will also join us today. I'm Kevin Lee, joined by Townsend Bell, a winner here in Indy Lights, and he's Scott Dixon. Paul Tracy, also a former champion and a former winner in IndyCar here at Mid-Ohio, is with us in the booth. And here is the Honda starting lineup. Power on the pole for the 57th time. Only Mario Andretti has won more poles in IndyCar. Keep an eye as well on Scott Dixon. Not only is he a 5-time champion, he's a 5-time winner at this racetrack and is still within range in the championship. A little further back, a local connection. Graham Rahal grew up at this racetrack. The Ohio State Buckeyes fan, is a former winner here, but he's got some work to do today. So does another Ohio native, Zach Veach. Andretti Autosport starts a little further back. We'll see a couple of different strategies in play today, and the racing should be excellent. Now keep in mind, the start-finish line is not where this race starts. They'll go in the backstretch. That's the kink in turn number 3, and the best passing zone is turn 1 of the race. For the start, turn 4 overall. This is turn 2, the keyhole, and they'll start to line up here. Will Power in the silver Verizon car on the inside. He dictates the start. The blue and yellow Napa car is Alexander Rossi. The blue and white in row 2 is Josef Newgarden. And that bright yellow Menards car is Simon Pagenaud. Here we go. Time to go in the championship. Power gets the early jump. Rossi tucks in behind, thinks to the outside. Now Newgarden is going to make a play for second. Pagenaud lingering back there, right around the outside. There's Felix Rosenquist trying to get around Pagenaud.
That black and green car, Rosenquist went big, but there's trouble further back. That's James Hinchcliffe, who's off in the grass, and they're all going to get checked up as he rejoins from the back.
And his teammate has an issue. They got together with somebody there, but Will Power made a perfect start. Rossi slid into position, and he's working on him.
Most importantly for Rossi, he's ahead of that blue and white car of Josef Newgarden, and Sato now is off in the beach.
I saw Dixon getting by his teammate, Felix Rosenquist, let him go by. Sato gets out of the gravel, no yellow.
That's going to leave all kinds of debris on the track as the leaders come through. Turn 1 now, Power with the lead, but Rossi is right there in that Napa car ready to pounce.
So it's Power, Rossi, who's right on the rear wing of Power. Then it's the championship leader, Newgarden, the Indy 500 winner, Pagenaud, who did get back around Rosenquist, and James Hinchcliffe is an early diver into pit lane. He's going to change to the sticker set of softer compound tires. The reds are a little bit faster, but
looks
they
like
will
damage,
not last
Kevin,
long.
to the right rear of Hinchcliffe's car. They leave the right rear off and go to make repairs as Sato also comes in to change tires and inspect the car.
Oh, look at the damage on his teammate's car. Marcus Ericsson with that contact. A lot of problems on the first lap for these guys. These guys are all going to go a lap down here.
Is there a chance that Ericsson and Hinchcliffe got together, teammates with each other? We'll have to find out. It's Power back up front, and I'm encouraged for Rossi in terms of how close he's able to follow. And there's Simon Pagenaud and Sebastian Bourdais, the 2 French drivers in the field. Pagenaud in that bright yellow car, Bourdais in the yellow and black. Let's watch the replay. Yes, those SPM teammates, Ericsson and Hinchcliffe, had contact side to side. That's what caused the damage.
I think Ericsson might have gotten bumped over into Hinchcliffe, though. Did somebody contact him first?
I think first it was nose to tail on the Schmidt-Peterson cars. Let's see if we can learn something from the onboard here.
His right side tires were already down, so somebody hit him from the right side, which pushed him over into his teammate, which shoved Hinchcliffe right off the track into the grass.
And the seas parted for Graham Rahal.
Simon getting a lot of pressure from Bourdais here. Bourdais looking on the outside line, the high line, as they go into Thunder Hill right here. all these corners is blind. This one you rise up over a fairly steep hill, can't see over the other side. Sideways in the dirt for Sebastian Bourdais.
Bourdais started all the way at the back of last year's race, came through to finish 6th without any yellow flags to help. So we know that he's very quick around here, and he did so last year by passing a lot of cars, and I'm sure Simon Pagenaud is thinking about that as he sees that Sealmaster car looming large in his mirrors.
Sebastian Bourdais last year started all the way at the tail of the field and drove through the field to a 6th place finish, but he is right up front this time and looking for a top podium finish.
And what you'll find interesting, you watch Simon Pagenaud in those bright yellow Menard colors. He started this race, yes, on the alternate red sidewall Firestones, the softer of the two, just like Bourdais and the car ahead, but he chose a used set. That is something you do not normally see. You'll hear in the background some people are leaving pit lane after their repairs, but a big change, I think, in strategy for that yellow Menards car being on used tires, not on new ones. This is Marcus Ericsson continuing repairs here. You heard in the background his teammate, James Hinchcliffe, had a broken toe link. He is now back on track.
Hinchcliffe coming off his first podium of the season at the short oval of Iowa last week, and he has more than just his work cut out for him this weekend. There's the best battle right now. Those two yellow cars, the one with the black, the Sealmaster, that's an Ohio-based company. He's working on Simon Pagenaud for 4th.
Actually quite surprised that Dixon right back there behind his teammate hasn't been able to stay up closer in this mix. There's a small gap between this leading front group of cars.
So these guys have 200 seconds of push to pass to use during the race, and this adds close to 50 horsepower on the straights or at any point on the track. And there you see seconds remaining. The guy that's been most liberal with the use in the top 6 there is Rosenquist. He's already used 17 seconds. Meanwhile, Newgarden hasn't touched it once.
And Power got the jump into corner number 1. We all wondered, how would everyone approach that? Safe to say, Power has nothing to lose. He's not thinking championship. Wins all that matter. Rossi, Newgarden, Pagenaud thinking championship. How much do you think they wanted to test him into that first turn?
Well, I think it was huge for Power to get through turn 1 cleanly without any pressure. He did a brilliant job kind of jumping the start, timed it perfectly. Now he can settle in and do what he did yesterday to qualify on pole, which is just lay down.
Here are your tires, +7, good work.
Faster laps than anybody. As you hear Roger Penske come on the radio and remind him, just take care of the tires. Nice and calm is what I would be doing to coach Power today.
Yeah, he's made a lot of mistakes this year. He said it himself. He's made too many small mistakes, which has cost him a few wins this year. It's been the longest streak he's had in a long time, so he needs to put it all together today.
Here's the AutoNation onboard of Alexander Rossi and the Firestone telemetry.
You see there, 6th gear. Hear him roll off the throttle. There's almost a coast phase at the end of the straightaway. That's to just save fuel and give Alexander Rossi the chance to make this race on just 2 pit stops, which is how he won last year.
Let's listen to some in-car communications from Rossi a moment ago.
Driving much harder than me. Copy. Just look after everything, let it come. +0.7 Joseph still.
He said he's driving much harder than me.
He's saying Power is driving much harder. He's trying to do this on 2 stops if he can, the same way that he did it last year to win, and he knows that Power's using fuel driving away, so let him go.
Power in a Chevrolet, Rossi in a Honda. A lot of talk that the Hondas get better mileage so far this year, but we'll find out as this race develops, because you never really know until the race starts, and frankly, until the race is over, what the mileage is like. Newgarden and Pagenaud, his teammate, also in Chevrolets, following Rossi, trying to track him down.
You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Honda, an official vehicle of the NTT INDYCAR Series, and by Fifth Third Bank, official partner of Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. This is banking of Fifth Third Better. It was great to see the conclusion of the Tour de France and the ceremonies, and while that was happening, the Honda Indy 2-seater, driven by 3-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves, was out on course, and riding along, Troy Sowers. He has over 100,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. Got a chance to enjoy the ride with Helio, who did a fantastic job, by the way, yesterday as our Cub pit reporter. in qualifying. All right, Graham Rahal, the first without damage that's made a stop. He was running in 14th, and the window is open to do it on 3 stops, if that's your choice, and that's obviously what Rahal is doing.
A lot of people thought this was the strategy to win the race last year. 3 stops, a better pace, but this puts him out in clean air, so nobody in front of Graham Rahal. It's all in front of him, and he needs to click off some razor-fast laps to make this work. We'll be keeping an eye on his pace over the next 20 and 30 minutes.
The leaders right now, not a super quick pace. They're only running a 109 pace. Qualifying was down in the 5, so these guys are trying to make the mileage to do it on 2 stops. Will this play out for Graham Rahal?
You've got to get to about lap 29, 28, 29 on this stint to make it on 2 stops. Still a long way to go. And the big issue is how much does the lap time fall off on the tires? Right now, things holding steady right about a minute and 9 seconds. Jan?
Seeing some very interesting battles here. When you look at Sebastian Bourdais in the middle of the picture, then the green car of Felix Rosenqvist. That's the first car on the primary black Firestones. This is the point of the race we call the crossover. That's when the reds start to slow down and maintain the speed there of the black primaries. Look at the Honda Indy 200 pit windows. If you want to stop like Graham Rahal did, window number 1 opened on lap number 6. We're within that window. We're hearing that Simon Pagenaud in the bright yellow Menards colors, he might be coming in shortly, so he would be on a 3-stopper. I believe the other cars around there are those that'll be on the 2-stopper. Now here's another car that started the race on used alternate. That would be Colton Herta. So there are a few people who have decided they want to save their best tires for the end of the race, not the start.
Definitely going to need a tire pressure adjustment for red. I'm understeering like crazy.
10-4.
You're going to have to take a big swing at it. It's terrible right now.
10-4.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay, his pseudo teammate with support from Andretti Technologies, is challenging him right now, Paul.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay on blacks right here. Now you see these tires of the reds are starting to go away. Hunter-Reay was a little bit further back from this group, and he's caught right up.
Herta, by the way, just 19 years old, already a race winner, the youngest winner ever in IndyCar history when he was still 18 earlier this year in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas.
Also the hottest free agent prospect now that Alexander Rossi's been locked down. And here comes cars to pit lane. Bourdais and Pagenaud are there.
And Sebastian Bourdais into his marks, had sticker reds to start. They'll put scuffed blacks on here. Asked him if he wanted a front wing change, said no sir. Nice stop for Bourdais. Jan?
Yes, and these stops will not be very long, Dylan, because they don't need a whole lot of fuel. Now, a completely different strategy. This is brand new red sidewalls. And yes, Simon Pagenaud easily beats out Sebastian Bourdais on completely different tire strategies, but they're now on 3 stops. All of these 3 cars, including Colton Herta, who just flashed by.
It will be interesting to see, guys, what happens with his teammates at Penske. Is he splitting the strategy, or will his teammates adopt the same strategy?
We're about to find out. Now, here's the first car to stop on the 3-stop strategy on hot tires. Graham Rahal trying to reel in Colton Herta. Colton needs a few corners to get those Firestones.
Guys ahead, just hit it, came out in front of you. They were well in front of us before, and then keep on pushing.
They're giving Graham Rahal that same information. Keep pushing.
And I would say that Rahal made some progress because he was running 14th or 15th, and now he's running behind cars that were running 5th, 6th, and 8th.
And if a yellow were to come out right now, it would reset everything and would advantage the 3-stoppers that have already stopped. These leaders are right now in the danger zone, meaning if a yellow came out, they'd have to come to pit lane and lose positions to the cars that have already stopped.
Lots of runoff area here. You can make a big mistake and go off the track, and they don't have to go full course yellow.
Will Power, as mentioned, started on the pole today for the 57th time. Only Mario Andretti has more poles. It had been a little bit of a drought since the first month of the season, so Power understandably was fired up after it's been a bit of a slump this year. He's not won. He desperately wants to get back on track.
It's been such a bad year, so disappointing, but I have such a fire burning in me when I do a lap like that, and within mind, everyone that's had such a great year, just sticking it to them, man. I don't care. It's just, it just beats you down in the year where you just keep having these bad runs. So happy to get the pole, so happy.
You can tell a lot of anger in the qualifying result yesterday. A lot of vindication for him as Josef Newgarden, the points leader, is coming to Jan Beekes.
Yes, and this is interesting. We're seeing some split strategy, but we're seeing a completely different choice on tires. These are scrubbed black sidewalls, the primary Firestones, and they get a little bit of front wing. Super quick stop for Josef Newgarden. All these stops are the 3 stoppers. Let's see how he cycles out. We see Simon Pagenaud now just in turn 1.
He's going to come out right behind Tony Kanaan. If he gets hung up behind him, Townsend, and loses pace to what these other guys are doing, this could create a big problem for him. If he had open road, it would be far more beneficial.
He really wants to get him by the time they get to turn 4, but he may be too far back.
Bourdais spun up in the keyhole, continues. Wonder if he had help or if that was on his own.
Colton Herta is the car right in front of him right now, that white and green car. Let's look at it again as it stays green.
Definitely got help.
Oh, yeah.
Lucky it didn't take Colton Herta's front wing off because they made contact across the front wing and it sent Bourdais around, did a 360 and kept going.
So Bourdais leaves the door open. Colton dives in and goes for it. They get together.
Colton got loose and had to correct, and that just sent him over into Sebastian, which spun him around. But no harm, no foul. They didn't lose a lot of time.
Heck of a save from Bourdais. In the end, he probably only lost about 3 seconds of track position as Colton Herta is just up ahead. And I'm sure if Bourdais gets close, he almost gets close to going off the track there. If Bourdais gets close, he might return the favor.
Power, Rossi, and Dixon are probably the best fuel mileage makers that are out there. And these guys look right now like they're trying to do it still on 2 stops.
By the way, Rahal picked up a couple of positions. That was the blue and white car that got around the 2 cars that made contact. So the strategy is working for the Ohio driver so far today. Meanwhile, there's Power. There's Rossi in the Napa colors. And now rookie Felix Rosenqvist is in 3rd. His teammate for Ganassi, Scott Dixon, there in the orange and blue car behind him, running in 4th.
Rossi's, here's Hunter-Reay, guys.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay is coming in. They started with blacks on the DHL car, so he hits his marks perfectly here. Waiting on the Speedway fuel and 4 new Firestones as well for Hunter-Reay.
So another 3-stop strategy. We will continue to watch if anyone's going to try to do it on 2. There's Pagenaud screaming by, so he'll come out behind him. Pagenaud, before the stop started, was running in 4th.
Tony Kanaan right up there at the front of that line. This is a problem, Townsend, for these guys. These guys need to go fast right now.
3-stop strategy requires hot pace, full push. They need to get by, and Newgarden's got trouble now from his teammate. What will Pagenaud do?
And how much of a fight will the veteran put up? He will let Newgarden go by. A little tougher for Pagenaud, but he's also clean.
Late move from Pagenaud, but Kanaan saw it coming and wisely left the door open to avoid the contact, knowing that they're on different strategies.
These guys got to put the hammer down now and lay down qualifying laps through this whole run. Right now, Power leading, Rossi just sitting on him. Rossi doesn't have to worry about Power in the points. He's nowhere. This blue car of Newgarden is the guy that he's concentrating on.
For now, we think the leaders are not quite ready to come in.
Got to move here.
Rossi's under huge pressure from Rosenqvist. These are all drivers that have not pitted yet. Rosenqvist has a good run. He's on push to pass.
On the blacks, too. So
he goes for it.
Those red tires are going away on Rossi's car. And he's another guy. He doesn't have to worry about him in the points.
Power still needs to do about 12 more laps. And Rosenqvist could take the lead when we come back from break.
IndyCar has a couple of weekends off. Next up, it's the ABC Supply 500 on NBCSN coming up Sunday, August 18th. 500-miler with coverage beginning at 2 o'clock Eastern on NBCSN. And that's also, when this race is complete, you can flip over and see NASCAR Cup Series racing at Pocono later today.
Kevin, Felix Rosenqvist has reeled in Will Power, the leader. Rosenqvist still on the harder black tire. He'll have to run reds later. Power on the red tire hanging on, but Rosenqvist and that Chip Ganassi team has had the pace the last 5 laps.
Putting a lot of pressure now on the back of Power. He's got to set this up through turn 1, get through turn 2 cleanly with a good exit, and he might have a good shot.
Good job.
Going down into turn 3.
Code.
So you hear Roger Penske talking to Will Power. A moment ago he said, code now, as if they maybe have changed the plan. That's Power in the silver Verizon colors, green and black. Clover sponsorship for Rosenqvist this week. And then Scott Dixon is now lurking within range, and that orange and blue car.
There's the setup. He's coming.
They're both on push to pass. Power's trying to defend. Rosenqvist is looking for the boost to make the move.
For the lead of the race, not this time, not quite close enough.
The problem for Rosenqvist is he's burned 90 seconds of the 200 seconds available, and we're not even 1/3 of the way through this race.
Let's check in with Jan real quick.
And this is a fascinating battle because, of course, they're on 2 different tires, but they appear to be on the same pit strategy, and that is they're trying to get to lap 29. If you're on the black sidewall Firestones like Felix Rosenqvist, it's much easier. The tires are not going away. For Will Power, if he wants to make it to 29, he's trying desperately to keep these red tires underneath him. Remember, later in the race, they'll reverse positions. You must race both tires sometime during the race itself.
Plus 0.5, good work.
Okay,
22 complete.
When you hear those codes from Roger Penske, those are fuel codes. And if they're still giving fuel codes to Will Power, I believe he's still trying to stretch it to lap 29 and make this a 2-stopper.
Power's pace is still decent, but Rossi has really fallen off the map. He's now 5 seconds behind Power.
Power's actually getting a little quicker here. I think that's how strong the Penske
Code
car
95.
is set up. As you hear code 95, Roger Penske's thrown out more code numbers than the FAA the last 5 laps. There's 85s and 95s coming. I'm not sure if Will Power has a manual to track all of that in the cockpit.
I'm waiting to hear Da Vinci code.
Do you think Will remembers all of them?
I don't
Did you have a little map, Paul, that allowed you to keep track of?
They're well versed on what they're doing. This is a well-oiled machine, Penske Racing. But he's got a lot of pressure on him right now.
I think things have stabilized for Power. I think this is hugely encouraging for the balance of this race, that he's been able to maintain decent pace. He knows too that Rosenqvist has had to use all kinds of push to pass. This is the best battle on the track.
Good work.
Meanwhile, 5-time winner Scott Dixon in that orange car is getting closer and closer. The gap between Dixon and Rosenqvist about a second.
The entry speed of Rosenqvist is really good. The front grip is there. You can see he closes up right to the apex right there. But the power out, Will Power is still pretty good.
Rosenqvist is trying to square things up for the exit, but he's losing too much speed in the middle of the corner as the gap grows, and he's just not close enough to make a move. Power, such a clever driver in terms of figuring out how to make it difficult for the trailing car.
We're seeing a battle against Chevy against Honda. Power is in a Chevy, Rosenqvist in a Honda.
And his Ganassi teammate Scott Dixon behind about 0.3 of a second faster that last lap. He's gaining. He's still in the championship fight. Someone on the outside looking in needs wins.
Another big backstory on Rosenqvist. He didn't know if he was going to have a job for next year, and now he has the full support of Chip Ganassi. There's no risk. He knows he's got a future here, and he wants to prove his boss made a good decision.
You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by the all-new Chevy Silverado, the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. And by Firestone, drive the tire that drives IndyCar legends. IndyCar fans have come out en masse to Ohio this weekend to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and a lot has happened in the last few moments. Alexander Rossi coming in maybe a little bit early on the 2-stop strategy. He's going to need some help to get that done.
He can't get it done. Can't get it done. They gave up on it. He was losing so much pace, getting passed by guys, and here's the pass on the outside. Strong move, Townsend.
This is for the lead. Rosenqvist going to the outside of Will Power. And again, Rosenqvist on the blacks, Power trying to hang on the reds. But don't worry, later in the race, Rosenqvist and Scott Dixon there are going to have to go to that softer red tire and try to make that work. Pit stops coming up for the leaders in the next couple laps.
5 have not stopped yet. Rosenqvist, Power, Dixon, Piggott. Now there's 4. Piggott is in.
And they had the blacks on, and it looks like putting the reds on this time as a front wing adjustment for Piggott, waiting on the fuel. And he pits from 5th, and we'll see where he rejoins, Jan.
And Dylan, interesting news as we watch Santino Ferrucci. He's called for some front wing. He gets that front wing. We checked in with Alexander Rossi and Rob Edwards, and I gave hand signals. He says, we are still good for 2 stops. They believe that Alexander Rossi can save enough fuel. Here he flashes by turn number 1. They just had to get him off those red tires.
Well, he went further than anybody last year. And a couple of Honda teams told me before this race that they think Honda has better fuel mileage than they did last season.
Well, Rosenqvist, Power, and Dixon have gone further than him. Power's still out there on those red tires, has done a much better job at managing those tires than Rossi did.
Now for Rosenqvist and Scott Dixon, Ganassi teammates. There's Rosenqvist. I was going to say there's an incentive to run as long as you can on this stint.
Push this lap.
And of course, some of those radio calls are delayed. And of course, your in and out laps when they say push, push, push. That is so important. Felix Rosenqvist will want all the fuel. That's 7.9 seconds. He goes with new reds. Remember, this is now his part of the race to be on the tires that Will Power was just on.
Felix Rosenqvist is a 27-year-old rookie from Sweden. He's not won before in IndyCar, but he has finished on the podium a couple of times, as we see Graham Rahal, one of the early stoppers, so he's getting close to the window for stop number 2. Sebastian Bourdais, also on a 3-stop strategy, is right behind.
So Rosenqvist is going to settle in. That radio communication to push, push, push was Roger Penske to Will Power, saying this is the chance. We need to make this lap count before we pit to make sure we stay ahead of Rosenqvist. For Power, he's lucky that Rosenqvist finds himself in a bit of traffic here. It's maybe some dirty air that could slow up the pace and give Power a chance to leapfrog back to the lead on this sequence. Here comes Power, here comes Dixon.
Top 2 in the race, rolling down pit lane. Josef Newgarden will take over the lead, but he's on a 3-stop strategy. So these still 2 are the effective leaders of the race, and also potentially Rosenqvist. Jan?
From overhead, we'll watch the 2. We watch for Will Power. He is going with scuffed black tires. We watch in the background for Scott Dixon. They take a lot of wing out of the Ford. And man, it's neck and neck as they leave the pits, and they leave in the same order. Will Power keeps that. Remember, Will Power is not as happy with his car on the blacks. Now we have the switch of compound. This is good stuff.
And they're not even close to Rosenqvist. He really smoked Power and Dixon on that pit stop sequence. Rosenqvist there in the green and black car, and now Power and Dixon are way back. So excellent pit work, excellent in and out laps for Felix Rosenqvist.
So the early takers, Newgarden, Pagenaud, Hunter-Reay, they are now at the front of the field on the 3-stop strategy. These guys now are committed to 2 stops.
Power and Dixon did get out in front of Alexander Rossi, though, who, there you see, the blue and yellow car is running behind Dixon.
So basically now what has to happen is, if this race stays green, Josef Newgarden needs to put about 25 seconds on Felix Rosenqvist to make the 3-stop strategy work. About 25 seconds is what you lose on pit lane. Rosenqvist knows that, and so it's not like he can just lay down here. He needs to keep moving forward.
All right, great job. Just hold together. Got a few more laps.
Gaining 12 seconds over the pace that Rosenqvist has had is going to be a pretty tall order to pull off, but it can be done. But Rosenqvist so far has had really good pace. The track now is rubbering up more, so these reds, Townsend, might last longer because we got more rubber on the track now.
It's possible. Rosenqvist with a run. He's on the button. Rosenqvist, guys, has 65 seconds left to push to pass. He has been super liberal on the button, deciding this is the time he really needs to fly. The question is, if it comes down to a shootout at the end, he might not have anything left.
There's Power and Dixon running 10th and 11th officially in the race, but quite a few on the 3-stop strategy are going to come in here within the next, anywhere 2 to 3, as many as 7 or 8 if they really wanted to stretch it, but they won't.
Right now, Dixon on the red tires. He's going to be a little bit quicker than Power. Power switched over to blacks. So for the first 10, 12 laps, Dixon is going to have the advantage over Power until the tires cross over with the grip level.
And right behind Scott Dixon, Alexander Rossi hanging in there. But we're not sure. Rob Edwards says they can make it on fuel, but it's going to be a stretch. They have to do 32 laps on 2 stints to make it to the end.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very tough. I expected him to go as far as these two guys. They went 2 laps further than Rossi. I think he's in the danger zone.
I don't know, though. Rob Edwards, one of the smartest guys on pit lane. I don't think they would have brought Rossi to the pits if they didn't think he could make it. And here comes Scott Dixon.
Here we go. He's
that was
touches
close.
Wheels.
He stays on the rear wing as long as he can to try to draft. Power will not let him by this time. And now into the switchback and try to go around the outside of turn 5. They touch. Dixon almost goes off. Power maintains the position.
Will Power knows that if he can hold off Dixon for a few laps, the red tires will start to wear, and he won't have any worries. But right now, Dixon's giving him all kinds of heartache.
He's going to force Dixon to wear those tires out, overdriving the
guys
car.
ahead. Good work.
To make sure that he puts a lot of pressure on him, but that also uses the tires up.
We had such a perfect shot of this from the helicopter. We ride above with Scott Dixon. He's going to go to the outside. Power's going to run the middle of the track and kind of push him wide. Look at how far Power is off the apex. Dixon does the over-under, comes to the outside. Power now is going to muscle him, elbows out, and pushes him off to the curb.
Body checked him right out of the way.
Straight out of the NHL.
All fair in that situation?
I think so. I think, Dixon didn't leave the track, but I think Dixon's going to return the favor with a little more authority this time.
He's not going to like what happened the last lap. Will he get further down? Will he do the same thing? Oh, they almost touch again. Power really pushing the issue.
Fantastic stuff in the early going, and understandably this is a battle for 10th, but this could be for the effective race lead right here.
Biggest risk for Will Power trying to outmuscle Dixon like this would be getting a puncture in the tires. You get that front wing end fence of Scott Dixon into the rear tire of Will Power. It's easy to cut a tire down as Chip Ganassi watches on, and I'm sure his temperature's starting to rise.
Power has nothing to lose. He's not in the championship fight. He can do whatever he wants. He wants to win. He wants to get that monkey off his back. He doesn't care about where Dixon and Rossi about their points. That's their problem, not his.
Speaking of Rossi, Rossi's loving this because this just brings Dixon and Power right back to him.
And you know who else is? We saw Chip Ganassi a moment ago, the car owner for Scott Dixon, also the car owner for Felix Rosenquist, who is up the road and stretching his advantage, and he's on the same strategy as these two.
Oh, big run again. He's got the draft early this time. Will Power, he's protecting right away. Does he have enough speed? Oh, over under.
The shake and bake.
To the inside, Dixon. This time will make it stick. Dixon picks up the position.
Dixon was fed up. What a perfect setup job. Power thought Dixon was going to do the same move, and he's gone now.
He did the perfect basketball head fake.
Well, isn't that similar to what Josef Newgarden has done the last couple of years? Look outside, swing to the inside. And now Dixon will make some ground up on Will Power rather, and try to chase down Felix Rosenquist. Others between them, but on different strategies. Although Pickett is on the similar strategy, and he's next up the road.
This is not a good situation for the leader, Josef Newgarden, in this slow traffic. These guys are really going to hold him up. He needs to go fast, lay down quick laps.
He could lose 2 to 3 seconds just on this lap alone, especially if Zach Veach closes the door there, which he does.
On board the Gainbridge car of Zach Veach. That's Newgarden right behind him. He just got around R.C. Enerson, who was doing his first race in IndyCar in 3 years in the Lucas Oil School car for Carlin this week. We've seen several drivers in that number 31.
This is where Newgarden has to make high percentage decisions getting through traffic. There's Pagenaud, his teammate, just past Enerson. So now it's Newgarden and Pagenaud. Enerson gets back on Pagenaud, and here's Ryan Hunter-Reay in the mix.
These guys are getting lapped. They don't have to pull over and go by. It's a courtesy if they want to, but they're fighting to stay on the lead lap. Nice job by Veach pulling over, letting the leader go through. That's a good courtesy.
So Newgarden, right now the leader on a 3-stop strategy as we ride on board the Auto Nation on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Newgarden still needs to get 2, 3, 4 more laps in to make it on one more.
I don't have the tires to get through this.
Next stop, that sounded like Graham Rahal.
Enerson makes a move on Veach. Pagenaud still stuck behind them.
Correction, that was Ryan Hunter-Reay we just heard from.
Said he doesn't have the tires to make this work. A lot of hard racing going on through the field here, Townsend.
Yeah, and for Some of these drivers, they hope this hard driving might even lead to a yellow, because that could completely reset the deck.
A yellow means all of those that might be saving fuel in a two-stop strategy would be safely home after that.
Last lap for Newgarden was a 1:11. The guys that are on the opposite strategy are running 1:09s.
So Pagenaud and Herta duck in. Pagenaud was running second, Herta was running fourth.
Well, this will be interesting because they are separated on pit lane by quite a distance. For Colton Herta, he is going with the blacks. Now this is the three-stop strategy. They take a lot of wing out. We see what they do for Simon Pagenaud. Same thing, take quite a bit of wing out. He easily gets out ahead of Colton Herta.
So Pagenaud is one of the first, along with Herta, of the contenders on the three-stop strategy to make stop number 2. And then someone on hot tires, that's Ed Jones in that red Ed Carpenter Scuderia Corsa Racing Chevrolet right behind him. He wants to be able to get him right here into turn number 4, but a little bit of a wiggle.
The three-stop strategy, Newgarden only has a 5-second lead on Rosenqvist now. He needed 30-second advantage to make this work. Rosenqvist is closing the gap.
Thursday, September 5th, the 100th season of the NFL kicks off on NBC with the league's most storied rivalry. Packers, Bears. Then the defending Super Bowl champion Patriots host the Steelers on the premiere of Sunday Night Football. Only on NBC. Well, earlier we saw some contact between Sebastian Bourdais there in the yellow and black car and Colton Herta. That was reviewed with no action, but a penalty for Bourdais for a pit speed violation. And the leader now on a three-stop strategy, Josef Newgarden, is coming towards you, Jan.
Yes, and well within the window of this three-stop strategy. We're going to watch the blend to see what happens with the two-stoppers like Alexander Rossi. So he goes with the blacks here. He's going on to take quite a bit of the speedway fuel. He's looking, wait, there's a problem with the fuel. He's looking back. There's not fuel flow for Josef Newgarden. Oh my goodness, is this a championship slipping away in the pits? And 14.9 seconds under green. That's going to kill your track position.
There you saw Rossi go zooming by. Here comes Hunter Ray. That is a terrible situation for Newgarden.
With a standard pit stop, he would have come out in front of Rossi and had a big advantage on him, but now he's fallen back to his teammate. But the guy right now that's in the driver's seat is Rosenqvist. He is checked out on all the other two-stoppers.
Well, Spencer Pigot's about 12 seconds back on the same strategy. Sorry, 1.8 seconds back. You saw the graphic flick there for a second. Teammates side by side.
Pagenaud on the outside in the yellow. The white-blue car is Newgarden. Pagenaud almost gets pushed off. Stays in it, still right on his gearbox.
Teammates, yes, but Pagenaud still has a chance of this championship, and I think he feels like this is his chance to pounce and make up lost ground.
Cold tires for Newgarden, hot tires. Simon tried on the outside, but his teammate pushed him wide.
This is for 7th in the race, but two very distinct strategies going on right now. And both of these cars...
Newgarden is hanging on to it right now, trying to stay ahead. I'm sure he is furious about that pit stop. Let's take a look here as the fueler gets plugged in. Maybe he didn't get all the way plugged in. Has to reset. And this feels like an hour if you're Josef Newgarden.
Still under pressure from his teammate. The leaders now, Rosenqvist, Pigot, Dixon, Power, Rossi, all on the two-stop strategy. Rosenqvist has a big lead right now.
So we saw the Penske's racing each other in Townsend. That is not the first time we've seen the Penske's go at it here at Mid-Ohio.
It's a team. There's no I in the word team, but there's a whole lot of me. And on that team, there's three guys that say, me, me, me. I'm the guy this weekend. And Roger Penske loves to let them fight as long as they don't take each other out.
So first 2016. That's Simon Pagenaud in the blue and white car getting around Will Power. He won the race. He won the championship that year.
This was Newgarden in the blue and white car on Will Power into turn 4 with the muscle move up the inside. And then Newgarden again, this time on Alexander Rossi. That's the move that Scott Dixon just used.
Not a teammate-on-teammate action last year, but 2 of the last 3 years, and the Penske's know how to make it happen here in Mid-Ohio. Pagenaud is still lurking. This is the battle for 7th in the race. Meanwhile, Rosenqvist leads, and let's find out what's happening in the Penske cap with Jan.
Well, we're going to try and get a quick word with Tim Cindric. Tim, have you been able to find out what happened on that pit stop with fuel?
Not exactly. The fuel hose or the fuel valve didn't open, so I'm not sure why.
All right, so they're obviously trying to call some strategy to see what they can salvage here for Josef Newgarden. We saw the crew look everything over carefully. And Townsend, I agree with you. It looked like on the second go, when he went to engage the fuel probe, then the fuel was flowing. So you'd have to think maybe it just didn't flow first time.
Yeah, but sometimes the dead man valve doesn't get open, and that's a procedural thing. So who knows what the issue is, but either way, a total disaster for Newgarden. However, it's not that bad if you look at where he stands to Rossi, 7 seconds back. Still a lot to play, but everybody still has one more stop to make it to the end.
So Newgarden and Pagenaud 7th and 8th. Up front it's Rosenqvist, Piggott, and Dixon. Effectively, everyone's on the same strategy now. Everyone still needs one more stop as we go on board with the Clydell Manufacturing on board and rookie Santino Ferrucci. He's running in 12th. Ferrucci on a 3-stop strategy, but again, 2 or 3, the leaderboard now should be what it is because everyone needs one more stop.
Correct.
And the top 5 are saving fuel and tires a little bit more because they've only done 1 stop. The others have done 2.
Now, speaking of tires, what we'll really be watching for here is Felix Rosenqvist's lap times, because this is the stint that he's going to run the Reds. And we saw how much Rossi's pace fell off in the second half of the stint. And it looks like Team Penske is going to replace fuel assemblies entirely. And Paul, you've driven for that team. They always seem to be prepared for any problem. They've got a full backup fuel system on pit lane.
Absolutely. Every team has a spare. There's the valve breaks quite regular. A lot of moving parts that when you push that fuel probe in, a blade opens up, there's bearings, there's a lot of mechanical parts in there, and anything can break in there. We've seen it time and time again. But like you said, Townsend, Rosenqvist has got the pace, and here he comes.
And this is a bit of a shock because we thought he was on a 2-stop strategy. If you stop now, you're on a 3-stopper. And he went long enough to go, but they're deciding to make a shorter stint on the Reds and going back to the blacks. You see, he didn't need all the speedway fuel. That's only 6.3 seconds. But that is not what we expected on the pit strategy.
Not at all, Jan Beekes. There's no way he can go 45, 44 laps to the finish. So that is a huge adjustment for Rosenqvist. I can't imagine why. Maybe they just thought the balance would be so bad or the mileage wasn't good.
Maybe they had a fuel problem and didn't get all the fuel in it, because there's absolutely no reason if you got a full load of fuel to come in now.
Rossi radio a few moments ago.
Power's not fast enough to do a 68. Copy that. I mean, he's definitely right. He's being his teammate. I mean, if we can get by him at some point, we should, but he's definitely being his team car.
So did they kind of say that Rosenqvist gave up the position for his teammate Dixon? Is that what I got?
I thought he said Power. So he may think that Power, not in the championship, is trying to help out the other 2 Penske teammates that are in the championship, but that's Rosenqvist right in front of him. Power, though, is the next car up the road, is he not?
Yep, yeah, and Spencer Piggott now is on pit lane. That's another car that I thought was on a 2-stop strategy. So a lot of surprises here, Dylan.
And they're taking off Reds and putting another set of sticker Reds on. Remember, they had that extra set because they qualified outside the top 10, so they had an extra set of new Reds. That's what they put on here and sent him back out.
And Mr. Mid-Ohio, Scott Dixon, 5-time winner, assumes the lead with a 9-second lead over Power.
And I would be utterly shocked if Dixon came in and switched strategies at this point.
And remember when Dixon made that pass on Power, we said that could be for the effective lead of the race. So there wasn't just one more stop for everyone. Some had to abort. They couldn't make the tires work or get the fuel mileage they needed.
It's going to be hard for Rossi to pass Rosenqvist in front. Rosenqvist is on fresh tires, so it's going to be very difficult for him to get by him.
Going to be really hard for Rossi to pass Rosenqvist because Rosenqvist's teammate Scott Dixon has a chance to win this race and claw his way back up into the championship conversation. as they run right now, Dixon, if he could win this thing, would be only 76 points out of the lead with 4 races still left to go and double points at the final race at Laguna Seca.
Got some lap car traffic right here, which won't help Rossi. Powers clear of it. There's Zach Beach, who's a lap down. Rosenqvist doesn't have to save fuel now. He can go as fast as he needs to go, Jan.
And I just asked Barry Wanzer, his strategist, why did you bail on the 2-stop strategy? He said, we didn't bail on the 2-stop strategy. We were going for 3. We were getting held up by R.C. Enerson, and we feel by doing this, we can jump Rossi. So they believe that he can go faster now on these tires, not have to save fuel as he sets up Zach Veach for a pass. They think this is by design for Rosenqvist.
And now he's going to have some clear road ahead of him for a little while. And Zach Veach really backed out of it there to let his teammate Alexander Rossi go by. Does he have a problem?
No.
Or was he wanting to make sure there was no issue?
He had both teammates there with Ryan Hunter-Reay, so he got right out of their way. That's good teamwork. Now his job would be to hold up the car that's right behind him. Josef Newgarden chasing down Alexander Rossi. This guy's job right now is to hold these two up, Townsend.
If you'd like even more IndyCar content, it's available with the NBC Sports Gold IndyCar Pass. Watch every qualifying and practice live and also on demand. Visit NBCSports.com/IndyCar now. Kevin Lee for Lee Diffie, who is covering USA Track and Field this evening. He'll be back with us at Pocono along with Townsend Bell, Paul Tracy, Jan Beekes, Robin Miller, Dylan Welch. The Gallagher on board with Max Chilton right now, running in 15th. The pole sitter, Will Power, who controlled the early portion of the race, but is now chasing Scott Dixon after Dixon got him on track. And Felix Rosenqvist, who led in that green and black car for Ganassi, he's running in 3rd, a little further back to the blue and yellow Napa car. That's Alexander Rossi, 2nd in the championship. Ryan Hunter-Reay is running in 5th. There he is in the yellow and red DHL car. And the one we didn't see, 13 seconds up the road, is the race leader, Scott Dixon, trying to win for the 6th time here. Here's the list of drivers that have won 6 or more races at a single track since 1985. Michael Andretti, 7 times at Toronto, and the king of the beach, Al Unser Jr., 6 times at Long Beach. All right, we mentioned Robin Miller. Let's check in with him on pit road.
All right, nobody wants to have their race only last 1 lap, but the last thing you want to do is tangle with your teammate. Marcus Ericsson, tell me what happened between you and James Hinchcliffe.
I think it was going all right through the corner. I mean, I haven't seen the replays yet, but it felt like someone just hit me from the inside and made me bounce into James. So very unfortunate. Yeah, let's see. Doing all right, and you see, yeah, there. It's the rail car that hits me really hard and it makes me bounce into James. So it's really bad for the team, you know, because we had a really good car this weekend, and yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear on the replays. You see Sato just hitting me straight in the side, so it's a shame.
Sorry you're out, brother. Kevin?
All right, thank you, Robin. Marcus Ericsson in his first year in IndyCar after 5 in Formula One. Alexander Rossi running in 4th position right now, 2nd in the championship, and a very big weekend for Rossi. He has been the talk of the free agent market. It's been well known. His contract was up. The 2016 Indianapolis 500 winner had reportedly received interest from all the heavyweight teams, but he re-signed with Andretti Autosport and Honda, and it was announced yesterday. Robin, tell us more.
Here's what we got to know, boys. Roger Penske admitted today, yes, he had conversations with Rossi, but when they said they were going to have to run 4 cars, Rossi wasn't interested. That's Roger's take. So he went back to Andretti. Now, who knows if that's exactly what happened, because obviously Rossi's on a 4-car team right now. But I think what's interesting now is Rossi was the big domino. He was the guy we were waiting to see what happened. So what's going to happen? Who's the next guy everybody wants? Colton Herta, 19 years old. He's got a contract with Harding Racing with help from Andretti's technology. But guess what? Ooh, as we see, here's Rosenqvist making a move right here. Anyway, so you got Colton Herta. And Brian Herta said today about his son, look, we got a contract with Harding. If this guy can deliver and we can keep running, we're happy right here. But if we can't come up with the sponsorship to keep going, we'll go wherever we have to go. But Andretti wants to keep two. Nice pass by Felix Rosenqvist, Kevin Lee.
Oh, very impressive. Side by side through 2 or 3 corners where you normally can't do that, and he got it done.
Rosenqvist's tires were about 15 laps fresher. He knew that this was his opportunity to make something happen. Brilliant job racing side by side with one of the fastest drivers in the business.
Nice job. Car in front of you is Kanaan, just came out of the pits.
And now they want to go try to track down their teammate Scott Dixon as Tony Kanaan comes out of the pits. Now, push to pass is getting awfully important at this point for Rosenqvist. Only 15 seconds left, still with 35 laps to go to finish this. And we've got to see this again. Look at this side-by-side action on a track that is twisty and narrow.
That was an awesome bit of fair, aggressive racing. He dives down the inside, Power turns in, but leaves him some room. Then they go side by side, up over the hump. Little bit of contact right there, Townsend. Power. He doesn't give up, though.
Power tried to muscle him off like he did to Scott Dixon, and now Rosenqvist sticks right there in through Thunder Valley, and then he's gone.
And that's a rookie on a 35-time winner and former IndyCar champion, Rosenqvist, who's never raced a race here in IndyCar. He's tested, but getting it done on one of the veterans.
However, Rosenqvist, one of the most decorated Rose Course junior drivers in the world. He's raced so many different formats, so highly touted, and it's great to see the young man get the opportunity and prove himself here today in the IndyCar Series.
I got a feeling if Rossi right here catches Power, there's going to be more action than that, because his job right now is going to be keeping Rossi behind him to help his teammate right there. Newgarden now is chasing down the back of this lead group.
And that's Ryan Hunter-Reay in the yellow DHL car that's going to try to hold off Newgarden, as up front it is smooth sailing for the 5-time Mid-Ohio winner.
And Townsend, it has been a nice day for these guys. Started back in the pack a little ways, but at the start of this run, after their first stop, they told Scott, we need you to save a little bit of fuel to get to the window here for our next stop. They've basically come on the radio since and told him that we're about at our number, so you can push here, do what you need to do to extend this lead, and that's allowed him to continue to click off some fast laps here, even on these red tires as they start to degrade.
Yeah, his pace is phenomenal. When you think about the number of laps on the reds, there's only 4 laps until he pits, and he's down in the mid to low 108 second laps. Earlier in the race, Power was in the mid 109s along with Rossi when they were on reds.
He's running a second a lap faster than Will Power right now. Will Power's got a lot of pressure on him now, but no point in running it too hard with a lead that big. Just take it easy on the tires and click off the laps.
Ryan Hunter-Reay running 5th right now on the Auto Nation on board. Let's listen into his radio communications.
Getting a lot of air wash. I might be able to go a little quicker. You need to do what you were doing this morning on the switches. Do not let the 2 pass, though. Different strategy stuff in play here, so we're doing fuel 293, 57. Maintain position. That's the most important thing.
A lot of team tactic going on here. Ryan Hunter-Reay has been instructed to keep Josef Newgarden behind him. That's his job. He's not in the championship fight. He's a little bit far out of it, so he needs to keep the Penske guys behind them.
So as rough as that pit stop was, and it cost Josef Newgarden a few positions in 5 or 6 seconds, as it stands, he had a 29-point lead coming in. As it stands right now, he would only lose 3 points on his championship lead because Rossi hasn't been able to fully capitalize running in 4th.
But every point is so valuable, and I'm sure Newgarden's thinking about the podium that would be easily in his hands had they not had that fueling issue. He would be running 2nd right now. Here's another American driver having a great day, Spencer Pigot, up to 8th, up 5 positions since the start. He bailed out early on the 2-stop, went to the 3-stop strategy, but they're making it work. Running on reds right now for this 3rd stint.
Rosenqvist, Dixon running the exact same lap times at 108.7, 109.2 for Will Power on that last lap.
So we're on pace to run a 2nd straight race here without a caution, and normally that means a dull race, and frankly, back in the day, this race was a little bit of a parade, but the last 3 or 4 years, it's been mostly non-stop action, and today, I think, remains the same. And we're going to see the final pit stop coming up for those on the 2-stop strategy here fairly soon. Rossi could be in soon, running 4th. He pitted on lap 26. He was the earliest of the two stoppers, and he's down pit lane right now.
I like this strategy because if a yellow does come in the next couple laps, Rossi's going to be sitting pretty. It's a good gamble.
And this will be interesting because you hear the saying, you want to be the first person, and it's a little bit slow coming up on the jacks. You want to be the first person to make your last stop. We look for behind because we see that the 9, Scott Dixon, that was Speedway fuel, and that was new tires for Firestone tires for Rossi. We see now that Dixon is set up as well. Again, if you can stay ahead of the curve, but Rossi is going to have to save significant fuel to get to the end. It's not going to be a full beans run.
The yellow comes out. The yellow comes out, he would be in the driver's seat, but here comes the number 9. Here he goes.
Dixon protecting. They do not want to get caught out on a yellow. They have a 14-second lead. Everything's going well as he comes to pit lane.
And they need a great stop here, obviously, to maintain this track position as best they can. They'll take reds off and put scuff reds on for Scott Dixon. Waiting on those Firestone tires. They go on, fuel flowing freely. A nice smooth stop, 7.5 seconds for Scott Dixon.
So many drivers were concerned about how the reds would handle over a long stint. Not Scott Dixon. He has a beautifully handling car, and it is fast on either tire.
And let's explain the reds again. They're faster in the short term, but they generally don't last as long.
He is all done for pit stops, and he comes out right behind this pack of cars that still has to pit. So as of right now, he's in the driver's seat.
The only thing that's going to hurt Dixon here is some lap traffic that might be just stretching their stint deep here and holding up his average pace, because Power, Hunter Ray, Newgarden, everybody's going to stop again.
And a big enough lead on Power, almost 15 seconds on Rosenqvist, who's going to be next to come, but we're expecting Power to come in on this lap. We'll see if he does.
So Rosenqvist is again the leader of the race,
Pit this time.
but he's on a different strategy. There's the call from Roger Penske. So Rosenqvist does not need to pit for quite some time, but he will have to stop one more time. This should be the last stop for Will Power, and he's going to be able to run with a little bit more fuel on board than the others that have already come in.
Yes, Kevin, that one extra lap makes a fair bit of difference on how much fuel you can use. This is going to be scrubbed black primary Firestones, and he slides a little bit long. That is what happened to him in the Indianapolis 500. This is something that the team can recover from, but it did slow them down just slightly at a 6.7 for Power.
Little mistakes are happening every week, and you can't do that if you're going to win a race in this series. And here comes Rossi. Will he get him on the outlap? He's probably too far behind there.
And Will Power went 2 laps further, meaning he needs 2 laps less to make it to the end on fuel. So Power should be able to use more power and more throttle on this closing stint. There you see the gap.
By the way, Dixon's way up the road. He's already in turn 9 as Power hits turn number 4. So Scott Dixon, looking for a 6th win here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, is in control. You have to believe he's going to be able to make the tires last. He's going to be able to make the fuel. And Felix Rosenqvist and all of those in front of him are going to have to stop one more time. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series, and by Honda. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series, and by Honda, an official vehicle of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Back in Mid-Ohio, Simon Pagenaud has just made his stop. Ryan Hunter-Reay as well. Pagenaud came out right in front of Alexander Rossi. Rossi had to get by him, and he did.
This is worst case scenario for Rossi because the championship leader, Josef Newgarden, even after that bad pit stop with the fuel rig problem, has jumped Rossi in the pit lane. So this is the worst possible outcome that he could possibly have today.
However, Ryan Hunter-Reay is a teammate to Rossi, so this is how Newgarden jumped Rossi with an excellent pit stop, recovering from the issue they had earlier. The fuel hose absolutely fixed there. Now here's the battle, is that for Hunter-Reay, he's got a podium potentially in hand here. So if he gets calls for team orders to help Rossi by slowing up Newgarden, he's going to be saying, hey, I need a podium.
Well, he's got to race the heck out of Newgarden and just really make life hard for him because he's got to help his teammate.
So Rosenqvist and Ferrucci both need to stop again. Jan, tell us more.
I can tell you about Josef Newgarden. The reason he is in this fight is they replaced the entire fuel hose and fuel probe. They had a spare right there on site, and you could see that there was no issue whatsoever. In fact, that was an ultra-fast pit stop for Josef Newgarden, which has him back in play. And, of course, the one thing they wanted to do, get out ahead of Rossi, which they've done.
All right, so this is really important. Rossi with 69 seconds, Newgarden only 21. So that's going to factor as Ferrucci hits pit lane and puts Ryan Hunter-Reay in the podium conversation.
And for Santino Ferrucci, this, of course, will be his last stop as well. You could see that the fuel probe was maybe not engaged quite as quickly as they would like. That made it slightly longer than some we've seen before, over 9 seconds, but still a fantastic job for the rookie today.
Also, look at the gap that Rosenqvist is building. He's in position to be able to do his final stop and come out behind Scott Dixon as a buffer for Dixon. It's about 25, 26 seconds lost, so he may come out in front of Hunter-Reay. We've got a couple of different races.
Yeah, they're looking at a 1-2, but he's coming now. Will he slot out in second place?
I think it's going to be close. Hunter-Reay was about 28 seconds back. I think Rosenqvist will be okay. Jan?
What'll be interesting is he will not need all the Speedway fuel, and so that pit delta we talk about, that 25 seconds, this should be less. See, when you have a stop that fast, under 7 seconds, that pit delta should help him. Coming back in, he'll be closer than we thought.
Scott Dixon reassumes the lead of the race. He zooms by Rosenqvist coming back out, and no one else is in the picture in contention. Watching for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Where is Hunter-Reay?
All the way.
Right now it's a Ganassi 1-2, and it's looking that way. Here comes Hunter-Reay way back. So Hunter-Reay's job now is to try to hang on to this position and help his teammate. But he's going to have Newgarden breathing down his neck, and Will Power goes off at turn 1.
That might help Rossi get a valuable position here. Remember, Rossi has a lot of push to pass. Power with 58, Rossi with 69. Let's see if he goes after him.
But he doesn't have the fuel because he's got to go 30 laps. Newgarden has got more fuel, so he can't afford to use it all up.
That's an excellent point because Rossi could have used the push to pass there, but he may need to save the fuel. The push to pass burns more of it.
And remember, Rossi being in fuel trouble was really dictated by having to stop early on the reds on the first stint. That's really what made the bed for Rossi in terms of having to stretch things to do the two-stop strategy. So it's amazing how a decision an hour ago will really affect the end of this race, especially without any yellows. Meanwhile, up front, we talked about Rosenqvist providing a buffer. Dixon doesn't need anything except a racetrack because he's been so fast today.
Scott Dixon has won this race 5 times, dominated, but relatively speaking, he struggled just a little bit in the last 3 years. 22nd, 9th, and 5th. He's been saying we need to get that turned around.
Well, he's kind of struggled all weekend. It really hasn't been on pace. He didn't qualify all that well, but I'll tell you what, he has used the fuel and the tires to the maximum effort and really built this lead up based on his ability to do that.
Just trying to think out loud here. If you're the Ganassi team, there'd be a benefit to doing whatever you can to have Rossi pass Newgarden and take points away from Newgarden to help Dixon get up in the championship. Right now, Dixon would be 80 points out. He's never won a championship from that far back. So anything the Ganassi team can do to hurt Newgarden and Penske would give Scott Dixon a chance at his 6th championship.
I don't think Felix Rosenqvist is willing to give up second place to slide back and mix it up with those guys.
When you're driving for the big chip Ganassi, you do what you're told.
I think just by finishing second guarantees that no one else can finish second and score those points is helping your team.
Pickett, followed by Herta. This is where all the action is on track. This from third place back. These guys are all lined up about 5 car lengths apart from each other.
It's Colton Herta in that green and white car, the 19-year-old working on Spencer Pickett right now for 8th position. And remember, Herta had a little dust up with Sebastian Bourdais early in the race. He's recovered nicely. What a beautiful day here in the Midwest, Central Ohio, between Columbus and Cleveland. One of our favorite stops. Every weekend is different. It was a short oval last week, a few weeks ago, a street course, back to the 3-turn superspeedway at Pocono in 3 weeks. This is the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course where Scott Dixon is in charge. And it's Ganassi 1-2 right now. Dixon leading his rookie teammate, Felix Rosenquist. Let's go to Dylan Welch.
Well, we've got Mike Cole, who of course calls the shots for the race leader, Scott Dixon. And Mike, you chose to start on the blacks. Why?
Well, you and I talked about that before the race. We just thought that the track wouldn't accept reds until it rubbered up a bit. So now we're on reds.
It's paying off, isn't it?
Well, visually it's paying off. Let's see how it is in 18 laps.
Yep, that's right. He's got about 18 to go before we'll figure out if it does indeed pay off for Scott Dixon.
Yeah, he's got a 7-second gap, though, to his teammate and 20 seconds to the next car he really has to worry about with Ryan Hunter-Reay. So they could literally tell him to just chill a second a lap effectively and coast to the finish. But there's a whole lot to play for further back as this battle's getting fierce.
Yeah, let's not forget, if a yellow comes out and all these guys packed up, the blacks could be an advantage as you get late in the tire run on those reds.
Look at Spencer Pickett going to work on the former champion and this year's Indy 500 champion, and that bright yellow car, that's the Frenchman Simon Pagenaud, and the young American from Florida, Spencer Pickett, is right behind him. And another young American, Colton Herta, is behind him in that green and white car. So still plenty to play for, especially in the mid-pack. Up front, the question is there any chance Dixon cannot make the red tires, the softer compound, last? My guess is no, but you never know.
But there's a way
my guess is yes.
There's a way better chance that we get a yellow with 17 laps to go. We sit in the air-conditioned comforts of the NBC booth. It is 86 degrees outside, 50% humidity. The track is almost 115 degrees, and we have had no break in this race. These drivers are going to be exhausted, and that's when a mistake can come.
Absolutely. When you have a group of cars all right here, and somebody gets desperate at the end of the race, like a Rossi could do, because he knows he needs to get by the Penske car that's up in front of him with Will Power. He knows he needs to get to Newgarden. Does he make a move that is over-aggressive?
Beautiful shots from high above. You can just see how the builders of this track just kind of cut it into the natural topography here in Ohio. It's a joy to race, and really fast, especially through turn 1 right here. And if Pagenaud's going to make a move, he's got to try to stay as close as he can and use some of that push to pass he has remaining, which is only 19 seconds at this point. Meanwhile, Rossi with 69. But Paul, as you pointed out, Rossi might not be able to use that button because he still needs to get the mileage to make it to the end.
Page getting closer. That's about as close as I've seen him in the last few laps as he starts to draw up closer.
And keep in mind, this is for 2 points in the championship, not only to help Pagenaud, but it would also help his Penske teammate, Josef Newgarden, so these spots matter.
I can hear Rossi coasting into the corners, so he's having to save fuel. All these other guys behind him, like this guy right here, he doesn't have to save fuel. He can go as hard as he wants.
Just having a look at Colton Herta, perhaps the most aggressive driver in this pack. He last pitted on 63, so he has lots of fuel to use. 54 seconds of push to pass, so this could really play out well for young Colton Herta to get a top 5 finish if some of these cars start to struggle in the closing laps.
Herta, a winner earlier this year at 18 years old at Circuit of the Americas, also the youngest pole winner in IndyCar history. We thought he might contend for the pole, being quick in practice all week. Started 7th.
Oh boy, Rossi goes off.
Drops tires.
Pagenaud now getting even closer. Does he make a move? Does he pop out?
Rossi used push to pass, so did Pagenaud. Pagenaud only 7 seconds left now as Pagenaud wiggles and runs wide. That's going to give Piggott and Herta a real chance on this next lap. Don't forget, Colton Herta had the contact with Sebastian Bourdais earlier in the race. I can see his left front end fence vibrating just a bit. That might be some of the understeer that Colton Herta complained about earlier on.
Spencer Piggott's coming off a good run at Iowa, finished 5th. Second time he's finished 5th this season. That's him in the black Auto Geek car, the number 21. The green and white is the teenager Colton Herta. Behind him for Harding Steinbrenner Racing. The Steinbrenner in that ownership group is George Steinbrenner IV, the grandson of the legendary late New York Yankees owner.
And he's not much older than Colton. I think George Steinbrenner IV is 21, 22 years old. Yes. Colton Herta at 19, and Colton Herta might have a run here on the straightaway on Spencer Piggott, though he struggles to get off the corner.
Speedway lap leaders, it's willpower right now, but Scott Dixon is going to get that, and that's worth championship points.
Push to pass is on, but he's not close enough. Piggott tries to dive down the inside, locks up the brake a little bit. Simon Pagenaud right now is struggling. Rossi's getting away from him now.
And as you get closer to the car in front of you, especially in these closing laps, it becomes harder and harder to hang on to your race car. You're in turbulent air, and the tire grip is getting old, and you start to really slide around, and a mistake can be very costly here. There you see Piggott. Now he recovers. He's back with a little bit of clean air gap to Pagenaud, and he'll close pretty quickly. He can get there, but the question is, can he get by?
And here's the Chevrolet driver update. Newgarden, Power, Pagenaud, that's the Penske group, and then Spencer Piggott in 8th, the biggest mover among those.
Local hometown hero Graham Rahal now has closed up the gap with Jack Harvey.
And now Colton Herta has a great run up ahead, and Spencer Piggott has no push to pass left.
I feel a move coming. He's pretty close.
It's a great view of Colton Herta. There he goes. Oh, he looks out, ducks back in.
Good look from the Fifth Third Bank on board of Graham Rahal. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th right up ahead him as we peek at our Firestone telemetry as well.
It's great to watch Colton at his age. You and I, Townsend, we both raced against his dad, Brian, and his dad is a winner, very fast qualifier, but Colton is like a clone of his dad, except he's way more aggressive than his dad was on track.
Did you see the tire wear on Graham Rahal's right front on those reds? He's one of the only cars still running. It gets cleaned up in the left-hander, but just look at the degradation on the right front, especially when he turns right. This is a left-hander, but you can see it feathers. Look at that. I mean, it's about ½ an inch drop.
So the only other car and driver in the top 14 also on alternates, that's the leader, Scott Dixon. Will he have an issue? Again, probably not, but we'll see with still 12 laps to go.
He had 9 seconds on his teammate Rosenquist. That's now down to 5. It would be great to see those two guys go at it. I doubt, though, that their team owner is going to let the young rookie challenge Dixon if it comes down to it, but we'll have to find out. If a yellow does come out, though, there's a whole bunch of guys that'll try to jump those Ganassi cars on a restart.
NBC is your home of motorsports, and Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series action continues at Watkins Glen next Sunday. Coverage begins 2:30 Eastern next Sunday on NBCSN. We're inside the final 10 at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Honda Indy 200. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, Paul Tracy, Jan Beekes, Dylan Welch, and Robin Miller. Lee Diffie is on assignment tonight. He's back in Des Moines. We'll see him later this evening from the USA Track and Field Outdoor Championships. He'll be back with us next week for IMSA Sports Car Racing and back in Pocono in a few weeks for IndyCar. It's Scott Dixon in control, but look at that gap decrease. Felix Rosenquist inside 5 seconds now.
Yeah, he's closing the gap on his teammate, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to keep the order as is unless Dixon has a problem with fuel or tires.
You know, we talk like this smooth sailing for Scott Dixon, guys, but I've been watching his onboard during the break, and it's not exactly
Keep working on your number.
super easy in the cockpit. It looks like the Reds, remember he started on used Reds for this stint, and it looks like the tires are starting to go away. This is the section that really requires rear grip. Let's see what happens. Let's listen to the throttle control as he slides his way around.
Yeah, definitely fighting that wheel. You can see it oversteering, understeering, so it's not exactly easy for the leader, even though he's got a big lead, but he's got to still, you heard the radio, he's got to make a fuel number still.
The other thing is that he was about 1.5 seconds slower that lap than guys like Ryan Hunter-Reay and Newgarden, so it could get tight here at the finish. Still 8 laps to go.
And by the way, Rosenqvist not only doesn't have a win as a rookie, he doesn't have a podium yet. 4th at St. Petersburg on debut, 4th in the first of the doubleheader races at Detroit, and 5th not too long ago at Toronto.
What's going to happen if Marco Andretti can get back to Scott Dixon?
Rosenqvist is quicker by quite a bit, but he's got a lot of lap cars in front of him. He's got to work his way through to get to his teammate Dixon. He's closed it down now from 8 seconds down to 3.7.
Meanwhile, the rest of the pack is closing in a little bit as well. That was 20 seconds not long ago, and Hunter-Reay is within 10.
That big group of lap cars is circulating about 1 second a lap faster than Scott Dixon, so it'll be interesting to see how hard they try to push, because Marco Andretti, even though he's in 15th, that's a battle for position with Takuma Sato and Matheus Leist that are just behind.
By the way, coming up after we leave the air on NBC, we'll have extended post-race coverage from Mid-Ohio. Join us live on the free NBC Sports app. And that will be available on demand as well on the NBC Sports app, as well as the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel. So we'll wrap up some other stories. Anything we don't have time to get to here on NBC, we'll take care of and recap on the NBC Sports app coming up right after 6 o'clock Eastern this evening.
Look at Ryan Hunter-Reay slowly catching the leaders. He was 2 seconds a lap faster than Dixon that last lap.
Yeah, but he's got Newgarden right there with him.
Look at this.
Now, I think Dixon's got some issues.
Oh, boy.
Because these lap cars are now trying to unlap themselves. Does he have a tire problem?
Well, we wondered if the Reds would last all the way for a full stint, or does he have to save fuel? He came in earlier than Hunter-Reay, Newgarden, Power, and Rosenqvist has 7 lap pressure tires.
Hunter-Reay down to 7 seconds. It was 10 seconds a lap ago. Big trouble now for Scott Dixon. All these lap cars stacked up behind these guys. Is he in deep trouble, Townsend?
And don't forget, these Reds probably started with 7 laps of practice as Rosenqvist goes inside Matheus Leist.
No time to wait. Got to make the move, even if it's not a typical passing zone.
Hunter-Reay 6 seconds back and closing quickly.
Rosenqvist is on black tires. Dixon on reds. Are those reds gone? These guys are closing up fast. Does Rosenqvist have a chance at his first win?
Remember what's happened to Scott Dixon in Detroit when he tried to stay out too long on the reds? He just absolutely fell off a performance cliff. Marco Andretti.
They're on it behind you.
5 laps to go. The lap cars are on the push to pass, trying to get their lap back.
Keep in mind, this is one of the legends in motorsports. Scott Dixon has won 5 championships. Only A.J. Foyt has more. Only Foyt and Mario Andretti have more wins. It looked like he had this one in the bag and wrapped up. Can he hang on? Can he make the tires last? Or will his rookie teammate Felix Rosenqvist win for the first time lap traffic right in front of that green and black car?
2 more seconds off and a half a lap. Hunter-Reay down to 5 seconds.
Rosenqvist going to the inside of Chilton. Can't happen right there.
He's got his first podium basically in the bag, but he can smell a win.
and he's going to have to stay on his giddy up, or Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to catch him. That's his motivation right now to get through this lap traffic.
Oh, I feel for Marco Andretti here, because now Marco's losing the position of Sato. I don't think Sato cares about Scott Dixon's lead. If Sato gets close, I think he'll pounce.
And he's laps down Sato because he had the issue going into the tire barrier at the very beginning of the race. But Rosenqvist now getting a run on Chilton. Does he have enough to outbrake him?
I think he'll get him on the brakes, and he does. Sato's only 1 lap down, so effectively Sato's trying to unlap himself, but with 4 laps to go, Dixon's probably back there thinking, looking at Sato back there thinking, come on, man, don't do anything crazy. Don't do anything crazy. Sato known as the wild thing.
4 laps will seem like an eternity for Scott Dixon. 4 laps will flash by in a heartbeat for Hunter-Reay, who's now down to 3 seconds behind. He's closing at 2 seconds a lap, and there he is on the back of the train.
Dixon's last lap of 1:11. What are you doing, Rosenqvist? Don't hit a car.
Don't throw away that podium.
Did he get into the back?
Be patient. You'll get him.
Marco Andretti.
Yes, he did.
That's Barry Wanzer talking to him on the radio.
Oh, look at Sato.
Sato, the wild thing, dives inside.
Oh! Here he comes.
And Sato's thinking, all right, if I get my lap back and there's a caution, I can pick up a few more positions. But that's not going to play well if he takes out the race leader.
Oh, look at this. Marco Andretti's going to have a go on Sato, whose side pod is loose.
Oh, they're going to squeeze each other. Make contact.
They touch with 3 laps to go.
Side by side over the hill.
Marco's going to get him.
And Rosenqvist, second in the race, is right there behind him in that second darker green shaded car. And this allows Scott Dixon to scoot away just a little bit.
Hunter-Reay is there.
Dixon's loving this. This is the battle for 15th.
Hunter-Reay's now on the back of the train. He's got to get by these lapped cars if he's going to have a shot at second place.
Oh, Sato to pit lane. I think that's probably to fix his side pod.
It took lap traffic to liven this one up in the final stages.
Oh, here comes Hunter-Reay. He's hungry. Hunter-Reay has a chance. Two laps left, 2 seconds down. Dixon's last lap of 1:11.
Nice job. 2 cars in front of you is Rosenqvist for second. He's got 0, but Newgarden has 13.
Big lockup by Marco going into the corner.
And that's Josef Newgarden, who gets through lap traffic to close up again with Ryan Hunter-Reay.
If Dixon hangs on to win here for the 6th time, in the last 35 years, only 1 driver will have won more races at 1 single track. That's Michael Andretti at Toronto. Felix Rosenqvist is not done.
He's cleared Andretti, and he is right on his teammate. What is he going to do? What does the team ask him to do?
Laying down big tracks out of the corner. Rosenqvist, is he going to go for the win?
You got this, Felix. Remember, it's your teammate. Make it clean.
Oh, they're telling him go for it. There's no team orders. What's going to happen? He's right on the back bumper of Dixon now.
No push to pass for Rosenqvist. Dixon has 4 seconds. This is 1 lap to go.
I love it. Ganassi is letting the drivers fight it out amongst themselves. Who's the best? Who's going to get it done? The master, the 45-time winner and 5-time champion, Scott Dixon, trying to defend from his rookie teammate. They come together in the keyhole, nearly touch.
Oh, and Newgarden and Hunter-Reay get together for podium. Newgarden's off. That is a huge championship implication.
That's the championship leader around, and the rest of the crowd will pick up massive points in the title fight with 4 to go after today.
And Dixon could hold off Rosenqvist. This allows Dixon to close in the championship massively, but does Rosenqvist get Dixon right here?
He'll look around the inside, now trying to swing to the outside. The teammates are side by side. One going for win number 46, the other for number 1 in IndyCar. Dixon is still in front.
I think Dixon has it.
He's out of tires, but I don't think he can handle it.
3 more turns to go. Championship points at stake. And wins at stake. Felix Rosenqvist has a couple of more corners. His veteran teammate, Scott Dixon, trying to hold him up one more time. Final corner. Dixon wiggles to the line. Rosenqvist on his gearbox dives into the side.
Well done there, Scott.
Scott Dixon will win one of the closest road course races we've seen for the 46th time and the 6th time here at Mid-Ohio. Scott Dixon has done it. Rosenqvist with his first podium. Hunter Ray finishes third, Power fourth, and Rossi moves to within 16 of the championship because there's the leader coming in. He lost 10 championship points with that off.
Rossi out of fuel. That shows you how close that he cut it. He had to come in to pull it into the end of the pit lane.
But they did calculate it correctly, and he got it done and maintained the 5th spot. What a finish. And Chip Ganassi Racing let their drivers go after it, and they did.
And the crowd loves it. Everybody on their feet waving. But look at this, guys. I don't know why Newgarden did this when he had Rossi behind him. He's got Hunter Ray has already protected the inside. He's making him go on the outside.
I mean, I don't know what Rosenqvist was thinking either. That was a bold move on the curb. And then Newgarden just gets really aggressive with Hunter Ray.
A real desperate move for no reason.
Let's watch this. Oh, this will be a great view. He did try to do the cross-up, the over-under.
Yeah, it's just broke the front wheel. He saw the wheel was stopped, and then he just can't believe it. There was no reason for that.
So I mentioned that Newgarden lost 10 points on Rossi from 26 to 16 in the championship. Well, Dixon picked up 16 more. Remember, he was 78 back after picking up the 2 bonus points for leading the most laps. Now he's within 62.
Well, and Dixon has won a championship from 54 points back in 2015, so it is absolutely possible that this 4-driver battle will go all the way to the end. In the IndyCar season, it just never disappoints. What a finish.
Double points for the championship race as well at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but they may not need it. What an effort. Scott Dixon had to make the Firestones last, had to make the fuel last.
And look at those red tires. Those Firestones held tough for Dixon, just enough to make it to the end. Look at how worn they are, though. What a job he did today.
Oh, the tires totally went away the last 10 laps, and the job he did managing what he had to do to hold his teammate off was incredible. That's why they call him the Iceman.
Ganassi 1-2 for the first time since Texas in 2015 with Dixon and Kanaan.
We said it in the pre-race warm-up. Don't talk about.
All right, we want to hear from the winner. Let's go down to victory lane. Dylan Welch, let's greet Scott Dixon.
And the Mid-Ohio Master scores again. And this will be a well-deserved celebration. The second win of 2019 for Scott Dixon. Man, how tough was that? It doesn't look like there's hardly anything left of these tires.
Oh man, that was crazy. I feel a little bit bad with Felix. I put some moves on him for sure there, but we were just a sitting duck. I had nothing else I could do. I think if I let one by, I was going to let the whole lot by. So I'll say sorry to him right now. I'm sure I'll see him in a minute, but I think we went too aggressive on the second set of reds, got way too loose. Was our U set as well, but they held in there. All that counts is we got the win, but huge credit to the PNC crew. They did a phenomenal job strategy-wise and just making the car a bit better for the race.
What's it like racing your teammate there? He's going after his first win. You're trying to just nurse it around the racetrack. How tough is that just to balance that aggression?
Yeah, it's so hard, and if I wasn't his teammate, I think he would have, had me off. So a lot of respect there, and Felix is going to have a ton of wins. This may help for our race for the championship. I think looked like the others had a bit of a rough race out there today. So is what it is, man. But just proud of the team. And proud that we finally got that done. That was a tough race, really tough race to hang on. Those tires were shot with about 15 to go. I thought we were going to have to pit again.
A great effort for sure. Well-deserved victory. Scott Dixon wins at Mid-Ohio. Jan?
Yes, and amazing props there from Scott Dixon, now a 6-time winner here at this racetrack, to you, Felix Rosenqvist. He gave you a lot of respect, saying you guys fought hard and they didn't have team orders. Are you surprised you got the green light to fight your teammate?
No, I mean, Chip normally lets us race, and I think that was the right thing to do. It was a good couple of laps with a lap traffic there. I mean, say whatever you want, but that's how we race here. So you just have to get through all the traffic and then obviously get to get to Scott, and I thought he gave me the room because he looked really slow on the reds and saving fuel, and then he kind of veered in the last moment. There was a little bit of misunderstanding there. We touched a little bit, but anyways, he raced hard and fair for the last couple of corners, and almost got him there in the end. But anyways, it was fantastic to get his first podium with the Chip Ganassi Racing, the Clover car, and NTT Data Racing. It's just fantastic.
Fantastic job. That was an amazing battle between the teammates, and of course a lot of that was done with lap traffic. Robin?
All right, with 2 laps to go, Alexander Rossi was 34 points out of the lead. He's now 17 points out of the lead. Newgarden crashed on the last lap. He finished 5th. You ever had her turn around like that at the end?
I've had it go the other way plenty of times, so we'll take it. It was a difficult day overall for us. We didn't seem to have the pace really on either tire, but in the end, the team did a good job, kept me focused, and we stayed with it, and we got a top 5. And stays like that where you gotta get points, and fortunately, luck was on our side today.
4 races to go, 16 points behind. You got them where you want them?
Well, no, we'd like to be 16 points ahead, but beggars can't be choosers. So this Napa Andretti Honda team has done a really good job all year. We've had pace. We've always been there. We just need some more race wins, and hopefully we can get that after a couple-week break here. We can reset and refocus and hit them hard in Pocono. All
right, we'll see you at Pocono. Jan?
We're trying to get a quick word with Josef Newgarden. He wants to quick touch base with his team, of course, because what unfolded there on the very last lap. I'm sorry to interrupt, Josef, but what happened there in the keyhole with you side by side with Ryan Hunter-Reay?
Just, forced the issue probably. Just trying to get on the podium there, and I got into the side of him, and then lost power. I started looping around, and I lost power. But it's my fault trying to force the issue there. Just couldn't. I wish I could have maintained the engine. That was the big thing. So yeah, just we had a great car today. PPG was great supporting us. Chevy did a wonderful job. I wish we could have done a bit more there at the end. Just wasn't meant to be.
All right, a tough day for Josef Newgarden, and amazing after he recovered after a fuel probe problem on the pits. Looked like he had a 4th place, and as he said, fought too hard in the keyhole.
Ultimately finishes 14th. Now, meanwhile, we're in the closing stages of the NASCAR Cup Series race at Pocono. So when we're done in a couple of minutes, flip over to NBCSN and catch the end of that. They're under yellow, and a restart coming up in just a moment. Now, for IndyCar fans, we'll have bonus coverage coming up on the NBC Sports app. That's free when we finish here in just a moment, and that will be available on demand as well as the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel. All right, let's look at how it played out. Ended up being another wild one.
Wow, well, to quote Scott Dixon, it wasn't looking very good there the last few laps, but he's the highest paid driver in the series for a reason. He earned every penny today. He mastered the art of hanging on and defending when he needed to.
Man, oh man, my head is still spinning for those last few laps, and I just can't believe that Rossi got handed a gift like that from the Team Penske driver of Newgarden.
4 to go, 4 within 62 of the championship. Newgarden lost some cushion, but still is in pretty good shape.
Oh yeah, as we roll to Laguna Seca at the end of the season in Monterey, California, it just seems like things are tightening up perfectly if you're an IndyCar fan. And for Scott Dixon, 62 points looks very achievable if he continues to perform like he and his team did today.
So many storylines as we finish up this season, and one of the challenging super speedways at Pocono is coming up next. Meanwhile, for us tonight next, except on the West Coast, it's your local news. And tonight at 8 Eastern, America's best athletes tune up for next summer's Olympics. It's the USA Track and Field Outdoor Championships, hosted by our own Lee Diffie. The NTT INDYCAR Series continues at Pocono. Join us for the ABC Supply 500 Sunday, August 18th at 2 Eastern on NBCSN. Congratulations, Scott Dixon. Thanks for joining us from Mid-Ohio.
The official INDYCAR app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of INDYCAR right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
That was such a celebratory moment a year ago for Team Penske and Josef Newgarden. What does today's Honda Indy 200 here at Mid-Ohio have in store for us today over the duration of 80 laps? Let's show you who's starting where on the Honda starting grid, and Pato O'Ward, the 9th different pole sitter from 9 qualifying sessions this year, alongside Scott McLaughlin.
Yeah, I'm looking at row 2 though. Colton Herta, such a hard charger. Fast hands, big bold moves oftentimes if the road opens up. We'll have to see what happens at the start.
Yeah, 3 rookies just outside, or just inside the top 10. There we go down to row 6. Rinus VeeKay, Alexander Rossi. You see Josef Newgarden so frustrated after qualifying. He's going to be looking to move up.
Well, look on row 11, Will Power. He showed tremendous speed yesterday in qualifying, but was penalised for interference and obstructing Helio Castro-Neves. He lost his time and the ability to transfer. That's why he starts back on that 11th row.
Yeah, he'll be a frustrated driver, I think, at the start, trying to make magic happen from deep in the field.
All right, let's take a look at the Honda track preview. Talk us through the finer details, guys.
Well, on board here with Alex Palou. That is the final corner of the lap. That's not the start line, though. That's the finish line. The start line on the back straightaway, you can see there on the map on the right-hand side. Turn 1 here, where Palou is the fastest corner on the racetrack. Thanks to Honda for the track preview there, and we are stacked up before you know it and ready to go.
And look, everybody scrambling at the back to try and get up as close as they can. They do not want to give any advantage where they don't have to. Pato O'Ward enjoys boxing as part of his training regimen. Is he going to have to box down here into turn 1, which is typically turn 4? Ready to go in the Honda Indy 200 here at Mid-Ohio, and officials have waved it off. The field just too strung out. You saw Marcus Ericsson there in that bright green machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. He was scrambling to catch up and pack up with Alexander Rossi. And so the race officials say, we're going to do that again, and we need everybody a little bit closer.
James, I've seen way worse.
I'm really happy they did it, though. We had this problem in Detroit. More than half the field was not out of the last corner before they threw the green flag. The drivers complained, the teams complained. I think the fans complained, and IndyCars listened. So I really like that call from race control. Yes, we have seen worse, but we don't want to see worse.
Yeah, but it's no fault of the first 3 rows. They were all stacked up side by side, beautifully ready to go. So interesting.
Where does the responsibility lie, though? Mid-pack?
Well, we had this discussion with IndyCar. They were quite clear that, hey, if you're dragging your feet in your mid-pack, that's on you. We're focused on the front row. So I am surprised to see that waved off, because I thought the alignment looked pretty good.
The other way to look at it, though, is the cars that are behind the one dragging their feet, they're getting penalized for someone else not following the rules. So I'm okay with that driver getting a warning, making sure that we're all packed up. Now, let's start slowing the field down now, Pato. Right, you're going a little too quick here, bud. This is not going to be any better.
This does allow the leaders, however, Diff, to get more tire temperature, clean their tires up, and potentially reset and even gap themselves better. Alignment looking pretty good as we come to the keyhole.
I'm not sure this is any better than the initial.
No, it is a little bit.
No, because Ericsson's still scrambling to do exactly what he did last time.
Yeah, look at Will Power still in single file back there.
Here we go. Take 2. Let's try to do it again. Let's get things rolling. You may have noticed the lap count did start, though. Will we see green this time? Pato O'Ward, Scott McLaughlin, 2 Chevys on that front row. Watch Colton Herta in the yellow and black Cambridge car. Let's go! This time round, McLaughlin's going to move across and make that very difficult for Herta.
Colton Herta and Felix Rosenqvist in the black and yellow car, orange and blue car trying to sort out. It's Rosenqvist going to the outside.
Elbows out for Felix Rosenqvist. He's on the inside in turn 5. Scott McLaughlin's going to take the spot 3 wide behind him.
Here comes the hard charger. Colton Herta in the black and yellow car trying to force his way through.
Good stuff on this opening flying lap anyway, as everybody jostles for position through madness. Up here over turn 9 into Thunder Valley. Look at Will Power, and he spins. Desperate move, and it has not paid off.
Keep it running. You're still running.
Importantly, Will Power did not stall the car, and he did not spin another driver out, and that is huge in terms of limiting or avoiding a penalty.
You almost would have rather stalled the car and had the yellow come out, because now he's got to catch up to the back of that field. So that's a tough break for Will Power. He saw a gap on the inside of turn 9 there, tried to make it happen, but that's a tough one to make work, Townsend.
And Diff, you said it, a frustrated move, a desperate move to try to make positions as Alexander Rossi there in the Napa car lunging inside Callum Ilott as we get a replay of Power.
Yeah, there he goes. He went on the inside of Christian Lundgaard to Takuma Sato in turn 9. Starting 21st, he knew he had to be forceful early.
Here's what I don't like about that. He got on the inside of Christian Lundgaard. Christian gave him the spot as we see a transfer for position here. That's Kyle Kirkwood going by David Malukas. but then he tried to get another spot. He kind of got greedy, stabbed the throttle a bit, tried to get on the inside of Takuma Sato and paid the price. So unfortunate move and a rare mistake for this season from Will Power.
Boy, that was some handy driving early on from the likes of McLaughlin, Herter and Rosenqvist. They were getting pretty racy and muscly right from the beginning. Here's a couple of rookies going at it. The white, red and black car is David Malukas putting pressure on the all-black AJ Foyt Chevy, the Sexton Properties car of Kyle Kirkwood.
And one of the important things to remember right now, Kyle Kirkwood started on the primary tires. That's the black sidewall tire, a little harder compound, a little slower. And David Malukas was on that alternate red sidewall tire, a little softer, a little faster. So that's a big move for Kyle to get ahead of David with essentially the slower tire.
There you see the graphic on the left showing you pretty much a 50-50 mix through the field in terms of which compound the drivers elected to start on. You have to run one of each during the race. The question is, which one do you double? The harder tire or the softer red tire? We'll find out after the first round of pit stops.
Part of that plays into how you qualified. If you made it out of Q1, oh, look at Colton Herta looking, Kyle Kirkwood defending.
Fierce battle there between Kirkwood and Malukas, the rookie battle, and you can tell the lime green or neon yellow, if you will, highlights on the camera pods and on the back of the car. That's the rookie designation.
And they're right lockstep with the reigning series champions, so these rookies are really holding their own amongst a stacked field.
And the last time these two guys were at Mid-Ohio in race form, that means David Malukas and Kyle Kirkwood. It was Kirkwood with the win, Malukas second. David would like to turn the tables on the Floridian this weekend.
And Alexander Rossi is stalking just behind those two. He's up 2 positions from the start. A good look at all, using all the curb. Alexander Rossi in that blue and pink Napa Auto Nation car for Andretti Autosport, but he is definitely trying to cut through this field. He's won here before.
Seeing Kyle Kirkwood there and Alexander Rossi, I want to give a shout out to young American Logan Sargent, who became the first American to win in F2 in Europe at Silverstone today. The first American since the guy we're riding with now, Alexander Rossi, and he's a very good mate of Kyle Kirkwood. So well done, Logan Sargent.
Terrific accomplishment, fiercely competitive to win an F2 race. So nice to see American talent on the rise, like the path that Rossi forged through F2 diff. But Rossi's settling into a decent pace here, but he's fallen, I guess, up 2 positions from the start, but I would have expected him to be a little further up at this point as we take a look at the start again. Rossi back there in row 6, outside Rinus VeeKay in the orange car. And it was Josef Newgarden with a really big, bold move to go 3 wide in that baby blue PPG car.
That's an impressive move for all 3 of those guys. I mean, Rinus VeeKay didn't back out of it, but he got loose coming out of 5, Josef Newgarden. So let's ride on board with Josef and watch him make this 3 wide move. That was a last-minute decision.
Left side.
Little wheel bang
Left
there with
wide.
Rinus VeeKay.
Then he gets wide here and almost loses it. Might have had a touch from VeeKay even. And what you gotta love about Mid-Ohio is the give and take in this section. You have the advantage, then you have the disadvantage on the outside, then you're advantaged again. It is a connection of about 5 S-corners together, capable of delivering that great side-by-side action. Up front though, Pato O'Ward just settling in nicely on those red tires. Probably, I would think, only going quick enough to hold position over McLaughlin. Don't burn up your tires early, especially with the track temp at 121 degrees.
The track temp's high, but also there's not a lot of the Firestone rubber on the racetrack yet. We've had other series running, so typically this first into the race, it wears those Firestones a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressively. So these cars that started on that softer red sidewall tire, the alternate tire, they're going to have to take a little bit more care of these tires, go a little bit easier than maybe the drivers that are going to elect to use them at the end of the race. So I think you're absolutely right. Pato O'Ward just controlling that gap to Scott McLaughlin right now.
And a very good start for the 2016 winner here, Simon Pagenaud in the local Meyer Shank Racing team. Here's Auto Nation Sirius XM Honda running 6th. First incident of the race. And unfortunately, it has happened to Felix Rosenqvist in the Views Chevy for Arrow McLaren SP. You can see the frustration of the Swedish driver. He'd had a great weekend, qualified on the second row, was running up front, Dylan Welsh, and it is all over. We're under a full course caution.
And they just said leave the car on so we can figure out what's going on. I mean, it obviously looks catastrophic, but completely unexpected. They'd said nothing on the radio about this, and then all of a sudden it goes up in a plume of smoke. Tough break for the 7 car.
Recently had his contract renewed with Arrow McLaren SP. as far as the organisation to McLaren Racing, I should say. They haven't come out and said where Felix will be racing in 2023. There's Billy Vincent, who's on the radio with Felix, and boy, I don't think I've ever seen him this hot. He is mad. He's so frustrated.
For good reason. I mean, fantastic qualifying effort from Rosenqvist. His teammate is leading. Clearly they have the pace in the car with the team. They've been working so well, but let's listen into a replay and try to figure out a little more about the problem. Sounds like the pit speed limiter's on.
Grade two, keep digging.
You guys remember in morning warm-up, Pato Award said his car switched off and then it got going again?
Yeah, but
do you think this is a problem across?
They reported that as a plenum issue. That seemed really strange down there, but we'll have to keep researching and find out a little bit more when we come back.
Oh, what a shame. Ferraro McLaren SP, but more specifically Felix Rosenqvist. The weekend was going so well. So the AMR safety team there on hand, as they always do, their stellar job to rescue the Chevy and for Rosenqvist and to make sure that he is okay. But
Hinch, it sure seemed like that was some electronic interference in the keyhole. The steering wheel was lit up with flashing lights, almost like the pit speed limiter had been hit inadvertently, or it was some kind of engine protection mode. I'm unclear what Rosenqvist experienced there, because it felt like electronically limited and then a mechanical failure of some sort.
I think it's more of the former. You know, I think it was some sort of protection, because it didn't sound, I know you were saying it didn't sound like it was on PLC. It sounded rougher than that. What's weird for me is that it started accelerating again and sounded okay, and then something let go. So, you know, it's such a bummer, not just because of the qualifying effort, but even the start of this race, that move around Colton Herta, moved up a spot. I mean, he was in a great position to capitalize and have a really strong day, and, you know, through no fault of himself, to the team, it's just a really unfortunate event.
But to your point, Diff, the issue that Award had in warm-up may be different, maybe not, but certainly two issues
in the last
with both team cars while leading this race this early should be cause for concern.
So let's go to the sister car, and that is the 5 of Pato Award, and listen to either Pato or team president and strategist Taylor Kyle. Here it is.
What happened to Felix?
Well, coming from the rear, so not quite sure, mate, but we're looking into it. Either way, we're in really good position. Your pace compared to McLaughlin, you're very slightly quicker everywhere. He was just kind of cruising behind you. I think they're trying to overcut for sure, so just keep managing the pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the advice you can get at that point, right? It's all the information they've got, so you don't want to concern Pato with anything, thinking there might be a problem on his car. It's, hey, man, you're running your own race. Keep focused. Let's control what we can control at this point.
Well, the only thing would be if they could put Pato, if they find anything definitive, as we see Craig Hampson, race engineer there. Kevin, you think there's anything they've learned where they can tell Pato how to adjust his engine settings, perhaps?
So here's the other curious thing. Remember at Road America when Pato Award said engine, and we all assumed it was an engine issue. It wasn't. It was internal. It was electronics. That's the same engine that he ran at Road America, which could come into play later on and avoiding a grid penalty. But yes, he's very concerned about this, so maybe it's something not an engine-related issue.
We will see. So, unlike many times here where this race has gone caution-free, we've had an aborted start and then now a full course caution as Felix Rosenqvist's car is taken back, and Jack Harvey in the Hy-V Honda is in for Rahal Letterman Lanigan.
This looks like a radio issue, perhaps, something electronic in the nose of the car. Normally that's where the radio or the antenna.
You know, just going back to the 5 car and the issues there, I was talking to some of the team people throughout the weekend, the way the engines cycle through, you get a limited number of engines in the IndyCar Series. They have to run at least 2,500 miles before you can change them. For a lot of teams, this is the last race on a cycle, and I wonder if maybe some of these are getting a bit long in the tooth. And
well, we don't normally see a diaper underneath the car for an electronic issue. I'll say that. That's usually the giveaway.
Have we even mentioned the 6-time Mid-Ohio winner Scott Dixon yet? Just sitting there lurking in the background.
I talked about him all pre-race, man. I love it.
So he's sitting there. It's that orange and blue car, 4th in line. Watch Colton Herta. He's feeling racy. He's ready to go at this restart. This is where the restart will be, as opposed to the first start. Here we go. Herta is working on McLaughlin into turn 1. Is he close enough? He feels he is and gives it a big shot on McLaughlin.
Wow.
Doesn't pay off.
He was like a leopard lurking in the weeds there right before they came to the restart. Colton Herta now under challenge from Dixon, and Dixon will make the move.
The Iceman pulls it off. That's such a tough move to pull off for Colton Herta. That curb on the inside of turn 1, Townsend, if you get up on it, it can be catastrophic at those speeds.
Look at Pagenaud. Look at Pagenaud in the pink and black car.
This is what you have to consider if you're Colton Herta. If you go big in turn 1, you could get freight trained, and he is. Does Pagenaud outbreak him?
One of the things to remember is you don't get pushed to pass the first lap after a restart, so it's not active on this lap as these guys go side by side through turn 5.
And Colton Herta holds the position. He'll have the advantage at the apex.
Great racing, both men. And the champion, Alex Palou, in the background.
Bit wide there from Simon Pagenaud through turn 9, but I don't think Palou's close enough to capitalize here. Turn 10 here, turn 11 very fast. Not a great passing opportunity as they start to fall in line, but some great action on that opening lap. And we see David Malukas back in front of Kyle Kirkwood, so he's made up a spot there.
And some tremendous patience there from the blue car of Alex Palou. I think that's how he won a championship last year, his first championship with Chip Ganassi. Chaos happening in front between Pagenaud and Colton Herta, and Alex Palou quietly, confidently, and with great patience just deciding to stay out of trouble.
Everybody into a rhythm now. Romain Grosjean continues to try and make up as many positions as he can. There's Palou, there's Malukas, 2 rookies running in the top 10. Great work from them. Here comes Alexander Rossi in the pink and blue machine, the Napa Auto Parts Auto Nation car.
Helio Castroneves getting around the lap car of Jack Harvey down in turn 4. We see Marcus Ericsson running behind him. Probably a good shout for Jack to try to not be too involved here. Maybe move out of the way, but he is only 1 lap down, so technically the command blue flag is not in effect yet until you are a lap down to every car on the lead lap. You have the right to hold your position, so he's doing what he needs to do right now.
Right, so last year's strategy by Josef Newgarden and Team Penske, where he led 73 of the 80 laps, was a 2-stop, 3-stint. That caution's going to help enormously as far as strategy is concerned. It's kind of going to neutralize it a little bit.
Yeah, it opens up the pit window for sure, and you heard Taylor Kyle on the radio with his driver, Pato O'Ward, speculating what the number 3 car of Scott McLaughlin might do, speculating that they would try to do the overcut, meaning running long on the pit stop and try to get clean track and then put the fuel and the tires they've conserved to good work and try to make the pass on the pit cycle.
Connor Daly has been the biggest mover, making up 5 positions, and he makes up another one on Romain Grosjean in the Vignale Chevy. Daly on the move. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Honda, an official vehicle of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Fifth Third Bank, official partner of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. This is banking a Fifth Third better. And by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Welcome back, racing live here at Mid-Ohio. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Kevin Lee and Dylan Welsh on a beautiful summer weekend, 4th of July weekend, holiday weekend, and we are racing. This is going to put us at the halfway point of this 2022 championship. So who's going to come away with the win today? We want to thank Geico for these wonderful aerial images as the cars stretch their respective legs down the back straight.
Great overhead shot. You can see Helio Castroneves with a draft there on Rinus VeeKay having a look into turn 4, not close enough to get it done. James, this is the point in the stint, halfway through the first stint, where we really start to pay attention to red tire versus black tire performance. Before the race, Pato O'Ward told me, hey, we're not really seeing, Townsend, the fall off, the cliff fall off on the red tires. The softer tires are hanging in there. but candidly, he didn't run the red tires in warm-up to learn. He was watching Josef Newgarden's pace, so still some question mark for how you can hang on to your tires, red versus black. Is it really a disadvantage at the end of the stint?
And this guy right here on your screen, Josef Newgarden in that blue and white PPG car, he has 2 sets of sticker red sidewall tires if he wants to use them. He started on the black sidewall at primaries, but he was the one in warm-up that really did the legwork for everyone else. He was sort of the test mule. He ran a lot of laps, almost the entire warm-up just on the red tires, as we see a little bit of a wide run there from the car in front. But yeah, I think that really indicated they're leaning towards using 2 sets of those red tires. So we could see red from them.
And we've got some gamblers in the field, Diff, that we should talk about, namely Will Power, Graham Rahal, and Jack Harvey, all gambling on a 3-stop strategy, hoping to get lucky with a yellow.
Harvey had to come in for repairs. However, the other 2 came in on lap 10. Both race winners, Graham Rahal and Will Power, here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
And it should be noted that local boy Graham Rahal, this is home event. We say he's a previous winner here, 2015. He makes his 250th IndyCar start today. So he's rolling the dice and hoping it comes up strong.
We'll see. Yeah, see what happens. There's Simona Di Silvestro right in front of Graham Rahal in the Paretta Autosport Chevrolet. So this is the second of 3 races that Paretta Autosport and Simona will do in this 2022 season as she continues to get back in the IndyCar groove.
And Dylan, it seems like Simona's just so much more comfortable in her second IndyCar start back since Road America. Everything seems to be gelling a lot better. Qualifying, she was much closer on pace. What's been your observation from pit lane?
Yeah, that's exactly it, and she's echoed those sentiments as well, and I think you and Hinch both could probably attest to this. Just having a race under your belt in the car when you've been out as long as she has, that goes a long way, not even from a driver comfort standpoint, but just from a crew standpoint as well. Getting everybody going through the motions of a race weekend, that goes a long way, and when you unload off the truck on your second race weekend in just a couple weeks, that always helps too. So it's been good. It's been slow and steady progress for this 16 team, but they're slowly chipping away at it and having a nice day so far.
James, perhaps the biggest benefit of doing that race in Road America versus now is just the physicality. Your body adjusting to the extreme G-loads, the heat, everything that you go through with these cars.
Yeah, calling it race fit, right? I mean, you can do as much training in a gym as you want, but you can't replicate G-forces outside of the race car, so seat time is the best way to train. This team also had a test day at the Indianapolis road course since Road America, so they've got a couple extra miles under their belt, and it's really showing here.
Simona's made up 3 positions from her grid spot, the same as Alexander Rossi and Josef Newgarden. So good progress there for the female forward Paretta Autosport team. Meanwhile, Pato O'Ward has now led 20 laps. His victory this season was at Barber Motorsports Park with a spectacular pass over Rinus VeeKay. He got that on that last stop, exiting the pits, and then took off to win. So he's led 20 today, and this has been a very good run and a good turnaround here at Mid-Ohio as far as his IndyCar history and race results here.
And just looking at the balance of the car, Diff, exceptional. It looks very much under control for Pato O'Ward, as you would expect at the front, running in clean air, but I'm not seeing any massive oversteer, any big slides from the rear end, no snaps, no big vicious wiggles. It looks very much in control for Pato O'Ward as he just does the least amount he needs to stay at the front and conserve the tires.
And let's not forget to acknowledge 3 rookies in the top 10. David Malukas, Kyle Kirkwood, and Callum Ilott.
The first of those that are on a normal strategy, 2 stops coming in. Josef Newgarden, Rinus VeeKay, Graham Rahal, make that Christian Lundgaard in the back. On the red tires, that's what you want to be on for a couple of times, and Newgarden has that option. Starting mid-pack, he got off the primaries. He's the first to come in, but the leaders can still go another 6 or 7 laps if they want.
It's all going to come down to what sort of pace you feel like you have on tires as Pato O'Ward crosses the finish line once again. Kevin, what can you update us about O'Ward's teammate? Dylan, excuse me.
And it is Felix Rosenquist. He is out of the car. The car's back in the garage. So wasn't the same issue that Pato was dealing with this morning, but what was it ultimately that put you out?
Yeah, I don't know. I came out of turn 2, and it kind of felt like I was in a pit limit there. It was just kind of like... And then it got going again after I pulled the clutch for some reason, and then ended the straight. It just
completely lost drive. So, yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I had to look into it. It's just unfortunate. We had a really, really, really good run. I mean, I feel for all our McLaren SP guys that worked so hard this week. I think we had a mega weekend going. We were off strategy on the black tires, and we actually managed to move up from 4th to 3rd. So, yeah, it's big loss for us today.
Yeah, I mean, I know the disappointment is real with as good as you guys were, but to do it so early, too, to have it go out so early, that's equally as frustrating, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you never know what would have happened later on, but I just felt like we were sailing out there, and yeah, I think anyways we showed that again that we're up there and we were fighting for podium positions, and we just have to come back and do it all again.
Thank you, Felix.
Take the positive, but it doesn't kind of make a lot of the disappointment disappear. All right, we've got lots of takers now, Kevin Lee. Here comes Alex Palou.
And he started on scuffed red, so he's got a set of stickers, the only one up at the front to do that. Last year's champion comes in, so it's going well because he was able to hold station and actually move forward a spot. Quick stop on those alternate Firestones and their stickers. Also, that Elio Castroneves is in and out.
So there goes Newgarden, there goes Rinus VeeKay, and Elio Castroneves is released.
And there you can see Newgarden and VeeKay that had already pitted just ahead of Castroneves.
And these outlaps are everything on this pit cycle, guys. They need to get out of the pit lane and up to speed. You see Elio Castroneves struggling to get the car turned in the keyhole there on those cold tires. Alex Palou now on those softer alternates. And brave move to use that used set. He wanted to do a double red stint, but that means he's going to have to use a primary at the end of the race as we see David Malukas dive to pit lane.
So as more takers come, Dylan Welsh is standing by. Will Power, who was one of those gamblers pitting on lap 10, has cycled all the way up to 13th position. We'll talk more about that in a moment.
So here's David Malukas in. Strong run continues. They had the reds on to start. Looks like they're going to black tire sticker set for Malukas here. Fuel, tires on, and he's down and away.
Not sure how many we've seen use a second set of reds after they started on stickers, but Alexander Rossi is one of them. He goes from his sticker reds to the scuffs. Can he make them last a full stint?
And I think what guys are seeing was what Josef Newgarden did in warm-up. That was on a used set from qualifying when he ran those red tires for the entire warm-up session, over 20 laps in the session on top of whatever he used in qualifying as Rinus VeeKay gets around David Malukas on his outlap. So I think a lot of these top cars said, hey, look, we saw the data. Josef made those used reds last. We're going to go red, and only have to run the primaries one time.
And there you see the difference between hot tires and cold tires with VeeKay easily carving by Malukas in the keyhole. It'll take Malukas another 3 or 4 corners to get tire temperature, as the undercut from Newgarden and VeeKay looks pretty strong right now.
One of the things I'm looking at the top of this, the front of this field, Pato O'Ward and Scott McLaughlin, the gap between them is it's halved. It's half as much as it was. I think maybe Scott McLaughlin has been told by his team, all right, let's close that gap on Pato. We're both trying to run long. We're probably going to end up pitting on the same lap, so it's going to come down to a duel in pit lane. The closer Scott can be to Pato when they come in, the easier it's going to be.
And you remember earlier on the radio when president of Arrow McLaren SP, Taylor Kyle, told Pato O'Ward, yeah, you just keep doing what you're doing. We're monitoring McLaughlin. McLaughlin's probably going to go a little longer. He's going to try for the overcut. We'll see. And then there's the 6-time Mid-Ohio champion behind.
How about this battle, the rookie battle with Kirkwood out of the pits, cold red tires trying to hold off Alexander Rossi. That's fellow rookie Malukas just ahead of Kirkwood. On board with Rossi, push to pass. You see the Christmas tree, all the green lights, push to pass is on. Rossi makes the move to the high side.
The outside can work here in turn 4. It's a little bit banked. Kyle tries to hold on, but just no chance with those cold tires, and Rossi's through.
Remember that Alexander Rossi is going to be replaced by Kyle Kirkwood in Andretti Autosport in that 27 Auto Nation car next season. So a little bit of foreshadowing there, Kevin, as the 60 comes to pit lane.
Simon Pagenaud told me his car was great in warm-up. He got to the Firestone Fast 6. They're making the progress they want as they get into the second half of the season. And the 60's away.
First season for Simon Pagenaud with Meyer Shank. Got off to a terrific start by winning the Rolex 24 at Daytona in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, which, by the way, is coming up when we are finished here from Canadian Tire Motorsports Park in Canada. Kevo, what else you got?
Oh, there's big problems for Pato O'Ward. The race leader has been screaming. Let's listen on the radio.
Something's going on with the gearbox.
We'll look into
I'm losing power. I'm losing power. I'm losing power.
Yeah, understood. We're looking into it.
Eventually they said is maybe just in map 1 and 2, tried map 3, but major concern. He's still talking as he's getting ready to come into pit lane right now, but the race leader is in serious peril right now.
And came in hot, was locking that right front on pit entry. That was a distressed Pato O'Ward communicating with his team. Scott Dixon is in as well.
And here comes Pato O'Ward for a pit stop, but it is anything but a routine pit stop. Not much you can diagnose in this time. It's just hope. They're going to primary Firestones. He's out. Nothing you can do in a pit stop. Hoping it just lasts. Scott Dixon also pitted. He's right out there behind him.
There goes Alex Palou as a car is off. It's Kyle Kirkwood in the 14, the Sexton Properties car over in turn 9.
And he's already getting out. I mean, they can come restart you, but it doesn't look like any damage unless there's been a more terminal issue there. Thinking better of getting out of the car, but this is a huge deal. If that yellow flag comes out, cars like Scott McLaughlin that have not made it into the pit lane yet, Colton Herta, Marcus Ericsson, they're going to be in big trouble. Guy that might benefit, though, is Will Power.
Will Power pitted on lap 10. Graham Rahal pitted on lap 10. And they have cycled into the top 5. Do we see a yellow? McLaughlin dives for the pits, so he's made it. Sometimes race control will hold it as long so they kind of don't destroy somebody's race before they close pit lane. We will see. Kevin Lee has more.
And that's the chatter the teams are thinking, that they're going to let everybody, they only get one chance to go by, but if you come in, since it's no serious situation for Kirkwood out on track, so Scott McLaughlin, his race is saved. He gets to come in, and now he is back out, and he'll just weave around Marcus Ericsson. Also comes in front, Dylan.
There comes the full course caution. That was so close with Ericsson McLaughlin.
So those early divers, Rahal and Power, they came in again during all of this as the yellow flies. And O'Ward ahead of Herta and Dixon and Newgarden and VK, but behind Palou.
Behind Scott McLaughlin as well. This is what I don't like about this call from race control. They didn't leave the track green long enough. Scott McLaughlin, he never had to do the outlap. You lose so much time on the outlap. We're just going to take a look back now, obviously, with Kyle Kirkwood here.
Whoa.
Lost it through 8.
Just had a big wiggle there in 7, and then a pretty vicious hit, it sounded like, in the gravel trap. Hopefully it wasn't too hard as Kirkwood climbs from his car. Race over.
Was going so well for the young Floridian. He spent the majority of his day-to-day in the top 10. As many of you may know, Jimmy Johnson finally experienced his childhood dream racing in the Indianapolis 500. You can go behind the scenes with Johnson and Carvana Racing during all the exciting moments from qualifying through race day. The 5th episode of Reinventing the Wheel is available now at carvana.com/racing. And we're on board the American Legion Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. Jimmy Johnson sits in 21st position at the moment as we welcome you back under the 3rd caution. It's the 2nd full course caution, if you want to argue that, due to the Felix Rosenquist non-finish, and then what we appear to have witnessed a pretty severe impact from Kyle Kirkwood at the top of the crest at turn 9 right here. He went extreme left right into the tyre barriers right there, and the AMR safety team have done a terrific job to grab the Sexton Properties Chevrolet for AJ Foyt Racing, and they have also taken Kyle Kirkwood back to medical for a quick check. So this is going to make things interesting, and it's going to shuffle things up a little bit before we reset and go again for the 2nd stanza in this race.
Yeah, I really like the progress out of the 12 car, the Verizon Team Penske, Will Power up to 13th there. Remember, he was in last place after that kind of half spin at the start, trying to make a bold move that didn't pay off, but then they went for the 3-stop strategy, pitted on lap 10, and then the yellow came out. They wisely came in to effectively get them on the same strategy to the finish as the 2-stoppers. So Will Power sits in 12th now. Will only have to make one more stop along with every other car in front of him to get to the end, and he's been racy, James.
He certainly has. He's moving up, and his teammate Scott McLaughlin was a huge beneficiary from this situation. So let's explain a little bit why things look the way they do with Scott McLaughlin ahead of Palou, Herta, O'Ward, Dixon. In a normal pit cycle, you come into the pits, and then one of the big challenges in IndyCar is that outlap and getting up to speed on cold tires. No tire warmers in the IndyCar series. So what race control did was Kyle Kirkwood had sort of shown that he was healthy, he was okay. They weren't worried about him being injured. He was already trying to get out of the race car. They left the track green and thus the pit lane open so that the leaders that hadn't pitted yet got a chance to come in and didn't get blocked by the yellow and essentially kill their race. What they did, though, was as soon as Scott McLaughlin was clear of pit lane, that's when they threw the full course yellow. The field is frozen. Why that advantages Scott McLaughlin is he never had to do that whole outlap on cold tires the way that Pato O'Ward, Scott Dixon, and Colton Herta, and even Alex Palou did.
But race control didn't throw the yellow based on where McLaughlin was. It was based on allowing everybody to get a chance to come to pit lane. Once everybody was able to get into pit lane, then they went yellow, and it's just luck of the draw. I don't think you can keep the track green to negate the outlap disadvantage that Pato O'Ward suffered. I mean, where do you draw the line? How much racing do you allow to continue at that point?
I think if you're making the call to not affect people's race by leaving it open and not going yellow as soon as there's an incident, you have to at least let everyone go a full lap around and sort of pay that outlap penalty. But
Kevin, on a weekend we celebrate America and Canada. We still have a little bit of debate up here.
Well, let's check in on the leader to start this race, Pato O'Ward. There is still major concern. Chevy officials are camped out discussing things. Craig Hampson is one of those. Rob Buckner, the program manager. I just talked to Taylor Kyle, the team president. He said, frankly, we don't know. What they're telling Pato is stay in map 3, so that means he might not be able to fuel save right now.
That 2 doesn't work.
More concern from Pato O'Ward behind the wheel of the 5 car. That's the worst feeling for a driver. He's still in this race. He's still got a great shot at it. You almost see, is that him shaking his head there, Townsend?
Yeah, well, he's frustrated because I'll bet map 3 is full rich, and so he's thinking to himself, how are we going to make this work? How am I going to save the fuel? He might have to do it manually with his foot if, in fact, that's the issue.
Because that big complaint was, I'm losing power.
Or maybe map 3 is a lower power map, and that's why he's upset, because the way the yellows have fallen, I don't think fuel's going to be the big concern, but
that's a good point.
Right now, he's just got to make it to the end and try to collect some points. Scott McLaughlin slows down to let the pace car pull away as he approaches the restart zone.
You hear us talk about the big 4. Well, here they are. Team Penske, Chip Ganassi Racing, Andretti Autosport, and Arrow McLaren SP.
And if you're
1, 2, 3, 4.
If you're Pato O'Ward, you have reason to be concerned. 6-time Mid-Ohio winner Scott Dixon is the next car behind. And if, in fact, you're power limited, you're feeling helpless right now.
So, Scott McLaughlin can set the pace to this field in his Odyssey Batteries Chevrolet, and he's got the defending series champ right behind him, Alex Palou.
A great jump from Alex Palou, a bit wide in the carousel there for McLaughlin. Let's see how they tuck in through 1. Can Alex get the run down to turn 2?
McLaughlin has been mirroring himself to a degree off Palou as far as being a second-year driver in the NTT INDYCAR Series. Won a race in his second series, led the championship in his second year in the series, lights it up off turn 2 because he knows Palou's all over him.
And Palou has the softer red sidewall tires. It's going to be a drag race down to turn 4. No push to pass. The first lap of a restart. He goes to the outside.
This is going to give him the inside for the next turn, but McLaughlin goes deep.
McLaughlin has learned a thing or two as there's tire smoke in the back, and a caution is out. That is Dalton Kellett off the track.
It was either power base, maybe high center.
And he is high-centered, already stuck. Look.
On the inside of the keyhole at turn 2. So that probably was some side-by-side contact. I think you can see the tire marks, the skid marks right here of where he would have started, spun around, and ended up inside rather than the outside of the racetrack.
Did you guys see with McLaughlin's on board too, looking back, all the tire smoke in that battle for third, Dixon, O'Ward, and Herta. And on the timing and scoring, it looks like Herta came out the champion in that battle.
Let's see what happened.
He was ahead. He was ahead.
See what happened here. This is the view from the Hy-Vee Honda of Jack Harvey. Look up ahead.
Side by side with Simone Di Silvestro, and he just gets into the back of Dalton Kellett. Innocent victim there, the 4 car.
And that's going to be easy call for race control, almost certainly a drive-through penalty.
Is there a way that Jack could have been distracted by Simona catching his attention on the outside?
Easily.
He had unlapped himself through that caution period. So who had the big lockup?
Talking about?
Oh, it was Dixon, actually.
And he slid wide, allowing Newgarden to have a look on the outside. At what point did the yellow come?
Well, the lights are already flashing on the back of the car, so they're already full course caution at that point, so Josef had to back off.
What an eventful day we've had in this Honda Indy Mid-Ohio 200. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Hendrickson, a global manufacturer of innovative ride solutions and proud partner of Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. And by Hy-Vee. Throughout the race season, HyVeeDeals.com provides a chance to win $25,000. HyVeeDeals.com, proud sponsor of the 45 car for Jack Harvey. Jack was just involved in this most recent caution, colliding with the back of the K-Line Insulators Chevy of Dalton Kellett and turning him around to bring out the 4th caution of the day. Have to say, the three of us noticed it this morning driving in here. There's a very healthy crowd here at Mid-Ohio.
Very strong. Big lineup of cars for hours getting into the racetrack this morning. This is a beautiful overview of a great spot to watch thanks to Geico. That's down in turn 4 where we've seen so much action already today. James, we were out among the IndyCar fans yesterday, and energy was high.
It was very high. The parking lots were full. Everything was great energy here. Dylan Welsh, what do you got?
Well, Kyle Kirkwood has been checked and released from the infield care center. So what happened?
You know, I'm not really too sure. I got to go back through it, but wasn't the same as Detroit. You know, Detroit Reds caught me out and car went sideways on me. But here I already did a lap, and I figured the pressures were up. Grip felt like it was there. It just hit turn 8. It bottomed out right in the middle of the corner and set the car sailing. The nature of the track is kind of increasing radius through that section. So unfortunately for the 14 AJ Foyt crew, we didn't get the finish that we thought we deserved. We were doing solid this weekend, so we were right there in the top 10, fighting for 7th, 8th, 9th, really. Definitely disappointing, but we'll come back stronger.
Thanks, Kyle.
And is the 2nd retirement of this race, and as you would understand from race control, an avoidable contact penalty for Jack Harvey. He's going to be put to the back of the field. Ready to go again. It was a 2-car flyer the last time around, and 3-1 because the 3rd car in shot, that yellow and black Gainbridge Honda of Colton Herter, is going with McLaughlin and Palou. Climbing the hill, here we go.
Just trying to get a sense of Pato O'Ward in that orange and black car, and right there on the restart is, look at that, Newgarden to the inside and Dixon backs out.
Will Power trying to make some moves. Contact there with Romain Grosjean in different colors this weekend in the 28. On board with him now. The Auto Nation on board is forever Lawns on the side of the car, but the race up front is heating up, guys.
That was Power defending his spot in 12th. Dixon's defending from Newgarden. Pato O'Ward's in the mix. Dixon side by side. VK there having a look on the inside of Newgarden.
It was Dixon defending from Newgarden or attacking Palou. Maybe that engine issue is still prevalent there as the outside of turn 6. Rinus VK, what a move.
You don't see too many there like that. And here's the green machine. Welcome to the scene, Marcus Ericsson, championship points leader.
All the players in the mix, and it seems like Newgarden's thinking points, Dixon's thinking win.
Here is that Ridgeline Lubricants car, the number 8. Typically we see it in white and red and Husky chocolates, different commercial partner this weekend. And Ericsson has come from outside the top 10, similarly with Newgarden, and forcing their way forward. Here's Power again, on the inside of his old teammate Simon Pagenaud.
Like I said, Will Power is on the charge, fueled by huge frustration from qualifying. He knew he had one of the fastest cars in the field. He's going forward. This guy, Romain Grosjean, also very racy, defending there. A hard charge from David Malukas, the rookie.
Yeah, I still can't get over that move from Rinus VK on the outside of Scott Dixon. He has the red tires on, is now, let's say, Newgarden was maybe looking to line him up. Further back, one of the Meyer-Shank cars, Castro Neves taking a look, but yeah, Rinus VK really using the extra grip of those red tires on that first lap compared to Scott Dixon's black tires to make that move work.
That purple and white car, Takuma Sato battling out with his longtime former teammate Graham Rahal in the blue and white car.
Wasn't it in VK's rookie year here that he pulled off a wild move around the outside of turn 4?
Road America. At the carousel.
I thought there was one here as well. Anyway, nonetheless, he's going great. Doing really good in the Bitcoin racing machine.
Will Power having basically, made up, having been kind of sent to the back, he sort of reset it all. He started all the way back in 21st, went all the way to the back with that first spin, and now he's inside the top 10.
Watch this move from VK.
Door left open by Newgarden there.
Now he just fires it deep. That's basically 2 cars in 1 corner on a place we rarely see passes, Diff. Goes to the outside.
Guess what? Guess what's powering that? The new mustache. the Top Gun Rooster mustache that he's proudly displaying this weekend. Power is defending from Simon Pagenaud. He's trying to work on Alexander Rossi. Let's go for a ride with Pagenaud. Have a listen.
Look at Power just charging forward up there. He's going to go to work on Alexander Rossi. And bad news for the rest of the field. Will Power going to have sticker reds to finish this race. Very impressive comeback. Let's take a look at the Firestone telemetry on the left-hand side of the screen, James. This track at Mid-Ohio really challenges you with G-force, fast corners, heavy brake zones like up here into the keyhole, and 180 miles an hour on the back straightaway.
As well as the elevation. You're uphill into the keyhole, downhill right here, mid-corners, a lot of blind entries, places like turn 5, turn 9, and then down into turn 12. And the big thing, Townsend, is there's not a lot of straightaway. Even this, the back straight's got a kink in it flat out, as we see side by side. Will Power, Alexander Rossi.
He is not hanging about. He's not waiting for anybody. He may have been last on lap 1 of this race. And Power is firing. Rossi's coming back though. Had a look, couldn't quite do it.
I was about to say, if Will Power gets another yellow, he might win this, but he might not need a yellow. At the rate that he is carving through the field, Power up to 9th, only 7 seconds off the lead, and rocket ship fast right now.
Tell us more, Dylan Welsh.
It's been interesting just to listen to the communication with he and strategist Ron Rzuski. They obviously knew they were fast, but the biggest thing they wanted to do early was just find some clean air, so they pitted early on lap 10 just to allow him to maximize some lap time, gain some time on the rest of the field through that. Now the cautions have fallen their way, but now as he continues to charge, Ron has reminded him just save some tires for the end because we're kind of on the same strategy now, or closer to the same strategy as everybody else, so I need some tires left at the end of this stint, but they're on the reds. I feel like they're just as good and last just as long as the blacks with their setup, so I don't think they're going to slow down anytime soon.
Is Scott Dixon, Pato Award, Josef Newgarden in that blue and white PPG Chevy on the inside of the Arrow Chevy.
Sure seems like Pato Award is suffering on that long back straight.
Here's some 5 radio from Award. Have a listen.
Another thing you might be able to try is small hits of overtakes, a very small hit, help you get off the corner. But it may start to sputter if you hold it for any longer than like an efficient. So just keep that in mind, experiment with it. We'll try to manage the situation as best we can.
And I talked with Rob Buckner with Chevrolet, and the problem is they can't get, he thinks, the full fuel to the engine. So they're just trying to find the map that works the best. Taylor Kyle told him use a little burst of push to pass to try to help, but really, let's just run it until it doesn't run anymore. They're trying to salvage whatever they can out of the day.
And just like that, we're into the second half of this Honda Indy 200 at Mid-Ohio. Power continues to surge forward. Ericsson is there now working on Award. Boy, this race has been action-packed. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Hy-Vee, proud sponsor of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Hy-Vee, making lives easier, healthier, and happier. And by Honda, an official vehicle of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Of course, the title sponsor of this race. So many employees, family, partners, friends of everybody who work out in the Marysville area here in Ohio, where they've got several plants. Big day. However, it's a Chevrolet that's leading. Can Alex Palou or Colton Herta do something about that and bring a Honda victory in what has been a Chevrolet-dominated season?
Well, a lot of it's going to come down to tire choice for the final stint. Some drivers won't have a choice, like Alex Palou, who started on reds, went to reds for the second stint. He'll finish on blacks, but for this poor guy, Pato Award, he is just getting destroyed. You can hear the hesitation in the engine at the end of the back straightaway. It's sort of flickering and just doesn't have the power. There's no straight line speed at the end of the stretch there.
And apparently, based on the radio transmissions, it gets worse when on push to pass. So Pato Award unable to use overtake to try and defend. He's essentially just a sitting duck on any of these long straightaways. Such a tough break for everyone on the 5 car.
approaching lap 50 in this 80-lap race, and there has been some tremendous resilience displayed and damage control displayed by the likes of the championship leader Marcus Ericsson, Will Power and Josef Newgarden. The top three in the championship all started 13th and worse, but guys, they would all, as they run right now, still keep their respective positions in the championship. That's what it's all about, stringing it together over the 17 rounds.
James, we talk about tires. The Penske press is on right now with Newgarden and Power, the two biggest movers in the race. Power up 13, Newgarden up 8 from their starting position. They will both have sticker red tires to finish this Mid-Ohio battle. There's a chance that all Penske's could be at the front at the end of this thing.
And for Will Power, as we see Cal Milot now going around Pato Award, but I mean, for Power, you say he's up 13 from the start, but that's really because he's had to pass 27 cars. He went all the way to last shotgun on the field after a first lap spin. So the drive we're seeing right now out of Will Power is just absolutely phenomenal, and it's so 2022 Will Power.
So the drivers over the last, this is Takuma Sato off, top of the hill at turn 9. He's able to regroup, regather and get going, so good save. That's exactly where Kyle Kirkwood went off and brought out that third caution of the day.
That's a very difficult part of this racetrack, to save a car from contact into the wall. It's downhill, off camber if you go wide, and those walls come up quick. I wonder if somebody else was involved. There's Takuma Sato on the entry into 8 and then 9. He looks all alone, like he had a moment maybe locked up, and then just dirt tracked it there. Saturday night special to keep it on the track. Nice bit of driving.
Very much so. In the Nurtec ODT Honda for Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing. Rick Ware, one of the busiest men in motorsport at the moment, with all of the different series that he's involved in with NASCAR racing. Also, here's a move. Simona Di Silvestre going by Jimmy Johnson down into turn 4. Also, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So lots going on for Rick Ware Racing.
If I'm not mistaken, watch Rick Ware Racing and Joey Hand starting 9th in the Cup race at Road America today.
Joey did really well. He's pretty pumped about that. And that Cup race is coming up in a matter of minutes on USA. Let's get an update on the top couple of cars in this race. Scott McLaughlin, Alex Palou.
Let's talk strategy. So the leaders could wait another 10 or 11 laps, but they're not going to do that, because then you're in peril if it goes caution if you stay out of cycling back. So my guess is you're looking at the get-home lap. Probably in about 3 or 4 laps, you'll see most of the leaders coming in. For Alex Palou, they basically just said, you're going to go 1 lap later than Scott McLaughlin. Palou is going to stay out an extra lap. It's the other way around, actually. Yeah, McLaughlin's going to stay out 1 lap later than Palou. So that's all based on what they're going to do in the final stop. We're going to know real soon.
Well, yeah, I mean, McLaughlin essentially used the overcut to his advantage the first time around, but it wasn't a straight-up fight. If you actually think about it, Alex Palou used the undercut to great advantage. He stopped 4 laps sooner than most of the top 5 laps sooner than Scott McLaughlin, and had made up quite a few spots.
McLaughlin, Palou, Colton Herta, Rinus VeeKay, who's made tremendous progress, and then the 6-time winner here, Scott Dixon.
Final pit stops underway at Mid-Ohio because it looked like a caution is going to come out, and it is. Tatiana Calderon was slow on track. Josef Newgarden was one of many first to come in. We also saw Alex Palou just barely get in. I think everybody got in time. Pato Award, the problems continue. He stopped at the end of pit lane. They have been losing power mostly, and now I'm hearing, Lee, that Colton Herta did not get in.
That's correct. Colton Herta is the only one of that top group that did not come. That's his dad, Brian. There he is there on track all alone in the Gainbridge Honda. And this 5th yellow is due to the stopped rocket Chevy of Tatiana Calderon.
James, that is a huge miss.
How did they...
Everybody had an opportunity to get to pit lane, and they decided to stay out, and they will now have to pit under full course caution, go to the very back of the field.
Got to be some interesting radio conversations happening over the 26 radio. Colton Herta hitting the steering wheel in frustration. That is such a... I mean, look at that.
Wow.
He is just furious, and rightly so.
Meanwhile, I believe Power will actually be in front of Newgarden.
You gotta let me know. I can't do it out here. You gotta use the code words that we make.
Or don't use the code word. How about just pit now?
Or don't use code words. And
Yeah.
that's one of the classic problems. A number of times you get miscommunications when you try to be too clever about it. Everybody thinks that everyone else is listening to their radio, but they're too busy running their own race.
Everybody's pitting. You can't go 7 out of Mary 3 and 4 and then have your driver say, look at the cheat sheet.
Can't be screaming Omaha and expecting to know what's going on. That's a really unfortunate break as we see Pato O'Ward retiring the pole-sitting car, a double DNF for the McLaren squad after what was such a promising start.
Such an amazing weekend for this team. Their qualifying performance, their practice pace, both cars starting on the 2 front rows, this man starting on pole. It's all over for Arrow McLaren SP, and it went rather unspectacularly.
Back in Mid-Ohio for the Honda Indy 200 under caution, and the pole sitter today looked to move up in the championship. Pato O'Ward, we heard the trouble all day long with power. Do you know ultimately what the issue was with the car that made you retire?
Apparently it was something fuel delivery wise. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse, and then it just failed. Yeah, it's a bummer, man. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because we've thrown away, I think, an easy podium for us there. We had a lot of pace. We've had a lot of pace during the weekend. The car was really, really well put together for qualifying, and I've tried to do my job the best I can. And I don't want to pull on any horns and say what was the issue, right? But I think we all saw what went on there.
Well, now how helpless is that feeling? It's not like it just went away and the race is over. You're out there still trying to do something wounded.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to switch through the emergency modes and different maps. It started really falling off in the maps that actually give you power, and then on the other ones that help you save fuel, it was kind of wanting to stay in there. And then it started failing on those two, and there was, I couldn't even get to 6th gear, and you're pretty much helpless through there, man. Yeah.
Thanks, Pato.
A 23-year-old Mexican gives it his all every time, and that one hurts. It really hurts. His old Indy Lights teammate and now rival, Colton Herta, is at the front of this pack, but he is out on an island. He's the only one of the front runners didn't come in. The second car is a lap down. That's Simona Di Silvestro. And the guy who's led 24 laps of this race is the third car in view. Look at Rinus VeeKay in that orange car, putting pressure on the bright blue NTT data machine of Alex Palou. And here comes Will Power.
VeeKay on used reds trying to defend, but Will Power on sticker reds. Callum Eilert slow there at pit exit. He should be out of the way, but Will Power is on the charge, coming from all the way at the back and going to the front.
His pit entry, we saw the 77 slowing down to is now Rinus VeeKay looks to fight back on Will Power.
VeeKay's going to have more push to pass, gets on the grass, and Power keeps him behind. Tremendous work there.
That is 180 miles an hour, James, onto the brakes while being on the grass. VeeKay keeping it together, but barely.
Barely. And all the cars now in front of Will Power, who again is running in 4th place at this point of the race. On the same strategy as everyone else. All the cars in front of him in position have the primary black sidewall tires, and we know Colton Herta still has to pit.
So effectively, Power is in 3rd on this strategy with the best tires and plenty of fuel, and easily the best racecraft of the day.
So, one rookie faced some adversity with a crash. That was Kyle Kirkwood. This is Callum Eilert in the Juncos Hollinger Chevrolet. He is done for the day after running in the top 12 for the opening stanza of the race. Good run, but not what they were looking for. It's been a tough day for some Chevrolet powered cars.
Yeah, we saw Calderon go out. There's some smoke coming from Callum Eilert Chevys. Look what's going on with Will Power. Rossi and Grosjean was that. Teammates?
And I don't know if that was Grosjean or not.
Well,
that sounded like Grosjean.
Somebody is not happy.
Full course caution waves Romain Grosjean.
This is Michael Andretti's worst nightmare. Team cars coming together. Check this out. So this is exiting turn 2. Alexander Rossi in the Napa Auto Nation car. Romain Grosjean on the outside.
And this was the lap before, guys. So this was Alexander Rossi So here's the replay of this first one. This is in the keyhole. You see Grosjean all the way alongside him. He's on the red sidewall tires, leaning on each other. Rossi kind of runs him out of road there, drops the 2 wheels. And then this was the second incident a lap later. Alexander Rossi just wide in the corner. Gets into the side of the 28.
Didn't even see Rossi attempting to turn
Well,
on the second half of that corner.
Yeah, he was a full car width wide of the apex there.
I think it was Grosjean trying the same move.
Yeah.
Rossi sent him a pretty strong signal on the previous lap, like, hey, you'd have to be way ahead of me at the exit for this to work. Rossi with the minimum distance. Oh, it knocked the steering wheel out of Rossi's hands. That's why he couldn't turn.
That wheel-to-wheel contact sent him straight. But teammate on teammate, that's the big no-no.
Reminiscent of Laguna Seca a little while back. Colton Herta and Alexander Rossi in that first lap. They just briefly touched and it ripped the wheel out of Rossi's hand, sent him to the inside of the racetrack.
And to be fair, these teammates have never really teamed up in this first season of working together. It hasn't been a lot of chemistry through the first half of the season at all.
And it will be the only season. As we know, Alexander Rossi is departing Andretti Autosport at the end of the season. But
off to Arrow McLaren SP. So let's keep racking them up. 6 cautions now in this race for a total of 15 laps. There's 21 laps to go. AMR safety team have been working overtime today. Felix Rosenquist, the first retirement. Kyle Kirkwood out. Tatiana Calderon out. Pato O'Ward out. Callum Ilott out. Now, we don't know the state of Romain Grosjean's car, but hopefully the AMR safety team will be able to refire him. Hopefully there's no damage on the front end there.
The other driver that really didn't want to see this caution was Colton Herta, because he was trying to extend as big of a gap through the end of the field as he could, because he knew he had to pit. Now he's just got to swallow that bullet under caution, and he will go all the way to the back of the line with 19 laps remaining.
Dylan Walsh is there.
And Brian Herta, his dad and strategist, asked if he'd rather have a set of sticker blacks that they've got or used reds. They went with used reds to try to make him able to make some moves on the restart. So used reds it is for Herta, Kevin.
Well, we saw Callum Ilott come to a stop. He's made it back to pit lane. And he's actually, Ricardo Juncos, the team owner, at one point thought might be able to go back out. He wasn't sure what it was, but unfortunately doesn't look very optimistic.
No, it was on fire, so it was pretty broken.
It was going well. You'd been good, strong all weekend, still running around the top 10. Tell me about it.
Yeah, we struggled a bit on the reds on the first stint, but when we put the blacks on, we were really quick. Yeah, jumped Malukas in the pit stop, and yeah, it was looking good, but unfortunately, you know, the world doesn't work out as you want it to.
Thanks, Callum.
Day done for another Chevrolet driver, unfortunately. That'll be a story that we'll follow after this, before the upcoming races. The big doubleheader at Iowa, the return to Toronto for the first time since 2019. But there's the growing list of disappointed drivers here at Mid-Ohio today. With 20 to go, Scott McLaughlin is the leader. He won't be the first car you see on track, because that's going to be Simona Di Silvestro a lap down. Then Alex Palou and Will Power from last to third. Hey, could he repeat Robert Wickens and Mark Wilkins from last to first in Canadian Tire Motorsports Park in the Michelin Pilot Challenge? We'll see.
Yeah, he certainly has it in him the way he's driving today, but there has to be some concern among Team Penske, just knowing that there's been 5 Chevys out of the race so far across 4 teams. So you can't say that it's a team-related issue. And 20 laps to go on a track that's 121 degrees. That's a lot to ask from any team, any power plant. So fingers crossed that they can hang on.
And these restarts are very advantageous for Will Power. We've talked about how he is on the softer tire. He also, though, has way less push to pass than the 2 cars in front of him. So on these restarts, on that first lap, that is a bigger advantage for the red tire, but there's also no use of the push to pass. So Alex Palou and Scott McLaughlin cannot use it in defense.
Let's take you back to the opening racing lap. Will Power, watch here where the arrow is. Watch him duck up the inside of Christian Lundgaard and then go for it on Sato, but there's no room. And so he puts himself up on the curb, spins, not totally, big sideways slide, regroups, keeps the motor going. That's how his day started. And yes, look how it's going.
Super optimistic move, but ever since then he's regrouped, kept his head down, driven beautifully with great aggression, Dylan, and now he's fighting for the win.
And what did he tell us yesterday after this snafu in qualifying? Said we don't get this lucky this many times. Look, he charged from 19th to 4th at Barber, 16th to 1st, the win at Detroit. Here he is again from the very back of the field to now challenging for the lead. It's not luck maybe, it's just skill behind the wheel of that 12 car and on the strategist stand with Ron Rzuski.
But Dylan, we have seen him lately. He got his heart filled back up with his brother Damien coming over for the Indy 500 in Detroit where he won. He feels good about life. He's been in such a free-spirited, kind of jokey kind of way. We've told you the story many times about him reinventing himself, so to speak, this year. So feeling good. Let's go. Scott McLaughlin, his teammates in the lead. Alex Palou second. Green, green, green with 18 laps to go.
He's going to have his mirrors full of Rinus VeeKay, though. A great start from the young Dutchman just behind Will Power. Scott Dixon now in line behind him. And Palou drops some wheels off of turn 1.
I'll tell you what, McLaughlin and Palou going to have their hands full. 12 drivers behind, all on the softer red tire and coming through with a lot of aggression. Malukas making a nice move there, I think, on Castro Neves. Teammate Pagano's also just ahead of it. Actually, Castro Neves held him off. Here comes Dixon.
There was a little contact between Josef Newgarden and Marcus Ericsson, the championship leader. Dixon thinks about it on the other orange car on Rinus VeeKay. Here are the teammates together. Simon Pagano and Helio Castro Neves.
Teammates at their home race, no less. And just in front of them, Jack Harvey, who, remember, had radio troubles early. We saw him in the pit, a lap down, now running inside the top 8.
So that's Castro Neves with the advantage on Simon Pagano, his teammate. That put Castro Neves up to 9th. One of the best road course races, maybe the best we've seen out of Castro Neves this season. Meanwhile, up front with Will Power, he's trying to settle into the groove here. But as you pointed out, James, precious seconds left of push to pass relative to McLaughlin and Palou.
And now they've completed the first lap after the restart. The push to pass is available. Of course, the push to pass gives you about 50 extra horsepower, so you can use that in an attack mode, but you can use it in a defense strategy as well. And with 129 seconds for Scott, 106. Oh, here we go. Jack Harvey.
Castro Neves to the inside and gets it done. Meanwhile, David Malukas pushing Pagano out of the way.
Look at this scramble with 17 laps to go, and Colton Herta's day goes from bad to worse.
Keeps it running, however. That's up in the keyhole.
Hold on, look out. Everybody's feeling racy. Jack Harvey on the inside of the team that he used to drive for. The Hy-V Honda mixing it up.
Hit me.
Christian Lundgaard around the outside of Pagano. Pagano not leaving him much room in turn 6. There are multiple bits of contact.
Pagano's getting chewed up right now. Lundgaard with damage to the left front end fence of that front wing. That's not going to help his balance.
That was a bit elbows out, a bit cheeky there from Pagano. Not giving Lundgaard a lot of room, but after just losing a couple spots in that scrap there down in turn 4-5, definitely on the defense mode.
I always find it amazing that the drivers have the ability to have their thumb on the radio and complaining when they're in the moment of the battle. Look at this.
Whoa.
Rossi and Grosjean going at it.
Man, he's driving to me again.
Well, no love lost there. You're supposed to be in line on a restart there.
This is what happened to Colton Herta in the Gainbridge Honda turn 1 up the inside of Jimmy Johnson. Exits, climbs the hill, drops a wheel. It's going to happen here at the top of the hill.
There's Grosjean, is it? Coming down the inside by Jimmy Johnson, and then he tags Colton Herta. A lot of Andretti on Andretti crimes happening today.
Wow. It's going to be an interesting team chat at the end of this race.
I think it's going to be a chat so much as a scream.
Yeah.
Might not have to wait until the end of this race for the two drivers to talk to each other with their cars again.
Scott McLaughlin in that Odyssey Battery Chevrolet has led 29 laps. That's more than anybody else in this race in just his second visit to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
And guys, we've seen this from Scott McLaughlin before. There's nowhere he is more comfortable than right up front. Dominated so many V8 supercar races in Australia. We saw it in St. Pete, leading from pole. We saw it in Texas, leading majority of that race. But now he's back up on the point. He is controlling it beautiful.
And remember last year, it was a Team Penske car with Josef Newgarden leading a Chip Ganassi car with Marcus Ericsson, and it was the Ganassi car that was stronger at the finish. Can Palou have the same performance here? He looks really strong right now with the run coming to 4.
And who was it who chased Scott McLaughlin to his first win in St. Pete? Alex Palou. He had a mirrors full of Palou in the NTT Data Honda
no pressure
in St. Pete and managed to handle that pressure all the way to the checkered flag.
A radio message to Palou saying no pressures. Will Power 1.4 seconds behind, so he can be eyes forward, pure attack mode right now. Just trying to get that number 3 Penske in his sights and pull off a move.
Palou's got about 20 seconds less of push to pass than McLaughlin.
And I wonder if it's those little doses of push to pass that are causing an issue for Will Power. I expected him to challenge at this point in the stint a little more aggressively. If you see the Firestone telemetry on board with Palou, entering turn 1, look at the speed, 150 miles an hour into that 90-degree left-hander that takes you uphill. There you see push to pass, and in fact, McLaughlin and Palou have used quite a bit in that restart, trying to take any attack away, I think, from Will Power. Will Power, meantime, hasn't touched the button yet.
I was just going to say the same thing. They're bringing themselves back into the territory that Will Power is right now with push to pass.
This will be a heck of a finish, Diff.
Sure will. Final break, and then we're going to take you all the way to the checkered flag. McLaughlin, Palou, Power. Who's going to do it? It has been a highly eventful Honda Indy 200 here at Mid-Ohio, where Scott McLaughlin is just 11 laps away from winning his second career IndyCar race. He won at St. Pete and led the championship, almost went back-to-back, got pipped right coming to the line by his teammate Josef Newgarden at Texas Motor Speedway, but led the series for the first 2 rounds. It's been a little bit of a mid-season, I don't want to call it a slump because he was running well at Indianapolis until he crashed, but this is the turnaround that the Kiwi needed. It's time for an axe through the field. Kevin Lee kicks us off. Kevo?
And let's talk about that dip in performance after jumping out so strong this year. But Scott told me, hey, after what I went through last year, the adversity this year was nothing. Remember, before last year, he's used to winning virtually every race, certainly about half the time. So McLaughlin said, we have done a little reset here recently, got back on track at Road America, and this felt really good coming into this weekend, and now he's got a chance to win again. Alex Palou right behind him. He missed advancing the Firestone Fast 6 yesterday by 1,000th of a second, but no worries. After qualifying, when I talked with him, he said, that's fine. We started 7th last year, finished on the podium. He's got a chance to do one better. The defending champion still in pretty good shape in this year's championship, Dylan.
And Kevin, what makes this charge from Will Power even more impressive is the fact that last year they wrecked on one of the opening laps, lap 4, so they didn't have any race notes from last year. Still unloaded this 12 car, and it's been a rocket ever since it hit the racetrack. But it's been a slow and methodical and smart race for these guys. They capitalized on every opportunity they've had to gain track position and get some clean air. The yellows have fallen their way as a nice bonus as well. And now they're in position for potentially a drive of the year candidate for Will Power here. And he's still running 3rd right now, but came from 27th. Behind him is Rinus VK. The stash continues to run strong here. He's another one that kind of needed a reset during this summer break. He's got it. They've been another team that has just slowly worked on this race car over the course of this weekend, have been really good on the black tires, struggled a little bit on the reds earlier this weekend. They've got it in the window now, Kevin.
It's still going to be likely another race without a win for Scott Dixon, who hasn't won since early May last year. It'll be 22 straight races. Only the 03-04, early 05 stretch was longer. Scott's still in a pretty good place because they've been having solid results, and he said it helps a little bit because we're still very much in the championship, running a solid 5th here today, Lee.
10 to go, Kevo, from here. And here are the Ganassi teammates. What a day for Chip's drivers, sitting 2nd, 5th, and 6th at the moment. We should acknowledge too Marcus Ericsson and Josef Newgarden, who started 13th and 14th, running 6th and 7th respectively. We spoke about that. What was going to happen championship-wise as far as them starting in the teens and Will Power starting in 21st. That were 3 big surprises of qualifying, with Power getting penalized. You think about, add that to the Power story, by the way. Getting penalized in qualifying, not transferring to the Fast 12, starting 21st, then spinning on lap 1. If this guy comes away with a podium, that will be something else.
It's just such an incredible effort from everyone on the 12 crew, and we've seen this time and time again from Will Power. He did get his race win under his belt in Detroit, but it was just these seconds, these thirds, these 4th place finishes that he was collecting throughout the start of the season that put him in championship contention right now. Marcus Ericsson still will hold the top spot if they finish as is. A good honorable mention to Marcus for getting himself up into the top 6 there after not making it out of Q1.
So two guys who aren't exactly dinner buddies, Alexander Rossi and Romain Grosjean, have been penalised for avoidable contact. This is Alexander Rossi and Devlin DeFrancesco. Devlin DeFrancesco. Now maybe that's what that's for. Maybe that's nothing to do with the other Grosjean incident.
Well, because Grosjean's a lap down and DeFrancesco wasn't. So that comment about, you know,
there's mutiny at Andretti today, I'll tell you that much. It is every man for himself. Absolutely no space given teammate to teammate. And Rossi has been in the middle of a lot of it for sure, if not all of it. Exception being Grosjean and Herta.
Now here's Herta and DeFrancesco. The only two teammates who haven't collided yet today from Andretti Autosport. Let's have a listen to some radio.
What do you want me to do? Just block everyone behind and not go ahead? Want you to protect your two teammates up front. Because Rossi put me in the wall, so I'm not going to protect him. Rossi is not a lap down, remember. You are.
That's that team player attitude you want to hear on the radio from your driver. Yeah, I mean, I certainly understand Grosjean's frustration there, being told to defend the guy that was involved in putting you a lap down. But at the end of the day, you got to think bigger picture from the team side. And yeah, tough situation all around. This has not been a tremendous race for this organization.
$25,000 would do well for the crash damage, and you can win $25,000 throughout this 2022 IndyCar racing season by grabbing your mobile device, scanning the QR code on your screen right now for your chance to win that $25K at HiVDeals.com. It's simple. Scan the QR code, register to win. We say thanks to our friends at Hy-Vee. Here is the Hy-Vee Honda of Jack Harvey. Was running up well, but he was off sequence and had been penalized for avoidable contact. He had to go to the back and was working his way forward. He was running up in the top 10 there for a while, but then had to make his final pit stop.
Yeah, it just didn't play out today for Harvey, but for the other two Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan teammates, doing pretty well after a very difficult weekend pace-wise. Graham Rahal 12th, Christian Lundgaard 11th, so they're soldiering on. And a solid finish. They won't be happy, but I have to think they at least could see a little bit of progress relative to their qualifying pace. Meanwhile, up front, Palou continues to hound the back of Scott McLaughlin there with six to go.
We've been talking a lot about these top three. How about Rinus VeeKay in the 21? The Bitcoin car for Ed Carpenter Racing. He's going to get his best result here if he hangs in fourth at Mid-Ohio. This is superb. You know what the young Dutch driver did after Road America? He did have to test, but his mum and dad went back to the Netherlands. He drove his Chevy pickup truck all the way from Wisconsin back to Florida. He said, I'm going to get a lot of driving in.
That's a lot of drive time for sure, and if he does finish where he is, he's going to be up 2 positions in the championship as well, so strong result.
Now there's the Tash.
Feeling the need for speed. Smooth, and the eyebrows as thick as the mustache there.
I'm impressed, man. I'm impressed that he can grow a stash like that. That's a good look on him, I think.
Guys, meanwhile, look at this. 45 seconds still left for Will Power. He hasn't even touched it yet. You have to think he's just kind of lurking there on those red tires. Does he unleash the beast here in a few laps? There's a little bit of a wiggle there as he comes to the front stretch. I don't know if he has the grip left.
I think those tires might be used.
Yeah, just based on the gap, it's going to be tough at this point. Certainly part of the strategy had to be forcing Palou and McLaughlin to spend some of their push to pass, but I'm just not sure he's close enough to capitalize, and closing that gap right now might be more of a challenge.
For sure, and I think if he could, he would, because Team Penske would love to have Power up there challenging Palou and giving Scott McLaughlin some breathing room at the finish. But McLaughlin still holds the advantage, double the push to pass remaining over Palou.
I told the story earlier about Will Power getting his heart filled up, seeing his brother who he hadn't seen in 2.5 years. This guy, Alex Palou, had his parents at the Indy 500, his wife, other family members. The guy up front, Scott McLaughlin, hadn't seen his mum and dad and friends and sister in over 2 years. His dad's currently driving his motorhome for him. Just that extra support. Hinch, you know what that feels like. Townsend, you know what that feels like. When you're a competitor, when you're an IndyCar driver in the cadence of a season, so much going on, and you throw in the global pandemic, things were highly unusual for all of us, but especially when you're living overseas like these guys, the top three, the top four the top 5 in this race, top 6 in this race.
And with the number of laps that McLaughlin has led this race, it puts him more than double the laps led of any other driver this season. So McLaughlin coming on strong at just the perfect time, because it's been a very rough middle of the season stretch after being so strong in the first couple of races.
Yeah, this result would move him inside the top 7 in the championship. Only 69 points out of the lead, which, you know, a full weekend, a successful weekend yields 54 points. That's definitely not an insurmountable task.
Palou's been chewing up that push to pass. 200 seconds is what everybody starts with. You can deploy it in a maximum of 20-second bursts. He's been using it, while Scott McLaughlin has been doing a reasonable job at using it in a more conservative fashion, and Power still remains at 45 seconds.
Seems like Palou's struggling a little bit more to hang on to the tail end of McLaughlin, as you would expect when you're running that close in dirty air on a hot day, track temp at 120. You're just relying on your tires for the grip much more than the aero, because the aerodynamics are getting disturbed and it's easy to burn the tires up. But Palou seems to be figuring out how to stay pretty close relative to Will Power, who has really fallen off the back of Palou at this point.
Yeah, I really think at this point, Scott McLaughlin is just sort of controlling the pace. He knows that Palou has to work so much harder in that dirty air behind him, work his tires that much harder. He can sort of keep that gap at around that half second to 3/4 of a second mark, and it keeps Palou just out of striking distance, but definitely in a position where his car is being disturbed by the air wake being caused by the number 3.
And a lot of times at Mid-Ohio at this point of the race, we look forward from the leader to see where is lap traffic, but we've had 6 cautions today, and so that stacked the field back up, and we don't have the normal slower traffic intervening with the leaders in the closing laps today. So clean air in front of McLaughlin. Jack Harvey's the next car up the road, but he's a good 15 seconds ahead.
And one of the things, that you talked about at the top of the show was that rookie battle. We still have 2 rookies doing a great job. David Malukas is inside the top 10. Stellar weekend all weekend long. And Christian Lundgaard, as you said, in that sort of struggling operation in Rail Letterman Lanigan Racing right now, they'll definitely be relieved with that result if he can bring it home.
Yeah, and Lundgaard leads the rookie championship, so covering a difficult weekend pace-wise with the car with that 11th place finish.
Hey Kev, let's talk more about the race leader.
Well, let's talk about his family being here. Every win is special, but might even be more special today for Scott McLaughlin. Wayne and Diane are here today, and like so many that are not from America, they spent a long time because of the pandemic without visiting family. They've been here since May, so they weren't at the St. Pete win. If he can finish it off, this is going to be extra special for Scott McLaughlin.
By the way, Dad Wayne there on the right-hand side is being very composed, because he is usually a lot more animated than that, and we've seen video clips of that. So their son is coming around. Wife Carly isn't here. She's in New York at the moment with friends, and she'll be watching on because the white flag has come out for Scott McLaughlin.
Use up all the overtake here.
Use all of the overtake. He is less than 2.5 miles away from joining an illustrious list of Emerson Fittipaldi, Alonso Jr., Elio Castro Neves, Ryan Briscoe, Simon Pagenaud, Josef Newgarden, and his other teammate Will Power as drivers to win at Mid-Ohio for the captain. Isn't that interesting? Both of his wins, if he gets there today, he will be shadowed home by Alex Palou, the guy who he marks himself against as a second-year driver in IndyCar. He said, I've looked at all of the stats. I watched what Palou did last year in his second year. I need to be the same.
And you know what Palou did better than anyone last year is just finish races, take what is on offer, don't force it, don't push the issue, high percentage decisions. And with Palou as he runs right now, 4th in the championship, just 35 points back of his teammate Marcus Ericsson. It sure feels like Palou's going to be a factor when we get to Laguna Seca at the end of this championship.
How about this? Scott McLaughlin, back-to-back wins for the captain in successive years here, but it's a first for McLaughlin at Mid-Ohio. With mum and dad on site to witness their son's victory here in Ohio. Yeah, celebrations tonight.
That's my boy. Nice drive there, dude. Just like St. Pete, same guy, did the same thing. You crushed it. Proud of you, bud. Thank you, guys. So proud of you all. Thanks for this.
He's just so good in that situation, guys. Running up front, controlling the pace of the race, taking care of the equipment, taking care of the tires.
Like you said, for so many years, that's all he knew down under, right? Is just running at the front in a Team Penske car and dominating.
I can tell you in New Zealand at the moment, there are thousands of people that get up at a ridiculous time of the morning to watch this guy race.
Who said they ever went to bed?
They may have not had. Well, it is Monday morning. They've got to go to work. But look, it was Josef Newgarden last year on a significant anniversary for the captain. And on this July 4th weekend, Scott McLaughlin gets his second career victory for Team Penske. First time for Odyssey batteries on the car for the Thirsty Threes. Scotty Mack is your winner here in Mid-Ohio. Hey, up next, a much welcomed return north of the border to Exhibition Place, Toronto. Hinch, I know you're excited to return to your home event. July 17th, it's exclusive to Peacock with limited commercial interruptions. A lot of people looking forward to that. Time now for the Children's Miracle Network Hospital's moment of the race. There might be a couple here. First of all, Willpower, starting 21st, has an almost full spin on the opening race lap, and then was one of the fastest drivers through the field to come home on the podium. His teammate, Scott McLaughlin, gets his second NTT INDYCAR Series career win and gets back-to-back wins for Roger Penske here at Mid-Ohio. Let's start hearing from some drivers. Let's celebrate in victory lane. Kevin Lee.
Scott McLaughlin has been there, done it before. They actually said, hey, warm up your legs. Remember what happened in St. Pete when he came tumbling out of the car? Let's see. Yes, stuck the landing this time, but he started a new victory tradition with a more composed somersault. Scott McLaughlin first. We're going to let him greet all of his teammates with Team Penske. By the way, this is 6 wins in 9 races for Team Penske. Chevy has won 7 of 9. Honda won the big one, the Indianapolis 500. And Scott McLaughlin now is a 2-time winner in the NTT INDYCAR Series. And Mom and Dad are here today. How special is that?
Yeah, amazing. I really wanted to get a win here with Mum and Dad, and our first time with Odyssey battery on the car, and you know it was awesome as well to have them on board. But to have Mum and Dad here was super special. And America's weekend, like I mean, last night I was dressed up as a blow-up eagle, so maybe I need to do that every July 4th weekend.
Yeah, you love America. Now you're a winner on 4th of July weekend. So it's one thing to get to the front. How challenging it was to stay up there with some hungry drivers right behind you.
It was tough, you know, and you're thinking about fuel, but thankfully, obviously, Chevy gave us the great fuel mileage and drivability off the restarts that allowed me to get a little bit of a gap from Palou and the Honda there. So I'm really proud of the guys, the car they gave me. It was a little hard to drive towards the end. I would have loved to make it a little bit easier for myself, but yeah, super proud of everyone. Great pit stops from this Car 3 team. Thirsty Threes, baby. We're going to the moon.
Congratulations. Scott McLaughlin wins again in IndyCar.
Great team spirit. Terrific that his parents were there to witness that. The fall off the car in St. Pete, he described as a wombat roll, so no wombat roll today. And there's the captain. Always special. Always special. Greg Penske there as well. Boy, it was a wild race for the Andretti crew. There's Romain Grosjean. He's heading back to the hauler. And we can hear from one of the Andretti drivers. Here's Alexander Rossi with Dylan.
Yeah, so he is standing by here. What are your thoughts? What's your take on the contact with we'll start with Romain.
Yeah, it was just a racing incident. You know, he was on the softer tire and probably was going to get around me, and he likes to do it fast and early. But yeah, had some understeer there, and obviously that's unfortunate to happen to a teammate, but it's the way it goes.
Do you race any of your teammates differently based on your status for next year? Does that matter?
No, of course not. We're teammates. We're driving for Andretti Autosport and trying to get the best result possible.
Thank you, Alex.
It's going to be an interesting episode of Off Track with Hinch and Rossi podcast this week as we discuss the happenings of Mid-Ohio. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Alex slid into him. There's no doubt about that. Well, but what really did the damage was the wheel getting ripped out of his hand. I think they would have continued relatively unscathed if it wasn't for that.
And at no point did Alex open up his hands and turn left or do anything intentional. He had the push across the middle. He certainly is in control of that understeer like he probably was here. More contact with teammate Devlin DiFrancesco. But listen, Rossi's, like a lot of drivers in IndyCar, not easy to get by. And Rossi had position and held it.
So, after 9 races, the points are going to look like this. Marcus Ericsson did enough to stay on top. Now, his lead did get trimmed by 7, but the day that Power put together was quite miraculous to remain in second. Josef Newgarden holds on to third, and Alex Palou fourth. Pato O'Ward, what a tough day for him. And McLaughlin jumped up a couple of positions from 9th to 7th. Let's hear from the defending series champ. Here's Alex Palou.
They said yesterday, no problem, I'm starting 7th. I can still get to the podium. You did that and won better. Almost a win. How do you take away from this race?
Almost, man. It was so close. Yeah, it was amazing. Amazing to see all the fans. The atmosphere was amazing today. And our number 10 NTT Data Honda car was fast. We just missed it by this much again today. But yeah, super proud. We recovered. Amazing strategy by the team. Amazing pit stops by my crew. And yeah, we had 2 or 3 moments like that, but we couldn't really make it. So super happy. Back on the podium and regroup and get ready for Toronto.
So are decisions like that we just saw, where maybe you could have gone for it, but you survived to get to another corner, is that how championships are won, by taking what's available?
I don't know, man. I don't think I was good enough to pass him. I wish I would have gone for it, but it was not. I didn't see that it was clear to do it, at least safe or clean. So it was not the day to do it.
Good run. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Alex Palou. Back to Dylan.
And Will Power with possibly the drive of the day here. Went to the very back to 27th at one point and ended up 3rd. So you had a car that probably could have won this race, but you went that far forward. How do you evaluate this day?
Amazing day for the Verizon 5G Chevy. I mean, yeah, I said in a strategy meeting, which I have a few times this year, we've qualified badly, a top 10 would be great. So and that yellow when we were 12th, so okay, this is pretty good. I think we can get in the top 10 here, but some good restarts, some good exchanges, good pit stops, good strategy, and yeah, great job by the team. Over the moon, loving it, man. Loving these. Starting at the back is certainly more entertaining than leading from the front. So, but we've got to get on top of the qualifying. Obviously, this weekend it wasn't a pace issue at all. It was just a bit of a miscommunication. So, yeah, stoked. Can't thank Verizon Chevy enough, man. I mean, it's just, we're having such a great year.
Well, as many times as you've had to do this year, if it happens again, I mean, does runs like this, do they give you reassurance, confidence that, okay, if things don't go well, we still have the pace and can make our way forward?
You just got to keep your head in these races. As you see every week, so much happens, and if you don't make any mistakes, you're just even if you don't pass anyone, you're going to make up positions. So just got to be smart, and you know, this is IndyCar racing. You can never ever predict what's going to happen, even in qualifying. Who would have predicted that qualifying session? So loving it, and I hope the fans are too, because I don't think there's any series in the world like it.
No, that is for sure. He is the hard charger once again. Will Power officially goes from 21st to 3rd. Kevin.
Rinus VeeKay doesn't make up that many spots, but still awfully good from the way it looked in qualifying, starting 11th, getting up to 4th. You raced with Will Power pretty well. Tell me about that and the rest of your day.
Yeah, we had a great race. Did not expect top 4. Really, before the race, I said top 8s. That's what I need. That's what I'm going to be happy with. Yeah, that racing with Will was nice, but he did not leave me enough space on entry of turn 4. He really pushed me in the grass there, and well, you know, if I didn't look good enough on my tires, I would have spun. So I think you got to leave a bit more space when racing, but he didn't get a penalty. So well, when you don't get a penalty, it's a good move. But yeah, he did a great race. Did not expect to see him in my mirrors at the restart. But yeah, team 21 pit now car, really great job at the pit stops, and I'm happy to be back in the top 4, top 5. That's what I needed at the moment. So I'm yeah, this is for me like a perfect race. I think at the end I couldn't have left Will behind me anyway.
And with a 4th place finish, I'm going to guess, guys, the Top Gun stash is here to stay for a few more weeks. We'll see that in Canada.
Hey, whatever works, right? That's his best finish since his podium at Barber Motorsports Park earlier this year. I want to remind you that the NASCAR Cup Series broadcast is on USA right now from Road America, another classic American permanent road circuit. And when we say farewell here in just over 10 minutes' time, we take you north of the border to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the Chevy Grand Prix. So lots of racing still to go on this 4th of July weekend and lots more drivers to talk to. Here's Dylan.
And Scott Dixon rounds out the top 5. Kind of a quiet, low-key weekend for you guys, but how would you evaluate your top 5 run today?
Yeah, I think the PNC bag number 9 had good pace. It was just a frustrating day. You know, the race control kind of yellow happens, but now they're waiting. Like, that's something new, you know, which for us put us in a tricky situation. You know, had the caution gone when it should have, you know, I think we would have come out in the front because we put it at the perfect time. And then we were just paired at the wrong place. You know, after that caution, we were on blacks. Everybody around us was on reds. And then, you know, later in the race, we were on news reds and everybody's on new reds. So just it was tough to hold position to try and, you know, maintain what we had just because we were kind of mismatched there a little bit. Kudos to the team, did a tremendous job. But, yeah, just it favoured if you kind of pitted short today, and unfortunately we weren't doing that.
Well, in that instance, what can be done? Is it something where it's just call the yellow when it happens, or what do you think needs to be done there?
Well, that's typically how we race. You know, today I would say we look like an IMSA race. I think race control needs to work out where they want to be, and I'm fine with that as long as it's consistent. I think that's all that anybody asks. So, yeah, just a bit of a frustrating day, but congrats to McLaughlin. Drove a hell of a race there, and you know, good points day for all of our cars, and hopefully we can have a good smooth run at Toronto.
Thank you, Scott. Top 5 and a 5th place finish today for the 9 team. Kevin?
And his teammate Marcus Ericsson goes from 13th to 6th, still the championship leader, plus 20. I think all things considered, would you consider this successful?
Yeah, it was a perfect day for us, you know, considering where we started. We were obviously disappointed yesterday with qualifying. We felt like we had a lot more speed than that, and this place is hard to overtake, especially when we are on similar pace. So I think we had a very clear plan before the race, starting on the primary tires. We wanted to go long on the first stint and then do 2 shorter stints on the reds and be more aggressive in the second half of the race. And I think we did that really well. That overcut on the first stop, you know, jumped us from 13th, 14th to P8, and then picked up a few more positions. So, you know, we had the goal to be P5 to P8, somewhere between there would have been a really good day for us, and P6 is obviously really, really good.
I know the mission every race is to win, but when you are the championship leader, does that change the mindset throughout a race weekend, and especially in a race when you're not starting in the front couple of rows?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're at the point now, you know, halfway points. You cannot think too much about the championship, but you have to have that in the back of your head. And I think in the end there, you know, Scott was on used reds and I was on new reds, and I felt like I had more pace than him and was putting the pressure on. But at the same time, Josef was right behind me, and obviously he's quite close in the championship, so I didn't want to risk too much to sort of give him the chance to attack on me. So there was some, you know, a moment there in the last 10-15 laps that I was sort of looking if Scott was going to make a mistake, which he never does, but make sure that Josef couldn't get a chance to attack on me.
Thanks, Marcus. The Indy 500 winner, Marcus Ericsson, remains the championship leader.
And Kev, that's a very valid point because no driver has led the championship after 3 different races. Marcus Ericsson is the first to do that this year. Quick reminder that this summer, from the biggest global animated franchise in history, comes the origin story of how the world's greatest supervillain first met his iconic minions in Minions, The Rise of Gru. It's now in theaters. Well, I'm not sure if young David Malukas is a Minions fan, but we could always ask him. He's with Dylan Welsh.
We're going to stick to the race, Lee, because I feel like we have a lot to talk about with this kid. Impressive weekend, so strong, highest finishing rookie, 9th today for David. Your first top 10. I know you maybe felt like you could have gotten a little better there, a better result. Why? Tell me why.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at the start, we were at the pace with all the leaders there, and we were right behind Palou, and I mean, that yellow came out, and it was just super bad timing, and then the second yellow came out, and again, it was just really bad timing, so overall, I mean, it was really good. The red tire pace for us was ended up being the surprising factor because we thought primaries were going to be the one, and we went out in primaries and was not good. So we went back on the alternates, and yeah, it was. I mean, it was all around very good. I think from our end, it was everything we could have done, and at the end, I had a good battle with the veterans going inside and outside of Pagano. So I had a blast as well.
Yeah. Really productive weekend for sure, and his first career top 10, 9th today for David Malukas, Kevin.
And 10th for Simon Pagano. You probably wanted a little bit more, but I think more want to ask you about, I just saw a lot of full contact for you throughout the day today. What was that like? What did you deal with today?
Well, I don't think I was the only one. I think everybody was having contacts out there. It's really tight racing, and with a really tight racetrack like that, you know, you slide into each other. there's a bit of abuse out there for sure from everybody on every side. So, you know, that's racing, as they say. You know, everybody, you know, as long as you don't get penalized, you got to do it. That's the nature of being a race car driver, I guess.
So here's one of them right here. Let's make the screen a little bit bigger. Can you see it there? It was just tight this way. That turn 4 area is so inviting and so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the whole track is really, you know, and then like there you could, I mean, you guys are making me laugh. Are you going to show every single...
We got a montage.
Hey, it's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I felt that, but I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, it was pretty eventful. I felt roughed around quite a bit. I roughed around a lot of people. Yeah, it's the end of the day.
How about this mid-season report card? Good pace. Where are you at? Is this team has expanded this year and you joined it?
Yeah, I'm really happy with our qualifying pace. Today we lacked a little bit in the race. I think we diverged a little bit from what we had on baseline, and I think we learned in the race what we need. So looking forward to Toronto. It's my best track. We have an exceptional car on street course, so you know, we'll see what we can do there.
A couple of weeks on Peacock. Thanks, Simon.
Yeah, just 2 weeks away to heading north of the border. Exhibition Place as the podium there as they celebrate again. Limited commercial interruption. It's exclusive to Peacock. Townsend, I don't mean to jump over you, but let's go to the Canadian. Let's go to the man from Toronto. Hinch, what do you say about your home race?
I just cannot wait to go back. I mean, it's been 2 years. I think all the fans in Toronto, all the fans in Canada are so excited to have an IndyCar race back in town. It's about a bunch of pent-up energy, you know, to go out to big events. And, you know, I was speaking to some people from Green Savory who not only run this race here, they run the race in Toronto, and they said ticket sales are great, suite sales are great. I think it's going to be a blowout event and a track that some of these guys are going to be going to for the first time.
That's what we want to hear. Looking forward to that. Hey, T. Bell, thoughts on today?
Outside of being married to a Canadian,
yeah,
and getting passed on, you know, my thoughts today, what could this have been if Arrow McLaren SP had stayed in the show? Heartbreak for those two drivers, Pato O'Ward and Rosenqvist. But once again, year after year, Team Penske finally finding a way to get it done against Chip Ganassi Racing. I mean, Will Power standing there third, a miracle. That was an amazing drive today.
Well, at this race a year ago, Team Penske with Josef Newgarden got its first win of the year. This year, Newgarden's had 3, McLaughlin's had 2 wins, and Power's had 1. So it's a very different year in 2022 for the captain's men for Team Penske, for sure. So well done, Scott McLaughlin. Well done, Alex Palou of Chip Ganassi Racing, and for Will Power for that incredible drive from last to third. But there's the man of the day, Scott McLaughlin. Time to celebrate, and especially with family here as well. So we congratulate all of those guys. We thank you for watching the NTT INDYCAR Series here on your home of motorsport, NBC Sports. Next up, it's the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship from Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, north of the border. And a quick reminder that our coverage in this championship moves to Toronto in 2 weeks' time, July 17, and that's exclusive to Peacock. What an eventful day here in Ohio. Enjoy the sports car race.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app.
Welcome to the Honda Indy 200 at Mid-Ohio. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe ready for 80 laps of IndyCar racing today. And here is a look. Left-hand side of your screen at today's starting grid, brought to you by Honda. We talked about Palou and Award. Note David Malukas in just his second start of the season with an injured wrist, qualified third. Townsend, you're going to try to talk to him.
Yeah, he's scrambling. He had a stall on the grid here. He's trying to get back to his rightful position. I think he's there now. Let's see if we can reach him. Hey, David, Townsend Bell at the NBC booth. You got me?
I got you, man. How you doing?
Good to see you back in the qualifying spot you earned. Terrific job. How's the view with just 2 cars separating you between where you sit and your first career win? All right, well, best of luck. We know you're working hard. And guys, he's got that wrist.
Thank you, Townsend. I'll see you on the other side.
All right, we'll see you there. He's got that wrist that was severely broken. The question is, can he hang on for his first win given the physical challenges?
Awesome, awesome stuff. Great storylines today. Let's take a look now at the track preview here at Mid-Ohio. It's brought to you by Honda, and very special this week, that very car there, our own James Hinchcliffe drove on Thursday.
Starting the lap here at Mid-Ohio, a little bit of oversteer coming out of the last corner. Going to get a little bit of the energy deployed here before turn 1. Super fast corner, so physical by the end of a race. Really stretches the neck and explores the downforce of an Indy car. Uphill brakes here into the keyhole, one of the toughest corners on the racetrack. Falls down, pretty steep mid-corner, and then the exit's so important. We're going to give this hybrid system a full deployment down the back straight, draining the whole thing all the way down. Big brake zone, best passing opportunity here into turn 4, and then the tight turn 5, first gear, uphill, downhill, very iconic corner here at Mid-Ohio. Turn 6, got to dodge a bit of water here. Won't be the case in the race. Flat out, up over the S's here, and then into turn 9. Very difficult brake zone. Blind entry on the power, big commitment on the exit. Last little bit of deployment for the lap, then in to the fast turn 11, balancing the car on the edge, hard on the brakes now. Into 12, first gear, never-ending corner, and then again through that last corner, a little bit of oversteer to finish the lap.
Can you bring a little bit of that enthusiasm to the booth? I mean, it gets primal. I love it when you're driving. You get kind of gnarly.
Hey, look, as much as I enjoy sitting in here in the air conditioning, that's a totally different seat. That's a different experience. And unfortunately, a seat you don't want to be in right now is the position Scott Dixon finds himself in. Car has died on the pace laps, and because of the car stranded on the track, I believe we are going to have to wave off the start and start actually counting race laps the next time we cross the line.
Wow.
We're on lap 1 right now.
There you go.
Actually, the race just started, essentially under caution, and one of the championship contenders is already a lap down. Scott Dixon came in 32 points in back of the championship, so what a swing this is going to be.
So it's not clear what the issue is. They have an onboard starter on the AMR safety truck, so presumably they already tried to refire the number 9 PNC car, and Chip Ganassi, the team owner, can only hold his head in despair as the 6-time Mid-Ohio winner and the 6-time IndyCar champion gets pulled not only to the gravel, but James, this is on the outside of the track. There's really no way to get that car back to pit lane unless you went all the way out to the public roads.
Day done for Dixon. Wow. Not what they were expecting. As you say, Mr. Mid-Ohio, 6 wins here. That's such a tough break. The question I've got now, Townsend, this track's a bit unique because they always do the start down the back straight into turn 4, not into turn 1. Obviously double file there, but with the race having been started, will we be a single file restart coming out of the last corner on the front straight, or still a double file into 4?
I believe that'll be normal restart procedure, so the conventional start's abandoned. We are counting laps right now. It should be single file on the traditional front straightaway.
So there you go.
And advantage, Alex Palou.
Absolutely.
Georgia, what do you know?
Well, they came over to Dixon and said they didn't see any issues before the voltage on the number 9 dropped, but listen into some radio.
Scott, you need to recharge. Coming down quickly. It's not doing anything. But the engine's stopped now. Go to neutral, stay in P2. Let's try to refire the car. Do we need to start from them? Hurry up.
And unfortunately, the day for the 6-time winner of this race is done.
And we understand from race control, Kevin, a correction that for this one restart, it will take place on the back straightaway. Let's see what happens. Pace car is off as Alex Palou leads the field. And it looked like he was going, but no, just warming his tire. So this first restart, it appears, will be on the back straight.
And it appears they are doubling up.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean, it was the race control in the driver's meeting. The race control said, the driver's briefing said, side-by-side out of 1. Here we go. They're lining up for a full proper start, even though we will be already on lap 3.
Counting laps. All right, well, we get to see the action happen. Kev, take us there.
2 laps are complete. We are working lap 3, but this is go time. The beginning of a new era, hybrid power, but it's also all about the championship as we get started in the second half of the season. The green car is below the championship leader, Pato Award, black and orange on the outside. It's time to go from Mid-Ohio, and Palou gets the early jump. Side by side, back there for third, Pato Award chasing Palou.
Looking for that first team Penske car. Scott McLaughlin in the black and red car going to the outside of the black and yellow car of Colton Herta.
Going to get that position down into turn 6. A little bit of lockup from Christian Lundgaard looking at the back of Alexander Rossi side by side through Thunder Alley. That is tough. They're going to have to sort it out here into turn 9. But Linus Lundqvist on the outside of Lundgaard. Same with the second Meyer shank machine of Felix Rosenquist. All sorts of action at the back.
They all made it through 4, 5, 6 in the S's, and look at the jump that Palou already has. 5 car lengths on Award.
That light blue car, Indy 500 winner Josef Newgarden, the PPG colors, making some moves early.
Nolan Siegel trying to hang it on the outside of the 2-time champion. Now defending against, I believe that's Graham Rahal into turn 1. Rinus VeeKay going to take advantage. He gets Rahal into 1. That's going to leave him exposed down to the keyhole.
Contact there with Santino Ferrucci, I believe, in another car. And now Alexander Rossi getting passed by Christian Lundgaard.
How about that? Christian Lundgaard is replacing Alexander Rossi in that car. That's one of the storylines. Rossi is looking for work next year. Lundgaard is moving to Arrow McLaren, and he's got to run on Rasmussen.
Left side.
Some Christian on Christian maneuvers right there, but he overshoots it, does Lundgaard. Rasmussen trying to respond on the outside of 5. He'll have the inside for 6. But Lundgaard tries to hang it on, not going to be enough. Bold move.
But we're seeing the benefit of the new pavement at Mid-Ohio. That outside groove, especially at the start, nice and grippy. Later on, the marbles will accumulate outside, but it's nice and clean, and the grip is strong.
On the pylon to your left, you can see the graphics showing when drivers are regenning their charge on their hybrid system. That's when the green bar is on there. When it's red, they are deploying. They are using that energy to find a little more speed. Remember, 60 horsepower gain anytime you're using this new hybrid system.
Right on board the Gainbridge car for Colton Herta as we take a look at the Firestone telemetry and specifically the hybrid. Lower left-hand side, you'll see Colton Herta deploying. Well, no, he's not. He's saving it.
And this is what we're going to be learning throughout the race, just like the teams and drivers will be. And you can see as he gets off the throttle onto the brake, it charges back up to 100%. Learning how and when you want to deploy, how and when you want to regen is going to be a big learning process throughout this race.
And they have hybrid, Kevin, and they also still have push to pass. When used together, it's about 120 additional horsepower.
And there's a limit to the amount of hybrid they can use per lap, as we see Herta use a little squirt there. It's essentially about 2 4.5 second bursts available per lap.
And you don't have to use it all in a full 4-second burst. You can do 1 second, 2 seconds off a corner, and then save the rest for later in the lap. Again, another thing for all these drivers to consider.
We're off and rolling, and Alex Palou has already opened up a 2-second lead here at Mid-Ohio. Back at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Honda Indy 200, Alex Palou from pole has built up a 3-second lead in really 5 laps of green flag racing. The race started under caution because championship contender, 6-time winner here, 6-time champion, Scott Dixon did not start the race. Power issue. It's a huge day of motorsport here on NBC. The Cup Series is right after us. Street racing in NASCAR from Chicago. Kyle Larson on the pole, finished second in the Xfinity race yesterday to Shane Van Gisbergen, who won in his Cup debut there last year. Awesome weekend in Chicago. Your whole day is planned right here on NBC.
Watching these Indy cars run single file at Mid-Ohio, this is the part of the race where you really start to give your team feedback. They're asking you as a driver, how's your car? How's your balance? What's the tire degradation like? The top 13 runners all on the harder black Firestone compound. The first red, softer compound car is Felix Rosenquist back in 14th. We're at lap 9. Keep in mind the first few laps were under caution. So James, maybe a little early for things start to fall apart in terms of handling for Felix Rosenqvist, but he will have satisfied the requirement. Let's go back down to pit lane with Charlie Kimball. Charlie, what can you tell us about potential degradation?
Yeah, the drivers and engineers of these teams were all talking about a bigger amount of degradation because of that hybrid weight. It's rearward, it's hard on the rear tires, and those red sidewalled alternates, which are the least popular at the start, some of those grained really early. That right front takes a beating through turn 1, and they were really worried about protecting those tires to go as many laps as they need to in a stint.
So guys, some action early on that first lap between two of the guys on screen, Colton Herta in the Gamebridge Andretti Global car, and Scott McLaughlin driving the Sancio Chevy for Penske this weekend. Look at this, this is through turn 4, but keep an eye to the right. You'll see the number 3 of McLaughlin try to get all the way around, and he was wheel to wheel in the 6. Normally that would give you the position, but just not able to roll enough speed through the apex because of the Meyer-Shank car of Malukas right in front there. Colton able to just run that outside line and keep the position.
And there's Scott Dixon's car, painfully, emotionally painful to see as a team member or a driver as it gets dropped off back on pit lane. And Dixon stands ready, helmet still on. Maybe they're thinking they can get him out and salvage any points possibly. I'm sure there's a lot of confusion as to what exactly went wrong at the start.
And potentially crushing in the championship. 32 back, coming in now 81 back points as they run.
And his teammate, Kiffin Simpson for Chip Ganassi Racing, the first, I believe, to duck to pit lane. We call it the dumpster dive. You're looking for treasure. Deep down, and in this case, they're trying an alternate strategy, but that is not good. He just stalled it on pit lane.
And the hybrid system is inactive on pit lane, so the driver not able to start it from inside the car. That's why you see that starter coming. Is down on the racetrack. Graham Rahal, hometown hero, trying to make a move on Rinus VeeKay down into turn 4. Both drivers on the button, and he pulls it off.
Job done for the 2015 winner in his hometown race. Graham Rahal, the 5th Third Bank Honda,
clear by 1. Well
in
done.
front of VeeKay. A lot of work to do, though, to get up to the front.
Not a great start for Graham Rahal. That was a pass to get him into 19th. He started in 18th and would have gained a spot from Dixon's retirement, so lost a few early, trying to make up some ground here. He is on those softer red tires, which again, Townsend, those early caution laps, that buys those drivers on these more delicate tires a few laps as Rinus VeeKay dives in.
Rinus VeeKay's in, so's Josef Newgarden. Charlie, I wonder, do they think the tires are already falling away?
I'm not sure if it's tires. They're going to the Firestone alternates, filling it with Shell fuel. A great pit stop by the Team Penske boys. Those alternate reds definitely grained a little bit on the front. Looking for a long stint on these primaries.
I mean, long stint, I'm thinking this is a 3-stop Hail Mary.
For sure.
I mean, at lap 12, there's no way you can do this on just one more stop. So Josef now, clear racetrack, fast laps, hammer it qualifying pace, and hope that eventually a yellow falls in the right way to converge the strategies and he'll have track position.
Or if a yellow doesn't fall, you can do it on just pace, that you can make up enough time by not having any fuel restrictions. And to your point, just doing pure fastest laps possible.
Because PPG on board, you can see his hybrid status down to 0 on these in and out laps. As always, push to pass is crucial, but anytime you're going to use push to pass, you're going to supplement it now with that hybrid energy, regenning as he comes through the middle section of this racetrack here. But for Newgarden to make those passes on track, Townsend, you need people saving a lot of fuel. And for the two-stoppers, it's just not big enough of a save, as we see Marcus Armstrong, one of the drivers penalized after qualifying for an unscheduled engine change. He was 5th in his Firestone Fast 6 appearance. We see Nolan Siegel as well. Both drivers going to those alternates.
Felix Rosenqvist, teammate to David Malukas, also in. So Newgarden on the front straightaway. Where will these three blend with the driver of car number 2? Here comes Newgarden at speed. Tires are hot.
And this is going to be crucial. Newgarden has to get ahead of Marcus Armstrong for this to make sense, and that's a big send on the outside of the keyhole. Well executed, and it's all sort of coming unraveled because Armstrong now isn't going to have that clean air. Neither is Felix Rosenqvist. These guys are too close together, but Newgarden at the front of this 3-stop strategy.
Shouldn't hurt Armstrong too much, though, because he's at least got a quick car in front of him. Newgarden should have the pace. So we'll keep an eye on this different strategy. As I talked to some people at pit lane, while we were on the grid, there was some thought that some people may not be able to make the alternates last a full stint, so you might just try a three-stopper.
But they're not one of them because Armstrong switched on to the alternates. He's already done a short run. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Well, there are going to be a few twists and turns here as Alex Palou, for the moment, controls. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Honda, proud partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. IV, this racing season, help IV reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting IV.com. And by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Alex Palou has opened up a 5-second lead here at Mid-Ohio, but his teammate, the 6-time winner here, Georgia, Scott Dixon, is already out and will finish last.
Yeah, Scott Dixon has retired from this race back in the garage area. I'm sure still some questions to be answered, but first and foremost, what happened from your perspective?
Kind of weird. It just, there was no alarms, but when I looked down, because the team said, oh, you got to go into recharge, but something started discharging the capacitor immediately. Like at an excessive rate, so some kind of failure there with the power side of the hybrid, which is definitely not a great way to start it for the first time. Didn't even make the warm-up lap, so a lot of unknowns right now. I guess Honda and everybody else will try to figure out what the issue is, probably Ilmore as well on that side, and see if we can get it refired, at least to know what the problem is to go back out.
Scratching their heads, but I'm sure they will get to the bottom of this. Scott Dixon.
Well, the reality is, as we see a little side-by-side battle here with Marcus Armstrong picking up position on his teammate Linus Lundqvist, who just pitted.
He just pitted on that three-stop strategy, so that's the blend-out. Remember, Newgarden and Armstrong also on that three-stopper, so Lundqvist right in the mix there.
Things fail in motorsport. That's the way it has always been, and this is a new technology, and there's still a lot to learn.
Still a lot to learn, and we've seen very few issues throughout practice over the weekend. So unfortunate for the 9 car that it all sort of reared its head in the middle of a race, beginning of a race.
Meanwhile, up front for Alex Palou, you want to talk about smooth sailing, and I want to show you that it's not just driver, it takes a team. And Alex Palou has a race car that's working very, very well. Have a look at his left front right here in terms of the feathering, the wear rate on that Firestone. You see just a thin little line where the tire degradation is starting to show. But you compare that to onboard here with Pato O'Ward. Look at his left front. Much more severe degradation right there. A lot more understeer. It's even starting to look almost like it's about to blister on that left front. So Palou, one heck of a driver, but Chip Ganassi is a team with Palou, a lethal combination.
One of the cool things that comes with being in a new era of the sport is the innovation that comes with it. So one of the solutions that McLaren has come up with for allowing its drivers to understand when its hybrid system is charging where the battery is these two displays on the side of the top of the cockpit. So watch as we get to the brake zone in 4, it will start to charge. You will see how it mirrors exactly what's happening on the pylon graphic. Every time he's off throttle, that charge grows. And when he then uses to deploy, it goes down. The lights flash blue to let the driver know that he has selected the deploy status. And this is a unique solution that McLaren's come up with.
Now, unique to this team for this weekend. It would not surprise me. In fact, I've heard a couple other significant teams already admiring McLaren's solutions. So there could be a quick case of catch-up throughout the field for the balance of the season.
A good look with the arrow on board with Pato O'Ward running in second. Down to Charlie Kimball.
Yeah, we were talking about some of that tire wear, and Will Power, who's been under the weather this weekend, is feeling better, but his tires are definitely hurting.
You're clear, Will. The priority would be closing the gap versus an extra lap.
Yeah, I'm trying. I am actually trying. Like, guys have grained badly.
So he's talking about the tire temperatures, and he's definitely got some of that feathering you were talking about, Townsend, on that left front.
He's just going to have to soldier it out. Now, lap 20, you could pit now and convert to a three-stop strategy, but I think they're going to try to hang on to that lap 27, 28 window, which you'll need to hit if you want to make this thing in 2 stops.
Power was the highest starter on the alternates in 15th. As we see his Verizon on board. Everyone else, though, is going to have to pay the price at some point. Often the track gets a little better, though. A little easier to make them last longer with more rubber on the track. Yes, Hinch?
Yeah, absolutely. Degradation's usually the best, meaning the least aggressive later in the race as you have more laps down, more rubber down. The one guy that's doing a great job right now, David Malukas. We talked about it earlier, driving with a hand in a brace. It's wrapped. It's still going through a rehabilitation program after his break. You can see there the kind of, I won't call it hardware, it's software. Do we call it software when we're talking about this?
Anything it takes. Anything it takes for David Malukas. I talked to him this morning about the hand and really the adversity of having this amazing Arrow McLaren ride as a young driver, losing that, being dropped by McLaren, getting picked up by Meyer Shank. I said, you know, how did you kind of fight through the mental adversity of knowing you had lost the golden opportunity and to come back and do what you did in qualifying yesterday? He told me, as Mike Shank watches on there, he said, if you think about what my parents went through, immigrating from Lithuania when the Soviet Union fell apart, coming here with absolutely nothing, starting from zero, building a business, building a family. He said, I had to remind myself that this was nothing like what they've done, and that's what motivated me to get to the finish and pull off what he did. He wasn't surprised in his performance, but it really was a repayment, if you will, to everything his parents had sacrificed to get him to this point.
And then how about the reward he's giving back to Jim Meyer and Mike Shank, and Elio Castroneves, who saw this opportunity. They replaced Tom Blomqvist out of this car. They saw that McLaren had released Malukas. You almost wonder if they're thinking they pulled the trigger a little too early on that one, as he runs in third right now.
How about Toby Sowery, the 28-year-old Brit who has done some racing and has won in Indy Lights, now Indy Next in 2019, making his debut, and he is ahead of several veterans. And that's Scott Dixon back on track, fresh from talking with Georgia. They did get out to try to score some points and avoid last place day. But by the way, well done for Toby Sowery, his only confirmed race of the year. Perseverance playing off for him with Dale Coyne Racing. So, can Dixon climb back with the PNC Bank car today? He'll keep working at it while Alex Palou is in front. Oh, look at the crowd gathered in front of China Beach, turns 4, 5, and 6. They can all grab their mobile device with a chance to drive away with a new Corvette, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Enter for a chance to win one of 3 Corvettes. One has been given away, 2 remain. Get your mobile device, scan the QR code on the screen to enter. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Charlie Kimball, and Georgia Henneberry at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, where Alex Palou leads by 6 seconds. Georgia Scott Dixon is back on track. What do you know about Chip Ganassi Racing?
Well, we just talked to Scott Dixon back in the garage, but it seems like it could be a quick fix. He alluded to it in his interview that they needed to recharge the hybrid, and they did exactly that. So we'll see if that makes all the difference, but he is back out there, a quick turnaround for the number 9 team. Now, the number 11 of Marcus Armstrong, they made a quick decision because originally they were starting this race on a 2-stop strategy. They noticed cars gaining on them when they went out there and made a very quick audible to come in and try that 3-stop strategy. So for Taylor Kyle and the team, very quick audible for the 11 team. Alex Palou also should be coming in shortly for his first pit stop.
Yeah, they're getting close to that pit stop window, but I'm not sure, Townsend, that audible is going to pay off. Looking at the pace that they're running up front, the pace that these 3-stoppers are running, there's not enough of a differential for these drivers to just move through the field on pace.
You need to be a second faster per lap, and they're barely even, really slower than Alex Palou, who's on that 2-stop strategy, as you saw Toby Sowery make his first pit stop. So I agree with you, James. It's going to take a perfectly timed yellow, kind of a stroke of luck, frankly, because Palou, untouchable right now out front.
Well, let's go to the think tank now. Thinking about 3 stops, going fast while others are trying to do it on 2 and save. Appropriate that we have Charlie Kimball working with us on pit lane. Charlie, that's how you won the race in 2013. You got to go fast.
Absolutely. It's always more fun when you got clean air, clean track, and a fast race car underneath you. Unbelievable when you've got that to be able to go out and get the job done. Every driver and engineer I've talked to this weekend, they have said clean air is king. So working the pit strategy to get themselves out in clean air is what it takes.
Well, Armstrong has clean air, but unfortunately that last lap was a 108.0. Palou just did a 107.8. So Palou still quicker, and James now he's comfortably in the window to pit and make it on just one more stop as Pato O'Ward fighting with his car. He gets the fuel alarm, so it'll be pit this time or probably the next lap.
All right, you hear the box call, and let's take a look at those gaps. That's going to be important. 5.6 seconds between Palou and O'Ward, with O'Ward being able, with Palou rather, being able to do that extra lap, at least the overcut running longer. That could potentially increase that gap as a big lockup from the number 5 if it gets down to the 45-mile-an-hour PLC limit. And now it's time for the crew on pit lane to do their work, Charlie.
Absolutely. Here comes Pato O'Ward. They've got red sidewall Firestone alternates set out. That thing's full of Shell fuel, trying to go as much as they can. They add 2 turns of front wing. He's away. He's got a hold for the 66 of David Malukas coming in. Take a couple extra seconds as he launches cleanly.
And that's going to sting for Pato O'Ward. You're looking for every advantage as David Malukas gets a wing adjustment, but he stalls. Oh no, disaster.
So O'Ward loses a couple of seconds. Malukas is going to lose 5, 6, or 7 seconds.
And that'll mean several positions lost on track if this stays green and the other cars pit. Here comes Malukas blending back out. You see he's behind Linus Lundqvist, who already made his first stop on the 3-stop strategy and falls behind his teammate, Felix Rosenqvist.
Now again, those drivers on a completely different strategy, but still, you want that clean air if you can get it. And it was only a 1-lap difference between first and second as Georgia, the leader, Alex Palou, comes to pit lane.
And the dominant leader is that he has taken complete control of this race. He's going to reach the 10 team. They are ready for him with those Firestone red tires. He pulls into his pit box. The Shell fuel goes in. They make that pit stop, those Firestone reds go on. The blacks come off. They filled it up, and he's left his pit box. No stall.
Well, a little bit scattered there. Palou probably lost a couple of seconds, but he certainly didn't lose 6 seconds. You saw an issue with the right front. Gun got jammed, a little bit of a stumble from the tire changer, and here's Colton Herta on pit lane.
Remember, guys, Pato O'Ward had to hold his outside front. Brendan Cleve, very heads up, seeing Malukas coming down pit lane, held him. He probably lost 2.5 seconds sitting there stationary, so should have still come out plenty ahead of Pato O'Ward, and we can see it on the monitor. He has comfortably in front right now.
And there you see Colton Herta with Josef Newgarden. Newgarden, the leader of the 3-stop strategy, as these guys, Rasmussen and Eriksson, are side by side.
What a move from Marcus Eriksson on the outside of the keyhole, hard on the brakes. Now he's going to have to defend into turn 4. We saw some nifty driving from the Dane Christian Rasmussen earlier, but now it's the Swede Marcus Eriksson making some moves. Using those softer red tires to good effect. And now Rasmussen, going to be under attack from, I believe that's Marcus Armstrong directly behind him.
Meanwhile, Scott McLaughlin is not pitted yet. Oftentimes here, staying out longer, called the overcut, has worked. So we're really going to take a look at the blend as McLaughlin, who was running 5th before it started, as he made up some ground.
Yeah, that overcut from McLaughlin relies on blisteringly quick lap times to pull it off, and he just turned the fastest lap of the race at a 107.2.
So look, a little bit of a holdup for Palou, big holdup for Pato O'Ward, and an extraordinarily large holdup for David Malukas. Scott McLaughlin, he was running 5th on track before this pit sequence started. It'll be interesting to see where he cycles out, because this overcut's going to be powerful, along with a lot of the drivers in front of him having some issues on pit lane.
Let's watch here. What does McLaughlin do? Does he come to the box, or can he squeeze out one more fast lap? Got to come in.
To the box, the Sancio on board showing you how tight it is as you get into pit lane here at Mid-Ohio. And Georgia, he's coming to you. This is going to be an important stop for the Thirsty Threes.
It's going to be so important. You saw how frustrated he was in qualifying yesterday. That's because he knew he had a fast car. He started 6th. He's currently 5th before this pit stop. Those Firestones red went right on. They're filling it up with that Shell fuel.
So Palou has easily gone by. So has Pato O'Ward, but he's got a chance to come out 3rd out of this in front of Colton Herta. So +2 on the exchange for Scott McLaughlin.
Yeah, Malukas' issues obviously were going to push him back, but he, on pace, on merit, got ahead of the Gamebridge Honda of Colton Herta. The overcut working so far for the Penske guys.
First round of stops done. Some are doing it on 2. Some will need 3 here today at Mid-Ohio. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. And by 5 Hour Energy, proud partner energizing RLL Racing. 5 Hour Energy, tastes great, fixes tired fast. About a third of the way, past a third of the way complete. A significant amount at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Honda Indy 200. Alex Palou from pole has been in charge the entire race, plus 5 seconds on Pato Award. Charlie running in second right now.
He is running second. He started second, still in second. As you can see, he's got those Firestone red sidewall tires. The teams are coaching him, trying to take care of those tires.
On a fuel number 82 or better, fuel 82 or better, Siegel just ran red, front left limitation, front left protected.
Everybody talking about that front left limitation. It's feathering. When it starts to feather, it doesn't get better, guys.
So Charlie, from the driver's seat, what is Pato having to do now? What is he actually changing behind the wheel to take care of that left front tire?
Well, the biggest place that left front gets a lot of load is down into turn 4. You just back the brake zone up, put a little less energy. If you've got understeer, you don't add wheel. You don't slide it any more than you absolutely have to, because once it starts graining, it gets hotter, you slide it more, it gets worse and worse and worse.
So there you go. That's great information from the crew. You see the race engineer, Will Anderson, for the number 5 Pato Award.
Benefit of a multi-car team
100%.
running multiple strategies and giving that information to Pato.
Well, Nolan Siegel has already had to pit a second time, so that tells you the alternates did not last as long as he wanted, but there's a little more options when you're on the 3-stop strategy like Siegel is from coming early.
And look, guys, the track temperature is going up. It was about 118 degrees Fahrenheit when we started. It's crept up to 122 degrees now. So for the drivers that were able to get the alternate run out of the way early, I'm looking at drivers like Will Power. It might even be a tiny bit more difficult the further we get into this race if that track temp continues to go up.
So knowing that the red tire is a bit of a struggle on degradation, look for Alex Palou to shorten this stint. Probably run to lap 52 before he makes his last stop to get to the end. On board here with PPG and Josef Newgarden, the lead car on that 3-stop strategy. As you see the Firestone telemetry, he's using that hybrid lower left corner, burning quite a bit up the front stretch. He'll get some recharge through turn 1 and save it in this case, possibly for the back straightaway.
Yeah, see on the brakes here that recharge happen, that energy pack grow in its capacity. As I say, you see it deplete them all the way down to 0 on the straightaway. This is something that drivers can do every lap if they want.
You're going to pit this lap.
And Joseph's going to go for as fast a lap as possible. Remember, he is on that alternate strategy. He is on the 3-stopper. And let's take a look right now. NTT Data has broken down the strategies for us. On the primary strategy, strategy A, Palou, O'Ward, McLaughlin, the 3 running up front on that. Below, you see strategy B, 3 stops for strategy B. Newgarden in 5th, Lundqvist 8th, and Rosenqvist on your screen 9th.
And I think by bringing Newgarden in, Kevin, the idea is finding clean air. They're probably doing the math, like if they bring him now, where will he get back out on track? Because he needs fast lap times to have any chance. AutoNation camera from Kyle Kirkwood looking out the back as Joe New comes to Charlie Kimball on pit lane.
That's right, the 2-team goes to work. Firestone primaries, those black sidewalls coming on. They add 2 turns of front wing, a full tank of shell foil fuel, and he is away cleanly.
Yeah, clinical stop there.
Stuff black. You're going to end up in a row of traffic.
From the Penske group.
Pretty good timing right there. You see Santino Ferrucci coming through, although I don't think Newgarden can beat him out. So that's going to put Josef Newgarden behind Ferrucci and Toby Sowery. That's not what he wanted, Kevin, is to have to fight straight out of the pits.
He really needs to be able to get by Sowery as soon as possible, but Sowery is on hot Firestones. He's got no chance. At least not for a little bit. It's going to take him a few laps.
These guys going to pit soon?
Both on reds right now. They're both on reds. The stop strategy. They've been out there about half a stint.
Yeah, Toby Sowery last pit on lap 25. We're on lap 38 currently, so still a few laps that he'll have to manage. And Georgia, speaking about managing, our leader, Alex Palou, is caught in the back of the field. Jack Harvey dealing with traffic right now.
As about half the field runs on those Firestone red tires. Let's just take a listen on what team is telling leader Alex Palou.
Award, McLaughlin, and Herta are running similar, if not slower, lap times than we are on the red. It's all about taking care of these tires.
Copy.
Taking care of those red tires, ever so important on a race like this. But guys, how challenging is it as well?
Well, if you're Alex Palou, it doesn't sound very challenging. that copy 10-4 sounded like, yep, whatever, no big deal. I'll just do me.
He sounds like he's filling out TPS reports at the office. I mean, it doesn't really sound like this driver's stressed physically, mentally. He is just absolutely controlling right now the pace out front. 4.3 second gap to Award.
And that was the thing with the hybrid system, is all of this additional complexity, both for the teams but also the drivers. It almost advantages Alex Palou because he's so precise. He's like a surgeon. He's so disciplined that the more complicated, the better for this guy.
And you said it too earlier, Townsend. It's also about the car. It's got to be up to the job. When I watch Palou through those changes in direction, 13, 14, 5 into 6, he is not overslipping that front tire at all. He is doing a great job of controlling that pace as we see the number 60, Felix Rosenquist, going down to pit lane. So that tire advantage just going even more Palou's way, and Georgia's down in the 60 pit.
Yeah, Felix Rosenquist, one of those few on that alternate strategy, makes his way to the team. Firestone black tires come off. Firestone black tires go right back on that. So Felix Rosenquist, one of those on that 3-stop strategy, and he's hitting back to the track.
You can hear the car struggling to get out of the pit box. We've seen a couple cars stall. They run a very tall first gear here at Mid-Ohio, and it's so difficult in an uphill pit lane and a tall first gear to get these cars rolling.
And you should think, well, the tires should slip because they're cold. They haven't been run yet, but it's 123 degrees on the track. There's nothing cold about Firestones that are new going on at Mid-Ohio. It's hot out there.
We've got natural tire warmers. Just set them out in the sun. They're ready to go.
They are baking.
Guys, look, it's not by much, but Pato Award is kind of closing the gap a tiny bit to the race leader. A tenth or two faster on that last lap. Remember, before those stops, we looked at that gap. It was about 5.5 seconds.
Half distance right now, and this is the point where we start analyzing push to pass. You got the hybrid system, and then you still have the legacy turbo boost improvement from push to pass. Palou barely touching the button at 184, but Pato Award, to your point, if he can keep the pace, get a yellow, he'll have plenty of push to pass to help him down the stretch.
It's Palou, Award, McLaughlin, Herta, and Erickson. 4th of July weekend in Mid-Ohio. We're just past the midpoint of the Honda Indy 200 at Mid-Ohio on a full day of motorsport on NBC. Right after us, it's street racing in NASCAR. From Chicago, the Cup race is coming up today, 4:30 green flag. Can Shane Van Gisbergen go back-to-back? He won on debut last year, won the Xfinity race yesterday. Kyle Larson and others will have something to say. Larson on the pole. That's after we're done today. 4 o'clock airtime on NBC. Here it's Alex Palou in front where he started. Pato Award started and runs second. Scott McLaughlin has picked up a couple of spots. Actually 4 from his 7th place starting position. Runs third. Colton Herta, Marcus Erickson, the top 5. Other big story, if you just joined us, you see Scott Dixon, 21 laps down. He had a power issue. The car would not start at the beginning of the race. They got it sorted in the garage, and he is back out, hoping there is some attrition to score some points. Right now, points as they run 81 back. He started the day in third, 32 behind Palou.
And not just the points, just the opportunity to test in race conditions with the new hybrid system. Dixon been doing this longer than anybody else in the field, and he knows testing limited in IndyCar. Why not use the rest of this race to just learn?
Absolutely. This is even a guy as tenured as Scott Dixon can learn every lap of a race, especially with this new technology on board. It's as much for him as it is the engineers. But no reason to not be on track.
For the leaders, Hinch, we're starting to get into the meat of the tire window as Palou, Award, McLaughlin all run on the softer red compound. These are the challenging, say, next 8 laps where you're really starting to hang on to the grip you're hoping that all the work you did to try to take care of those Firestone Reds in the first 10 laps pays you back with consistent performance.
What's notable there is we look at the front runners. Linus Lundqvist running 6th, but he is likely on a 3-stop strategy. He is the only one in the top 10 plus that stopped early in lap 16, but he's on the primary, so he can go longer than those that got their red stint out of the way, the softer compound. So he still has to do that, though. So does Alexander Rossi, and so does Romain Grosjean, so we should see Lundqvist coming in soon.
Yeah, I think he's going to pit this lap from what we understand, and unfortunately he'll have to pit this time, and then another stop to get to the end. So far, that 3-stop strategy just not yielding the pace advantage that they need to make it work. The number 8, Be the One car, comes to pit lane.
And Charlie's there.
I am indeed. Linus Lundqvist heading down to the outside front of Brad Wright. Those black primaries come off. Brand new Firestone alternate stickers. Car full of shell fuel. He's going back out. Clean stop.
So we're going to have a second round of stops, and the final stop still a little bit away. Stay with us from Mid-Ohio. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Hy-Vee. This racing season, help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. Fifth Third Bank, official partner of Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. This is banking a Fifth Third better. And by Honda, proud partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Kevin Lee, James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell, Georgia Henneberry, and Charlie Kimball at Mid-Ohio. Alex Palou still in front of Pato O'Ward, but that gap is starting to tighten a little bit here in the second stint of the race.
Was at about 4.5 seconds, now down to just 3 seconds, as thanks to NTT, we take a look at the last 3 lap times between Palou and O'Ward. And on that last lap, O'Ward about a 10th quicker, is now he's in view. So for Alex Palou, it's been pretty easy dealing up front, but if he looks in his rear view mirror now, Georgia, he can see that papaya and black Arrow McLaren drawing ever closer. I gotta wonder, are tires becoming an issue for the leader?
Well, I just talked to Barry Wanzer. He said that the red tires are actually holding on longer than they anticipated. He's probably going to come in the next 5 to 6 laps for that last stint, but all things considered, Barry Wanzer's happy with how the reds are holding up.
But Alex Palou is finding the tail end of the lead lap traffic. Unfortunately for Pato O'Ward, that first car he encounters, Palou, is his teammate, Kiffin Simpson. So we'll see what Chip Ganassi does as a team here. Still about 3 to 4 laps before they make their last stop, James, and those front Firestone Reds are looking well used for Alex Palou.
They certainly are, but he's got to, I mean, look, the gap's down to 2.6 now. It really is heading that direction. Here's the thing, if I'm Palou, maybe starting to be nervous about the trend of what's happening behind me with O'Ward, but at the same time, think back to that first stint when they were both in the primaries, big advantage to the 10 car and Alex Palou. So I'm not stressed yet.
This is where the pressure comes for the teams on pit lane, Kevin. When we come back, it's going to be guns a-blazing.
Things are tightening up at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. That gap for Alex Palou that was over 5 seconds. We noticed it was at 3 a few laps ago. Now is down to a second. Pato O'Ward can see Alex Palou, who has controlled throughout the day.
This is an impressive run from O'Ward now, just a second behind Palou. Clearly liking these red tires better than the number 10 car. Now, again, you think back to the first stint on the primaries, advantage Palou, but look, the track's changed, the temperatures come up, rubber's gone down. There's a chance that the setup on that 5 car is just coming to Pato.
And we're in lap 52, so we're in the window now to make your final stop, and it's close enough now, guys, that Palou really has no advantage. It's going to come down to in-laps, out-laps, and what the team can accomplish on pit lane with fuel and tires.
And look, we know they're going to be using the hybrid. They do it almost every lap, but how about push to pass? 176 for Pato O'Ward, 151 for Palou. So advantage to the 5 car when they start getting to a place where they're pushing the button to defend and attack. This is a proper race now, guys. It's just going to put even more pressure on the teams in pit lane as well. A 1 second delta on the racetrack. That's an easy thing to lose or gain when you're in the pits.
2 laps ago, Award was a half a second better. This last lap, 0.6 of a second better. Pato Award is coming.
So here's the problem for Palou. You think, okay, fine, get in, get off those and onto the primaries, but Award's pace is so good, you give him that clean air, he could use the overcut to his advantage. It's going to be interesting to see who blinks first in this battle. You really don't want to be the first one to pit lane.
But somebody else deeper down in the field is about to gamble and be the first to make their last stop, put these guys in the danger zone for a lap, so that might also force Alex Palou and Chip Ganassi to cover. 54 laps complete, still no takers on pit lane as Palou and Award might make a move even this lap.
He's close. Also of note, Marcus Ericsson just got by Colton Herta, so Ericsson for Andretti, the former Ganassi driver, is having a strong day. But the story is up front. Pato Award within 3 or 4 car lengths. Not close enough this time. When will they make their final stop?
Got to be soon. I mean, it is going to be soon, but...
And now you see cars on pit lane, I believe.
You heard Barry Wanzer on Palou's radio say he's using more fuel to catch up to you, so that's what's going to be the difference. And that's Will Anderson. That's the number 5 car. Pato Award will be pitting this lap if Palou can stay out.
Does Palou cover? You heard Pato Award confirm. No, Palou stays out. Game on.
Now it's down to the drivers, in laps, out laps, and the teams on pit lane. Charlie, Pato Award coming to you.
This is the money stop for the McLaren team. The 5-car Pato Award comes into his box, slides right onto the marks. Primaries going on, and when aeroscreen tear off, it's full of fuel, and they're waiting on fuel. Clean launch for the 5-car Pato Award. Money stop for the Aero McLaren team.
That looks super
push on the
clean.
outlap here, push.
There goes Scott Dixon.
Whoa.
Palou, traffic on his in lap. That is Will Power.
Not what he wanted to see at all. Managed to get around him. Power was on an out lap. Shouldn't have held him up too much, but still, you don't want any dirty air if you don't have to on an in lap.
Meanwhile, on racetrack, Pato Award is behind Scott Dixon on his out lap. Chip Ganassi teammate to Alex Palou.
But at 22 laps down, that's a command blue flag. There's not much gamesmanship that can be played, and that's not the kind of thing Scott Dixon is known for anyway. I don't suspect that to be a problem, but right now it's all in Award's hands to try and make that gap up. It's got to be a fast out lap for Award, and now the race leader is coming to Georgia.
Alex Palou comes to pit lane, and this pit stop is going to make or break this for him. It's so important for the 10 team to nail this, and as he makes his way to his team, the Firestone red tires come off. Those primaries are going to go right back on. They're filling it up with shell fuel, and
Oh no!
There was a little bit of a delay there.
Georgia, a big delay. Look at this, there's gonna be a battle going up the hill.
Pato Award coming through turn 1. He's got warmer tires. Pato Award to the front has gotten around Alex Palou. A lead change in Mid-Ohio, and Award has turned the table.
We talk about how important these green flag pit cycles are. Pato Award doing everything that he had to do. Just a small hiccup in the pit box of the 10
Top, here
car.
we go. Once we're not under pressure, 86, fuel 86.
And now he's still got a lap warmer tires. This section they're coming up to, Palou's going to struggle through here on this out lap in comparison.
No pressure.
This gap is going to grow.
And Pato Award continues to have the advantage on push to pass. 130 seconds remaining to Palou's 120.
Pato Award is credited with the win this year, but he did not cross the finish line first. It's been 2 years since he took the checkers first. Could it be today? Award leads at Mid-Ohio. Back at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, all of the two-stoppers have made their final stop. Scott McLaughlin was the last to make his second and what should be final stop. So he has cycled back out to third, and Pato Award is in front of Alex Palou after Palou dominated the first almost 2/3 of this race.
Goes Pato Award clearing traffic on board here with Pietro Fittipaldi thanks to 5 Hour Energy. So Pato Award starting to lap the back of the field. And I want to take a look again at the pit stop for Alex Palou. It was unclear to me, James, exactly what held him up on pit lane. We'll watch the 10 come to the box. Jack goes up, tires come on, tires go on, fuel is pulled, but then there's this delay.
And it looks like you see Palou look down at the wheel as if maybe he hadn't engaged first gear when he thought he had. The car has to be in neutral while it's being refueled, so we'll have to have a chat with them afterwards to figure out exactly what happened. But thanks to NTT, we'll take a look at the pit time differential for that green flag sequence. And look, the biggest differentiator right there, Townsend, all that time in the pit box, 1.1 seconds.
Now, wouldn't have been a big deal if he had maintained the 4 or 5 second lead, but because Pato O'Ward had hustled so much on the last stint to tighten things up, it really became up for grabs. It just was one little bobble on pit lane made the difference. And now Alex Palou goes from cruising to head down chasing, trying to hang on to the back of the young Mexican.
And credit to O'Ward on that outlap as well. We talk about how important those are in these cycles. 6/10 to the good on your two-time championship winner. So O'Ward now leading comfortably. A second and a half has been a pretty consistent gap, but they are dealing with traffic. There is 20 laps to go, and we're now back on the tire that this man here preferred in that first stint.
So at the end of that second stint, Pato O'Ward took care of the Firestones better. And that was the alternate. As Hinch mentioned, this is the primary again where Palou was so dominant. So I would say far from
Josef
done.
Newgarden in the carousel. Josef Newgarden, he was the leader on that alternate strategy of the 3 stops. He's in 5th place, but still has a stop to go.
Here, Tim Cindric, he said it looked like it went into anti-stall.
Let's see what happened here. Into turn 11.
Who's that in front?
Oh, he clipped the apex curb of turn 11. He took too much curb. I've done that before. There's a massive divot right before the curb. It wouldn't surprise me if Newgarden even has some damage to his left front suspension from taking that big hit. It sent him aggressively off the track. Great job from a car control standpoint to keep the car straight and get it back on this new Mid-Ohio pavement, but that was a big hit to the left front.
It's kind of been all or nothing this year for Josef Newgarden. He won the biggest race in the world, so it's still a great season. He won the Indianapolis 500. He finished 2nd at Road America, but 19th at Laguna Seca, 26th at Detroit, 17th on the Indy Road Course, 16th at Barber, and then the DQ at St. Petersburg.
But keep in mind, ovals are coming. It's been a tough day for Josef Newgarden here at Mid-Ohio. He's still going to have to make one more stop, but there's been, 12 oval races, and Newgarden's won 9 of the last 12, 10 of the last 16. We've got Iowa coming, Milwaukee, Gateway. As we look at the remaining schedule, you gotta bet on Josef Newgarden at the roundy rounds.
There's a few W's coming for the 2-team, almost guaranteed. We've added the oval at Nashville, the 1.3 concrete mile oval to finish out the season. That's one that the drivers love, and it'll be exciting to go back there. I know this guy chomping at the bit to get to this next phase of the calendar. And Palou has got that gap to O'Ward down to 0.8 of a second. Now even less than that. Guys, 18 laps to go. Pato's got his hands full. He's got one eye looking forward, but one eye on the mirror, trying to keep the 10 car at bay.
And you said it. I think you go back to tire compound. Advantage O'Ward on the reds. Advantage Palou on the blacks. I think this is going to come down to the last few laps. We've got a race to close things out today.
And the car up ahead of Pato O'Ward is a Ganassi teammate. Kiffin Simpson is the car that Pato O'Ward will catch coming up ahead. There he is in the Journey Rewards number 4 Honda.
It's so hard to know how long it might take Palou to get by. Catching is one thing. Passing, especially at Mid-Ohio, is a very different challenge.
And Kiffin Simpson is under no obligation to let Pato O'Ward by. From a gentleman's standpoint, maybe, but from a racing standpoint, absolutely not. He is still on the lead lap. He has every right to fight to stay on the lead lap, and that can only help his teammate, Alex Palou.
Stay with us. Much to be decided in Mid-Ohio. We're inside the final stint at Mid-Ohio IndyCar in the Honda Indy 200, and we have a race. Alex Palou controlled the first 2/3 on the pit exchange. Pato O'Ward faster on in-laps, out-laps, a better pit stop. He's in front. Errol McLaren leading Chip Ganassi Racing, but Palou is back on the charge and is within 3 car lengths.
What I love about this is we see Palou dominate from the front. We see him control races and the pace out in clean air. We don't often get to see him get his elbows out, have to force the issue, and make passes for the lead on the racetrack. Very Scott Dixon in that way. He's won a lot of races through pit cycles and strategy and just pure pace out front, but now he's got that pace in the race car, but he's got to go against one of the toughest guys to pass in the series, and Pato O'Ward, who is hungry for that first on-track finish.
Efficient overtake out of 2.
So information coming there for Alex Palou, and for Pato O'Ward. He is hungry and he is healthy on push to pass. 11 seconds to the good is his advantage in terms of seconds remaining. 106 to 95 over Palou.
And keep in mind, these two cars have almost identical pace. It was the closest qualifying for the front row in the modern era, the Firestone Fast 6 over the last almost 20 years. Alex Palou won the pole yesterday by 2 1/1000ths of a second, 0.002.
We always talk about how calm this driver is in tough situations. Look, he's going to be thrilled that he's got a car as fast as he does. He's going to be furious at what happened in that pit stop. It's a tempestuous kind of feeling that he's got in that race car, conflicting emotions, but he's got to keep them in check as he goes to try to chase down O'Ward for this victory.
And up ahead, you see some traffic. That's Kiffin Simpson and Augie Canapino. Normally at Mid-Ohio, Kevin, we see lap cars a real factor in the closing stages, but today the field is so close on pace. In fact, Kiffin Simpson just did a 107.9. That effectively matched the last lap from Pato O'Ward and Alex Palou.
Just a note on Josef Newgarden. We knew he had to make another stop. He had a little bit of off, lost some position. He came out 11th, but now he is running in 25th after serving the penalty because he sped on pit lane, entering the pit. So bad to worse for Newgarden.
And a lap down is Josef Newgarden now to the leaders as Alex Palou gets all kinds of squirrely out of the final corner, turn 13. I think he took a little too much exit curb. And if you do that, you sort of high center on the bottom of the car, and it was a handful.
By the way, Newgarden sped serving the penalty and got another one.
Oh no, insult to injury for the 2 team. But up front, Palou doing everything he can. Look, when you're driving around a track that's got fast flowing corners like Mid-Ohio.
3 seconds of overtake behind. Good fuel number, good lap time.
Let's take a look at this, James, from Alex Palou. That could have easily gotten away from him and into the inside concrete wall. Nice save from Palou. One thing's for sure, he's trying. He's doing everything he can to catch the 5 car.
He's pushing 10/10s, but Pato got a bit of breathing room after that small mistake, and maybe there's a chance that O'Ward's just overheated his tires running so close to O'Ward.
Did Palou just overheat his tires? Is he pushing too hard? I've heard the drivers talk about exceeding the thermal limit of the tire and never being able to bring it back. I looked at track temp. It's 125 degrees out there on this new track surface. So you can push hard, but there's a penalty if you overdo it.
Well, for Pato O'Ward and Errol McLaren, it has been a little while. I mentioned that it's been 2 years since he's crossed the line first. Same for the team. This team with a big budget, with so many resources. They have hired drivers, employees from other teams, but they've not been able to match Ganassi and Penske most of the time. They've been close. Can today become a breakthrough day for them?
Well, that number 5, if you can believe it, car number 5, Pato O'Ward has 5 wins. 5 poles, trying to break that 5 streak. Certainly looks to be on for it today as that traffic draws ever closer. And James, with 12 to go, I think this whole story here is likely to develop into something bigger, potentially an issue for Pato O'Ward to try to get by.
So this is what's very important to remember. The 2 cars in front, Agustin Canapino in the black and green Juncos Hollinger entry. Behind him, Chip Ganassi Racing's Kiffin Simpson. Those drivers are still on the lead lap. In IndyCar rules, you do not have to cede to the leader unless you are a lap down to the entire field. These drivers are not a lap down at all. So they are racing themselves for position. They're on track, fighting over 22nd and 23rd place. I know it might not seem like much, but when you're in the race car, you're racing the guy in front of you no matter what. There is no rule implementation that would allow them to force them to move over. It is totally up to the driver's discretion if they want to play ball or focus on their race.
And a lot of times it comes down to how much hate do you want to establish with the rest of the field, the leaders in this case, that might pay you back in the wrong way later on this season. As the strategist, Barry Wanzer there for Alex Palou.
Will Anderson
for Arrow McLaren. They're studying, they're looking at data, they're measuring lap time, they're thinking about traffic, but there's not much they can do to help their drivers at this point. It's a straight up race to the finish.
10 to go as they cross the line for Pato O'Ward. And he is only a few seconds on track behind Kyffin Simpson.
Now Canapino may have to pit. He would need a pretty good fuel save to be able to get home. So that's going to clear one, and maybe Simpson has the pace where he might not impact things.
10 laps to go, 10 to go.
Catching the tail end of the field there, Simpson and Canapino.
So you're hearing Will Anderson and Barry Wanzer at the same time, and now Pato O'Ward is absolutely in the dirty air, the wake of Kyffin Simpson. He'll feel on the front end of his race car that front wing is less effective. What does that do? He starts to pick up understeer. The car does start to squirm around more, becomes less efficient on the track, and starts to chew up his Firestones that little bit more.
Yeah, he's had the benefit of clean air as Palou's been chasing him for the last 10 laps, but now he is in the dirty air as well, losing that downforce in the wake of the car in front. As you say, Townsend, that can force slides, that can force tire temps to go up, and now it's a little bit more of an even playing field between these two drivers battling for the win. The class of the field by a mile. Scott McLaughlin 16 seconds behind this battle. These two are absolutely in a world of their own. We're used to seeing that from Alex Palou. He's done it time and time again, but what a performance from O'Ward to be up in this conversation. He did it on track, closing that gap before that last pit stop, took the lead in the pit cycle.
Let's revisit push to pass. Pato O'Ward had the advantage. Now they sit level. 82 seconds for Palou, 83 for O'Ward. So O'Ward has burned some push to pass to stay in front. How much is he going to use to try to get past these two slower cars of Kyffin Simpson and Canapino?
And this is one of the frustrating things as a driver when you're on the lead lap battling for position, especially a win. You've got lap traffic in front of you, and you're forced to burn push to pass to get around that lapped car. You want to save that for defense. You want to save that to keep the cars behind you. But at some point, O'Ward might have to get a little spendy on the push to pass.
You talk about burn. Let's talk about the burn in Pato O'Ward's stomach from the Indy 500 back in May. Leading last lap, and Josef Newgarden goes big, forces the move to the outside, puts Pato O'Ward to second position once again at the Indy 500. He was devastated. I promise you, winning today will go a long way to relieving the sting on Memorial Day weekend.
As mentioned, he was credited with the win at St. Pete, and he's happy to take that, but it doesn't count on his mind. It's been 2 years since Iowa 2022. He's finished not only the Indy 500 in second, but 4 other times, 5 times he has been that close. He can almost taste it, but he has the most dominant driver in the sport right behind him, who is leading the championship, going for 3 in the last 4 years. Holding off Alex Palou is going to be a monumental task.
But I think James makes such a great point. Everybody talks about Palou for pace, precision, discipline, setup expertise. The question down the stretch here today, is he a fighter? Is he going to go box it out with Pato O'Ward on the last couple of laps, or maybe sooner?
Look how close he is. In the keyhole, he got within a couple of car lengths. It stretches out a little bit, down the straightaway, into turn 4, more comfortable for O'Ward. How soon is he going to catch Kyffin Simpson? When is the green and black car of Canapino going to make a final stop?
And Palou has closed that down. We were sitting at about 1.2 to 1.4 seconds after that mistake out of the last corner, down to just half a second. This is when Award really needs to make that decision. How much is he going to force the issue with Kyffin Simpson, or is everybody sitting in dirty air actually going to save him?
James, what is Chip Ganassi Racing telling the rookie Kyffin Simpson? I wonder what might come over the radio. How do you coach the young driver through these moments?
Palou getting close. Palou will get the bonus points for most laps led.
Pushes here, full overtake pushes. We gotta lean on the 78.
That's to Kyffin Simpson. That's Chris Wheeler, his strategist.
And they want him to pass Canapino, but we pointed out already, Kevin, you brought it up, that Canapino likely to pit here with about 3 or 4 laps to go. I don't think he's going to have the fuel to make it to the end.
But here's what I like. I like that Chip Ganassi Racing's Chris Wheeler is telling Kyffin Simpson we need to get around the 78. They want to eliminate themselves from this discussion. There's no gamesmanship being played. There's no message to Kyffin Simpson saying, hey, make that car wide and hold up the car behind you.
Not yet.
Let's get around the car.
Not yet. We're talking about Chip Ganassi Racing with a win on the line right here.
We're talking about 0.3 of a second, Townsend. That's the gap right now. Palou is just all over it. He can taste that position. He wants to get around Award so badly. Both cars suffering in the dirty air.
5 laps to go here at the line. Pato Award trying to win on track for the first time this season. Overtake is the same. The papaya and black car is Award, the leader, right in front at the tail end of the lead lap is Kyffin Simpson, a Ganassi teammate, to the green car of Alex Palou within 2 car lengths again.
Palou really went for it in the brake zone there for the keyhole turn 2, but he loses on the exit. Not only do you have to drive with incredible technique right now, James, you have to think. As a driver, you got to think through. You got to think 2 laps ahead, a corner ahead, looking in your mirrors, trying to game the system here. How do I protect what I have, or how do I attack in the case of Palou?
You could throw a blanket over the top 2 right now. 5 laps to go, about 50 or 60 seconds of push to pass. That's the thinking as he goes wide. Palou drops 2 wheels out of turn 9. That's going to cost him half a second at least.
That's the second time this stint, Kevin, that Alex Palou has pushed too much. Remember, he did it earlier in the final corner in turn 13. He almost threw it away.
I was just going to ask, how aggressive will Palou be as points run? He has a 48-point lead on Will Power in the championship. Palou is going after it. He wants to win.
He is not resting on his laurels. He's not sitting and having a cruise and collect points day. He wants to go for the big trophy.
But it feels like every time Palou tries to push a little bit more than what the Firestones will handle, they penalize him for a lap or 2. They get hot, and he's got to settle back down, drop back to some cleaner air, and then he charges again.
Award is doing a great job in this scenario, not getting too heated, not making a mistake, as frustrated as he must be with 2 lap cars in front of him as he's trying to hang on for a race win here. He is managing expectations, he's managing his emotions, he is hitting his marks, doing everything he has to do right now, but Palou definitely has a little more pace on these primary tires.
It's got to be close for Canapino. They need to make his last stop. Can't be saving fuel keeping up this kind of pace.
And for Pato Award and Alex Palou, now you start doing math. In addition to driving at the limit, you think 4 laps to go, 3 laps at the line. I've got 50 seconds to go. 50 seconds of push to pass. How much can I use each lap on average? You really start to project out to that final corner of the last lap.
And who understands the hybrid the best? This is brand new today. A hybrid component is available for an extra 60 horsepower, essentially a push to pass for about 4 or 5 seconds with a limit per lap, so it can be used about 2 times a lap. Here's Palou with a little bit of a run into turn 4. This is the best passing zone, but no chance here.
Here's the advantage that Award has. For as much as he's dealing with the disadvantage of the dirty air off of Kyffin Simpson's car, he has enough push to pass to use it on every one of the major straightaways remaining. Plus, he has the draft. If he was out front on his own, pushing a big hole into that air, even with the push to pass, I believe that it would be much easier for Palou to try to close that gap and make a lunge into 4. But by having a little bit of a toe, it's helping him with that top-end speed to make it harder for Palou to mount a charge.
Meanwhile, Kevin, Augustine Canapino, if he can finish, there's only 2 laps left.
Fuel worried. 2 laps to go.
31 laps to finish this stint. That mileage, superior.
Very, very impressive. And we are at about 4 miles remaining in this race. Less than 2 laps to go. With those at the end of the lead lap, they don't have to get out of the way in front of the 2 leaders, the orange and black, the papaya and black car of Pato Award. Arrow McLaren is leading. Alex Palou. Meanwhile, moments ago, that's Romain Grosjean going around.
Contact with the wall. It looked like maybe light contact. What does race control do here?
We're going to see the white flag this time by. Can we stay green? Grosjean still running. Comes out right in front of Nolan Siegel.
And the leaders. That'll stack things up even more.
That was a replay. That was a little bit earlier. That was not a live picture. That was the last time by turn 9. As Pato Award comes down the hill now into 12. He'll cross the line to get the white flag. 1 to go. Time running out for Palou.
And they stack up even tighter, Kevin. White flag.
White flag. White flag.
Palou versus Award for the win.
1 to go. Is it going to be Pato Award and Arrow McLaren winning on track for the first time in 2 years? Or is Palou going to take even more control in the championship and go back-to-back in Mid-Ohio and back-to-back in the season? He won 2 weeks ago at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. This is one of the last best passing zones, and Palou is not close enough. Award may have to deal with Simpson right in front of him.
But it seems like Canapino is slowing down even a little bit more to try to make it to the finish on fuel. So this is really going to back things up as they come through turn 6.
That was a chance right there down the hill into 6. Bit of a defensive line from Award. It was just enough to keep Palou at bay, and I don't know if there's any opportunities left.
And keep an eye on that green and black car of Canapino. He might run out of fuel and start coasting, and he does get out of the way. So Simpson is in front, the teammate at Ganassi of Alex Palou. A couple of corners left. Pato Award by 2 car lengths on the main straightaway. He weaves, he wiggles, Award wins! McLaren
Checkered flag. You just won at Mid-Ohio, buddy.
And toppled Alex Palou at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, boy! Long time coming. Long time coming. Enjoy it. Great fuck.
Did you see Award get sideways in the last
corner?
I don't know if that was for show
No,
or
it was
if that
not.
was for go.
That was for absolute go. That would have been on the energy deployment from the hybrid, spinning up the wheels a little bit, trying to beat Palou to the line. But how about Palou right to apex at turn 12?
He was on the grass.
He was. You talked about the aggression. He showed it. He was controlled in it, but he definitely did everything he could. But you cannot take anything away from this man
Happy
right
birthday.
here.
What a drive. What a great race.
Just a great race. That whole last second half of the second stint, a whole last stint, the battle between these two, and again, a 16-second gap back to 3rd place in Scott McLaughlin.
And you know what? Full credit to IndyCar and the development of the hybrid system to do that mid-season, Kevin. We had the issue with Scott Dixon, but other than that, 26 cars thriving in the hybrid era.
Check out this move from Award.
Whoa!
Hits the curb a little bit, gets sideways. But luckily the finish line right there off the corner.
I'm starting to think that was more show.
No.
I think he threw out the back end for the fans.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, we'll find out.
Pato is flashy, but not that flashy. And I think this says something about Alex Palou. He could have easily said, I'm scoring big points today. I'm coming home in second. I'm going to get it done. But Palou went for it the entire final stint to try to somehow find a way around.
2 years since a win came on the racetrack, first across the line for Award and this team. A huge, not just relief, but just a huge result for this group. You saw that emotion from the close loss at the 500. This is no Indianapolis, but winning is still always great medicine.
Don't go anywhere. There's more motorsport to come today. Street racing from Chicago, the NASCAR Cup Series. After we're done today, green flag coming up about 4:30. Their coverage starts as soon as we are complete with Kyle Larson, the Rookie of the Year in this year's Indianapolis 500, on the pole. And Pato Award will know how to celebrate.
I bet he wants to get out of there.
I bet it's hot.
126 degrees on track. It's probably at least that hot in the cockpit. And once the airflow stops coming through the windshield, it gets real warm.
Chevrolet has won the first race in the IndyCar hybrid era. Honda comes home in second. Chevy, Honda, the top 5. There's Palou, leads the championship by 48 points. Pato Award is more in the mix now, and this checkered flag moment is brought to you by Advance Auto Parts.
And congratulations, Pato Award, a big win here at the Honda Indy 200.
That'll tell you something right there.
Yeah.
We'll let Pato Award cool off a moment, and then Georgia Henneberry is going to be there to greet him.
Pato Award victorious once again in the NTT INDYCAR Series. Congratulations, and a well-deserved congratulations from his team, pushing so strongly. The last half of that race, realistically, the team's strategy totally on point. The pit stops on point, everything on point. His first win since St. Pete this year, his first win on track since Iowa 2022, and it's time to celebrate. This year has just been an emotional roller coaster for you. The hard work, the effort, it has finally paid off. You have made your way to victory lane again. What are the feelings?
Yeah, that was a hard-fought race. We were really strong on the reds. Palau was really strong on the blacks. So all I needed to do was just kind of stay at bay in the first stint and then come into the pits and put those reds on, kind of try and close the gap, and then, you know, get him in the pit stop sequence and or on track, you know. But great job by the team. It's been a while. I know we won St. Pete, but this is a proper win. We earned this one this weekend.
This team was on point this weekend, and more specifically today. Earlier this week, you told me this was the best car that you rolled off the truck with. Is this just a product of the effort and hard work going into this program?
Yeah, I felt very comfortable with the car this weekend, and you know, from the second practice, to be honest, going into qualifying, we executed, and I knew I had a really strong car under me for the race, so hats off to Aaron McLaren to give me a rocket.
Got a little hairy there in that last corner. Was that for show or just a product of how hard you were pushing?
No, we were pushing. We were pushing, and then, you know, we caught the traffic, couldn't quite get by him, and yeah, that was we set in that one.
We go to Iowa next, where you got your last on-track win. Where does this put your confidence level?
Yeah, I mean, Iowa repave. We'll see what it's got in store for us.
Congratulations, Pato Award and the whole Arrow McLaren number 5 Chevrolet team. Charlie Kimball.
I'm standing here with Alex Palou. You won here last year, come up one position short. You controlled the race from pole. What happened on the launch there in that second stop, and that changeover really seemed to be the difference?
Yeah, shame. I mean, it was a good race. The car was amazing. Everybody at the tank crew was amazing all weekend, but yeah, we couldn't really make the alternate tires last. Pato started catching us and couldn't really do anything. I just destroyed my front tires. So then we had a slow stop, couldn't really engage first gear. Maybe I was trying to get it too fast, so probably my fault. But anyway, good race, had fun. It was a shame we couldn't get the win for the tank car, but yeah, good solid day.
So not a win, but you extend your championship to 48 points. When you go to Iowa next weekend, you got a doubleheader. Are you still thinking championship, or is it easy to keep thinking about race wins?
I mean, I was thinking about the race win today, not the points. Maybe I'll get happier tomorrow when I see the points, but it was a shame that we couldn't really get this win that we wanted. But yeah, looking forward to the next couple of races we have, and hopefully we can be in the championship fight at the end of the championship.
Alex Palou comes home second today.
So here's how they ended up finishing up, and it was a good day for many beyond just those top 2 that battled throughout. Scott McLaughlin +4 in the day. Good result for him.
Also, Marcus Ericsson with the top 5. He looked strong all day long. Rookie Christian Rasmussen started in the top 10 and finished there.
Shout out to David Malukas. We saw that early issue running in a podium position. How about Toby Sowery, guys? Rookie in the IndyCar Series, first race, coming home 13th ahead of some big hitters.
We noted Josef Newgarden's issues, the 2 pit speeding penalties, and then apparently a stop and go at one point as well for a discretion. So championship, no change up at the top. And look at Palou Award. Picks up 3 spots to get in the mix. And oh, what a day for Scott Dixon. He came in 32 back. Now he is 71 behind. So still plenty more to come. We're going to talk to more drivers. We're going to get you to the street race in Chicago for the NASCAR Cup Series. It's all coming up today on NBC. After today, IndyCar goes mostly oval racing. 6 of the final 8 on ovals, including the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, now at the Nashville Superspeedway to close out the season and decide the championship. Get your tickets now for September 14th and 15th to see who wins the NTT INDYCAR Series Championship. And after we're done, coming up in maybe about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll get you set for the NASCAR Cup Series race on the streets of Chicago. Kyle Larson on the pole, Shane Van Gisbergen starting up near the front, trying to go back-to-back after winning Xfinity yesterday. Should be awesome later today. All right, let's take a look at the Pennzoil moment of the race. We just heard Alex Palou talking about it. It was his last pit stop.
Yeah, some sort of glitch right here. Those precious second and a half maybe, that allowed the Papaya and Black Arrow McLaren of Palou Award to just beat Palou out of the pits, but Palou did not give up. It would be a battle down the stretch, but the Mexican getting it done today.
Back down to pit lane with another podium finisher with Georgia.
That's right. He rounds out your top 3. That's Scott McLaughlin. Now, Scott, you started 6th, finished 3rd, but there were incredibly long green flag runs there. This place is already treacherous as a driver physically. What were conditions like out there?
Yeah, it was hard. It was a little bit, we were in no man's land there, so I was playing my own race. It was like a big, sort of just playing with the hybrid and learning a bit as well. So I'm just really proud of everyone that's on Vehicle Protection Chevy. I think we've been up and down all year, and it's just nice to get a solid result, and hopefully we can build onto this into 2 ovals, and ovals that I really enjoy, and just keep building some momentum.
You're proud of them. I think they're proud of you, too. There were a couple times they came over to the radio and said, Scott, you're doing a perfect job. I mean, how relieving is that for you as a driver? Yeah,
it's nice. Your confidence gets knocked around when you make a couple mistakes here and there, and you come in with a lot of expectation, and you want to be good every weekend, but ultimately you're human and everyone makes mistakes, and I'm just so glad I've got a great team behind me to keep pushing on, and we'll keep working. Still plenty of races left in the season. We can keep improving and see where we're at.
On to Iowa for Scott McLaughlin, 6th to 3rd. Charlie.
Yeah, I'm sitting here on pit lane and pit wall with Marcus Ericsson. We saw you and your teammates swap positions a couple times during that race. What was the call from the team?
I mean, it was a bit of a strange race with the pace. We were struggling on the 28th for the first stint, and then the second stint the car came alive and we were flying out there, like lapping a half a second quicker than the guys ahead. So we were making up a lot of time, and got stuck a bit behind Colton there for a while, which lost us some race time, but eventually we got by. And then the last stint we went for used reds because we were so good on the new reds. We had the used ones, we couldn't get them to hold on, so that gamble didn't really work out, and I had to let Colton back there on the last stint. So I raced with many ups and downs, but still happy with a top 5 and a really solid weekend for us on the 28 car.
Yeah, good weekend. And other than that first yellow, no yellows, green for the last 75, 77 laps. How physical was it out there with the new surface here at Mid-Ohio?
It was okay, but for me in the end, with those used tires, I had a lot of massive vibrations, so then it just gets hard to drive when you barely can see down the straights with all the vibrations, and plus I had Alex and Christian all over my mirror, so it was a bit of a challenge there towards the end. I had to push really hard to keep them behind, but I managed to do it in the end.
A top 5 for Marcus Ericsson, Georgia.
And another top 5 for Colton Herta. Obviously, this was the start of a new era for IndyCar. So what was your take on the hybrid throughout the race? This was really the first time people got to see what it was made of.
Yeah, I mean, I think just like everybody, we wanted a clean race, a reliable race as far from the power unit and engine. And we ticked all the boxes we really wanted to from that side of things. We're still learning, so we're still trying to optimize it. And I think when we come back here next year, we'll be even better equipped with it, obviously. But our Cambridge Honda was fast. We just didn't quite have the speed for that top 3, but happy with 4th. It was a good day for us.
And I have to know, 2 successful runs for the Gamebridge 26 team in Monterey, and now here we go into an oval next at Iowa. Where does your confidence level lie?
Yeah, I mean, we were really quick there. We were fastest when we tested there, so that's a good showing for us, but it's a lot of unknowns still. You know, we don't know downforce level and how the tires are going to react to that. You know, we don't know with the surface change how big of a difference it's going to be if you're going to be able to open up and run lane 2. But, you know, I'm excited about the race. I'm excited about getting back-to-back IndyCar races. I love doing this stuff, so can't wait to be back in the car next weekend.
There's a lot of exciting things going on down here. Thanks, Colton. He is also a top 5 finisher here. Guys, exciting day today at Mid-Ohio.
And it'll be exciting next weekend in Iowa, too, with the Hy-Vee IndyCar weekend. Don't forget the Saturday concerts, Luke Combs, Eric Church. It's an 8 Eastern start, and then Sunday, Kelsey Ballerini and Post Malone. Let's just listen in for a minute. Oh, we lost him. All right.
Palou Award was just reflecting about how hard they were pushing. I got to say, Award looks a lot more used up than Palou physically. Hot for both drivers, but Award comes out on top. And I just love the diversity of the IndyCar schedule, guys. We came off, what now, 3 road courses in a row. We're going to go back-to-back oval races and then to the harsh and unforgiving streets of Toronto, James, your hometown, and it resets the field.
And look, the reset's been good. Let's look at the top 4. McLaren, Ganassi, Penske, Andretti. I love to see that kind of mix-up in the field. It's been a big learning day for everybody. Every time we get on track with these things, we're going to learn a little bit more. You say Toronto, it's going to be a unique challenge in and of itself. Palou Award, always one of the most popular guys in the field. This is going to be a popular win among the fans in IndyCar.
Hey, I mentioned some others that had really good days. Alexander Rossi continues his consistency. His situation and status next year is uncertain. Finished 6th in the day. Lundgaard 7th. Kirkwood continues to get results 8th. And the best finish of his rookie season for Christian Rasmussen.
And Ferrucci rounding out the top 10 there. Another solid drive for the A.J. Foyt Racing driver. Just a race that sometimes can be a little bit processional and maybe a little less exciting. That turned into one heck of a finish.
Not today.
Not
amazing
today.
talent up front and amazing talent coming up in Chicago. Those NASCAR boys learning the street race and doing it well.
Somehow, some way, we pulled off an exciting race here at Mid-Ohio.
It's been fun today. Look forward to following the street race in Chicago coming up in just a few minutes. Townsend's former teammate at the Rolex 24 and sports car, Shane Van Gisbergen, trying to go back-to-back. Everybody chases Kyle Larson to start things. Well, this has been a fun 4th of July weekend celebrating America's birthday with great racing. Palou Award getting past Alex Palou to win. Thanks for joining us for the Honda Indy 200 at Mid-Ohio, where Palou Award has won for Arrow McLaren. Coming up next, it's NASCAR Cup Series racing from the streets of Chicago. Good rest of the day.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.